Chapter 321 My Past Self. On the island, the vegetation is lush and green, with birds singing and flowers blooming, although the essence of heaven and earth is thin, and there are few spiritual medicine resources needed by practitioners. For many ordinary small animals, this place is already a place to survive. From time to time, you can see some birds, beasts, and various insects. It makes this place look full of vitality. This small island with a radius of less than 30 miles looks so small and inconspicuous in this inland sea. It is ordinary. But for Zhao Yuniao now, it is a good place for retreat. What she needs is the understanding of Taoism and the understanding of order, including the mysteries contained in the differences and distinctions of the root avenues of different worlds and the universe itself. Rather than those ordinary practitioners, they are still seeking spiritual medicines, divine sources, and other resources. Inside the original universe, the great way of the universe is based on gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, wind, thunder, time and space, which are used to construct and evolve all the order rules in the universe. Like the law of chaos, it does exist in the original universe, but it is hidden by the supreme law. But in this universe, due to many reasons such as the lack of the origin of the universe, all the laws and orders are revealed, very clear and definite. Even in many places, the myriad ways of the universe are so clear that they become pure Tao rhyme and Tao pattern manifestation. The focus needs to be considered, and the interference and influence of other types of laws on the 10 series of laws. This can be used as the main direction to adjust and modify the innate secret method of the golden horn beast itself. Zhao Yuniao sat quietly alone in the cave, silently modifying and adjusting the clone secret method she needed. With the broken mirror bead for trial and error judgment, combined with her own terrifying understanding. After only a few days, she had successfully adjusted the details of the secret method and fully deduced it. As for the target of the clone, she chose her original self in this life. Hundreds of years ago, I was just an ordinary and mediocre female cultivator. After 10 years of hard practice, I just barely stepped into the level of the sea of suffering and entered the threshold of the secret realm method. If I hadn't helped these 4 original refining tools, I'm afraid I would have died many years ago. If there was no great opportunity to change my fate, a mortal cultivator would not be able to pass the secret realm of the Wheel Sea even if he struggled to death. Looking back on the past years, every bit of it made Zhao Yuniao herself a little unforgettable. Especially the mortal self, who had no help at the beginning. A pair of emerald green eyes as warm as water. I don't know when they had quietly opened. Zhao Yuniao looked at her past, gazing at the beginning of her life. From the time she was born as a tender baby, to the time she babbled and staggered. Then she was fortunate enough to join the small sect Qingyan sect, where she learned to read and write, was taught the basics of cultivation, and was given the auxiliary Baichao liquid as a nourishment. After 10 years of hard work, she finally became a sect immortal seedling who entered the sea of suffering. For you, only more than 10 years have passed. But for me, hundreds of years have passed. Now that I think back to the past, I suddenly realized that so much time has passed. After staring for a while, Zhao Yuniao suddenly reached into the past time and space. She took a strand of hair from her mortal body. She took the strand of hair into her body, and with this as her goal, she began to use the modified and deduced clone secret method to actively cultivate an independent clone similar to the clone of the golden horn beast. In the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, the immortal creation material full of vitality quickly contained the strand of hair. According to the life genes contained in it, it constructs various clones by itself. From the internal bones, bone marrow, tendons, etc., to muscles, blood, membranes and hair. All aspects are shaped and nurtured by these immortal creation materials. Zhao Yuniao slightly adjusted the speed of time in the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. For the outside world, only a moment has passed, and a full of vitality, intact independent clone has been successfully nurtured. It's not enough. You need to cut off your own origin. There are still some immortal creations left. This is not a pure mortal body. While the clone has not yet completely separated, Zhao Yuniao put in a ray of thought, as if the sword of the last law descended, and suddenly sank into the body of the clone, destroying the immortal creation of the Tao in it. It turned it into the purest mortal body, not a mortal clone with immortal attributes. Then, Zhao Yuniao took the initiative to activate this successfully bred mortal clone, under the control of the collective consciousness. It is not difficult to control an additional body. I saw a flash of white light, and a girl who was not wearing a single piece of clothing appeared. Compared with Zhao Yuniao now, in the past, my appearance could only be regarded as delicate and beautiful. A little girl, and her figure was quite eye-catching. That's all. In the circle of practitioners, she is not that outstanding. At most, she is pretty. At this moment, Zhao Yunao looked at her appearance in the past as a mortal, and suddenly felt like she was looking at a child, which made her smile unconsciously. With a casual throw, a goose-yellow elegant silk dress fell on the mortal clone, covering up the beautiful and tall figure. It's been a long time since I felt the state of being immortal. The essence of life is really fragile. The mortal clone moved his body a little, feeling quite emotional. Then, with the help of the original body's resources, the clone sat down and began to practice immortal heaven art. In just a moment, he completed the induction and opening of the sea of suffering. In the clone's spiritual introspection, he clearly noticed that there was an extremely small black dot in his lower abdomen. The thick black death aura filled the entire sea of suffering. The whole sea of suffering looked dead. The sea of suffering in the mortal body was like this, without any mysterious manifestation, and no special vitality. To practice the sea of suffering, one must melt the sea of suffering bit by bit, tear apart the obstruction of these dead air, and then communicate with the wheel of life hidden in the depths of the sea of suffering. Then release the essence of life from the wheel of life, and use it to nourish and strengthen one's body and soul. The Emperor's scripture immortal heavenly art was born out of devouring heavenly magic art. And there is a complete restraint relationship. It is just right to help me, so that I don't have to deduce new skills myself. The foundation for subsequent transformation must be built from the beginning. After the clone completed the initial practice of melting the sea of suffering, Zhao Yunao waved his hand and took out the life altar. First thoroughly refined and absorbed the source of all living beings in the god's tomb, evenly added points, and strengthened his own qualifications. Only the origin of the god's tomb heavenly Tao was left, trapped inside the life altar. Afterwards, Zhao Yun now controlled this mortal clone and began to practice another imperial scripture, the heaven-devouring demon art. Chapter 322 Revisiting the Old Place. Open a mortal account to practice again, and embark on the path of secret realm practice again. For Zhao Yunao, there is no difficulty at all. With the current understanding, it is not difficult to hide and directly reach the immortal path. She first used the immortal heaven art to initially dissolve the bitter sea and activate it from its dormancy. Then she changed to the devouring heaven magic art, driving the power in the bitter sea, releasing the life divine patterned silk thread to the outside, like a mosquito's mouthparts, accurately piercing into the origin of the heaven on the life altar. Then began to devour and plunder carefully. Just a slight inhalation. The mortal clone felt like he was about to burst, and had to decisively stop absorbing and instead cooperate with the immortal heaven art to suppress and refine. The quality level of the heavenly Tao origin is too high for a mortal body after all. But using the heavenly Tao origin to practice is the real heaven devouring. If the transformation and nirvana are truly completed in the future, the qualifications of the innate chaotic body in this world will not be as good as the qualifications of this clone. Thinking about things in his mind, the mortal clone has been refining and absorbing that trace of heavenly Tao origin in an orderly manner. This is used to promote the slow transformation of the mortal body bit by bit. And inside the clone's bitter sea, the black bitter sea that was full of death before has now completely changed into another new look. The sacred and brilliant pure white color has become the main color here. But in its center, there is a dark and gloomy sea vortex. It makes the scene look like a mortal watching a cosmic black hole with an accretion disk. And with the refining and absorption of that trace of the origin of the heavenly Tao, the sacred bitter sea around the dark black hole became more and more dazzling and bright, faintly similar to the legendary holy light, with a special Taoist charm that purifies all spirits. Not long after, many life patterns for refining instruments evolved and were born. One after another, they condensed into shape, and the number increased, and finally gathered into a white cloud, quietly floating above the bitter sea. Then, under the suppression of Zhao Yunao's body, let these bitter sea life patterns spread and merge into the skin on the surface of the clone, thereby tempering and strengthening the essence of the skin and further improving its strength. Gradually, the surface of the skin naturally exudes a sacred and soft white light. This clone is like the birth of the Holy Lady of Light. Where the sacred white light shines, all the filth and impurities that are harmful to itself are naturally purified and annihilated. silently showing the domineering attributes of the power in it. Not long after, the bitter sea level was almost developed by the clone, with the assistance of the main body, in addition to the low-level spiritual medicine resources collected before. This clone grew very fast, and improved to a higher realm in an orderly manner. It took less than a year. The entire Luanhai secret realm was cultivated by the clone to the point where it could break through to the Dao Palace secret realm. All the life divine patterns born from the four realms of the Sea of Bitterness, the Fountain of Life, the Bridge of Gods, and the other shore were all dissolved by the main body and refined into the inside of the clone. Strengthen and quench the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones respectively. By the way, let oneself reach an absolutely pure and flawless state without any flaws. She did not choose to use these life patterns to refine any weapons and armor. Then, Zhao Yunyao effectively used the 9 life and death nirvana transformations that came with the other shore realm. Every time she transformed into nirvana, she absorbed a trace of the origin of the heavenly way with the devouring heaven magic art. Then she used the immortal heaven art to suppress and refine it, changing herself little by little. Let the physical essence of the mortal body adapt to the transformation naturally. Unconsciously, 2.5 years passed quickly. On that nameless island, Zhao Yunyao's mortal body clone's cultivation realm had been raised to the level of the dragon transformation secret realm. She could break through and enter the Xiantai secret realm at any time. It took 2.5 years to finally get to the real core. But next, I can't improve it like before. It needs to be carefully polished and polished, using the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm to transform the Immortal Platform's Secret Realm. And before that, I need to fully comprehend all the mysteries of the origin of the Heavenly Tao. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunao skillfully split her mind and multitasked. She first controlled her clone to soar into the air and landed on the sea, and once again took the initiative to trigger the Dragon Transformation Heavenly Tribulation to come, using the Thunder Tribulation to sharpen this body. As for her own body, she searched through the resources she carried with her. She selected some materials below the saint level, such as snow jade iron, purple essence copper, and 9 heavens jasper, and personally sacrificed and refined 2 small tools for her clones. One of them is a pure white spear of the King of Slashing Tao. As for the other one, it is a red long skirt of the saint weapon level, which can be used as clothing and as a defensive device. After the clone had skillfully passed the Thunder Tribulation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, Zhao Yunao had also finished refining the 2 small tools. And then she went into the Mother Nest bracelet and began to comprehend and analyze the mystery of the origin of the Heavenly Way with all her heart. If you don't fully understand it, you can't cultivate the results you want. Shua. The clone Zhao Yunao quickly returned from the sea and floated down. She waved her hand to tear off the charred black dress that was struck by the thunder, and put on the red dress of the holy artifact. Her slender waist was also bound by a green ribbon that matched the clothes. Red and green complement each other, showing the exquisite and graceful curves. She raised her left hand lightly, took the companion Mother Nest bracelet, put it on her left wrist, then put away the pure white spear, and left this place without looking back. Woohoo! Let's go out for some fun. I love beating up stubborn kids. Mysteriously confident goddesses. I'm here to play with you. Zhao Yunao walked on the waves and soon soared into the sky. The air waves generated by the high-speed flight tore a narrow and deep canyon from the sea surface below. From a distance, it seemed as if there was a monster swimming and galloping in the sea. After flying for a while, she felt that the speed was really a bit slow. She immediately borrowed a little bit of her own power to tear the void suddenly. And then her figure flashed and escaped into the void, and soon disappeared. When Zhao Yunyao's clone reappeared, she had already left the inland sea and appeared near Qingjiamen in the southern region of Dongwang. Without revealing her figure, Zhao Yunao stood alone on the top of the cliff dozens of miles away, looking at the small sect where she had practiced hard. When the suppression of the Tao rhyme of the Qing Emperor gradually dissipated, a new era of cultivation has come again. The young cultivators, who were once trapped in the Bitter Sea realm and the Life Spring realm, have also broken through and improved their realms due to the changes in the environment of heaven and earth. At least at this time, the Life Spring realm can no longer be the elders of the sect. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and some familiar faces have disappeared. Zhao Yunao looked into the distance and sighed. Time is really unforgiving. Chapter 323, Ending the Past. Green mountains and lush green waters. A small, but not small sect of cultivation is located in the towering mountains and valleys. On the cliff inside the gate, a middle-aged man with a calm face sat cross-legged on it, and spoke aloud about the basic content of the introductory stage of cultivation in the secret realm of the Wheel of Sea. The beginning of the secret realm of the Wheel of Sea began with the Sea of Bitterness, which is the initial source of cultivation. To enter the path of cultivation, one must first dissolve the Sea of Bitterness, so that the Wheel of Life covered by the Sea of Bitterness can be communicated. And then the divine power and essence contained in the Wheel of Life can be released. Build a bridge in the air. Jump over the sea and reach the other side. The other side is 9 lives and deaths. 1 change and 1 heaven. The familiar yet unfamiliar voice, with the mountain breeze blowing, was transmitted to the distance. The young male and female disciples sitting near the cliff listened carefully, and some took pens and paper to write down notes below. Inside the sect, there will be someone who will give a public lecture on cultivation every once in a while. This is a rare benefit for these newbies. No one will not listen to the lectures and learn the Dharma seriously. At the same time, a few dozen miles away from the main residence of Qingyun sect, on the top of another lushly vegetated cliff, Zhao Yuniao stood here alone, looking at the situation inside Qingyun sect, and noticed the middle-aged man sitting on the cliff giving a lecture at a glance, and heard his words clearly. Although the other person's face had changed significantly and became more mature, but she still recognized this man at a glance. That was when she was inside Qingyun sect, and she had pursued her senior brother Zhou more than once. Sometimes he would take the precious herbal liquid that the sect gave him and give it to herself. He cared for her with meticulous care, hoping that he could be her dual cultivation partner. Even if she declined, he only showed a disappointed look behind her back, and his attitude on weekdays did not change much. Foolishly believed that sincerity could be exchanged for true love. I was able to cultivate the Sea of Bitterness in 10 years, and senior brother Zhou saved money and gave me resources, and he also made a lot of efforts. If not, I am afraid I would need a longer time to open up the Sea of Bitterness. Now, in the blink of an eye, he has become a middle-aged man. Looking at the figure who was preaching to the sect's newbies, Zhao Yuniu's eyes flashed with a trace of reminiscence, and his inner thoughts unconsciously drifted to the past. If there were no activation and use of the 4 origin seeds, if it were really an ordinary pure mortal female cultivator, without background, resources, and qualifications, under the remnant suppression of the Qing Emperor's Daoyun, there would be no good future at all. A lifetime of hard work is enough to see the end at a glance. Even if you work hard until death, whether you can cultivate the secret realm of the Wheel Sea is still an unknown. If I didn't have the 4 origin seeds to help me change my fate, I'm afraid I might really accept your kindness and become your dual cultivation partner. The mediocre life of ordinary practitioners is the portrayal of most people. Zhao Yu now stood on the cliff, looking into the distance, silent. The mountain breeze blew past, blowing her soft hair, which drifted in the direction of the mountain wind, like clouds and mist. Revisiting the old place, I felt enlightenment. This gave her some new changes in her mentality towards the Taishang Tianshu and her feelings for the Tao and forgetfulness of emotions. Her state of mind gradually became more ethereal, natural, peaceful and harmonious. The fate and bond with Qingyun sect here will be completely severed from today. Zhao Yuniao raised her hand lightly with 5 fingers spread out. Her slender and white fingers were as tender and smooth as green onions, and the bright and sacred white light emanated from her flesh and blood, and soon condensed into 2 light spots in her palm. Then Zhao Yuniao flicked her fingers and shot it to the location of Qingyun sect dozens of miles away. One of the light spots quietly fell into the core location of the Qingyun sect's high-level officials, and evolved into a complete volume of powerful scriptures on the ground nearby. As for who can get it and how to deal with it, it depends on the choice and decision of the Qingyun sect's high-level officials. And the other light spot also silently crossed a distance of dozens of miles and accurately sank into Brother Zhou's sea of consciousness, turning into a complete volume of the King of the Way of Slaying. As for the more powerful cultivation scriptures, for them, it is nothing but a crime to possess a treasure. Instead, it will harm all of them, even the Taishan sect, the top power second only to the immortal Holy Land and the ancient family, has only the strongest inheritance of the sect, which is the scripture of the King of the Way of Slaying. Nothing more. Such a powerful force also does not even have a saint-level scripture. It can be seen that the blockade of the inheritance of high-level skills is strict. Everyone. Goodbye. Never see you again. Zhao Yunao smiled quietly. Her smile was soft and gentle. Then she turned around and left this place without looking back. And the whole person turned into a white light and soared into the sky, and disappeared in this area in a short while. At the same time, inside Qingyun sect, Zhou Yufan sat cross-legged on the cliff, explaining the most basic cultivation content to the new male and female disciples. Suddenly, his words paused and his eyes widened. He stood up involuntarily, with shock and surprise on his face. He was full of disbelief. Xiantian creation art. This is actually... He hurriedly turned his head to look at the surrounding environment, trying to find something unusual. But the green mountains are still there. The waterfalls are rushing, and the light water vapor reflects and refracts the dazzling colorful colors under the sunlight, making the environment here look beautiful and natural. The young men and women who stayed at the bottom of the cliff looked up with some doubts. Obviously, they didn't know why Elder Zhou suddenly showed such an expression. Did junior sister Zhao do it? Zhou Yufan stood there, feeling a little lost. More than 10 years ago, he had seen a wanted order issued by various immortal holy places, ancient families and immortal dynasties more than once. And it was posted almost everywhere. The female cultivator on the wanted order was extremely beautiful and completely unfamiliar. And her cultivation was very powerful and amazing. It was just that the eyebrows and eyes of the female cultivator's portrait gave Zhou Yufan an inexplicable intuitive familiarity, which made him instinctively feel that she looked a bit like Zhao Yunyao, Zhao's junior sister. However, the huge gap in cultivation and the difference in appearance made him deny this fantasy. It made Zhou Yufan feel that he missed Zhao's junior sister too much. But just now, in his sea of consciousness, a volume of the king-level scripture of the way of killing appeared silently out of thin air. As a cultivator, he knew too well how precious this volume of scripture was. Once the news leaked out, even the top forces such as Taixuanmen and Zayuman, who dominated one side, would come to kill people and seize treasures and snatch the scripture. Even the practitioners from the immortal Holy Land and the ancient family would be tempted by this. There would definitely be many jealous snatchers. Whether it's you or not, I will hide the news about you. Just consider it an end to the past. Zhou Yufan stood there, his expression gradually calming down. Chapter 324 Gathering of Clouds. In the clear blue sky, a blazing white rainbow light suddenly flashed by. Chiqua crossed an unknown distance and landed near a city. The divine power rainbow light converged, revealing the graceful figure of Zhao Yunyao inside. Her eyes swept towards the location of the city gate. At a glance, she saw the global wanted poster posted on the public bulletin board on the wall. The forces signed by it included many immortal holy places, ancient families, and immortal dynasties. The portrait on the wanted poster was exactly the appearance of her former self. There was a clear difference from her current self. It seems that the killing outside the holy city that year made many forces feel painful. Zhao Yunyao smiled slightly when she saw this, and then walked calmly towards the gate. The current self has no similarity with the one on the wanted poster. Even if the victims identified him in person, they could not recognize who he was. She didn't take this global wanted order seriously at all. Her white and smooth jade feet moved alternately at will. A faint white light naturally appeared under her feet, making her feet always feel suspended in the air and not really stepping on the ground. At this moment, she was like an ordinary practitioner, walking towards the city gate in broad daylight. A beautiful and bright red dress fluttered in the wind, making Zhao Yunao look as beautiful as a flower. It was just that the fluorescence naturally emitted from her body had a strong sacred Taoist charm. All the practitioners who saw it looked at her sideways. It made Zhao Yunyao stand out from the crowd. Along the way, it was like the Yogwang Saint Sun in women's clothing walking. The sacred aura that came with it made ordinary practitioners unwilling to easily approach and provoke Zhao Yunyao. After all, those real wheat chicken monks did not have such exaggerated and eye-catching visions. Wherever Zhao Yunyao went, a wide road would appear. She completely ignored the various eyes that were staring at her along the way, and she was still interested in thinking about some fun. My clone body is practicing the authentic devouring heaven demon art and immortal heaven art. If those people in the Yogwang Holy Land meet this, will they think that I am also their hidden true successor? Especially the Yogwang Saint Sun, one of the true successors, may be even more surprised and shocked. According to the situation that fake successors like Hua Yunfei have spread many seedlings, it is very likely that there are more than just the Yogwang Saint Sun in the dark. Thinking about it, Zhao Yunao was happy in her heart. Although the descendants of the devouring demon emperor are seemingly hated by everyone, like rats crossing the street, they dare not easily reveal their true identity. However, for the two emperor scriptures devouring the heavenly demon art and immortal heavenly art, she is very sure that the practitioners of the immortal Holy Land, the ancient family, the immortal dynasty, and other forces must be very eager for this. After all, these skills are skills that can change one's innate qualifications. Even if a super loser can be transformed into a super genius, no one will not be moved, and no one will not care about it. Those long-standing power inheritances are most afraid of a genius gap in the inheritance. However, once you have this kind of skill that can change your own qualifications, you will definitely be able to ensure the inheritance of your own power, and there will never be a talent gap. The impact this brings to the power is not as simple as adding one or two great saints or quasi-emperors. It is to truly ensure that you can pass it on forever. Even changing and enhancing your own qualifications can also break through the existing realm level, allowing yourself to successfully break through and give more life extension. Be bolder and try to take a glimpse of the realm of the Emperor who dominates the universe. It is precisely because of so many benefits that every time you encounter the inheritor of devouring the sky demonic art, many old monsters, who have been sleeping for many years in many forces, will break the seal and search for and kill its inheritor. It is not only to destroy powerful competitors and advance for their descendants. It is also to be able to seek better and more huge benefits. Everyone hates ruthless people passing on their skills, and everyone desires ruthless people passing on their skills. The difference is whether you are the beneficiary. Zhao Yuniao walked lightly and elegantly on the busy streets of the city. With her powerful consciousness, she quickly learned about many important events that happened in recent years from the memories of other practitioners. For example, those big forces invited the master and apprentice of the divine calculator to divine and calculate the location of her body. As a result, the master and apprentice of the divine calculator were all killed by the backlash of the heavenly secret. For example, in the ancient tomb outside Licheng City, it is said that clues about one of the 9 secrets were discovered. In the end, after a struggle, they learned about some of the situation of Zishan. This led to many big forces joining forces to attack Zishan, and they suffered many casualties and returned in defeat. There are so many things to come. Zhao Yuniao also learned the news that the Qishir Mansion was reopened. Because of the Qishir Mansion, the geniuses and monsters of various tribes in Dongwang, Beiyuan, Shongzhou, Shima and Namman gathered spontaneously to the Qishir Mansion. Yi Fan was thrown to the earth by me, and now he has become a half-step great power. The Qishir Mansion here on the Burial Emperor Star has also been reopened. But I don't know if Yi Fan will come here by himself. After all, Lil Moon Jiziyue is still here, and the two have already left feelings in their hearts. But his parents are still alive now. I wonder what choice he will make. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yuniao became a little curious. Then his mind detected the traces of some geniuses such as the Son of God and the Daughter of God. Suddenly, he decisively left the interior of the city and flew to a primitive forest in the distance. The mist was floating. The drizzle was falling. The waves were shimmering, and the water was gurgling. In the picturesque landscape, a wooden boat was floating on the lake, drifting with the current, with a sense of leisure and freedom. At the bow, a young man and woman stood. The man had a handsome face, a tall and slender figure, and stood there with his hands behind his back, with a kind of arrogance. The drizzle added a natural charm. As for the purple-dressed girl beside the man, she was born with bright eyes and white teeth, beautiful and moving, with a pair of big black eyes turning around, with a sense of cunning and intelligence. These two people were Ji Haoyue, the Eastern Wilderness divine body, and Ji Ziyue, the Yuanling body, who were born in the ancient Ji family. The brother and sister traveled together and wandered among the mountains and rivers. Not far away, in another direction, a small boat drifted quietly, and a young man in green stood quietly on it, with a smile on his face that made people feel like spring breeze. Son of Yogwang. This guy is here too, Ji Ziyue muttered. But my brother is the strongest. With the appearance of a saint, Ji Haoyue turned his head to look at Son of Yogwang and nodded slightly to him. Son of Yogwang also smiled peacefully in return. Chapter 325, Mortal Body Counterattacks Ji Biyue. In the rippling lake, small boats and boats appeared one after another. Ji Haoyue stood on the bow with his hands behind his back, looking at the saint of Yugwang who was rushing over from the other side, with a look on his face that still showed that he was the strongest. His calmness and composure were quite in line with his proud demeanor of the Eastern Wilderness divine body. But at this moment, the look he gave the saint of Yugwang was solemn and serious, and it was obvious that some unusual changes could be seen from the performance of the saint of Yugwang. The saint of Yugwang today was not as radiant as before. Instead, he looked ordinary, like an ordinary person, riding alone on a small boat, drifting with the current. He was like a poetic and elegant talent, with an ethereal and peaceful elegance. He has indeed broken through to a new realm, worthy of being the contemporary saint of the Yugwang Holy Land. Ji Haoyue stared from afar, and was a little concerned about the saint of Yugwang. But he still believed that I was invincible. You are strong enough to be my opponent. When I become a divine body in the future, I will use the geniuses and goddesses in this world as my stepping stones to help me climb to a stronger emperor. As for now, I allow you to continue to work hard on your practice and be prepared to face me in the future. Thinking about things in his heart, Ji Haoyue's expression became calmer and calmer. After a brief look at the saint of Yugwang, he no longer paid attention to him, and still stood on the bow of the boat calmly, experiencing and understanding the charm of the quiet and natural mountains and rivers. That kind of peace and tranquility made his heart calm down as well. Not long after, a bright girl in a purple dress came from afar. Her beautiful eyebrows and temperament complemented the misty sky at the moment. Just standing on the treetops, it gave people a feeling of harmony with the natural world. The visitor was Zixia, the contemporary saint of Zifu Holy Land. Almost at the moment when Zixia appeared, the contemporary saint of Yaoqi Holy Land also flew from another direction, with fluttering clothes and flying flowers. It was like a fairy of flowers descending to the mortal world. Her hair, like black clouds, and her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, with a dreamy haze, and a kind of elegant and graceful temperament. In this misty drizzle, the lake environment with the sky and water, it looks particularly holy and beautiful. Then in the following time, many famous geniuses from the East Wilderness gathered here one after another. Xiang Yifei, the holy son of Dian Holy Land. Zhao Yanran, the holy maiden of Wanchu Holy Land. Feng Huang, the goddess of the ancient family. Yao Shi, the holy maiden of Yugwang Holy Land. Li Qingqing, the senior sister of Shaoyao sect. Hua Yunfei, the young master of Taishan sect, including Ji Biyue from the ancient Ji family, Jiang Kaixian from the ancient Jiang family, and others. They also came here one after another. Many well-known geniuses gathered here. It can be said that the strongest young generation in the East Wilderness gathered here. At the same time, in the other direction of the lake, Zhao Yuniao was also riding on a small wooden boat, floating towards this gathering place. That pair of white, slender, smooth and beautiful legs were casually placed on the side of the boat. The exquisite jade feet exposed outside were playing in the water. And as the small wooden boat wandered, clear water splashes were drawn on the water surface. With Yi Fan not here, many people survived. And all the Ji family march are here. It's really interesting. Arrogant little phoenix. Chess piece Hua Yunfei. And the most important son of Yugwang. Zhao Yuniao sat sideways on the bow, with a hint of smile in her beautiful eyes. Among all the forces present, the number of Tianju coming from the ancient Ji family is the largest. But although there are many geniuses in the Ji family, there are very strong internal conflicts. On the contrary, it seems that the whole is not very strong. Among the strongest Tianjiao group in the Ji family march, she is most optimistic about Ji Biyue's future potential. Ji Haoyue was born with the East Wilderness divine body, with a special physique, and he is also a direct member of the Ji family. He has been able to enjoy extremely generous cultivation resources since childhood, and the foundation of the Emperor Sutra Void Sutra. As for his sister Ji Ziyue, the special physique Yuanling body is even more powerful and terrifying than the East Wilderness divine body. The resources he can enjoy are more than Ji Haoyue. However, Ji Biyue, who is also one of the 3 moons of the Ji family, did not have such good conditions for cultivation before. Ji Biyue was born in the side branch of the Ji family, with a very low status, very few resources, and she was still an ordinary mortal body without any special physical bonus. Such a birth status destined her to have a very difficult path at the beginning, not to mention the family's highest inheritance of the Emperor's scripture Void Scripture. Even the great scriptures are difficult enough. After all, the head of the family is only at the great level. The famous figures in the family are only at the level of the 4 extreme secret realms. With GBU's humble side branch mortal body, and no background in the family, she can get the Tao Palace level of scriptures to practice, which is a good start. Scriptures, resources, physique, and teachers who explain and teach. She has nothing. With her own hard work, she climbed to the same level as the direct members such as Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue, and gained the reputation of one of the 3 geniuses of the Ji family. Such a result proves one thing. GBU's comprehension is so powerful that it far exceeds Ji Haoyue of the Eastern Wilderness Divine Body and Ji Ziyue of the Yuanling Body. It is precisely because of this that after noticing GBU's extraordinary comprehension, the top leaders of the Ji family began to change her family identity and adjust her resource allocation, scripture practice authority, etc. There are even more than one big figure in the family who are optimistic about GBU's future. GBU was specially nominated as one of the candidates for the next head of the family. It can be said to be a typical example of the counterattack and rise of the collateral mortal body. And now GBU is targeting Ji Ziyue because she resisted the injustice she suffered when she was a child, and envied and jealous that she could easily get everything she wanted without any effort just because of her special physique identity of the direct lineage. But Ji Ziyue didn't know how to cherish these things at all, and only knew how to play all day long. She wasted a lot of resources casually, but she wanted to get a little bit. But she had to fight for it with her life. Suffered a lot, and she might not get it in the end. If Yi Fan, the destined protagonist, hadn't killed GBU, even if Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue, the 2 siblings, joined together, would not be enough for GBU to ravage with one hand. After all, the cultivation after the 4 extreme secret realm is more inclined to understanding, and the proportion of resources is greatly reduced. Whoever has a stronger understanding will go further in the future. At this moment, although he has not approached the gathering area, Zhao Yunyao has clearly noticed the situation there. Now GBU is already a cultivator of the 3rd transformation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. But she has been hidden by her secret method, and shows the realm of the 1st transformation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm to the outside world. Ji Haoyue, the head of the Ji family's 3 months, is now in the realm of the 5th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. As for Ji Ziyue, let's not talk about her. She is still a rookie in the 4 extreme secret realm. Chapter 326 Sweating Profusely Hua Yunfei. Among the 3 moons of the Ji family, Ji Ziyue has the strongest potential for special physique. Compared with her brother Ji Haoyue's Dongwang divine body, she is not even worthy of carrying shoes. But Ji Ziyue only knows how to play and be lazy all day long, and does not practice seriously at all. So now she has become the weakest among the 3 moons of the Ji family. She is not as good as GBU, who started as an ordinary mortal body and a member of the collateral line. She was overtaken and surpassed by the latecomers, and is even about to catch up with Ji Haoyue's cultivation realm. Without Yi Fan's destiny restraint, GBU is not dead now. Her cultivation realm will soon catch up with Ji Haoyue, the strongest genius boasted by the Ji family. And as time goes by, the future achievements of both sides will only get bigger and bigger. For practitioners with high comprehension, the 4 extreme secret realm is the real starting point for them to start working hard. Thinking of the scene of GBU beating Ji Haoyue, Zhao Yunyao smiled more. The special feature of the secret realm method lies here. Limited by the influence of the incomplete environment of the universe, it is difficult for a special physique that is too strong to reach the extreme realm. The environment of the universe itself is insufficient and cannot support the existence of a big appetite. On the contrary, the weakest mortal body practitioners have the least needs and are easy to transform. In this short-lived and resource-poor environment, it is very suitable for the extreme realm. However, at the beginning, mortal body practitioners are far inferior to special physique practitioners, and are almost crushed and surpassed in all aspects. The innate advantages of special physique are too great to achieve the real reversal of fate for mortal bodies. It lies in the level of the 4 extreme secret realms, because only when entering the 4 extreme secret realm stage can practitioners feel the existence of the laws of heaven and earth. And can they perceive, understand, apply and control the laws. The core influencing factor in this regard is comprehension. The deeper the practice, the greater the proportion of comprehension, which can be regarded as the core attribute of practitioners in the middle and late stages. The strength of comprehension is also the key to whether ordinary practitioners can reverse their advantages and disadvantages. If you want to change your fate, you have to rely on comprehension after the 4 extreme secret realm. Being able to reach this point with a mortal body, GBUA has the strongest comprehension among all the geniuses present. As for the others, they all have special physiques. Star body, Yuan Ling body, Xiantian Dao fetus, Dong Wang divine body, incomplete chaos body. Zhao Yu now sat sideways on the small wooden boat, with an elegant and calm expression, and her watery eyes swept across, seeing the details of everyone present clearly, no matter how they hide themselves. It is completely useless to her. At the same time, when Zhao Yuniao looked at all the young men and women present without hiding herself, these men and women from various powers, noble families, and holy places also noticed Zhao Yuniao, who had also come here. They all thought about and observed the identity of the newcomer. But she was wearing a gorgeous red dress, with a soft and charming figure, extraordinary temperament, and a beautiful and holy appearance. Now she was just sitting sideways on a small wooden boat, without any amazing vision, giving all the men and women present a mysterious Tao rhyme of harmony with the Tao of nature. In the process of transcending the ordinary and entering the holy, she contained a sacred and domineering aura of control of the Tao. The innate Tao Yun is more powerful than Zixia. Seeing this, Ji Haoyue frowned slightly unconsciously, and his face became more serious. Even the innate Tao fetus can't compare. Could it be that this girl is the legendary innate holy body Tao fetus? It is really a world of great contention. I didn't expect that even this legendary special physique would appear. What a terrible Tao Yun. Wanchu Saint Zixia stood on the treetop, also staring at the beautiful and holy girl dressed in red makeup, and instinctively felt an extremely terrible restrained pressure in her heart. It was like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao came to the world in person, with a kind of transcendence and mystery belonging to the heavenly Tao. She was born with a special physique and innate Tao fetus, extremely close to the Tao law order, and was always in a special state of unity between heaven and man, in a kind of closed Tao result of affinity with the great Tao. But it was precisely because of this that she could understand how terrible this strange girl in red skirt was. Staring at each other, she seemed to be facing the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, influenced by the innate Tao fetus. Zixia was shocked to find that she could not even think of challenging the girl in the red skirt. She even had an instinctive impulse to submit to the other party. What kind of special physique is this? So terrifying? With pure Tao rhyme, without actively attacking, it is easy to suppress the innate Tao fetus. And there is such a transcendent and sacred aura. Could it be the legendary innate holy body Tao fetus? Thinking of this possibility, Zixia's face finally changed slightly. The Yaoqi saint, not far away, also blinked her beautiful eyes gently, curiously looking at this strange person, secretly guessing which big force the other party came from. But when Zhao Yunao approached a certain range, Hua Yunfei, who was originally calm, shook his body unconsciously, and his eyes looking at the girl in the red skirt suddenly became terrified and desperate for a moment. The demon art of devouring the sky that he was forced to practice resonated mysteriously with the other party, and it produced the result of absolute suppression and restraint. In addition to the holy son of Yaguang, there is another true descendant who practices both the demon art of devouring the sky and the immortal heaven art at the same time. What should I do? Where is my way out? Just a holy son of Yaguang has made him desperate. Unexpectedly, there is one more now. Just thinking about it, Hua Yunfei was already sweating profusely, and his heart was terrified. But he didn't want to die, so he could only try to resist and struggle again and again. But every time, he was easily pressed back, forcing him to move forward along the established path. If this is my fate, I will never be willing. Hua Yunfei unconsciously clenched his fingers slightly. At the same time, the Yaguang saint, who was standing on the boat like a handsome and talented man, also looked at the strange red-dressed girl who suddenly arrived with strange eyes. Many speculations and thoughts immediately emerged in his mind. That guy clearly told me that I was the only true successor. The others were just special nutrients cultivated. But now, there is a second true successor, and he appeared in front of me openly. What exactly do they want to do? What are their calculations? In just a short while, the Yaguang saint had already made up many conspiracies and tricks in his mind. He looked at the red-dressed girl with a hint of hidden vigilance. As the true saint of the Holy Land, he naturally knew many unknown secrets. The Yaguang practitioners, who mastered the devouring heaven demon art and the immortal heaven art, were the true descendants of the Yaguang Holy Land. Those who practiced other skills were outsiders who joined the Holy Land later. Because the true direct lineage of the Yaoguang Holy Land was the descendants of the same village as the ruthless devouring heaven demon emperor. It is precisely because of this close relationship that the dragon-patterned black gold tripod, an ultimate imperial weapon, is located inside the Yaoguang Holy Land. Chapter 327 True and False Saint. When Zhao Yuniao sat sideways on the small wooden boat and came near the crowd, she keenly noticed the changes in the eyes of Hua Yunfei and Yaoguang Saint. Although the changes were very subtle and fleeting, she still captured them accurately. Zhao Yuniao's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she smiled lightly, looking gentle and innocent. She suddenly whispered to Hua Yunfei in secret, "Little brother, you are sweating all over." Hearing this suddenly, Hua Yunfei's body stiffened suddenly, and the whole person was so scared that he almost jumped up on the spot, and a layer of white hair and cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. But he quickly realized that there were many other powerful people here. The other party did not dare to reveal the identity of the ruthless inheritor in this place. Once this was really done, the news would inevitably spread quickly throughout the entire Burial Emperor Star, and it was unknown how many old monsters would be attracted to target and kill. Although he knew that doing so would definitely drag the other party into trouble. But Hua Yunfei was very sure that before these old monsters from big forces surrounded and killed him, the entire Taishian sect would be wiped out without a single survivor. As the young master of Taishian sect, Hua Yunfei did not dare to reveal his identity to the other party. He was even one of the heirs of the demon art of devouring the sky. Once exposed, he would be doomed, and he would probably die faster than the other party. After all, there are powerful protectors behind such true descendants. Just when Hua Yunfei was worried and thinking wildly, the sages of Yaoqi and Zifu, who were standing not far away, glanced at Hua Yunfei at the same time, and obviously noticed the fleeting nervousness and fear of Hua Yunfei. It seems that he knows this girl in red, and he may be able to find out her background from Hua Yunfei. Zhao Yunran's eyes moved slightly, and she was thinking, this Hua Yunfei is not small in reputation, and his cultivation is not weak, but he can actually scare him to this extent. This little sister, who looks very holy and beautiful, has incredible real skills. Xixia, who is also a saint, noticed Hua Yunfei's instinctive reaction. She felt more and more that the visitor had the legendary innate holy body and Tao fetus. Although she had never seen this kind of powerful special physique, and only mentioned it in a few words in ancient books, it was obviously not an ordinary special physique that could suppress herself with a restrained Tao rhyme. After a lot of brainstorming, Xixia looked at the girl in red, and her eyes became more serious. As for the current saint of Yaoqi Holy Land standing on the water nearby, she first looked at the woman in the red dress, then glanced at Hua Yunfei, and then turned to continue staring at the woman in the red dress. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes blinked gently, and some small thoughts quickly emerged in her mind. I don't know what kind of powerful special physique she has. The 9-hole strange stone inside the Yaoqi has absorbed a lot of divine blood. Demon blood, spiritual blood, demon blood and holy blood. If we can take some blood from her and pour it on the 9-hole strange stone, maybe we can further enhance and strengthen the female Holy Spirit inside. When the female Holy Spirit is born in the future, it will surely make the Yaoqi Holy Land the most respected in the world. However, before making these small thoughts, we must first understand the other party's identity, especially what kind of special physique. However, in the current situation, it is obviously not the time to inquire about the news immediately. Yaoqi Saint Maiden had to suppress some thoughts in her heart temporarily. She teased Hua Yunfei a little, but he was frightened and uneasy. Seeing this, Zhao Yunio's delicate face smiled even more. Suddenly, I feel happy teasing a child. Look at the child's white hair swaying. If there were not so many people here, Hua Yunfei would have turned around and ran away. The pair of crystal clear and moist eyes blinked gently, as if they could speak. Zhao Yunao quickly passed by Hua Yunfei, and her eyes inadvertently swept over Yaoguang Saint Sun and Yaoguang Saint Maiden, and secretly spoke to Yaoguang Saint Sun. Hello, true saint. It's our first meeting. Let me introduce myself. I am the true saint, namely Feiyu. I have been practicing in seclusion before, and not many people know my identity. But I have heard a lot about your reputation. You are a good genius. She is the true saint? Saint Yaoguang was slightly stunned when he heard the secret voice transmission. His eyes scanned the beautiful figure of Saint Yaoshi. She can know my true identity directly. And she is also practicing devouring heaven magic and immortal heaven art at the same time. How many things have those old guys concealed from me? Although Saint Yebwang is usually suspicious and deep-minded. But in this regard, he really didn't doubt the words of Li Feiyu. After all, looking at this world, any identity can be impersonated. But there is only one identity that no one would ever think of impersonating. That is the identity of the heir of the ruthless lineage. It would be better to commit suicide directly than to pretend to be this identity. Yao Shi is a saint who was later cultivated and selected by outsiders in the Holy Land. She is not an orthodox Yogwang lineage. Let her be a cover for the public identity. Given the character of those old guys, it is really possible. Just like my own identity cover, there are also Hua Yunfei and others. Now that Li Feiyu can come out and no longer continue to hide and cultivate, it means that her cultivation level has been raised to a preliminary level that is enough to protect herself. I just don't know how much difference there is between her and me now. In just a short while, many thoughts have emerged in the heart of the Yogwang saint. Now he is going to travel far away, leaving the East Wilderness and heading to the Qishir mansion in Zhongzhou. Therefore, the protector who followed him before has already separated. So at this moment, if he wants to ask about the news of the real Saint Li Feiyu, he can't contact her directly. Well, I'll ask those old guys when I have time. Thinking about things in his heart, the Holy Sun Yogwang smiled softly. It gave people a comfortable feeling like being bathed in spring breeze. His performance was not much different from before, and he did not recognize Li Feiyu in public. He was like a bystander who knew nothing, standing quietly on the boat and watching. You all came here for the strange mansion. Ji Haoyue suddenly took the initiative to speak and said calmly, this time, I will meet many geniuses from Shima, Beiyuan, Zhongzhou and Nanman. We are all Eastern Desert cultivators. When the time comes, we can help each other and avoid many unnecessary accidents. Brother Ji is right. We must be careful of the conspiracy and tricks of the local snakes. Xiang Yifei, the holy son of Dai in Holy Land, followed the loud voice and spoke. And then his eyes swept to Zhao Yunyao, who had just arrived here. However, the premise of helping each other is that we must at least be familiar with each other and know what forces the other party comes from. There are so many people here, but there is only one person whose origin is unknown. Chapter 328. This is Li Feiyu. When Xiang Yifei, the great evolution saint, said these words, whether it was Wanchu saint, Xixiong saint, or Feng Wang, the goddess of the ancient Feng family, they all turned their heads to look at the girl in a red skirt sitting on an ordinary small wooden boat. She was sitting there, with no signs of anything unusual on her body, and looked ordinary. And her appearance and aura were very unfamiliar. All the young men and women present knew each other, and knew what major forces each other came from. But only this girl in a red skirt. Few people knew. Even never heard of any woman whose reputation could correspond to her. Those who can come here to participate in the gathering are either core members from top major forces, or the next heirs of the ancient family, or the saints of the immortal Holy Land. Ordinary small sects and small schools are not qualified to participate. Xiang Yifei, the great evolution saint, looked at Zhao Yunyao with a cold and arrogant face and a calm expression. The whole person has the unique arrogance of the core personnel of the immortal Holy Land. Who is coming? Tell us your name so that we can hear whether your status and position are qualified to join our circle. You are a nameless person, not even qualified to be our maid or concubine. Of course, if you have good cultivation and outstanding performance, this saint will reluctantly give you a chance to be a follower. After these words came out, although the others did not say anything, but they also paid special attention to this strange girl in red skirt. Although some people disdained the Saint of Dian, the words of the Saint of Dian touched their hearts. The communication circle of the top forces is not for everyone. Ordinary disciples from small sects are not even qualified to lick their toes. Not to mention the lowest and most humble members of the loose cultivation, as expected of the people of the heaven-shaking sect. Each of them is mysteriously confident in themselves. Zhao Yunyao did not attack Xiang Yifei after hearing his words, but still had a smile on her face. A pair of beautiful eyes swept to Xiang Yifei's waist. Staring at the gourd for a moment, a meaningful smile appeared on that beautiful and holy face. This palace, Li Feiyu. I didn't expect that the luck of the great Yin Saint is really good. This gourd hanging casually on his waist is a Jidao imperial weapon that has lost its spirit. As far as I know, the great Yin Holy Land does not seem to have a Jidao imperial weapon in the shape of a gourd. As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly turned their heads and stared at the great Yin Saint Xiang Yifei. Focusing on the black gourd magic weapon that looked ordinary. Even in the eyes of more than one person, there was a flash of greedy and fiery murderous intent. Many young men and women quietly adjusted their positions and surrounded the great evolution saint. They did not give Xiang Yifei any chance to escape. My gourd treasure is the ultimate imperial weapon that has lost its spirit. The great evolution saint was also shocked and surprised when he heard Li Feiyu's words. He himself did not know what level this thing was. He only knew that this thing was very strong and solid, and had helped him resist many powerful attacks. It was a treasure that was quite handy to use. But at this moment, after feeling the gazes of others around him, the great evolution saint shuddered. The murderous intent hidden in the eyes of many people seemed to want to eat him alive. Facing so many saints and saints alone, he had no chance of survival. He immediately denied it without hesitation. Humph! It's really nonsense. Talking nonsense. The great evolution saint had a cold face and shouted, if this thing is really a supreme emperor weapon that has lost its spirit, how could it fall into the hands of this saint? This saint has used this thing more than once in front of people, and many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. Today, it has become a supreme emperor weapon in your mouth. What a joke. If it was an emperor weapon, would those people still have a way to survive? The spirit of the weapon dissipated, and the way was silent. So it became mediocre. Zhao Yu now smiled and said in a relaxed tone, words, but you only need to use divine power to nurture this thing for a long time to make it grow spirituality. At that time, the dormant great Emperor Dao will surely revive and manifest again. Then isn't this a complete and ownerless supreme Dao Emperor weapon? Even if it can't nurture new spirituality, just carry it with you on weekdays and often comprehend it. There is a great chance to comprehend the mysterious secrets of the great Emperor Dao fruit. This is a great help on the road to becoming the great emperor. Speaking of this, Zhao Yunyao said no more. The delicate and holy face still had a gentle smile that made people feel like spring breeze. She believed that when the news was heard by the saints and saints present, the great Yen saint would definitely not survive for a day. A broken imperial weapon that has no owner but can be controlled is too tempting. Except for a cheating existence like himself who is dressed in divine clothes. No one will ignore it. Xiang Yifei, the son of the great Yin, is about to die. I am so kind. Others have taken the initiative to humiliate me. But I didn't kill him myself. Zhao Yu now sat alone on the small wooden boat, looking at the clear lake with pity. There must be not many beautiful girls as kind and gentle as me in this world. I am kind-hearted and can't bear to see blood. So I have to find a way to let someone else take my place. Combing her hair towards the reflection of the beauty on the water, Zhao Yu now smiled lightly. Her expression and posture were gentle and well-behaved, just like Lin Daiyu in the world. Almost the next moment after Zhao Yunyao said these words, Ji Haoyue soared into the air, and a shocking and vast divine power fluctuation bloomed from his body. In silence, a vast ocean appeared out of thin air around Ji Haoyue's body, and a bright moon hung above his head. The waning moon hung high in the sky, casting a hazy moonlight, making the waves of the sea seem like a dream. It is the ancient vision of the great power, the bright moon on the sea. Li Qingqing, the eldest sister of Xiaoyao's sect, was shocked when she saw this. I didn't expect the Ji family's divine body to come directly. Is he planning to rob the emperor's soldiers again? Ji Haoyue waved his hand and pushed his sister Ji Ziyu aside. Then he stood in the air, with his hands behind his back, looking down at the great Yen Saint Xiang Yifei with an arrogant look, and spoke calmly. The whole person was casual and indifferent. I'll give you a chance. Just hand over the gourd on your waist. Since my divine body was formed, there are few divine weapons in this world that I like, and I lack a weapon that I can use daily. If you don't agree, don't blame me for killing you here today. Humph. You believe whatever that woman says. It turns out that the Ji family's divine body has lost its mind. The son of Dian mocked, but he became more and more nervous. Chapter 329 Emperor Hengyu was forced to leave Zhengzhou. Originally it was just a gathering of geniuses before leaving for Zhengzhou. As a result, because of Zhao Yunyu's few words, it suddenly became a panic, especially the main target, Xiang Yifei, the son of Dian, who wanted to crush Li Feiyu with his own hands, because he didn't have the confidence to face so many sons and daughters of saints alone. Seeing Ji Haoyue was the first to start the trouble, Xiang Yifei had to force himself to stay calm, mocking and defending Ji Haoyue, trying to divert everyone's attention. But unfortunately, the stubborn young master Ji Haoyue didn't care about his words at all, whether it is true or not. You just need to hand over the things, and I will judge it myself. Ji Haoyue stood in the air, with his hands behind his back, purple clothes fluttering, looking like a handsome and extraordinary immortal. It was just what he did, and what he said at this moment. But Ji Haoyue had a strong and domineering attitude of I am the only one who is supreme. Seeing Ji Haoyue's attitude, Xiang Yifei's heart suddenly sank. And soon, he also had some anger. He is also a saint's son, a core senior staff member from the immortal Holy Land. In terms of status, he thinks he is not much worse than Ji Haoyue, who comes from the ancient Ji family. Now Ji Haoyue's behavior obviously does not take him. The saint son of Dian? Seriously? Damn it. Really think you can defeat the saint's son? Xiang Yifei's mind turned quickly, and suddenly took off the black leather gourd hanging on his waist, and took the initiative to activate it to deal with Ji Haoyue's will see phenomenon. In an instant, a series of sharp sword energy erupted from the mouth of the gourd. It was like a long river of sword energy, rushing straight towards the vast blue sea and bright moon. The two sides only collided once, and the aftermath that spread out had already caused the surrounding lake water to sink. Since you choose to abandon my good intentions, you will bear the consequences yourself. No one can go against the will of me. Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue looked proud, waving his hands and flicking his sleeves. The vast waves of the blue sea below him suddenly rushed up to the sky, like a water dragon soaring into the sky, and fiercely entangled with the long river of sharp sword energy. The seemingly bright and gentle moonlight now carries a terrible power that penetrates the void. It shines silently and penetrates to the place where the son of Dian is. The son of Dian has a serious face, and he wields the chaotic sword energy with his hands and feet, and cooperates with his black gourd to fight Ji Haoyue head-on, showing his extraordinary qualities as a son of the saint. During the entire battle, all the young men and women in this area focused their attention on the black-skinned gourd in the hands of the great evolution saint, and focused on observing more of this thing. When they saw that this thing could actually fight and kill with the ancient powerful vision, and was not at all inferior, everyone understood that this thing was definitely not an ordinary treasure. However, the various strong and special features that the extreme imperial weapon should have were not revealed on this thing, and it even looked inferior to the powerful weapon. Xiang Yifei was quite thoughtful. He knew to use the battle situation to show the situation of the gourd to the outside world, trying to use this to show that this thing was not a defective imperial weapon. Unfortunately, he seemed to underestimate the greed and covetous mentality of the world for the imperial weapon. Looking at the scene from a distance, Zhao Yunio's pretty face still smiled. At this moment, he was completely in a posture of watching a good show. Even if this thing is not a broken imperial weapon, it is valued by the holy son of the Holy Land, so it is obviously a good treasure. Hua Yunfei looked at the black gourd in Xiang Yifei's hand, and felt more and more depressed. Now, in addition to the holy son of Yugwang, there is also a terrible true successor. If I don't find a way to use external forces, I can't see any hope of survival in the future. If I can take this thing and use it for myself, there will definitely be a greater chance. It's just strange that why didn't the other party choose to act secretly, but instead said this matter in public? Is there some conspiracy that I don't know about? After secretly thinking and guessing, Hua Yunfei did not make any rash moves, especially when the holy son of Yugwang and Li Feiyu were still here. In just a short while, Xiang Yifei couldn't stand Ji Haoyue's divine body vision attack, and the whole person fell into a disadvantageous stage, and it seemed that he was struggling to support it. Damn! How can this guy be so powerful and terrifying? The Eastern Wilderness divine body is really so terrifying. The great evolution saint was deeply surprised that Ji Haoyue's special physique was stronger than he expected, which made him somewhat unwilling to continue fighting here. Taking advantage of another fight with Ji Haoyue, he flew backwards to distance himself. Then, he suddenly took out a void teleportation array and left the place decisively with himself. Almost at the same time when the great evolution saint made this move, many men and women followed him in different ways. No matter what the great evolution saint said, they had to try it themselves. What if that thing is really a broken imperial weapon? Looking at the backs of many familiar people who suddenly left one after another, the eyes of the holy son of Yugwang inadvertently swept over Hua Yunfei, and then stared at Li Feiyu sitting on the small wooden boat, and asked quietly through voice transmission, I am very curious. Why would you say such a thing publicly? If it is really a broken imperial weapon, wouldn't it be better to keep it privately, and keep it as your own trump card? Or is this news actually false? Hearing the words of the secret voice transmission of the holy son of Yugwang, Zhao Yunyu's expression remained the same, communicating with him in the same way of telepathy. Give me enough time. My own refining weapon will be enough to grow into an existence that surpasses the extreme imperial weapon. Why should I pursue and fight for the broken weapons left by others? That thing is indeed a broken imperial weapon, but it has no weapon spirit. When the holy son of Yugwang heard these words, in my heart, I thought that Li Feiyu was arrogant and aspired to be the great emperor. She was confident that she could sweep everything and did not need the help of external objects such as the incomplete imperial weapon. But she did not need it. The holy son of Yugwang felt that he needed such a thing. The more trump cards that can save lives, the better. Especially the top existence of the imperial weapon. Once encountered, it must not be easily missed. Just when the holy son of Yugwang, Jibiyue, Hua Yunfei and others were thinking secretly, Zhao Yunyao suddenly stood up from the small wooden boat. A pair of beautiful eyes swept across the water and looked at the verdant ancient mountain at the end of the field of vision. This mountain with lush vegetation is very famous here. It is named Hengyu Peak. It is said that it was the last place where Emperor Hengyu was forced to flee the East Wasteland when he was chased and killed by the ancient mighty. Crossing this place will no longer belong to the scope of the East Wasteland. According to many ancient books, when Emperor Hengyu was forced by the powerful to leave Zhengzhou, he stood on the top of this mountain and gazed at his hometown. It is precisely because of this that it is said that there are traces of the Emperor's rime left here. But few people can feel it. Chapter 330 The House of Strange Men. Recalling the historical records that Emperor Hengyu was forced by a powerful person to flee the East Wilderness and go to Zhengzhou for refuge, Zhao Yunyao almost couldn't help laughing. The person who can record such history is also a rare talent. She tapped the bow deck of the small wooden boat with her toes, and the real person floated up as if without any effort, flying in the air, with her clothes fluttering, and soon crossed a long distance, came to the top of Hengyu Peak alone, standing on a high place, overlooking the surrounding world. For a moment, I only felt that my thoughts became vast and far-reaching, and my state of mind was clear and peaceful, as if I had returned to heaven and earth. Emperor Hengyu really came to this place. There is indeed a trace of extraordinary Tao Rime left, but it is very weak, and it is difficult to sense and capture the existence of Tao Rime. With Zhao Yunyu's own strong understanding, she can naturally perceive the situation here keenly. But she was also very sure that among this group of young male and female geniuses, except for herself, the comprehension of others was not enough to feel and perceive the rime of Tao. At most, Jibiyue had a slight possibility. At this moment, Zhao Yunyu's eyes swept across the distance, and a smile flashed at the corner of her lips. Beautiful and gorgeous. I had overestimated Xiang Yifei, the great evolution son. It was not even a cup of tea before he was killed by force. And the incomplete imperial weapon gourd was also snatched away by someone. Yugwang's son. This guy is really well hidden. She clearly sensed that the person who killed the great evolution son was someone else. But the final winner was Yugwang's son, who was ambushing in secret. And while snatching the black gourd, he also killed several saints. Even their bodies were taken away, and no one was left. In the eyes of others, this move was just to prevent the bodies from being left behind, to give the Holy Land and the family behind him the opportunity to track him, and to eliminate a certain degree of security risks. But only Hua Yunfei and Yugwang Saint knew. These fresh and warm bodies of saints and saints are the nutrients for the devouring heaven magic art. They are used to their full potential, and they must make contributions even if they die. After all, those who can achieve the position of saints and saints are all possessors of special physiques. It is simply a delicious delicacy for practitioners of the devouring heaven magic art. Compared to the physical essence of special physiques, the heavenly Tao essence I swallowed is more difficult to digest and absorb and use for myself. Even if there is only a trace, it takes enough time to refine and absorb. This will promote the transformation of the physical essence bit by bit. Distractedly feeling the changes in herself, Zhao Yunyao knew that this time was definitely not short. Although ordinary mortal bodies are prone to transformation, it also depends on what is used to transform, and to what height. Different categories naturally require obvious differences in time and energy. The clone of the ninth heaven of the dragon transformation secret realm is enough for me to go out and wander around now. Zhao Yunyao looked into the distance, her eyes moving, since the Qishur mansion has been opened. Let's go there to play. Compared to the single East Wilderness, it is more interesting to beat the geniuses of the 5 domains at the same time. After thinking about it, She waved her hand and took out the light spear. Then he thrust forward. The sharp tip pierced through the void, tearing it like a rag. Then, without any hesitation, Zhao Yuniao grasped a spear in one hand, jumped into the crack of the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye in the East Wilderness. When more and more descendants of major forces, saints and saints, etc. left the East Wilderness one after another, this ancient and vast area suddenly became much quieter, without so many quarrels and noises. And even some places were in a state of old age. Stagnant water and no waves are the daily portrayal of the entire East Wilderness. No one will fight desperately with others for no reason. Without Yifan, the catfish, this burial emperor star is indeed less fun. And the intensity of the fight has been reduced a lot. Zhao Yuniao carried a spear and walked alone on the land of Zhongzhou. A pair of watery and beautiful eyes leisurely looked at the natural beauty around. Different from the primitive mountains and forests in the East Wilderness, the situation here in Zhongzhou is mostly based on cities. Every city, no matter how big or small, is built on the dragon vein. The city is used as the center of the formation to absorb the power of the dragon vein and use it for daily practice. It is precisely because of this special practice environment. The resources such as dragon marrow needed for the dragon transformation secret realm are produced in large quantities and of better quality in Zhongzhou, making it easier to get than other places. Compared with Zhongzhou, Nanling, which is called Southern Barbarians by some people, is a bit of a local region. But this nickname is not wrong. There are many wild beasts and savages in Nanling. Many places are based on uncivilized and barbaric primitive tribes. They are indeed a group of barbarians who do not know etiquette. Compared to the Nanling area, which is blackened as the Southern Barbarians, no one in Zhongzhou dares to smear and nickname it. The main reason is that there are not only a large number of practitioners in Zhongzhou, but also a high level of cultivation. In addition, Zhongzhou also has a super teleportation formation that connects to other ancient life stars, which can communicate and exchange with other ancient life stars. Even the famous Qishir Mansion is located in Zhongzhou. The Qishir Mansion will only be opened once every tens of thousands of years. Every time it is opened, it will attract all kinds of geniuses to gather here, whether they are from the immortal Holy Land or the immortal dynasty, or the ancient family of the same level. Even if they are from small sects or even pure casual cultivators, they can join the Qishir Mansion. It can be said that everyone is welcome, regardless of their origin. There is only one condition threshold to join the Qishir Mansion. That is to have a cultivation level comparable to that of the Saint Son and Saintess of the same realm. The reason why the Qishir Mansion is so eye-catching, in addition to having many precious cultivation resources, the most important reason is that this place is connected to the Starry Sky Ancient Road. It is an entrance and exit of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. Going on the Starry Sky Ancient Road means truly embarking on the elimination road of competing for the only emperor position in the universe. This thing is the key to the Qishir Mansion attracting geniuses from all sides. After walking around for a while, Zhao Yu now came to the place where the Qishir Mansion is located, standing in the distance, looking forward. But in the distance, the beautiful land, the waterfalls are rushing, roaring like dragons. The ancient trees are vigorous. The beautiful trees are lush, and all kinds of rugged rocks are naturally scattered, full of mysterious style. Many old spiritual medicines are almost randomly rooted and grown on the cliffs and in the mountains and forests. There are many spiritual medicines with medicinal effects of thousands of years and tens of thousands of years. From time to time, you can see many rare birds and animals appearing in the mountains and forests, showing their transcendent appearance. The underground dragon veins converge, and the essence on the ground gushes. This place is like a sacred land of immortal mountains. Chapter 331 Red-Haired Monster. Walking along the way, it was like an outing. Zhao Yuniao, wearing a red dress, had a charming figure and a beautiful face. Although she was also a beauty, she was not as beautiful as the top-level beauty of the Saint of Yaoqi in the past. Now, after the ritual optimization of the skin, flesh, tendons and bones, she can be regarded as a feast for the eyes. She looks like a beautiful and graceful girl from a small family. However, for most practitioners, unless the cultivation method requires it, the appearance is not an important condition. In the world of cultivation, the realm of cultivation is the core. Staring at the Qishir Mansion not far away for a while, Zhao Yu now took out the light spear, carried it on her shoulder, and walked towards the gate of the Qishir Mansion very naturally. He had not really approached there yet. From a distance, she saw that many young men and women had gathered there, making the majestic mountain gate look particularly lively. A casual glance showed that there were tens of thousands of them. And this was just the beginning. There will be a steady stream of young talents gathering in the future. Let this ancient force, that has been silent for tens of thousands of years, once again radiate new vitality. In this era, when there are no saints in the world, there are real saints in the Cheshire Mansion. And there is more than one saint, which can be called the first force in the Big Dipper. Well, it has already begun. This entry test method is simple and crude. Fight each other. Whoever wins will enter. Or the younger, the higher the cultivation, the better. And you can enter directly without even fighting. Zhao Yuniao approached quickly after strolling along the way. Although there were many geniuses of various races, the number of geniuses who could really join the Cheshire Mansion was pitifully small. According to previous records, there would be only a few hundred places at most. But on the first day, when the gate of Cheshire Mansion was opened, the number of geniuses gathered here was already over 10,000. And it was still increasing. The types covered the geniuses of multiple intelligent races. There were human races, demon races, spirit races, and ancient races. And there were quite a few types. She saw someone casually slap to death a person of the same realm, with a special physique of the king level. Then he joined the Cheshire Mansion. There were also geniuses floating in the sky, passing the heavenly tribulation of the dragon transformation secret realm, while floating into the Cheshire Mansion. There was also Wang Chong, a direct disciple of the Huangguang family, who easily swept through the assessment and passed the gate with his powerful and amazing potential and cultivation of the 9th level of the dragon transformation secret realm at the age of 9, and walked into the gate of the Cheshire Mansion so swaggeringly. Such a young cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm can be said to have stunned all the male and female geniuses. It also made everyone present more awed and admired his brother Wang Tung. The geniuses of various races either showed their special physical strength or the terrifying extraordinary bloodline. There are also secret methods of understanding and control and application. With the stubbornness of the heaven-shaking man, the way to pass the level is also simple and rough. Just fight. As long as you can beat it. No matter what method you use. It is your ability. So that the casualties are a lot at the beginning of the test. After watching for a while, Zhao Yuniao suddenly took the initiative to stand up. He blocked the door of Cheshire Mansion openly. I heard that you are good at fighting. And each of you is very brave, stubborn and confident. Zhao Yuniao looked around at everyone and took the initiative to challenge. Today, let me, Li Feiyu, come and test your weight. Let's see if you, a bunch of geniuses who are boasted about, are really worthy of the reputation. Where did this lunatic come from? And he actually made such a fuss here. At this time, a handsome young man wearing a black and white yin-yang fish Taoist robe stood out from the crowd, looked at Zhao Yuniao who was blocking the way, and shouted, "Say your name obediently. I, the holy son of yin-yang sect, will not kill unknown people. Look at you, little girl. You look pretty good. I will beat you to death in a while. Keep him by my side and serve him like an obedient dog." I didn't expect that even the holy son of yin-yang sect would come. I only heard of him before, but never saw him. Today is the first time I saw him with my own eyes. Beside him, a passerby exclaimed in amazement and praised loudly, as expected of a holy sun-level existence. This momentum is different. Since the holy son of yin-yang sect has appeared, the holy daughter must have arrived here as well. A sharp-eyed passerby began to look around, and soon found the holy daughter of yin-yang sect in the dense crowd. Look! The holy daughter of yin-yang sect is there. She is really beautiful. I heard that there is a top-secret method in yin-yang sect, which requires men and women to practice together, cooperate with each other, and fight together to achieve the goal of attacking the enemy. After hearing the words of the holy son of yin-yang sect, Zhao Yuniao did not say anything. The passers-by who were watching on the side were almost revealing the secrets of the yin-yang cult. They looked like they knew all the secrets, and they were well-versed in the past, present and future, and had a clear understanding of the Holy Land family. Such an outrageous degree made Zhao Yuniao look sideways frequently. Why do these guys look like they know everything? It seems that no secret can be hidden from them. Out of curiosity, the main body hidden in the Mother Nest bracelet casually pulled out the past timelines of these passers-by, and looked down to observe the past and future of these guys. The densely packed dynamic timeline was intertwined like a three-dimensional spider web. Every time the various time variables generated were clearly presented on the timeline, And there were almost no secrets. It was just that under the tracking, her main body noticed something unusual. All passers-by in this universe, regardless of gender, age or status, are connected to a red-haired monster, directly or indirectly. They are combined to form one of the cornerstones of the law of the universe. At first, Zhao Yuniao thought that this mysterious red-haired monster was a living creature. It was an existence beyond this universe. But when her body explored and analyzed its inner essence, she found that it was not a living creature, but a very wonderful natural phenomenon. It was like a cosmic wonder, forming an existence similar to the red-haired monster. And the induction connection with the red-haired monster has little effect on the realm of cultivation. Even an ordinary mortal with no cultivation may feel it in his dreams. It seems that the red-haired monster curse that the Source God, Source Ghost and Source Demon jointly cast against the lineage of the Source Heavenly Master must have noticed this situation and referred to it. The red-haired monster transformed by the Source Heavenly Master is far inferior to this naturally existing red-haired monster spectacle. After figuring out what this situation is, Zhao Yuniao's main body dispersed the observation of the time axis of all living beings. Continue to analyze all the mysteries of comprehending the origin of the heavenly Tao. This thing is related to her future practice, so naturally she has to pay more attention to it. Chapter 332, Frightened Hua Yunfei. After his original body understood the situation of the red-haired monster, he put the matter aside and ignored it. At the same time, in reality, the clone Zhao Yuniao, holding the light spear, suddenly made a decisive move and pierced the head of the Yin-Yang sect saint with a spear on the spot. It penetrated completely from the center of his eyebrows, and even the internal sea of consciousness and soul were stabbed to death with one blow. Then he casually threw the body of the Yin-Yang sect saint aside. Zhao Yuniao put his left hand on his waist and held the spear in his right hand, continuing to block the door in a swagger. The words that came out of his mouth were full of contempt and provocation. If you feel that you don't have the confidence to face me alone, I allow you to join forces. You could only be considered to have passed this level if you survive within 10 moves. Of course, I have a simpler way to pass this level. You don't even need to fight. What method? Someone couldn't help but ask, with a tone of gloating, as if he really wanted to see rivers of blood and heads rolling here. As for the second method, of course it is very simple. Zhao Yuniao looked around at everyone and said with a smile, you just need to admit loudly that you are a waste and a small fish. I will not stop you at all, and let you participate in the entry selection of the Qishir Mansion. As soon as these words came out, many self-important young men and women were immediately angry. In terms of self-confidence, they are superior to each other, and they all think that they are truly invincible. And they are destined to walk on the ancient road of the starry sky in the future, and attack the realm of the Emperor, who dominates the universe. How could he think that he was not as good as others? The more he thought highly of himself, the more angry and resentful he was about the words of Li Feiyu. The gloomy guy could still endure it temporarily, and did not speak directly. But for those unruly, arrogant and conceited guys, they couldn't wait to jump out on the spot. Looking at Li Feiyu who blocked the road, he wanted to tear her apart on the spot. Where did this ignorant guy come from? He dared to speak so arrogantly at the gate of Qishir Mansion. There is no need for the saints and saints to take action. Let me teach you a lesson, so that you know what it means that there are always people outside the sky and people outside the people. A young man in gorgeous clothes rolled up his sleeves and took the initiative to step out of the crowd. As soon as this man appeared, he was immediately recognized by other passers-by present. And then he opened his mouth and shook out the guy's past. I know him. He is the 27th prince of Qingyang State in Zhongzhou. His name is Zheng. It is said that he opened the sea of suffering at the age of 3 and reached the other shore at the age of 5. Then he spent another 15 years to successively cultivate the Dao Palace Secret Realm, the 4 Extreme Secret Realm, and the first 3 levels of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. He also mastered the 3 Forbidden Methods. He is a well-known super genius in Qingyang State. His combat power is not weaker than many saints and saints. Listening to others introducing his background, the young man showed an arrogant and confident look. He was afraid that others did not know his skills and abilities. He did not think that if these news fell into the hands of those who were calculating, it would be information that was enough to kill him. It had been thoroughly studied by others, and there was no trump card. The young man looked at Li Feiyu, and suddenly slapped her palm through the air. The palm print had not yet approached the gate of Qishir Mansion. As the main target of the attack, Zhao Yuniao clearly felt the wind and thunder contained in it. which burst out from the opponent's palm attack. The palm was like thunder, like a fierce wind raging between heaven and earth, with a kind of awe-inspiring power. Seeing this, Zhao Yunao just raised the light spear with one hand, and then stabbed forward lightly. The spear seemed to be possessed by a dragon, as if it came alive, with its own independent life consciousness. With one stab, it was like a dragon emerging from the abyss, soaring into the sky. Just a face-to-face encounter. It pierced and tore the wind and thunder palm that the young man had hit, and the spear did not stop, swinging in the air, like a dragon turning over, and came in front of the young man in an instant, and pierced through the sea of consciousness and killed the man again. The remaining warm and fresh corpses were piled up on one side. The second one. The next one. Zhao Yunao held the spear in one hand and continued to provoke. If you are afraid, you can choose to ask me for help. I will deal with it with one hand and let you go. Qishir Mansion did not interfere with Li Feiyu South blocking the road and the gate. Anyway, they want real geniuses, not fake geniuses who are praised by others and cannot distinguish their real abilities. Zhao Yunia's actions are just like taking the entrance examination. The powerful man who is responsible for guarding the gate of Qishir Mansion is completely watching a show at this moment. He didn't even show his true face. However, for Hua Yunfei, who also hid his identity and stayed in the crowd, seeing Li Feiyu spearing a saint or saintess with a spear, as easy as beating a child, he became more and more frightened and couldn't help sweating again. She actually feels more powerful and terrifying than the saint of Youguang. I can't even resist the saint of Youguang. If I fight Li Feiyu, the result will only be more desperate. Is it true that I, Hua Yunfei, can't break free from the shackles they force on me in my life? What should I do to survive? The little brother Hua Yunfei, who was frightened and sweating, was more desperate than before. He found that he seemed to have no chance or hope of survival. In particular, he also noticed that the other party's eyes accidentally swept over him, and a meaningful expression flashed in his beautiful eyes, obviously aware of his existence a long time ago. We must not sit and wait for death. We must find a way to resist. Hua Yunfei's mind turned rapidly, and his mood was very heavy. If we don't deal with it properly, the entire Taishian sect will be in trouble. I am the young master of Taishian sect. How can I let them be killed because of me? Perhaps the invisible pressure of death is too great, making Hua Yunfei's thoughts become particularly sensitive. When he glanced at the bodies of the saints and saints on the ground, he suddenly had a new idea in his mind, and couldn't help but think carefully about the gains and losses. If I die unexpectedly, Taishian sect will not be threatened. But what kind of fake death can achieve a real escape without hidden dangers? They left not only a vicious ban in my soul to prevent resistance, but also a ban on positioning and tracking. If you want to fake death and escape, you need to consider how to deal with the ban on the soul. Thinking of this new idea of resistance, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but ponder. The soul, for any practitioner, is the key to life and safety, and its importance is extraordinary. If the physical body is destroyed, the soul can be used to take over another body and rebuild. But if the soul is in trouble, then it means real death. Chapter 333, Finding Fun. At the gate of Qishir Mansion, Zhao Yunao killed a kid with one spear. Easy and simple. But this situation is not a big deal for the extremely stubborn Zhatian. What strategies, layouts and calculations are not important at all. Whatever happens, just fight. So much so that even if Zhao Yunao kills a mysteriously confident Zhatian on the spot, there will be thousands of stubborn and confident Zhatian people popping up. It's like you look powerful, but as long as I haven't fought you in person, everything is just rumors from others, which will affect my emperor's invincibility. Even if I lose my life, I have to fight hard. Based on this group character, Zhao Yunao killed many famous geniuses in public, and there are still people who are very bold to show up, thinking that those geniuses are just fake geniuses who are selling their heads. Only I am the real genius who is unparalleled in the world. And I came to the Qishir Mansion to make a name for myself. Make the gate of Qishir Mansion particularly lively and festive. In the crowd, Hua Yunfei carefully observed the situation of Li Feiyu, and felt more and more depressed. He was sure that he was no match for the other party. And because of the many powerful restrictions in his soul, he had no chance to escape from the burial Emperor Star, and go to other life planets to practice and develop. If he really dared to do so, not only would he die faster, the entire Taishian sect would be completely wiped out. After thinking silently for a long time, Hua Yunfei understood that if he wanted to try to escape the fate of the furnace tripod that was arranged by others, he could only survive from death and break it, and then stand up. And this death is his real death. It is definitely not a fake death as usual. Because of the many restrictions in the soul, his disguise is doomed to be ineffective. Not to mention those old monsters, who are stronger than him, higher in realm, more experienced, and know more secrets than him. So they can't hide their disguise at all. As for how to make himself really die, but still survive from death, Hua Yunfei already has a general idea in his mind. According to ancient records, the former Emperor Wangu was defeated in every battle, had many powerful enemies, and all his relatives and friends died, leaving him alone. But in the end, the unenlightened Emperor Wangu condensed a demon fetus in his body, broke out of his body, abandoned his old self, and defeated and killed all powerful enemies, and achieved the way of the Emperor. In addition, in the immortal heavenly art, it also emphasizes the transformation of a new self and the complete abandonment of the old self. Although I am not qualified to obtain the immortal heavenly art, I can think of a way to plan the inheritance of the Emperor Wangu. It's just that Wang Tung, the descendant of the Emperor Wangu, is now a great man. And now I am still in the dragon transformation secret realm, and I am no match for Wang Tung. Even his 9-year-old brother Wang Chong may not be able to beat him. Thinking of this, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but recall another rumor about Wang Tung. And the rumor is probably true. It is said that Wang Tung also mastered the Qinzi secret, one of the 9 secrets. This is a secret method dedicated to cultivating the Yuanshan, and it can be used to predict the future to a certain extent. It is very mysterious. If I can get the secret of the first character, I can even try to remove the restriction in the soul. Although the idea is good, Hua Yunfei knows in his heart that it is actually very difficult to achieve it, because the current Yogwang Saint has not reached the realm of great power. He can't even beat Yogwang Saint. If he wants to get something from Wang Tung, who is already a great power, it is no different from suicide. It is pure fantasy and wishful thinking. It is not so easy to escape from the predicament by death. With the degree of Wang Tung's favor for Wang Chong, I wonder if Wang Chong will know the secret of the first character. Hua Yunfei thought of this possibility, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. After a while, he turned and left here. Whether to choose to attack Wang Chong or not. You can't act here in Qishir Mansion. There are real saints here. And it is said that there is more than one. Once a saint is involved, no matter what you do, you need to be serious. Aware of the departure of his new toy Hua Yunfei, Zhao Yunyao, who was beating up the mysteriously confident and stubborn kid, suddenly lost interest in staying here. Anyway, the cultivation level of this clone was temporarily stuck at the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, before the main body had fully understood the mystery of the origin of the Heavenly Tao. The clone could not continue to improve, so having fun became what she liked to do now. Then she stabbed another saint genius to death with a spear. Zhao Yunyao put away the light spear and carried it on her shoulder, habitually continuing to mock and provoke this group of self-important genius men and women. The struggle and resistance you performed for me with your lives really made me feel bored. Forget it. I'll give you some more time to practice hard and try to catch up with me. Otherwise, the road to becoming an emperor will be completely cut off from you. Zhao Yunyao casually waved her hand and walked into the Qishir Mansion. She didn't even look at the group of young male and female geniuses with different expressions outside the door. After entering the Qishir Mansion and getting a place, Zhao Yunyao left the Qishir Mansion from another direction, then escaped into the void and chased after Hua Yunfei. In a short moment, she saw Hua Yunfei's back through the void. If you want to have fun, let this little brother fight with the holy son of Yogwang. But he can't die casually. Then give him a chance to escape from the desperate situation of death. As for how much he can do, it depends on his own ability. No matter what the result and process are, they are just toys to please me. Zhao Yunyao looked at the vast mountains and rivers outside through the void. Soon, she found a good place thousands of miles away. She immediately turned around and headed straight for the canyon. After arriving at the place, she skillfully opened up a stone cave on the cliff of the canyon for living and practicing. Then, inside the cave, she left the secret method of nurturing independent clones that she had deduced and created before, and arranged some Tao pattern formations inside and outside the cave. After dealing with these things, Zhao Yunyao skillfully used the law of time to make the place look old, so that the various arrangements inside and outside the cave had a very obvious sense of ancient vicissitudes of time. The legacy of the senior master has been arranged. And now it's time for the hero to jump off the cliff and pick up treasures. Hua Yunfei must come here, in order to make the arrangement here foolproof. Zhao Yunyao even mobilized a little bit of her own power to induce Hua Yunfei with mental suggestion, so that he could approach here unknowingly. She sensed from a distance that Hua Yunfei was affected and began to move closer to here. Zhao Yunyao skillfully concealed her figure, took out some melon seeds she had brought with her, and started eating the melons and watching the show. Chapter 334 Hua Yunfei's Treasure Hunting Journey. The mountains and rivers are vast, and the dragon energy is steaming, like mist lingering on the wilderness. This also created the famous and prosperous Zhongzhou. Hua Yunfei deliberately concealed his own tracks, and walked alone on this piece of Zhongzhou land, looking at the different scenes of dragon veins converging. He was still thinking about how to plot against the two brothers Wang Teng and Wang Chong. Whether it is the Chao Gu Di Jing or the Qian Zimi, one of the 9 secrets, they are of great help to him. There is even hope that he can really break free from the current death situation. Just because I can't beat it myself doesn't mean that there is really no way. I can find a way to take advantage of the situation. Hua Yunfei thought in his heart, and recalled another kind of speech that has appeared frequently in recent times. Since the ancient era, the ancient clan, which has been self-sealing and dormant until now, seems to have signs of waking up again. Although the ancient clan cultivators have not appeared on a large scale at present, but scattered ancient clan practitioners have appeared more than once. This means that this kind of speech may not be false and delusional. The ancient family Wang family, from which Wang Teng and Wang Chong were born, is said to have the blood of the ancient golden family in their bodies, and is a mixed blood offspring of the human race and the ancient race. If the ancient race really appears and competes with the human race for territory, it will inevitably lead to a greater conflict of interests. In this way, there will be many more new and old hatreds between the ancient race and the human race. If it is guided and used well, it may not be impossible to trigger a big trend to target Wang Teng and Wang Chong. Hua Yunfei was thinking about the situation of planning the Chao Gu Di Jing and the secret of the previous word. Before he knew it, he had come to a deserted primitive canyon. Hua Yunfei stopped here, looking at the deep canyon that seemed to tear the earth apart not far away. His eyes swept into the canyon, and a hint of suspicion and strangeness flashed in his eyes. The feng shui, terrain and Taoism of this kind of place always feel a little wrong. It's like a certain area of terrain is affected and suppressed. After thinking for a while, he didn't mean to make trouble and break free immediately. The plan was not yet perfect and ready, and the ancient clan had not appeared on a large scale. Some things he wanted to do were not at the right time. Since you are here, you might as well go in and take a look. The main reason is that there are many dragon veins in Zhongzhou, which are very valued by those big men, and they like to create various burial sites. It is common for some practitioners to find some good things from it. What if I am one of such lucky people and find something helpful to me? At this moment, Hua Yunfei's mind unconsciously emerged with such thoughts. Anyway, there was nothing to do at the moment, so he flew directly into the canyon. After going a certain distance, the cliffs on both sides stood high around, making the sky above like a narrow strip of sky, and the light inside the canyon was not bright. Even the climate temperature became a little cold and humid. However, this ordinary environmental change was not a big deal for the practitioners of the Hualong secret realm, and Hua Yunfei ignored it directly. Just when he descended to the bottom of the canyon, suddenly, his extremely sharp spiritual sense made him aware of the hole hidden behind a rock, and in the nearby area, there were faint traces of Dao patterns and Dao rhymes. What is this? Hua Yunfei turned his head and looked carefully. I saw that the seemingly ordinary cliff rock had an unusual sense of vicissitudes of time, which was a little out of tune with the surrounding rocks, and the existence of those remaining vague Taoist pattern restrictions further proved that this place was not formed naturally. From the current situation, it seems that this place was originally hidden and unknown. It's just that the time has passed too long, which has caused the remaining restrictions to be damaged, so that this place has been revealed from hiding. And I noticed something strange when I passed by here. Judging this result, Hua Yunfei's heart was lifted. He carefully observed and confirmed that the restrictions arranged here were just the type used for hiding, and did not have any strong lethality. Then he approached and destroyed and removed the remaining hidden restrictions, revealing the door disguised as a rock inside. It's actually a cave, but I don't know what else is inside. Hua Yunfei looked carefully and chose to open the cave door from the side. and did not stand directly in front of the door. If something unexpected really happened, standing in this position would be a good way to react and resist. Squeak! The heavy and simple stone door made a series of unpleasant and harsh door opening sounds. It sounded like it had not been opened for a long time. Hua Yunfei, who was standing on the side, waited patiently, and did not see any abnormal results. He then jumped into the cave. At a glance, all the furnishings in the cave came into view. The surface of stone tables, stone chairs, stone beds, stone pillows, and other things was covered with a thick layer of dust. The interior of the entire cave was not very huge, and it was obviously a place for daily seclusion. From the surface, there was no opportunity or danger. It was just an empty, old and abandoned cave. Sure enough, I thought too much. Hua Yunfei laughed at himself in his heart. Although there are many resources in Zhongzhou, the remains of senior masters also appear occasionally. But how could it happen that I just came to Zhongzhou not long ago? Although thinking so, Hua Yunfei still went deep into the cave to look around, to see if there were any useful remains. Finally, Hua Yunfei came to the inside of a stone chamber suspected to be used for retreat and meditation. On the ground, which was also covered with dust, there was a rotten grass and wood cushion, which looked dirty. And opposite the cushion, there was a stone table. On the surface of the stone table, there is something like a stone box. It is not locked, but there are traces of Dao patterns with a faint glow. What is that? Seeing this, Hua Yunfei approached carefully sweep away the dust around, revealing the true appearance of the stone box. There is not even a carved pattern on its surface, and the overall appearance is angular, like a piece of blue brick. The restrictions placed on it are also not very lethal. It is a type of restriction that is simply used to preserve things for a long time. After careful observation for a moment, Hua Yunfei carefully cracked these restrictions and opened the stone box. On the inside of the box lid, a passage was written in a very ancient language. After Hua Yunfei carefully identified it, he found that it was an ancient text from the ancient era. The content of the text is exactly the words "Leave the self-created secret method here, and those who are destined to get it." Inside the box, there is a piece of metal paper, and there are many tiny characters on the surface, densely packed, covering the entire metal paper. Just by looking at the content above, Hua Yunfei was surprised. Chapter 335. Don't despise the poor youngster. Watching Hua Yunfei looking for opportunities in the cave he had set up, Zhao Yunyao hid in the dark, quietly eating melons and watching the show, and soon ate a pile of melon seed shells. His eyes were eager to try, with curiosity and fun. I wonder what type of independent clone you will use this special clone secret method to cultivate for yourself. Even if your own qualifications are extremely poor, you can use the independent clone method to optimize and change your own qualifications. If this thing is used well, you can have an extra life. As the creator of this clone secret method, Zhao Yunyao knows how terrible this independent clone is. It can be regarded as an optimized version of the Golden Horn Giant Beast clone secret method. And the independent clone cultivated by the Golden Horn Giant Beast clone secret method can give the clone an independent body and soul. If it is an energy type life, it can also have a corresponding energy core. To a certain extent, it is completely the power of creating life. All the life source structures possessed by the independent clone can be copied and cultivated almost exactly through the method of breeding clones. Only one's own consciousness can be used to enter it. For the practitioners who practice this secret method, it is equivalent to having two bodies and two souls, which exist independently of each other, but are controlled by the same self-consciousness. Even if one of the bodies and souls dies, it can also continue to live with the help of the other body by transferring self-consciousness. Compared to the Golden Horn Beast's ability to cultivate 3 clones, although this clone secret method can only cultivate 1 clone, the quality of the clone is better than that of the Golden Horn Beast's clone. In the process of deducing this clone secret method, I also added some of the true mysteries of the 3 selves of the Tao Palace. It is more in line with the localization of this broken universe. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yunyi's mind one after another. She did not make any unusual movements for the time being, and continued to watch the show, just to kill time and have fun slowly. With Yi Fan's personality, he will definitely not stay on Earth for a long time. I just don't know at what level he will run out. How to arrange for his parents. I remember that during the process of Starry Sky transmission through the 5-color altar, there were saint-level beasts that stayed in the middle of the transmission array for a long time. If I break through that level alone, I must have at least a semi-saint level of cultivation to barely be able to see it. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Yunniao focused on Hua Yunfei again. There is no denying Yi Fan's choice to go home. The cold and desolate interior of the abandoned cave is full of the heavy sense of history of vicissitudes of time. It has obviously existed for an unknown amount of time. At this moment, Hua Yunfei was standing alone in the secluded chamber inside the cave, looking at the slightly yellowed metal paper in his hand, his body trembling with excitement. He endured the emotional fluctuations in his heart and read the tiny words on the metal paper again from the beginning very carefully. If he had not learned the characters of the ancient era before, even if he got this thing now, he would not understand it at all. After spending some time and energy, Hua Yunfei read this ancient secret inheritance word by word, and soon understood its general situation. Know what kind of secret method this is? This secret method is called doppelganger method, which can actually breed an independent clone. And the qualification type of this independent clone can be completely determined by yourself. What type of body material is used as the cultivation target, and what type of independent clone can be harvested in the end. Even after the main body dies, the independent clone is the practitioner's own new main body. Preliminary understanding of the mystery and results of this split body secret method. Hua Yunfei couldn't help but laugh out loud with a twisted mouth. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, he felt that the despair, depression, anger and other emotions in his heart were swept away in an instant, and the whole person had a refreshing feeling. Then he became energetic, confident and calm, with a sunny and gentle temperament, like a handsome and extraordinary gentleman. The shackles of despair that you once gave me, now I finally find hope and dawn to break free, giving me the opportunity to truly live out my own life. Son of Yogwang, and the holy land of Yogwang, including Li Feiyu, you all wait for me. I, Hua Yunfei, will definitely let you know what it means to be in trouble for 30 years. And don't despise the poor young man. After laughing heartily for a while, Hua Yunfei quickly regained his calm and composure. He turned to carefully ponder the inheritance of hope to break free from the shackles in his hand. At the same time, he was distracted by thinking about the arrangement of his independent clone in the future, which would be his confidence to turn the tables and the only chance for him to survive. If you want to beat the son of Yogwang and that Li Feiyu, you must not be weak in all aspects. First of all, in terms of practicing scriptures, you must use the Emperor's scripture to build your foundation as the core of your main practice. And you must not practice the demon art of devouring the heavens. Not even a little bit of it can be contaminated. In this case, I need to seize a brand new Emperor's scripture. This is the first key point. As for the second key point, you must have a strong and terrifying special physique. If the special physique is not strong enough, it will not be able to keep up with the progress of the demon art of devouring the heavens that aims to transform the chaotic body. As for the third key point, it is the cultivation resources. According to the brief description in the secret method, after the clone is successfully conceived, everything will start from the very beginning. If you want to use the clone as a real backup, you must start from opening up the sea of suffering. Only when there are enough resources can you speed up the accumulation of initial practice and shorten the time required for growth. These three different key difficulties are the important issues that need to be faced next. In terms of resources, he can obtain them from Taixuanmen, rob others' resources, and even obtain them from the inside of Qishir Mansion. There are many channels. It is important, but it is only the simplest difficulty. Only the special physique target and the new Emperor scripture are the real difficulties. As the top power in the East Wilderness, Taishan sect is second only to the Holy Land and the aristocratic family. It has been passed down for so many tens of thousands of years. The strongest inheritance in the sect is only at the level of the King of the Way of Slashing. It can be seen how tightly the various forces block the inheritance of the skills. Even those who come from the immortal Holy Land and the members of the ancient aristocratic family are not qualified to access the Emperor's scripture. Only a very small number of core personnel can be allowed to teach the Emperor's scripture practice. Even their own people are like this. Not to mention outsiders who have nothing to do with it. If there is a trace of the inheritance of the Emperor's scripture leaked, the end must be that the power that has it will launch a hunt and kill. And they will not stop until they die, and use death to forcibly take back the leaked scripture inheritance. Chapter 336 Choice. The difficulty of inheriting the new Emperor's scripture gave Hua Yunfei a headache. But fortunately, he was not without any goals. Even in Hua Yunfei's heart, an extremely bold idea emerged. If the independent clone cultivated by the secret method is really almost exactly the same as the material for cultivating life, I can try to use this method to replace a core member of a major force that possesses the Emperor's scripture. Use a completely identical clone to impersonate the other party, and then obtain the new Emperor's scripture. After all, this secret method can even breed the corresponding soul. And from the soul breath, it can also play the role of determining the identity, without fear of being exposed and detecting abnormalities. When this bold idea emerged, Huo Yunfei immediately couldn't help thinking along this line of thought, trying to figure out the pros and cons that can be achieved, including the preliminary selection of targets. If this method can really be realized, it will definitely overcome the biggest difficulty in obtaining the Emperor's scripture. You don't even need to worry about being hunted down by the forces that control the Emperor's scripture after using it. From this perspective, we must consider the linkage between special physiques and the inheritance of the Emperor's scripture at the same time. Looking at the entire Bayu burial Emperor star, there are a lot of forces that have inherited the Emperor's scripture. However, the forces with strong special physiques are far less than the forces that control the Emperor's scripture. When both sides overlap at the same time, the choice is even narrower. Inside the Huangguji family, there are Dongwang God body and Yuanling body. The Dongwang God body is too weak. Even I am not a match. So how can I keep up with the pace of the Yaoguang Saint Son? On the contrary, Jizu's Yuanling body is extremely powerful and terrifying. It's just that Jizu doesn't practice well at all. She plays and slacks off all day, so she can't accurately judge the actual strength of her Yuanling body. It's really a waste of her natural strong and special physique. Also, it is said that there is a genius with a divine body in the ancient Jiang family who is practicing in seclusion and has never walked outside. No one knows what the specific situation is and who the other party is. As for the ancient Feng family, although they have mastered the inheritance of the Emperor's scripture, there are no outstanding descendants inside. Only Feng Huang has a little reputation as a genius. That's all. There is also the ancient Wang family. The two brothers Wang Teng and Wang Chong are both extremely powerful geniuses, who have mastered the Emperor's scripture Luan Gu Jing. After a careful review and reflection, Huo Yunfei found that it was too difficult to meet both conditions at the same time. Either the Emperor's scripture was inherited, but the qualifications of the relevant successors were not good enough, or the qualifications were good enough, but there was no Emperor's scripture inheritance. For example, Zixia, the saint of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, was in this situation. She had an extremely powerful special physique and a congenital Taoist fetus. But because there was no Emperor's scripture inheritance in the Purple Mansion Holy Land, she could only practice the Holy Scripture. She wasted her top qualifications of the congenital Taoist fetus in vain. Another example is the Huanggu Feng family, which had the Emperor's scripture inheritance left by Emperor Fuxi. But because there were no outstanding talents in the family, this Emperor's scripture was also buried. If it really doesn't work, the only thing to consider is the qualifications. After all, the Emperor's scripture is an external opportunity that can be obtained. In terms of preciousness, it is far less precious than an excellent qualification with a strong special physique. And it is not that practicing the Emperor's scripture will definitely lead to becoming a great emperor in the future. According to ancient records, many beings who became great emperors, most of the core scriptures they first practiced were not Emperor's scriptures, and some were even very common and belonged to the most basic exercises. After thinking about it, Huo Yunfei had to adjust his plan, change to selecting targets based on special physiques. As far as he knew, after the Qing Emperor's Dao Yun dissipated, the universe's Dao was revived, allowing the cultivation environment to gradually enter a new era of cultivation. Various special physique owners were born one after another. As far as he knew, there were Yuanling body, Shuiling body, Xingchen body, Dongwang God body, Guangdongwang body, Baiwaxian body, Tianao body, Huanggu Saint body, Yinming body, etc. The fundamental purpose of the heaven-devouring demonic art is to transform into a chaos body after birth. Therefore, the aptitude of the Yaoguang Saint Son who practices this art will become more and more terrifying and powerful. Ordinary special physiques do not even have the qualifications to see the other party's back, let alone catch up and surpass. The top special physiques second only to the chaos body are the ancient saint body, the heaven tyrant body, the innate saint body Dao fetus, and the innate Dao fetus. The ancient saint body is no longer suitable for the practice environment and has long been eliminated. The Heaven Tyrant body does not exist here in the Big Dipper star at all. As for the innate saint body Tao fetus, I have never heard of anyone having it now. Only the innate Tao fetus has a living target. That is Zixia, the current saint of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. After thinking for a long time, Hua Yunfei suppressed these things in his heart. The most important thing at present is to thoroughly comprehend the special secret method of the clone method. Only by learning and understanding it can you use it to breed your own independent clone, to get out of the desperate predicament and get a chance to live. Then in the next period of time, Hua Yunfei left the cave and headed straight to the Qishir Mansion again. The opening of the Qishir Mansion is time limited. If you miss the 1-month deadline, it will be more difficult to join the Qishir Mansion, and it may not be successful. Let this Qishir Mansion become the place where I will be reborn and rise. Looking at the majestic and solemn gate in the field of vision, Hua Yunfei walked over calmly, showing his skills and defeating several powerful enemies. He passed the level-breaking test and truly joined the Qishir Mansion. Zhao Yunyao, who was watching the show in the dark, also returned to the Qishir Mansion again, temporarily living in the courtyard assigned to him by the Qishir Mansion. I don't know what this Hua Yunfei is up to. It seems that he seems to have some ideas. Zhao Yunyao sat in the wooden pavilion in the courtyard, leisurely eating some delicious spiritual fruits. Although you can directly see the other party's future by observing the timeline, but this would lose the joy of watching the fun on the spot. Having an unknown sense of mystery is the best way to watch the fun. Unexpected reversals and accidents are the essence of the fun. Anyway, I have an infinite lifespan now, so I'll just watch it patiently. According to the current situation of the main body, it will take some time to completely analyze the origin of the heavenly Tao, and as the main body's own cultivation increases, the efficiency of analysis will become faster and faster. After eating the flesh of the spiritual fruit in his hand, he threw away the core. Zhao Yunyao leaned lazily on the backrest, narrowed his eyes, and continued to comprehend the laws of order in this universe. Now I haven't fully understood it. There are plenty of opportunities for improvement. Just like this, a period of time passed without any trouble. The strange world controlled by the Qishir Mansion was officially opened. Chapter 337 Immortal Mansion. Inside the Qishir Mansion, when the legendary Immortal Mansion Small World reached the opening time, the more than 700 people who joined the Qishir Mansion were immediately issued with the Immortal Order to enter the mansion. With this item, it can be used as a key to enter and exit the Immortal Mansion Small World. At this moment, in a courtyard of a Qishir Mansion, Hua Yunfei looked at the Immortal Order to enter the mansion that he had just received, and his seemingly gentle eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of joy. The secret method of clones has finally been comprehended to the point where it can be practiced. Then the next step is to obtain the life materials of the innate Tao fetus. Whether it is hair, blood, or even bones and meat, the Immortal Mansion Small World is a good hunting ground. Although he made this decision in his heart, but in Hua Yunfei's heart, he still planned to look carefully inside the Immortal Mansion Small World to see if he could find better life materials than the innate Tao fetus. After all, the advantages of the chaotic body are too great. Even if it is only a broken chaotic body at present, it is still not an ordinary special physique that is qualified to compete. In addition, according to the current information given by the Qishir Mansion, many powerful skills and secrets that have been lost in the outside world can be found inside. Maybe I can explore the small world of the Immortal Mansion and find some information about the Emperor's scripture. And the Source Stone is also a possible direction. He still remembered that the Emperor's scripture Taiwan Sutra mastered by the Great Xia dynasty in Zhongzhou was said to be cut out from the inside of the Source Stone. This also provided Hua Yunfei with a possible direction. However, this possibility is too slim. From ancient times to the present, no one knows how many pieces of Source Stone have been cut, and only one volume of the Emperor's scripture has been cut out from the inside of the Source Stone. The probability of trying one's luck is almost zero. Suddenly, a new idea and thought suddenly emerged in Hua Yunfei's mind, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. What if the independent clone that was nurtured and cultivated dies? Once the independent clone dies, can a new independent clone be nurtured again with secret methods? Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Hua Yunfei clenched the Immortal Order in his right hand, just standing there, thinking carefully and recalling every bit about the clone method. After repeated sorting and confirmation, this secret method only mentioned a few sporadic parts and the death of the clone. But Hua Yunfei didn't quite understand what the actual situation was. Forget it. Let's go into the small world of the immortal mansion and take a look. Maybe things will turn around. After thinking about it for a while, Hua Yunfei temporarily suppressed some of the thoughts he had thought of before, and continued to carefully ponder the special secret method of the clone method. This is his only lifeline now. A few days passed quickly. When the news of the official opening of the small world of the immortal mansion came out from the Qishir mansion, all the male and female geniuses of various races who received the immortal order to enter the mansion came to the deepest part of the Qishir mansion with the order to enter the mansion. As a member of the Qishir mansion, Zhao Yunyao also holds an immortal order to enter the mansion. Standing in the crowd, she looked forward. She saw an ancient and unpretentious teleportation altar located inside the cave in the back mountain. A great immortal was standing nearby, responsible for guarding the scene here, to prevent any unruly genius from making trouble here and causing some chaos. With a great man in charge, no one would easily make trouble. Almost one after another, they used the immortal order of entering the mansion in their hands to activate the teleportation altar, and disappeared into the interior of the Qishir mansion in a wave of spatial power fluctuations. After a while, it was Hua Yunfei's turn to step forward. He used the token in his hand to activate the teleportation, and then he was also teleported away. However, he himself did not realize that he had an extra spiritual mark for positioning and tracking on his body. That was Zhao Yunyao, who left a mark on his body when he saw Hua Yunfei leaving. There was also such a mark on the body of the Saint of Yugguang. These were all things that Zhao Yunyao left quietly. Soon, Zhao Yunyao also came to the vicinity of the teleportation altar. She took out her immortal order of entering the mansion as a key to open the spatial teleportation function. In the distorted influence of waves of spatial power, Zhao Yunyao was teleported into the void. It was dark for a while, and then it quickly returned to light. But what he saw and heard around him was very different from the previous Qishir mansion. Looking up at the sky, the blue sky and white clouds were very bright. The sky was clear and bright. Just looking at it gave people a sense of comfort. On the land below, the mountains were endless, and there was no idea where their edge was. Many vigorous and luxuriant old vines and old trees just took root and grew in this mountain and plain. Some big trees looked like they were about to rise to the end of the sky. Incredibly high, the huge tree crowns were like a canopy, blocking large tracts of sunlight. There is also the dark green old vine, like a giant python coiled, actually wrapped around the entire mountain. The surface of the blooming huge flower emits a bright white light, as if a white flame is leaping and burning. The birds, beasts, fish and insects living in this primitive and vast small world. They are also far more powerful and terrifying than the outside world, because the environment here is completely the environment of the ancient era. The resources are extremely abundant. The essence of heaven and earth is extremely rich, and the divine source liquid in many places is even left on the surface casually. There is indeed something wrong with the laws of heaven and earth here. It is said that this place is related to the fairyland. Now it seems that the legend is true. No wonder the dead emperor and the great emperor, including the former human emperor, all entered this place specifically, and even left many of their inheritances here, treating it as their place of ascension and transformation, relying on the induction connection of the four extreme secret realms to the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the transcendence of a powerful consciousness. Zhao Yunyao realized that there was a secret in this place, and this secret is indeed related to the fairyland. Otherwise, the heaven and earth environment in the ancient era cannot exist normally in this post-ancient era. If it is really a simple secret world, it has been completely assimilated by the universe. There are some immortal laws in this place, although not many. They are enough to ensure that this place will not be assimilated by the universe outside. I haven't been to the fairyland yet, and I don't know what it is like inside. She only remembered that the fairyland is now broken and has lost too much of the origin of the fairyland. The situation is similar to this universe. They were all sucked up by the fairy emperor across the boundary sea. If you really want to witness the fairyland in its intact period, you must be in the chaotic ancient era and the previous era. Now in this era, there is still a small fairyland inside the three-life bronze coffin. If this news is known by the supremes, ancient emperors and emperors in the life-forbidden area, I am afraid that they have been ecstatic and opened the three-life bronze coffin happily to enter the small fairyland inside. There is no need to devour the creatures of the universe to barely prolong their life. Chapter 338 Abnormality. Thinking back to the three-life copper coffin, Zhao Yunyao was full of doubts. Since ancient times, there has been no practitioner who can achieve the realm of the supreme extreme Tao with poor comprehension. With this comprehension, it is inevitable to hear the immortal emperor scripture, the heaven-repairing scripture inside the three-life copper coffin. And with the mystery of the immortal emperor scripture, even if you only comprehend a little bit of the mystery, it is enough to cultivate yourself to the level of the immortal Tao. There is no need to struggle and suffer at the peak level of the mortal realm such as the supreme extreme Tao. But in fact, all the supremes, ancient emperors, and great emperors in the life forbidden zone did not show the result of having obtained the immortal emperor scripture. There are even some beings who are still doubting whether there are immortals. No matter how you look at it, it is abnormal. As if the higher level beings collectively blocked their extraordinary comprehension and gave them a halo of reduced intelligence. And they struggled and suffered like they had lost their minds. Each of them ate the immortal fruit of the immortal elixir, which was degenerated from the immortal elixir, and lived a second life. There are even immortal bells, immortal palaces, immortal towers, immortal coffins, and immortal wheels in the universe, including the immortal fire in Gene State. There are a lot of immortals. But many powerful practitioners doubt the existence of immortals. The more Zhao Yunyan thought about it, and looked at the overall situation, the more confused he was. All these nominal villains have collectively lost their minds. How could something that can carry the immortal emperor's scriptures be a mortal object? But one by one, they acted as if they didn't see it. And there is the immortal fire under their noses. It has been burning in Gene State for tens of thousands of years. But no forbidden area has cared about it, including the immortal bell in the hands of the Kunlun clan. They also don't care. There are also the immortal artifacts. The wild tower, the bronze immortal palace, the immortal wheel, the heavenly and dark treasure, and the bead that stores memory in Duanda's hand, which is also an immortal artifact. A lot of immortal artifacts are in the Big Dipper, under the nose of the forbidden area supreme. But one by one, they are completely unaware. As long as you take a fairy artifact and study it carefully, you can understand the mysteries related to the immortals, and find the direction to step into the immortal path. It's not a big problem at all. Because the extreme supreme who achieved enlightenment in the end of the law environment must have such a strong potential for understanding. And in addition, as for the big villain ancient clan, each one of them behaved like a collective loss of mind. From the mythological era to the ancient era, the number of extreme heavenly masters and extreme ancient emperors born in the ancient clan reached hundreds. This is an extremely terrifying number, because within the ancient clan, only those who have given birth to the extreme level in the clan can be regarded as the real ancient clan. The rest can only be regarded as the subsidiary races of the ancient clan. If at least one extreme existence is born, it is the royal family. If more than two extreme existences are born, it is the royal family. However, the total number of the royal family and the royal family within the ancient clan is only about 10 different branches. According to this base number, the data is evenly divided and estimated. Hundreds of extreme existences. On average, each branch of the ancient clan has dozens of extreme practitioners. However, from the mythological era to this post-ancient era, the total number of extreme practitioners of the human race is only a few dozen. In other words, the total number of high-end extremes of the human race is equivalent to one of the branches of the ancient clan under the average data. The gap between the human race and the ancient clan is at least more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, if the ancient clan really wants to fully recover, the practitioners of all other races in the universe combined are not enough for the ancient clan to kill with one hand. But when Yifan faced the ancient clan practitioners, it was not the case at all. In total, only a few weak chickens jumped out to serve as stepping stones for Yifan. Even dragging a sickly quasi-emperor, he fell to the holy realm. He was able to exterminate the different royal families of the ancient clan many times. And the ancient clan self-proclaimed peak state great saints, quasi-emperors, etc., did not show up as if they had died collectively. It was not until the late stage that a few of them jumped out to serve as stepping stones for Yi Fan, who was about to achieve enlightenment. Such a situation is completely inconsistent with the racial heritage of hundreds of extreme Taoists. You must know that in the ancient era, it was the ancient clan that chose to self-proclaim, rather than being forced to self-proclaim by someone. In normal theory, in the post-ancient era, the revived ancient clan should have the strongest peak state. It should still be the strongest race dominating the universe, even if all these extreme existences died. According to the number of hundreds of extreme practitioners and the abundant resources in the ancient era, there were at least hundreds of extreme weapons. if you don't choose the way of breaking all methods with one weapon. Then, the ancient clan that gave birth to hundreds of extreme practitioners. The number of extreme weapons, in normal theory, is at least thousands. Thousands of ancient clan extreme weapons. Let the total power of the human race on all planets in the universe multiply 100 times. It is not enough to fight. Even if most of the extreme royal weapons are brought into the life forbidden zone. But for the forbidden zone existence, it is useless for them to have so many extreme weapons. There are definitely quite a few things left outside. But there is also no racial background that shows that there are hundreds of extreme beings. When the main body is free in the future, I will carefully investigate the situation in this regard. The villain has a big problem. Far more than just losing his mind. It's just like Yi Fan's solo performance stage. Recalling the state of the realm above the sacrificial path. Zhao Yuniao couldn't help but think about it. She suspected that it was related to the future Yi Fan. Pretending to change his past, so as to hide his true experience and prevent the strange clan from finding out about the situation. However, she didn't know the details yet. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the sky. The sound was deafening, and the wind was very strong. Even large areas of shadows appeared on the ground. Zhao Yuniao came back to her senses, looked up slightly, and immediately saw a huge phoenix flying across the sky, with its wings spread, covering a large area of the sky. It was like a colorful dark cloud passing by at high speed. The divine power fluctuations belonging to the second level immortal power spread out like a vast ocean, with a strong momentum, making the disciples of the Qishir mansion, who had just entered, tremble with fear. In just a blink of an eye, the huge phoenix had already soared hundreds of miles away. Boom! Ah! Suddenly, a huge shadow rose into the air in the distance, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. It swept the sky and entangled the claws of the phoenix, trying to drag it down. The phoenix reacted quickly, waving its other claws and wings to fight back. The two sides soon fought there. The aftermath of the divine power impact, like ripples, swept over at high speed from hundreds of miles away. Seeing this scene, almost all the disciples of the Qishir mansion were frightened and panicked. They frantically avoided the impact of the aftermath of the divine power. But even so, quite a few disciples of Qishir mansion were seriously injured, and some were even killed by the aftermath. Chapter 339, Fighting in All Directions. Seeing powerful monsters of the great power level fighting and killing each other. The aftermath was so great that the surrounding thousands of miles around caused the death and injury of the disciples of the Qishir mansion who had just entered. So many people were scared and left the area. The birds and beasts scattered in all directions around. Zhao Yuniao, who had just witnessed this scene, also dodged a little and did not approach rashly. Even if the clone could kill the great power alone, there was no need to do so. There was no fun and no benefit. So it was not worth it to fight against the great power. She raised her head to look at the changing trend of the laws of heaven and earth, and observed the distribution of the surrounding veins and terrain. Then she chose a place and left the area she had just entered alone. Her feet moved casually, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, and she crossed a long distance in the blink of an eye. As a result, Zhao Yuniao just came to the vicinity of a black mountain, and had not had time to see clearly what the pictures and words engraved on the cliff were. A lightning bolt as thick as a water tank suddenly came from another direction. It actually hit her directly. You are such a fool. How dare you rob me of something I like? Zhao Yuniao suddenly turned her head and saw this person flashing through the air like a flash of light, and ran straight towards a half-step great power who also came here. The half-step great power sneered when he saw this. A mere little bug from the dragon transformation secret realm dares to try to resist the will of this elder? Today I will let you understand what a half-step great power is. The old man shouted softly, and raised an ancient mirror in his right hand, intending to shine it towards the strange girl in a red dress whom he didn't know. Prepare to kill her here. Zhao Yunia's body movement was extremely fast, and she came to the man not far away in an instant. Before the opponent's attack was launched, she decisively punched out, punched through the chest, opened her 5 fingers, grabbed the heart inside the chest, and tore it out. How could you? The half-step great old man was shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he was facing at the moment. But Zhao Yuniao didn't give him any chance to resist. Grabbing the wound on the chest with both hands, he tore it violently to both sides, tore the man in half on the spot, and then smashed the man's head and soul with a palm. Zhao Yuniao loosened her fingers and let the incomplete body in her hands fall down. She unconsciously revealed a cold expression on her face. I didn't intend to deal with you guys. But you can rely on your cultivation level to bully the weak by coming in from other places. Right? Then I'll kill your arrogance this time, and be a real iron-headed person. After thinking about it, Zhao Yu now clenched her right hand with 5 fingers. A pure white spear suddenly appeared in her palm. She released all the perception abilities in her clone, and connected the laws of heaven and earth with the divine tomb heavenly physique, so as to accurately locate and sense every outsider who did not belong to this place of the immortal mansion. Then, Zhao Yuniao suddenly took off and ran straight towards the outsider closest to her. In the middle of the flight, a black wild tiger stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking the 8 directions, roaring and screaming, and even opened its mouth to swallow Zhao Yuniao flying in the sky. But Zhao Yuniao didn't even look at it, and shook her hand to throw the bright war spear in her hand. The war spear, about 10 feet long, twisted and thrust forward suddenly, like a python awakening from deep sleep. And in the blink of an eye, it stretched and thickened to an extremely amazing extent, like a long river passing through the sky. It pierced directly into the tiger's mouth of the black divine tiger. The sharp spear tip pierced out from behind its tail. Ah! Roar! Roar! The black divine tiger roared in pain, and its expression became more and more ferocious. The sharp teeth in its mouth suddenly closed, trying to bite off the spear and tear it apart. The snow-white teeth collided violently with the spear shaft, bursting out a series of dazzling sparks. Without waiting for the wild divine tiger to struggle and resist further, Zhao Yunia's divine forbidden state was always in her body. She shook the spear in her hand from a distance, and the majestic power flowed, like a python turning over, and was transmitted to the tip of the spear at a high speed. Instantly shattered the body of the wild divine tiger that was comparable to the powerful. Then she continued to fly towards the sensing destination without stopping. But in a short time, several young men and women appeared in her field of vision. Zhao Yunia's face was cold and calm. She swung the spear in her hand far away and smashed it down. It instantly enlarged in size, like a mountain falling from the sky at a high speed, smashing the young men and women into a bloody mess. She didn't even look at the corpses here, and continued to run straight to the next outsider sensing area. She began to actively hunt and cleanse outsiders. At the same time, in another direction, Hua Yunfei avoided the half-step great power and the great power level outsiders, and began to look for opportunities in this vast and primitive fairy world. Along the way, whether on the cliff or at the foot of the mountain, even on the surface of some seemingly ordinary stones, there are some things left by senior masters everywhere, or some profound secrets lost in the outside world, or some insights, or research results on Dao patterns, sword skills, knife skills, footwork, seal skills, etc. Hua Yunfei saw more than one in a short moment. But it is precisely because there are opportunities everywhere inside the fairy world. Those practitioners who came to the fairy world from different entrances and exits began to show an extremely obvious law of the jungle here. The loser loses his life, and the winner takes everything, even those with gloomy minds. After reading the inheritance left by the senior masters, they destroyed the inheritance completely, and did not give others a chance to see it. If it were not for the tight time and the existence of other opportunities, there would be people who wanted to replace a false and wrong inheritance, so as to trap those latecomers to death and leave no way out. After twisting and turning all the way, Hua Yunfei would decisively take action and kill the existence that was hostile to him when he had no choice. Take away all the opportunities that he can get. If there are no other outsiders, he can hide his identity, and he will even use the demon art of devouring the sky to swallow the enemy's body. During the whole process, he did not use Hua Yunfei's identity. Instead, he changed into a fake appearance and breath of a strange young man. Just like that, a few hours later, a large swamp area inside the fairy world, Hua Yunfei, who had just come here hiding his true identity, unexpectedly detected the breath of a familiar person nearby. And from the sound, he was still fighting. Yao Shi, the saint of Yoguang. I didn't expect her to come here too. Hua Yunfei concealed his own tracks and came to a tree canopy to look into the distance. He saw Yao Shi, the saint of Yoguang, wearing a white dress, like a flying swallow, fighting with a group of young men and women above the swamp. Some of them were disciples of the Qishir mansion, and some were outsiders who came in from other entrances and exits. In addition to Yao Shi, he also saw the figure of the saint of Yao Qi. Chapter 340 Melee. Seeing the traces of these familiar figures, Hua Yunfei had no intention of showing up immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the situation in that area. A group of young men and women were fighting over the swamp. From time to time, people were killed in the melee. There was not even a complete body left here. And in a certain area below the swamp where everyone was fighting, many soft muds, with a rotten smell, were dug up and piled up into a circular mound around. As for the central area, there was a dug underground cave portal. The portal was bronze in color, with dark green traces of rust on the surface. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. However, the Daorime left on the portal was unusually mysterious. Judging and observing with Hua Yunfei's knowledge and vision, he could be sure that these Daorimes alone had surpassed the level of the Dao King. Could it be that this place is actually a cave of an ancient saint? Based on the residual Daorime, Hua Yunfei was shocked. Suddenly he understood why so many young men and women were fighting here. At this moment, several more Tianjia men and women came from other directions. They obviously also noticed the situation here, and came to see if they could have a chance to share a piece of the pie. Hua Yunfei, who had deliberately hidden himself, keenly noticed the situation of the people who came. He unexpectedly noticed the trace of Zixia, the saint of Zifu. I didn't expect that I would meet you here when I was about to find you. It's really fate. Seeing this, Hua Yunfei immediately made a decision. Since we have met, the next step is to obtain Zixia's body materials. Whether it is hair or blood, they can be used to perform the secret method of clone. The qualifications of the innate Dao fetus are still too rare and precious. Since he accidentally met Zixia here, Hua Yunfei did not intend to continue hiding. He rushed out from another direction, and also ran straight to the battlefield near the swamp cave. Halfway, Zixia turned her head and glanced at Hua Yunfei, as if she did not expect to meet an acquaintance in this place. But with the opportunity at hand, no one would give up. Boom! Suddenly, someone touched the band near the gate during the fight. The bronze gate opened by itself. Immediately afterwards, a more concentrated essence of heaven and earth gushed out from the inside of the cave, mixed with very obvious holy medicine and divine medicine. With a light sniff, I only felt refreshed. Without any hesitation, these young male and female geniuses who were fighting fiercely rushed to the gate of the cave. Fighting as they went, they were afraid that someone else would get ahead of them and take away the good things inside. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, Hua Yunfei also flashed into the cave, and suddenly felt as if he had entered a new secret world. Many rare and precious spiritual medicines and precious medicines in the outside world are almost everywhere in the medicine fields here. There are even weapon embryos of the king level of the sword. Many Tianjia goddesses fought fiercely here for the treasures preserved in the cave. In the melee, Hua Yunfei also snatched some precious spiritual medicines with thousands of years of medicinal age. As for the rare holy medicines and divine medicines, the competition was the most numerous and the most crazy. Hua Yunfei did not approach without permission. At this moment, he focused most of his attention on Zixia, the saint of Zifu, who was also in a melee. Even if she was only practicing the scriptures of the saint level, as a congenital Taoist fetus, Zixia still showed a powerful and terrifying fighting power. With every move, the universe's 10,000 ways followed spontaneously. And with every move, a large area of law and order power erupted, showing an incredible and terrible attack. Although she was a woman, she was more powerful and domineering than many men at this moment. So that in order to snatch the treasures in the cave, others had to be forced to join forces to deal with Zixia. But there were still people who were not careful for a while, and were killed by Zixia with a palm. They couldn't even hurt Zixia. Sure enough, it's no use counting on these guys to injure Zixia, so that I can pick up materials. Hua Yunfei saw this, and quickly made a decision. He took the opportunity to fight for the treasures in the cave. He took the initiative to attack Zixia, and fought fiercely with her. Zixia saw this, and didn't suspect him, and didn't notice anything unusual. She accepted all the attacks from Hua Yunfei, and responded calmly. Hua Yunfei used all the secrets mastered by Taishian's sect. When he waved his hand, thousands of stars appeared out of thin air, making this area as magnificent and brilliant as the universe. Like a dream, he stepped on the Big Dipper Tiangang footwork, and moved in the air. One after another, starlight condensed into sword beams, and formed into a mysterious sword formation. Hua Yunfei was like the master of the stars, wantonly exerting the power of starlight here. The power of the star body was fully demonstrated by Hua Yunfei. Zixia's body was in harmony with the Tao. and she was always in a state of unity between man and nature. In the fierce melee, she fought with Hua Yunfei for dozens of moves, and only felt a numbness and severe pain in the palm of her hand. In just a short moment, she was injured in the fierce battle. Such a strong physical hardness, worthy of the famous star body. Zixia felt the injury on her hand, and her heart was full of reluctance. If I practiced the Western Emperor Sutra that best fits the innate Tao fetus, I would definitely be able to develop the potential of the innate Tao fetus, instead of having a strong and special physique like now, but without a matching mental method, so that only a very small part of the potential of the innate Tao fetus can be brought into play. Many young Tianjiu goddesses fought here. Soon they entered the deeper part of the cave, and unexpectedly saw an ancient and unadorned gray-brown stone tablet standing inside this empty hall. On the surface of the stone tablet, there was a whole cultivation scripture engraved, and it was a complete saint-level technique. There is a saint inheritance, and there is actually a technique inheritance left by an ancient saint here. Someone saw the stone tablet and couldn't help but shout out in surprise. It immediately attracted the attention of more young male and female geniuses. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but fight and snatch it more and more. The Emperor's scripture is not something that everyone is qualified to practice. Although the Bible is not as good as the Emperor's scripture, it is also extremely rare in this era. So much so that seeing the inheritance of the ancient saints at this moment, no one is not moved and jealous. The things belong to this young master. Get out of here, or I will kill you. Who do you think you are? You are the one who should get out. Put down the magic medicine in your hand. I will let you go. Otherwise this day next year will be your death anniversary. In the melee, Hua Yunfei secretly collected Zixiao's blood. Then he also rushed over and fought for the inheritance of the saint. There is no such thing in the entire Taishan sect. It is too precious and rare. Chapter 341, Interception. Inside the vast cave hall, a huge stone tablet with simple and unadorned style stands quietly here. It does not show the powerful power that an ancient saint should have, as if it is just an ordinary stone tablet. Only the words of the ancient times are engraved on its surface. But it carries a mysterious and restrained Tao rhyme. One after another, ancient words are dotted on it like miniature stars. And it seems to be a special formation formed by the condensation of Tao patterns, which contains the mystery of the scriptures themselves. No matter which race the people present are from, or whether they have learned the words of the ancient times, it does not affect the reading and understanding of this Bible called Ho Tu Gong. These are either male and female disciples from the Qishir mansion, or the younger generation of outsiders who came in from other channels. They fought fiercely here and tried to memorize the content of Ho Tu Gong in the battle. However, because it involves the mystery of the laws of the Holy Tao, this makes it not so easy to simply memorize the text. You need to understand and remember the Tao rhyme in it, even if you can't understand it. Ah! Another shrill and painful scream sounded. The saint of Yaoqi, surrounded by gorgeous crystal petals, rushed through the air, holding a human head that she had just twisted off in her left hand, making her look elegant and ethereal with iron-blooded murderousness, not giving the head in her hand any chance to fight back. 5 slender jade fingers as tender as green onions suddenly exerted force, crushing the head with one hand, and even the yuanshan inside was shattered along with it. The Saintess of Purple Mansion and Yoguang also performed well, although the skills they practiced were not the Emperor's scripture, but the Bible. They also relied on their own strong and special physiques to exert a powerful combat power far beyond that of ordinary practitioners in the Dragon Transformation secret realm. Ordinary genius men and women would be killed in less than 10 moves against them. Hua Yunfei, who was fighting in the crowd, was also quite eye-catching at this moment. His every move was like a banished immortal showing his magic. Wherever he passed, thousands of stars were free and showed all kinds of wonderful uses. Or defending himself and protecting himself tightly, or fighting and killing, making the seemingly soft starlight bloom like a sword. Damn it! You forced me to do this! At this moment, a wounded boy in the melee roared. Then he decisively took out something similar to a communication talisman and crushed it. Then he used the treasure on his body to protect himself from being killed in the melee. Only a very few people nearby noticed the small movements of the wounded boy. I immediately became alert and prepared, but I didn't see any sneak attacks, and I guessed that it might be related to the request for help. So I immediately accelerated the fight for this thick earth skill. At the same time, inside the small world of the Immortal Mansion, another hilly area, Zhao Yunyao, wearing a red skirt and holding a spear, relied on her cultivation level of the 9 changes of the dragon to attack against the enemy, and killed another great immortal with one spear. Looking at the other party's eyes full of unwilling shock, she casually swung the spear in her hand, breaking the other party's head into pieces. And even the great soul at the tip of the spear was torn and shattered. Just as she was about to turn around and leave here to look for the next prey, suddenly, Zhao Yuniao noticed a red light coming from the other party's body from the corner of her eyes. She immediately stopped and turned her head back. She saw that the other party's Weelsi secret realm was torn apart by herself. The things that were originally stored in the Weelsi secret realm fell out at this moment. The thing shining with red light was just one of them, and its appearance was similar to a jade slip. In addition, there were many pure sources and other sundries. Zhao Yuniao raised her hand in the air and grabbed the thing that looked like a jade slip. She looked at it over and over again. She tried to explore it with her divine mind, and soon got some information from the thing in her hand. The inheritance cave of the ancient saint has been born. It seems that if the news is leaked, it will definitely attract many guys to gather over. It's just right, so I don't have to find and kill them one by one, according to the specific coordinates given by the thing in her hand. Zhao Yu now collected the pure source that exploded, then turned around and headed straight for the great swamp cave mentioned in the message. She soared at high speed among the mountains and valleys, like a red lightning across the sky. Her speed was too fast to be that of a cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm. Before she really approached the great swamp, Zhao Yuniao had already noticed from a distance that more than one half-step great power was gathering there. It was obvious that they had also received the news of the inheritance of the ancient saints there in some unknown way. After Zhao Yuniao noticed these 4 half-step great powers belonging to the same force, she did not hesitate at all and took the initiative to kill these half-step great powers. The divine forbidden state always exists. And there is also the help of the spear, the king weapon of the way of killing. Facing these half-step masters, it is completely one spear at a time, like killing a chicken. Even her swallowing and power-generating skills can't be forced out. Too weak, even if it's just relying on the clone. There are few opponents. Zhao Yu now threw away the corpse in her hand, and then quickly came to the large swamp area. With a high-altitude overlooking perspective, she saw the big pit near the swamp trees at a glance, and there was a completely open ancient bronze door at the bottom. Seeing the destination, Zhao Yuniao had no intention of entering. He held the spear with both hands, and then smashed it towards the location of the cave. The spear suddenly became longer and thicker, like a giant pillar falling down. Boom! In an instant, the muddy water in the swamp splashed and shot, setting off a huge wave of soft mud. It was like a tsunami of destruction descending on this place. At this moment, the area within a radius of thousands of miles was shaken violently, as if a super earthquake had occurred. Densely packed saint-level Dao pattern prohibitions emerged from the depths of the swamp soil. Even though they were already broken, they still had great power. They blocked Zhao Yuniao's attack this time. But even so, many large and small cracks appeared in the structure of the entire saint's cave. Such obvious movement immediately alarmed many Tianjiao goddesses, who were fighting for the inheritance of the ancient saints. Ha ha ha. It must be the elders of my clan coming. You guys are dead. The injured young man who first sent the signal laughed out loud with joy. When the others heard this guy's words, they were all shocked. Based on the previous attack strength, they guessed that a powerful person was coming. Run quickly, or you will die here, someone shouted in a low voice, and immediately abandoned the inheritance of the ancient saints without hesitation. The stuff is good, but if you stay, you will have to wait until you are alive to enjoy it. Although these guys are greedy, they can still distinguish the deterrent power of the powerful. Chapter 342 Cohesion. Seeing that it was very likely that a powerful person was attacking outside, these young male and female geniuses immediately chose to retreat unwillingly, and were forced to flee out of the cave. But before they could escape far away, another huge vibration came from above. The sound was as dull as a landslide, and the entire underground cave shook violently. Boom boom boom. Piece after piece of hard rock fell from above, like a heavy rain. The remaining surviving geniuses showed their skills, or rushed through like a reckless man, not caring about anything. Or they showed exquisite body movements, like passing through a bush of flowers without getting a single leaf on them. Whether it was the saint of Yaoqi, the saint of Zifu, or the saint of Yaguang, or Hua Yunfei and others, they were all fleeing at this moment. And halfway through, everyone looked at each other and saw each other's plans and decisions. If there is a powerful person blocking the door and trying to kill them, then if they want to survive, they must unite together to confront the powerful person head-on, or even kill him. At the same time, in the swamp above the cave, Zhao Yunyao noticed the movement inside the cave, especially the tracking mark she left behind. She controlled the attack direction of the spear in her hand and deliberately did not attack Hua Yunfei's position. Then she swung it hard again and smashed it down towards the ancient sage's cave below. Boom boom crack. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound was heard. The cave's restrictions, which had become damaged over a long period of time, could not withstand Zhao Yunyao's continuous attacks and exploded like fireworks. The horrible energy fluctuations raged, causing a mushroom cloud to appear here. In the violent explosion and shattering scene, Hua Yunfei, Yao Shi, Zixia and others flew out of the cave entrance and exit, and then suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, wanting to escape in all directions. The other young outsiders were almost the same. There was no intention to stay and fight hard. And Zhao Yunyao, who was suspended in the air, also swung the spear in his hand casually and killed some unknown guys. As for the other scattered people, they did not take the initiative to chase. It seemed that they came here specifically for the inheritance of the ancient saints. After everyone left, Zhao Yunyao stopped the attack in her hand and turned to look in the direction where Hua Yunfei left. His mood changed, as if he had gained something. I wonder what kind of material he will choose as the target of cultivating his independent clone. Now she is just looking for fun. Realizing that Hua Yunfei had made a decision, Zhao Yunyao immediately picked up the Spear of Light, hit his body, restrained his life force, and continued to follow Hua Yunfei. I remember that there is a complete version of the Taiwan Sutra inside this fairy world, and it is a brand new version of the Taiwan Sutra created by Taiwan II in his later years. In terms of the mystery of this Imperial Sutra, it is much more profound than the version of the Taiwan Sutra that is now used in the Great Xia dynasty. In addition to this Imperial Sutra, there is also a shed skin left by the Immortal Emperor. If you have a good understanding, you can also comprehend the complete version of the ancient divine scripture from this shed skin. And it is also an Imperial Sutra that has been optimized and improved over multiple versions. Even, I have comprehended the secret of the bloodline inheritance talent of the five-colored fairy phoenix itself. The only thing that is attractive to me is the shed skin left by the Immortal Emperor. This is the most precious treasure in the entire fairy world. Even if it is used for fighting, it can be used as an extremely powerful ancient emperor weapon. I will find it later and get the shed skin. But there is still the Immortal Emperor's divine thoughts nearby. With this clone alone, it may not be able to win in a head-on fight. I remember that something like the Duran Sutra seems to have a miraculous effect of restraining it, or use the swallowing gene power technique that does not belong to the secret realm system, and try to kill it head-on. Zhao Yunyao herself is not sure whether it can be done. The main reason is that she has never seen such a strange thing as the divine thoughts. She herself is not very clear about how much effect a simple force fight will have. If it really doesn't work, then she can borrow some of the power of the original body again. After a while of random thoughts, Zhao Yunyao soon saw Hua Yunfei's figure. At this moment, he came to a cliff waterfall, hiding his breath and traces. He flashed into the back of the waterfall and opened up a simple stone chamber there. After entering it, he blocked the entrance with a large stone. Zhao Yunyao landed and sat on the trunk of an ancient tree diagonally opposite to the side. Keeping himself hidden, he swung a pair of white legs. Then he skillfully took out a large bag of sunflower seeds again and started eating, drinking and watching the show here. Neither the waterfall nor the stone could block her eyes, as this ordinary mortal body continued to transforming towards the direction of the god's tomb heavenly Tao. Her own body also underwent many corresponding changes. She already possessed some heavenly Tao characteristics. Well, it's about to begin. Zhao Yunyao opened her eyes wide and sat on the tree trunk to watch curiously. At the same time, inside the simple stone room, Hua Yunfei took out a small jade bottle, cast a spell to unlock the breath-isolating restriction on the jade bottle, then pulled out the cork and poured out a small ball of crystal-clear blood from the inside. Although it was blood, it had a faint and charming fragrance. Just smelling the smell gave Hua Yunfei a wonderful feeling of being relaxed and happy, as if he was in harmony with the nature of heaven and earth. This made him marvel at the innate Tao fetus and envy the power of the innate Tao fetus. Once I succeed in nurturing it with the secret method, I will also be born with the qualifications of the innate Tao fetus. It's a pity that there is no Shihuang Sutra that is most suitable for the growth of the innate Tao fetus's physique. With a little sigh in his heart, Hua Yunfei took the initiative to collect the blood into the inner part of the Luanhai secret realm. Then, he focused all his attention and began to formally perform the secret method of doppelganger. In an instant, from the depths of his own life spring, a mysterious and strange change suddenly appeared. It seemed to have turned into a holy placenta made by heaven and earth, with the ability to nurture life. The ball of blood belonging to Zixia, the saint of Purple Mansion, was swallowed by the secret method into the depths of Hua Yunfei's life spring, and the divine power surged. The essence gushed out, and fluctuated and combined in a certain way. Gradually, the small ball of innate Tao fetus blood completely disappeared. At the bottom of Hua Yunfei's life spring, it gradually condensed into a mysterious purple egg, with strands of law patterns, like decorative patterns, naturally appearing on its surface. When it slightly expanded and contracted, it seemed to be practicing breathing. It looked mysterious and strange. Chapter 343 Against Heaven and Earth. Outside the simple cave, Zhao Yu now quietly observed Hua Yunfei's movements, and after noticing the small ball of crystal blood he took out, he immediately had a guess in his mind. Just a little blood can trigger the resonance of the Tao, and naturally produce a state of harmony with it. This situation is somewhat similar to the innate Tao fetus, and it may also be the innate holy body Tao fetus. However, considering that Zixia, the saint of Purple Mansion, and Hua Yunfei both rushed out of that swamp cave, then this possibility is almost certain to be Zixia's blood. Based on a little intelligence, Zhao Yu now quickly judged the choice made by Hua Yunfei, knowing that he chose the top special physique of the innate Tao fetus. Zixia's development and utilization of her innate Tao fetus is still too superficial and crude, so she has not been able to bring out the true power of the innate Tao fetus. If she can really bring it out, she will be the second Queen Mother of the West. But it's no wonder that Zixia is in this situation now. Although the Zifu Holy Land belongs to the level of the Immortal Holy Land, but compared with the Yoguang Holy Land, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Daoi Holy Land, etc., its foundation is still too weak. After all, the inheritance sources of these top Immortal Holy Lands all come from the real Jidao Emperor, like the Zifu Holy Land, the Wanchu Holy Land, the Four Symbols Holy Land, and other Immortal Holy Lands. They are just holy lands established by saints, and the essential difference is too big. If at the beginning, the Immortal Holy Land that Zixia chose to join was not the Zifu Holy Land, but the Yaoqi Holy Land, then, relying on the powerful and special physique of the innate Tao fetus, she can completely rely on the Western Emperor Sutra as the Emperor Sutra to directly cultivate to the level of the Great Emperor step by step, without any realm level in the middle, because the Shihuang Mother who created the Western Emperor Sutra is the innate Tao fetus. For the innate Tao fetus, this Emperor Sutra can be said to be a tailor-made exclusive version of the practice. Only the innate Tao fetus can bring out the maximum power of the Western Emperor Sutra. If the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Yaoqi Holy Land were combined, complementing each other's shortcomings and strengthening their advantages, Zixia would have a great chance to become the new extreme female emperor. It's just that the women in the Yaoqi Holy Land have ambitions that are not worthy of their own cultivation. With a cultivation level of a mere second-level immortal, they actually dream of controlling the perfect level stone embryo Holy Spirit. If this Holy Spirit is born, he will be born at the level of the Great Emperor. You only need to refine the Heavenly Heart Seal to become the Extreme Great Emperor, using the cultivation level of a powerful person to control and enslave the Great Emperor. It's only the women in the Yaoqi Holy Land who dare to think about it, and they really plan to do so. They often let the powerful, even the former saints, chant scriptures to the stone embryo Holy Spirit to brainwash it. And before the Holy Spirit inside is completely nurtured, they set up many control restrictions on the 9-aperture strange stone. This move is just like Ji Haoyu's 4-pole secret realm cultivation forcibly snatching the Qinglian Emperor soldier. It is as ignorant to refine it and use it as one's own life weapon. If Hua Yunfei can hide and use the innate Tao fetus to develop an independent clone for a period of time, the Holy Son of Yoguang will be finished, and there is no need for him to take the initiative to attack. The Holy Son of Yoguang was finally assimilated by the chaos, and completely lost his mind and consciousness. This broken universe does not allow the reverse evolution of the chaos body. As the founder of the Devouring Heaven magic art, why did the Devouring Heaven magic emperor later deliberately create the Immortal Heaven art that specifically restrains the Devouring Heaven magic art? and even completely abandon the perfect chaos body that was successfully evolved with great difficulty? It is because there are hidden dangers and dangers that are enough to kill people. She used the perfect chaos body as nourishment, ruthlessly abandoned it, and used the immortal heaven art that specifically restrained the devouring heaven magic art to transform a new immortal divine fetus. In this way, she abandoned the assimilation and erosion of chaos, and was not possessed by chaos. Even the body of the great emperor, who was left with the special physical foundation of the perfect chaos body, was destroyed by the successful female emperor, and it was sacrificed into an extreme imperial weapon, the devouring heaven magic pot. This was done mainly to prevent chaos from using his old body to harm himself. It was not that the third generation of the Nanling emperor really lacked the precious raw materials for refining the imperial weapons. Without a strong enough and terrifying demonic understanding, the devouring heaven demon art is really a dead end for anyone who practices it. Even if you can transform into a chaos body, you can't escape the fate of being possessed by chaos in the end. Not everyone can survive by violating the rules of the universe. Zhao Yun now quietly looked at Hua Yunfei in the simple secret room, thinking of his own clone. This one was originally just an ordinary mortal body, and he also chose to practice devouring heaven demon art and immortal heaven art. The difference is that this independent clone did not choose to devour the origin of any special physique. Instead, he directly devoured the origin of the heavenly Tao to promote the transformation of ordinary mortal bodies. And Zhao Yunyao did not intend to devour the origin of any special physique, and took the initiative to give up the advantage of devouring heaven magic in this regard, focusing on the purity and uniqueness of the origin of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, a consciousness came quietly from the Mother Nest bracelet on his wrist. Let the independent clone outside understand this. All the mysteries of the origin of Qi Tian, one of the 9 heavens, have been thoroughly analyzed. That clone can also start the first transformation of the heavenly Tao in the god's tomb, with the emergence of important things related to herself. Zhao Yunyao was temporarily not interested in watching the fun. She threw away the melon seed shell in her hand. Then she turned around and left here decisively, and soon came to a deserted area. The mountains seen here are like a pile of sky-piercing divine swords standing tall, and the overall structure can be described as straight up and down, which seems extremely steep and precipitous. Zhao Yunyao randomly chose a mountain here to live. She skillfully opened a simple cave on the cliff and lived there temporarily. Then, the real body hidden inside the Mother Nest bracelet was revealed again, standing quietly beside the independent clone, acting as a protector. Next, it is time to rebuild the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm with the method of the God's Tomb Heavenly Tao. Qi Tian. It should be the first change of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. The independent clone sat cross-legged in the simple cave with his eyes closed. She concentrated almost all of her mind and consciousness on the first level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm in the clone. After the dual development and tempering of the 2 emperor scriptures swallowing heaven demon art and immortal heaven art, the interior of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm also became sacred and brilliant, like an extraordinary sun blooming with holy brilliance. It's just that this seemingly sacred and bright secret environment contains a demonic Tao rhyme that swallows the sky and devours the earth. But it is completely suppressed and controlled by the sacred Tao rhyme. Although there are no techniques or scriptures, all the mysteries of the origin of Qi Tian itself are the best objects for comprehension. Learning from the heaven and earth is enough for rebuilding. Chapter 344 Body is like a tomb of gods. With the terrifying collective consciousness of the original body, and the blessing and control of the transcendent Yang God. This makes this independent clone's control over the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm far beyond that of practitioners at the same level. Even if the great Emperor Jidao came in person, he could not compare with Zhao Yunyao, who had so many advantages. Before pushing his own Dragon Transformation Secret Realm to rebuild and transform, Zhao Yunyao repeatedly compared and observed the secrets of the origin of the red sky that he had mastered and comprehended, confirming that he had not made any mistakes, and then officially began to transform himself. The heavenly Tao of the Tomb of Gods is formed by the thoughts of all living beings, and can be regarded as the source of all living beings. Then the 9 heavens of the heavenly Tao that exist because of the heavenly Tao of the Tomb of Gods also have the same basic essence. Whether it is the heavenly Tao or the 9 heavens, they can be regarded as the tomb of all living beings. Bury all living beings in the Tomb of Gods to achieve the supreme heavenly Tao. With his mind wandering, Zhao Yunyao focused on the theory of the tomb of all living beings. However, compared to absorbing all living beings from the outside world as nutrients for her transformation into the dragon's secret realm. She pays more attention to her own situation. If the cell is regarded as the universe, then everything inside the cell is the living beings of the universe. This independent clone is not the original body. It still has the concept of cells. And inside the cell, there are also organelles with different functions. These organelles, as well as deeper genetic information, can also have emotions and desires. Zhao Yuniao knows this very well, and has a very clear perception. The various emotional changes produced by a living being are not necessarily its true thoughts. To a large extent, it is all affected by various microorganisms, different secretions, and even different genes in the body. If these influences are eliminated, then there will not be so many emotions and desires that are truly conscious of your own mind. For example, love, lust, jealousy, envy, pity, etc., which are born out of inheritance and reproduction, are nothing more than the selfishness of genes, wanting to expand their own existence. Let the things belonging to the concept of gene always be passed on. Once the influence of this aspect is blocked, no one will have any interest in the opposite sex. Without the temptation of reproduction, there will naturally be no related emotions and desires. After that, emotions such as love and lust appear in this regard, which are considered to be true emotions of your own mind, rather than false emotions and desires induced and controlled by genes. Based on this point, Zhao Yuniao used the 7 emotions and 7 desires method with his main body, and began to consciously activate the independent clone to amplify all his emotions and desires. And in this process, the main body remained absolutely calm. With the sharing of collective consciousness, Zhao Yuniao has different body emotions and desires, and can separate her own emotions and desires, as well as the emotions and desires of her cell genes. Then she mobilizes the emotions and desires of the genes in all cells inside and outside her body. With the special control and perception of the 7 emotions and 7 desires method in this regard, she guides them into the first transformation area of her independent clone, the dragon transformation secret realm. She uses her own body as a cell god tomb to bury the emotions and desires of her genes. At the same time, in conjunction with the secrets of the origin of the red sky that he had mastered and comprehended, he gradually refined and absorbed the emotional desires belonging to his genes, just like refining the living beings in the cell tomb of the god, to feed back and promote the transformation and growth of the heavenly Tao. As time went on, gradually, in the first transformation area of the dragon transformation secret realm of this independent clone, a scarlet blood-like luster was quietly born and evolved, and the entire first transformation area gradually formed something similar to sky. Like the placenta of heaven and earth, the real red sky was gradually nurtured and bred inside. During the period when Zhao Yuniao and Hua Yunfei were in seclusion and cultivating separately, due to the large-scale entry of many foreign practitioners, such as the Qishir Mansion, the native practitioners of the wild beast race inside the small world of the immortal mansion were very resentful and angry at these outsiders. One after another, powerful wild beasts, under the call of the wild beast king, began to gather in groups, intend to slaughter these outsiders. Many powerful people had noticed the unusual movements of the wild beasts early on, and there were more than one of them. They immediately judged that there would be a huge turbulent change in the small world of the immortal mansion. Forced to do so, many practitioners did not continue to stay in the small world of the immortal mansion for the sake of their own safety. Each of them chose to leave the small world of the immortal mansion temporarily through the entrance and exit of the passage when they came in. Only a very small number of practitioners, either confident enough in themselves or with a fluke mentality, did not follow the large group to leave the small world of the immortal mansion. Just after such a period of time, the wild beasts that had successfully gathered, under the call of the wild beast king, came out in full force and began to besiege and strangle all outsiders. Nearly 1 million powerful wild ancient beasts came like a flood. This caused many practitioners to die immediately. The blood that flowed out was like a mighty river flowing on the ground, making the cliffs, nests, mountains, lakes and hills inside this fairy world all colorful, or red, or gold, or blue and purple. All kinds of blood, like dyes for coloring, made this wild and powerful ancient world full of death and disaster. Even if it was a peerless power, the emperor of the dynasty would not survive if he fell into it. Not even a corpse was left. Either they were divided and eaten, or they were torn and trampled into meat paste. In a very short time, All the outsiders, who had not left the fairy world, suffered extremely serious death. Boom! The vast herd of wild beasts was like a dark cloud covering the sky. Whether in the sky, on the ground, or underground, there are raging wild beasts everywhere. Zhao Yuniao stood on the top of the mountain, just watching from afar. She felt a strong and thick murderous aura coming. A very powerful beast king. Almost close to the level of a saint. But I can't let you get close. Otherwise it will affect my own clone's transformation. Just stop here, and I won't kill you. Zhao Yuniao looked calm, not caring about the charge of these wild beasts at all. Before the beasts really came to this Sword Mountain area, she slightly released a little life-blood fluctuation. In an instant, a majestic blood ocean that was enough to scare the Jidao Emperor and make the forbidden area supreme jealous suddenly appeared. The entire fairy mansion world immediately became turbulent and full of strange phenomena. At this moment, all kinds of flowers, plants, and vines began to grow wildly, and naturally evolved and mutated. They all advanced to higher levels of spiritual plants. And those birds, beasts, fish, and insects, feeling the vigorous immortal vitality contained in the fluctuations of chi and blood, were like being bathed in the glory of the immortal way. Chapter 345 Emperor and King. When Zhao Yuniao revealed a trace of life and blood fluctuations, the immortal life force contained in it was revealed along with it. This is a rare opportunity for all the lives living in the fairy world. It is like the light of the immortal way shining on thousands of people, spreading all kinds of fortune. Under the influence of the fluctuation radiation of this immortal life force, all the flowers, plants, trees and vines in the fairy world are growing and evolving rapidly, and are upgrading to higher level spiritual plants. Even in this process, many unprecedented new varieties of high-level spiritual plants have evolved and grown. And those birds and beasts that also belong to life. After feeling and sensing the earth-shaking and vast immortal life force, one by one, they completely involuntarily landed and collectively worshipped in the direction of the center of the fluctuation. Or they just lie on the ground and shake their tails. Or lie on their sides and show their soft bellies. Or they simply stick out their lower bodies to Zhao Yuniao. All kinds of birds and beasts expressed their submission to Zhao Yuniao in their most pious way. Although the whole scene looked a bit strange. But the performance of these beasts was indeed awe and obedience from the heart. At this moment, just simply feeling the existence of the majestic and immortal life fluctuations, the lifespan of all living beings was extended. Even some who were at the realm level gained some insights from the immortal life fluctuations. They involuntarily broke through to a higher realm on the spot. Such a magnificent life force is incredible. The Savage Beast King also clearly felt the vitality that filled the world. As he was close to the level of ancient saints, he naturally understood that even if a real ancient saint was alive, he would never have such a terrifying life force. The difference between the two sides was so huge that he could not estimate the size of the gap. It was beyond the understanding and cognition of the Savage Beast King. Could it be? This is a living emperor or king? Inexplicably, this possibility emerged in the Savage Beast King's mind. When a practitioner at the level of the Saint Dao would never have such a level of life force. In his cognition, only the invincible one who was high above existed. And in this small world of the immortal mansion, there were many traces of the ancient emperor and the emperor. As a powerful beast king close to the level of saints, the Savage Beast King naturally knew how terrible this invincible person was. All the savage beasts present together were not enough for the other party to kill with one hand. The thought of driving away and killing those outsiders, but even alarming such a terrifying existence. The Savage Beast King was immediately frightened. I'm not going to die. Am I? Why am I so unlucky? This shouldn't be the case. A little guy like me who is not even an ancient saint is just an ant that can be ignored in the eyes of that supreme being. How could I alarm it? But he waited for a while. The Savage Beast King found that not only did he not die, but he also unexpectedly gained many opportunities and benefits in this immortal creation of blood and chi fluctuations, allowing the few hidden dangers of Dao injuries left in the early years to return to normal. He felt that his body and soul were warm and comfortable at the moment. Such an obvious change made the Beast King couldn't help but have a lot of wild thoughts in his mind. Maybe it's not my fault, but it just happened that the invincible person had such a change. But whether it is or not, you need to stay dormant and quiet down. If you accidentally make the other party unhappy, you may die at any time. With this idea in mind, the Savage Beast King immediately had no intention of driving away and hunting outsiders. His own life safety is still the most important. Anyway, after the previous sweep, many outsiders have been killed. Even if there are still some lucky remaining outsiders surviving, they must be only a very small number. It can't affect the overall situation of this fairy world at all. From a distance, the savage beast king lay on the ground, respectfully kowtowed to the mountain area that looked like a sword piercing the sky, expressing his attitude. Then, the savage beast king evacuated the area alone. It seemed to be regarded as a life-restricted area. As for the other wild beasts, the beast king didn't care at all at this moment. Whether they were alive or dead, they had nothing to do with him. On the steep mountain that reached the sky, Zhao Yunya's eyes swept across this small world of the fairy mansion, and she didn't pay special attention to the wild beast king. Just now, she keenly caught a strange breath flashing by. The resentment and malice against any living thing was simply not concealed. It was an innate life essence, not intentional, although I haven't seen that thing yet. If I think about it carefully, it should be the divine thoughts left after the immortal emperor successfully transformed. And in that area, the remaining traces of immortal rules are the most intense. It is likely related to the immortal road that once existed here, according to some passers-by's ancient books. In his later years, Taiwang too entered the inner world of the immortal mansion. He wanted to kill himself alone to go through the immortal road and enter the legendary immortal world. Then, there was no news from the outside world. After looking far away for a moment, Zhao Yunyao retracted her eyes of concern. She would go to that place. But not now. Now it is most important to transform her own immortal platform's secret realm. The third clone, the God's Tomb Heavenly Tao, has long been in the process of gestation. Next, we just need to wait patiently for it to be born. At that time, the Taoist Palace secret realm, which has not been actively cultivated, will have the time to adapt and sublimate according to its own wishes. Her current situation can no longer be measured by a simple secret realm. Shua. Zhao Yuning put away the trace of immortal life force in himself again. He turned his attention back to the body of his independent clone, carefully experiencing the fusion between the Divine Tomb Heavenly Tao and the heaven-covering Secret Realm Law, with the focus on the Secret Realm Dragon Ball in the body of the Secret Realm Dragon. This thing is the seed of the Xian'ai Secret Realm. Gradually, as the independent clone successfully condensed the mysterious thing containing the concept of Red Sky embryo inside the first transformation area of the Dragon's Secret Realm, the Secret Realm Dragon Ball also changed accordingly. The Secret Realm Dragon Ball, which was originally pure white, now quietly had a bright and dazzling red luster, and the whole body was faintly carrying a kind of heavenly Tao pressure unique to the Divine Tomb Heavenly Tao. The kind of oppression in all aspects was like a terrifying supreme being dormant inside. And it was like a mysterious holy placenta, nurturing creation and nurturing divine will. In a trance, it was like witnessing a god. And as time went by, the changes in the Secret Realm Dragon Ball itself are still subtly bringing about new changes, and cannot be completed in a short period of time. Chapter 346 Mother and Daughter. Just when Zhao Yunyao revealed a trace of immortal life energy fluctuations, those forces that had evacuated the small world of the immortal mansion in advance, but were always paying attention to the big movements in the small world, such as the Qishir Mansion, various immortal dynasties, and ancient families, all also sensed the terrifying blood fluctuations that filled the world. That vastness and majesty simply exceeded the imagination of all cultivators. It was like an ordinary mortal facing the boundless sea of stars. That kind of power has exceeded their cognition. Far more powerful than the current immortal dynasty peerless emperors, immortal Holy Land saints, etc., compared with the Saint Lord and the Emperor Lord. It is like the light of a firefly compared to the stars in the sky. Could it be that the real emperor was born? An ancient saint from the Qishir Mansion got the news and made such a guess, and was shocked. That immortal palace inherited from the ancient era really has many great secrets. Otherwise, why would the immortal emperor, the great emperor, the void emperor, the Namling emperor, and this mysterious and unknown emperor all enter this immortal palace, want to pay homage to the emperor and greet him? Hua Tiandu, an ancient saint who was born in the Qishir Mansion, immediately took the initiative to go out and personally enter the small world of the immortal palace. But at this moment, the terrifying and majestic life energy that filled the world had long disappeared. Only the remaining drastic scene proved that it was not a false statement, but a real existence. The ancient saint took a glance and soon saw that all the flowers, plants, vines, birds, Beasts and other lives had undergone their own obvious changes. As if being baptized and reborn, the whole body has undergone incredible evolution and improvement. Crack, crack. Suddenly, there were bursts of terrifying thunderous sounds that shook the earth from afar. A very strong pressure of heavenly tribulation thunder suddenly condensed and rose. Even Hua Tiandu, an ancient saint, felt a palpitation at this moment. Waves of death instinct throbbed, making him a little afraid to approach the range of the thunder tribulation too easily. Hua Tiandu looked into the distance with concentration, and when he saw the beautiful and gentle figure who was about to pass the tribulation, a look of surprise and shock appeared in his eyes. It's her, the little girl of the human race who joined the Qishir mansion not long ago. I remember her name is Li Feiyu. She has only reached the 9th level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Why does the heavenly tribulation that is about to pass make me, a true ancient saint, feel the threat of death? How is this possible? How can a little cultivator in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm be compared with a saint? After just looking for a while, Hua Tiandu glanced at it inadvertently. And then he unexpectedly noticed that there was a figure over there. The other party was just standing there, without any movement, and no strange signs were shown. But he still felt that the other party was the core of the entire world. That kind of majestic and mysterious, as if the entire universe was guarding and surrounding the other party. Is this refining the heavenly heart seal? Seeing this, Hua Tiandu widened his 3 eyes in disbelief. The face that was obviously showing signs of aging showed an expression of shock that could not be concealed at this moment. Subconsciously, he used the 4 extreme secret realm to feel the situation of the universe. But the result is that the laws of all ways are reviving again, and the golden age of cultivation is about to come again. The only thing that does not exist is the rearrangement and combination change after the Tianqin seal is refined. The Tianqin seal has not been refined. But what is going on now? Hua Tiandu blinked 3 eyes in disbelief. But the scene he saw was still the same as before. The universe's 10,000 ways resonated spontaneously and surrounded him, like the supreme god and emperor who controlled the universe. Although it felt that the Tianqin seal was not refined, the other party's performance was not much different from those emperors who refined the Tianqin seal in his memory, although he couldn't figure out why it turned out like this. However, Hua Tiandu had already understood one thing. That is, the terrifying and majestic life-blood phenomenon that appeared before was very likely related to this mysterious empress. Judging from the current situation, Li Feiyu also has some relationship with the other party. Otherwise, he would not stand nearby and watch Li Feiyu overcome the heavenly tribulation. To be able to have an invincible empress personally protect her. What is the origin of this little girl Li Feiyu? Hua Tiandu looked carefully from afar, and couldn't help but guess in his heart, could they be master and disciple? But if they are really master and disciple, how could they be interested in the environment of Qishir Mansion? Just watching, Hua Tiandu's eyes gradually revealed a hint of suspicion. Suddenly, a bolder guess came to his mind. Why does this little girl Li Feiyu look a bit similar to that mysterious empress? Could it be they are actually mother and daughter? When this kind of conjecture and conclusion came to mind, the more Hua Tiandu observed and compared, the more he was convinced that his conjecture and conclusion might be true, because the two of them really look alike. However, compared with her mother's stunning appearance, Li Feiyu, as a daughter, obviously has an extremely obvious gap, like a young and immature flower bud. Although Zhao Yuniao turned sideways to one of the ancient saints of Qishir Mansion, and did not take the initiative to investigate, he still noticed the various thoughts and ideas in this guy's mind. Do you think that my clone and I are mother and daughter? This conclusion based on appearance is indeed a bit outrageous. Suddenly, Zhao Yuniao was thoughtful, and felt that the other party's idea made some sense. Ordinary people give birth to children, while Taoists take care of their bodies. This is the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, and the place where ordinary people give birth to and reproduce offspring is indeed the reproductive system, which is also the origin and foundation of the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. The gestation and evolution of independent clones are realized inside the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. From this level, the existence of independent clones can indeed be regarded as special offspring that one reproduces alone. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuniao suddenly felt a little strange. As a female cultivator, it seems that there is nothing wrong with this understanding. But now Hua Yunfei has also practiced the secret method of clone method that she left behind. He is also nurturing an independent clone in his own secret realm of the Wheel Sea. So Hua Yunfei has become a male mother now. Oh no! My head is itchy. Is it going to grow a brain? Zhao Yuniao stretched out her hand and rubbed her forehead. Throwing this crazy idea aside, she felt that she was almost led astray by the saint of the Qishir mansion just now. But soon, Zhao Yuniao could not take care of other things for the time being, because the new heavenly tribulation belonging to the independent clone was close to the end of condensation. The intensity of this thunder tribulation is a bit too huge and abnormal. It's just the dragon transformation secret realm, but it's already equivalent to the heavenly tribulation of becoming a saint. Chapter 347 Heavenly Punishment. At this moment, the heavenly calamity had just been successfully condensed and had not really descended. But Zhao Yuniao clearly noticed something wrong. The intensity of this thunder calamity has exceeded the limit that the local practitioners of the dragon transformation secret realm can cope with. Any local practitioner will surely die if they face it. It is obviously only the first transformation of the dragon transformation secret realm. But the intensity of the heavenly calamity that descended is comparable to that of a saint. The extent of this heavenly calamity is a bit too outrageous. Could it be related to the secret of the god's tomb heavenly Tao contained in it? After thinking about it, Zhao Yu now confirmed that this was the only influencing factor. Otherwise, if the dragon transformation secret realm was simply allowed to begin to rebuild and transform, and the initial creation of the secret realm was carried out, even if the heavenly calamity descended, it should not be so terrifying. This broken universe is indeed very exclusive. Any essence of the Taoism involving other worlds or universes, once directly revealed, will trigger an unimaginable terrifying heavenly tribulation, which is completely a desperate and unremitting attitude, relying only on the means of the secret realm method. The clone will definitely die in this heavenly tribulation. After quickly judging the result of this situation, Zhao Yuniao's independent clone decisively changed the established strategy and used various force-generating techniques of the genetic extraordinary system that was being devoured without hesitation. At the same time, it comprehensively amplified from multiple aspects such as attack, defense, and speed. 100 times the force-generating technique, 100 times the amplitude superposition, 1081 times the amplitude superposition of the mind power, and the amplitude superposition of the law and order. In just a short moment, the independent clone gave himself a comprehensive amplification of hundreds of millions of times, almost when his clone barely made preparations. One after another, violent heavenly tribulation thunders, as thick as mountains, suddenly fell from the sky. The blazing power that burst out in that instant was like a scorching sun exploding and blooming here. Crack, crack, boom. Instantly, the figure of Zhao Yuniao's clone was submerged in the vast sea of thunder. The first thunder was emitted, as if it triggered some kind of signal. One after another, dragon-shaped heavenly tribulations condensed and manifested, like a group of dragons descending to the world, frantically besieging and attacking the independent clone fighting in the heavenly tribulation. Each of the heavenly tribulation dragons contained the pure and incomparable power of the real dragon. It was like the young version of the immortal dragon descending here. Even the strongest heavenly tribulation of the dragon in the secret realm of the dragon transformation recorded in ancient books is completely inferior to 1/10,000th of this heavenly tribulation at this moment, because this already contains the rules of the holy way. To some extent, this can be regarded as a punishment from heaven specifically targeting foreign principles. Only by successfully surviving can one survive safely. On. Many real dragons raised their heads and roared, shook their heads and swung their tails, and surrounded Zhao Yuniao's clone from all directions. The whole scene seemed to be completely out of control at any time. However, after Zhao Yuniao flexibly used the extraordinary system methods that did not belong to this universe, he just resisted directly and fought with a large group of real dragons in the vast sea of thunder. Dragons soared in the sea, and the waves were surging. The violent thunder that shocked the mind sounded, causing casualties in the surrounding area of the place where the tribulation was passed. Many wild beasts were shattered in the air by the sound of the sound. Looking around, almost everywhere was a blood mist of broken limbs, broken bones, rotten flesh, and blood. Even the steep sword mountain that towered into the sky was shattered and destroyed in the rolling thunder, with rocks piercing the clouds and debris flying everywhere, turning this area into a forbidden land of death. Seeing this, Zhao Yuniao's main body moved his hands slightly to restrict the scope of the thunder tribulation here. It did not allow this thing to expand wildly. What a terrible power of the heavenly tribulation! I have never seen this type of heavenly tribulation appear. The ancient Saint Hua Tiandu of the Qishir mansion looked far away and felt abnormally trembling and surprised in his heart, Those dragon-shaped heavenly tribulations are like real dragons descending to the world. How can they be so vivid and vivid? Such a heavenly tribulation is really a heavenly tribulation that a little cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm can survive? Even a real saint like me feels a strong threat of death. But looking at the figure of the pretty girl, who is roaming in the thunder tribulation, and fighting with the dragons, Hua Tiandu suddenly became silent in his heart. Even the heavenly tribulation that could threaten to kill a true saint could not kill Li Feiyu. Doesn't that mean that Li Feiyu, who is currently only in the dragon transformation secret realm, can fight a true saint head-on? As a true ancient saint, Hua Tiandu actually felt a huge pressure and threat at this moment. It actually came from a little girl who had just entered the dragon transformation secret realm. This is not a genius monster, but a terrible monster that makes her peers despair. At the dragon transformation realm, she fought against the immortal platform saint. Just thinking about it, Hua Tiandu felt a sense of depression in his heart. Suddenly, he felt that he had lived for so many years and practiced hard. Just like practicing on a dog. I felt like I had already grown old, and my era had passed. The waves behind push the waves ahead, and the waves ahead die on the beach. For other young geniuses who aspire to be emperors, being in the same era with such evil monsters is simply an extremely desperate result. As expected of the daughter of the emperor, such talent is too incredible. It completely breaks my perception of genius. At this moment, the more Hua Tiandu observed, the more he was convinced of his previous guesses. I couldn't help but feel that I understood why there was a mysterious empress who personally protected the way to pass the heavenly tribulation. Such a terrifying talent is really enough to be taken seriously. Perhaps one day in the future, I can personally witness the wonder of a mother and daughter emperor, breaking the shackles of the emperor's son and daughter's difficulty in achieving enlightenment. Just as Hua Tiandu was carefully observing from a distance, he saw that the power of the heavenly tribulation in the distance became more and more terrifying, and it had reached the limit state close to the saint level. If placed in the outside world, ordinary sun, moon and stars would be shattered and destroyed. They simply could not withstand the powerful and terrifying explosion of power. At the same time, on the other side, Hua Yunfei, who had not left because of the temporary retreat to cultivate the independent clone relationship, was also awakened by the huge and terrifying fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation. He stood on a big rock and looked far away at the end of the sky. The weather environment was originally sunny and windy, but now it has become gloomy and depressing. The dark lead clouds almost drooped to the ground. It gave people a sense of touch. In such an environment, the thunder tribulation dragon flying between heaven and earth became clearer and more obvious. However, when Hua Yunfei noticed the vague figure in the thunder tribulation from a distance, he always had an inexplicable instinctive familiarity, as if he had seen the other party more than once. It was just that the thunder tribulation at this moment was too terrible, making it almost impossible to see anything there. Strange. Who is going through the heavenly tribulation there? And it is such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Hua Yunfei couldn't help but ponder for a while. Chapter 348 Dao Wei. Seeing that the other party was in the state of tribulation, and was strongly disturbed by the heavenly tribulation, he could not accurately judge the situation. Hua Yunfei did not think about it for the time being. He just kept a bystander attitude and stood far away to observe. However, the intensity and power of the thunder tribulation made him tremble with fear. Even if a real great power was going through the tribulation, there would not be such terrible fluctuations. This made Hua Yunfei unconsciously guess the real state of the other party. Could it be that an invincible king of the way of beheading is going through the tribulation? But in this era where there are no saints in the world, where can there be a real king of the way of beheading? Even if it is the cultivation realm of the strongest group of geniuses in the Qishir mansion, it is only the great power level of the second heaven of the Xiantai secret realm, and it is still too early to reach the level of the king of the way of beheading in the third heaven. Seeing that the contemporary geniuses were somewhat unmatched, Hua Yunfei unconsciously thought of Xiang Yufei. Xiang Yufei, known as the Emperor of the Middle Kingdom, was a genius from 9,000 years ago. It is said that he was born with the sign of premature death, and it is difficult for him to live beyond the age of 20. He has been dead for thousands of years. But it was not until he appeared again not long ago. Everyone realized that Xiang Yufei was not dead at that time, but was in a state of premature death. In the end, relying on a longevity lock, his own special physical changes and cultivation, he survived the innate premature death and survived. Now, as soon as he came to the Qishir mansion, He was at the realm of great power, looking at all the geniuses in the Cheshire mansion. Only a few people such as Wang Tang can be equal to Xiang Yufei in terms of realm level, and are at the level of great power. As for the other genius men and women, they are still wandering around in the dragon transformation secret realm. Even the vast majority have not even cultivated the dragon transformation secret realm. With such a real example, Hua Yunfei looked at the vague figure in the thunder tribulation at this moment, guessing in his heart that the other party might be another ancient person, but was born again in this life. Then it makes sense that he has a higher level of cultivation now. Such a powerful heavenly tribulation may be able to compete with the legendary king of the way of slashing. Hua Yunfei was full of emotion about this. He has never seen the legendary king in his life until now, and everything is based on speculation. As for the ancient saints, he dared not even think about it. Taixuanmen has worked hard for tens of thousands of years, but no saint has appeared. It can be seen how difficult and terrible it is to become a saint. It's just, the power of this heavenly tribulation seems to be a little too big. Is the legendary king of the way of slashing so powerful? Hua Yunfei was full of doubts about this. But gradually, when the terrifying and violent thunderstorm scene gradually came to an end, Hua Yunfei, who was watching from afar, suddenly changed his expression slightly. It looked extremely unnatural, with a faint look of shock and fear. The sea of suffering that I was forced to cultivate with the devouring heaven demon art actually resonated with that female figure. How is this possible? Could it be that this guy is actually her, the true descendant of Li Feiyu? After realizing this result in astonishment, Hua Yunfei's forehead was covered with cold sweat. His face turned pale in fear. He had been suppressed many times by that notorious force, which cut off his efforts to resist again and again, bringing him extremely deep despair. Originally, Hua Yunfei felt that he had confidence and hope after obtaining the doppelganger technique. But at this moment, seeing the scene of Li Feiyu's tribulation with his own eyes, the fear and despair in his heart were suddenly awakened again, causing Hua Yunfei to stagger back several steps unconsciously. How is it possible? How could the strength of her tribulation be so powerful and terrifying? Just a Yogwang saint's son has made me extremely desperate. Now with Li Feiyu, with Hua Yunfei's identity, there is no hope of survival at all. His face was extremely pale and ugly, staring at the charred figure that was gradually escaping from the tribulation, although the opponent seemed to be seriously injured at the moment. But Hua Yunfei had no intention of approaching and attacking, not to mention the opponent's strength. The absolute restraint effect of immortal heaven art on devouring heaven demon art was pure. It was enough to make him give up many unrealistic fantasies. My future, Hua Yunfei, can only bet on the independent clone of the innate Tao fetus. This is my only hope for a comeback. He took a deep look at that side, and did not do anything irrational. Then, Hua Yunfei turned around and left without hesitation. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the opening of the fairy mansion world to find various resources here that were enough to cultivate the innate Tao fetus. Whether it was rare and precious resources in the outside world, or other types of imperial scriptures. Boom boom, accompanied by a series of deafening sounds. Zhao Yunyi's clone, relying on its own all-round amplification of hundreds of millions of times, finally smashed and destroyed the last heavenly punishment thunder. The dragon-shaped heavenly tribulation exploded inch by inch. Dragon blood splashed, and flesh and blood blurred. It was as if a real dragon was killed here. Crack, crack. The clone's body shook lightly, and the charred flesh and blood scabs on the surface of the body suddenly broke open. Cracks of varying sizes suddenly covered the surface of the clone's body. Through the cracks, you can clearly see the new white flesh and blood skin inside. The crystal clear and warm texture and luster are like the jade of light carefully carved. The whole body carries a sacred and flawless perfect Tao rhyme. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Yunyu's independent clone completed its first heavenly transformation. At this moment, even if he simply stood there, his aura naturally restrained, still carrying a kind of original oppression that overwhelmed all beings in the universe. It was like facing the incarnation of heaven, with an indescribable horror. This kind of pressure is the suppression of higher life forms that ordinary practitioners do not have. It is close to the state of the extreme level practitioners after refining the heavenly heart seal. Every move is followed by the 10,000 Taoists, which strengthens oneself in an all-round way and suppresses all other lives, thus forming a domain of supremacy that belongs to heaven. Extreme pressure is essentially like this. This is only the red sky, one of the 9 heavens, and it has caused such a huge change in me. If you really want to complete the transformation of the 9 heavens and sublimate to the final heavenly Tao, in theory, it must not be weaker than the extreme pressure, and it will always stay in your body, and even be better. After all, the source of the extreme pressure is only produced by refining the heavenly heart seal. But it is not the real supreme heavenly Tao. Feeling the changes in herself at this moment. It is so mysterious and mysterious. This makes her look forward to the real heavenly Tao Xian's secret realm more and more. The combination of Yangjiu and Yin Lu's secret realms forms an infinite internal cycle, which is the strongest fairyland secret realm suitable for Zhao Yunyao in his own deduced theory. Chapter 349 I Am My Mother. After her independent clone successfully survived the first extremely cruel and powerful catastrophe of heavenly punishment, Zhao Yunyao went back into her companion mother nest. And with the help of the mother nest's terrifying life gene analysis and editing ability, she continued to analyze the inner essence of the special life creature, the God's Tomb Heavenly Tao. Seeing this, the clone reached out again to take the mother nest bracelet that had been put down before. Put it on her left wrist again. Then the clone Zhao Yunyao turned her head to look at the area on the left, and saw a white-haired old man with 3 eyes from a distance. And there were a few black scales on both sides of his cheeks. Although she didn't know the other person, she knew that the other person was an ancient saint in the Qishir mansion. He was an old saint who had sealed himself since ancient times, lived through a long time, and lived to the present. There are more than one ancient saints like this in the Qishir mansion. This is also one of the important foundations for the Qishir mansion to attract many geniuses to join. Just when Zhao Yunyao turned her head to look at Hua Tiandu, the ancient saint of Qishir mansion, Hua Tiandu noticed that the mysterious empress, whose name was unknown, had disappeared. And he also realized that Li Feiyu was looking at him, and obviously noticed him. The saint. He hesitated for a moment, but still took the initiative to approach. Today, I accidentally saw the scene of Dao Yu Li's tribulation, which really made me deeply admire and surprised. At such an age, and with such cultivation, he can already survive this terrifying heavenly tribulation. Dao Yu Li's future is limitless, and he has the potential to become an emperor. He is a true peerless genius. As soon as they met, Hua Tiandu took the initiative to praise her, and he did not treat Li Feiyu as a younger junior at all, but directly treated her as a saint with the same cultivation level as himself. Even at this moment, he was just facing her. The oppression of the Tao contained in Li Feiyu had already made Hua Tiandu a little frightened, and he had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu of facing the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Even the holy Tao law in his body could not resist it. What kind of Taoism did the other party practice to have such a terrible power? With the cultivation of the Hualong secret realm, he went against the saint of the Xian'ai secret realm. Just thinking about it, Hua Tiandu felt a little dry in the mouth and was shocked. So much so that he looked at Li Feiyu with a strange look. And Zhao Yunyao, who used her clone as Li Feiyu, had a very natural and normal cautiousness and doubt on her face after hearing the praise from the saint of Qishir mansion. Ancient saint? I wonder what this old senior's identity is. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu smiled brightly. He realized later that this little girl, who had just joined the Qishir mansion, had never seen him before and didn't know his true identity at all. Today's meeting was the first time for Li Feiyu. I am Hua Tiandu, the self-proclaimed saint in the Qishir mansion. In addition to me, there are several saints sitting in the Qishir mansion. Now that the new golden age has arrived, we self-proclaimed old guys are also unsealed again. It also allows the Qishir mansion, which has been silent for many years, to appear in the world again. Hearing the saints of Qishir mansion introduce themselves briefly, Zhao Yunyao made an expression of understanding. Then he asked naturally, I wonder if Senior Hua has any advice for you. With fellow Taoist Li being such a monster, it's not like I can give you any advice. Hua Tiandu stroked his beard with his hand, and asked cautiously. Originally, I was cultivating in seclusion, but I suddenly heard that there were unusual changes in the small world of the Immortal Mansion. So I came out and entered the Qishir mansion to find out what was going on, so as to avoid too many casualties among the disciples in the Qishir mansion during their training. Then, I met fellow Taoist Li, who was going through the heavenly tribulation. And that mysterious female senior. I wonder what that mysterious female senior. He noticed Hua Tiandu's cautious, yet curious and eager expression. Zhao Yunyi's eyes moved, and considering some unnecessary troubles, she responded, my mother has something to do, so she left for the time being. I hope Senior Hua can keep the things here secret for me. Oh, yes, It does need to be kept secret and treated with caution. Hua Tiandu confirmed his guess from the address, and immediately made a solemn promise, with the terrifying talent shown by Li Daoyu. Once the news is leaked, it will indeed cause great trouble. Before you really grow up, a certain degree of low-key concealment can help you grow better. Don't worry, Li Daoyu. I came here today and only saw the abnormal movements of the wild beasts, and didn't see any other abnormal existence. At this moment, Hua Tiandu was already sure that Li Feiyu was an emperor's daughter, and her biological mother is still alive. With such a background, it is natural to know many news that ordinary practitioners do not know. For example, there is no saint in the world, which does not mean that there are no saints. It is just that everyone chooses to keep a low profile. There are even many beings that surpass saints. In this case, being too outstanding and shocking will indeed lead to accidents. There are always some forces and individuals who do not want too many outstanding geniuses to appear in this world. They will carry out targeted assassinations in secret. I think the mysterious Empress Senior also has good intentions. In order to let her daughter grow better in the future and hone her practice, she will not let her reveal her true identity and background. I must help protect such news. Hua Tiandu made a guess and felt that he had guessed the truth. He immediately showed a sincere and kind look to Li Feiyu. But if you need my help in the Qishir mansion, just let me know. This way, you won't accidentally reveal your true identity. In that case, thank you, Senior Hua. Zhao Yuniao smiled and acted calmly, without any restraint or nervousness in front of the ancient saint. This calm and indifferent attitude made Hua Tiandu more certain of his guess, although he failed to directly find out the identity or Taoist name of the mysterious empress. Since the empress was now in the Qishir mansion, he felt that he would know her identity sooner or later. He was not so anxious for the moment. Afterwards, Hua Tiandu talked to Li Feiyu for a while before leaving the area. But before leaving the fairy world completely, he personally took action to deal with all the creatures that might have exposed Li Feiyu's identity as the empress. Cast a spell on a large scale to distort memory cognition. The figure of Li Feiyu who survived the heavenly tribulation in the memory became even more blurred and hazy, and it was completely unclear. True and false are easier to hide. Chapter 350 Immortal Hidden Land. Not long after, Hua Tiandu returned to the interior of the Qishir mansion. Upon learning that the ancient saint, who was in charge of one of the places, had returned, the Qishir mansion's great power, who was in charge of managing these genius men and women, came to see Hua Tiandu. He wanted to ask about the abnormal changes in the small world of the immortal mansion. It's just that the mark of the strong man left over from the early years was accidentally activated, and it appeared briefly and then disappeared. Now the small world of the immortal mansion has returned to normal. Anyone who wants to enter it to continue the trial can start again. After saying this, Hua Tiandu closed his eyes and stopped talking, silently signaled that the great power of the Qishir mansion could leave. Seeing this, the great power in charge was also very tactful. He didn't dare to disturb the ancient saint at all. He respectfully performed the salute, and then left the courtyard where the saint usually lived. After returning to the open activity area of the Qishir mansion, the great man in charge began to spread the news to the talented men and women in the mansion, indicating that the small world of the immortal mansion had returned to normal and could continue to maintain the previous blockade for the trial. After parting with Hua Tiandu, Zhao Yuniao looked in another direction inside the small world of the immortal mansion. Relying on her increasingly mysterious resonance of the Tao, she accurately perceived the specific location of the immortal hidden land, which was about 30,000 miles away from the entrance and exit of the Qishir mansion, although it was still far from the deepest part of the small world. But this journey was quite dangerous for many great men. That area was surrounded by swamps, large lakes, cliffs, abysses, and other terrains. The surroundings are full of powerful wild species, which can be said to be full of dangers and murderous intentions. Even if you are a real powerful person, you will die suddenly here if you are not careful. There is no chance to leave a complete body. It can be said that many practitioners are taking a huge life and death crisis every step forward here. There are indeed many dangers in this small world, and there is even a place where the emperor sits. Before relying on the power of the main body, there is still a great risk of life with only this clone. Why not wait for a while, and wait for people from other forces to come in again? At that time, I will blend in and use other practitioners to avoid many dangerous situations. With such a decision in mind, Zhao Yuniao temporarily lived in seclusion near the immortal hiding place. Keep an eye on the movements here in secret. in less than 10 days. Soon, more outsiders swarmed into the small world of the Immortal Mansion. The news of the Immortal Hidden Land had been deliberately leaked by the Old Blind Man, a big bandit in the Northern Territory. He took advantage of the situation and attracted too many practitioners who were greedy for the Emperor's scripture and immortal treasures. Ah! Roar! Roar! Not far away, a blue dragon suddenly rose from the pool. The surface of its body, which was several hundred feet long, was covered with dense scales and flashing cold light. It was seen flying and roaring in the air, and then it landed and coiled on a nearby mountain. It opened its mouth and roared at everyone. In an instant, the sound waves rolled like thunder, breaking the mountain on the spot, and the rocks pierced the clouds and scattered in all directions, which looked extremely terrifying. In the area where the sound was directed, immediately, a large number of shrill screams were heard, and many male and female cultivators died on the spot. Obviously, this is a powerful dragon beast king, at least a beast king of the half-step great power realm. Now it is blocking the road here, deliberately preventing these foreign cultivators from approaching the immortal hiding place. It's going to be bad. This road is now blocked. Are these wild beasts going to guard the immortal burial ground here? With such a beast king blocking the road, we can't get through it all. This group of foreign cultivators looked at the tragic death and injury in the distance and couldn't help but talk about it. One by one, they frowned and looked at the dragon coiled on the mountain. At this moment, their location is still far away from the real destination, but along the way, they have seen many wild beasts blocking the road in various places, and they don't want foreign cultivators to approach that area at all. These wild beasts also want to obtain the treasures and opportunities in the immortal hiding place, unwilling to be intercepted and robbed by outsiders. Forced to do so, this group of foreign cultivators had to take a detour again to avoid the wild beasts that blocked the road and killed them. In fact, they were not the only ones doing this, and there were more cultivators who took the initiative to take a detour. Only those cultivators who were extremely confident in themselves or had protective treasures in their hands. They chose to force their way through the area where wild beasts blocked the road. At this moment, due to the leakage of the news of the Immortal Hidden Land, there were fights almost everywhere in the Immortal Mansion's small world and near the Immortal Hidden Land, and corpses could be seen almost everywhere. Of course, in addition to the broken bones of many foreign cultivators, there were also many bones of wild beasts that were born and raised here. After continuing to take a detour, the group of outsiders finally approached their destination. As far as the eye could see, the number of outsiders had increased significantly. Zhao Yuniao had also long since mixed into the outsiders. Looking around, there were almost no cultivators below the Dragon Transformation secret realm who could come to the vicinity of the Immortal Hidden Land. It was impossible for ordinary people to reach this place alive. This is really a place that reaches the sky. The spirit is surging. The brocade is blooming. And even on the ground, many Dao patterns are almost visible to the naked eye. It is really incredible. Many outsiders stood here and looked forward. Each of them was full of surprise. Not far ahead, a towering cliff stood, steep and mysterious, vast and boundless. There were brilliant auspicious clouds blooming on it, and there were also fragrant orchids growing wantonly. The misty dragon grass took root in the rocks and soil, and the whole body was flowing with misty purple air. It made many outsiders feel as if they had come to the legendary fairyland. No, there's something strange about this place. You can't fly here at all. It's just the beginning. And it's already like this. Who knows what else is inside? Once you really encounter a dangerous accident, I'm afraid you may not be able to react in time. Be more careful. Don't let your guard down. Many outsiders talked to each other and secretly raised their vigilance. They could clearly feel that the divine power in their bodies still existed and was not sealed. However, they had no way to turn the divine power into a rainbow and take themselves to the sky. Even the truly peerless powers were no exception. In this place, you can only walk slowly. Could it be that this immortal hidden land really has the weapons of the great emperor suppressed here? In the crowd, the fat Taoist Duanda rarely showed a trace of solemnity, and was both surprised and excited. He rubbed his chubby hands unconsciously. The smile on his face was almost stretched to his ears. Ah! Suddenly, a scream of pain and fear came suddenly, and the sound was heard far away. Many monks turned their heads and looked, and immediately saw that the 5 supreme elders of a holy land were swallowed by a black turtle in the water when crossing a large lake. Then, they quickly sank into the lake and disappeared. Chapter 351 Forbidden Zone. When several elders from a holy land joined forces to cross a lake, they were swallowed up by a huge black turtle as big as a mountain. Such a situation immediately shocked many foreign monks. Almost at the same time, in another direction, more than one person took a detour and climbed up along the cliffs, trying to avoid the wild beasts blocking the way ahead. But they never expected that a big bird would suddenly fly out at a high speed from the depths of the abyss. The bird, like a thunder rock, soared into the sky at an incredible speed. In a blink of an eye, it came behind everyone, opened its mouth and spit out a black light. The light was like a streak across the sky, suddenly rolling up all the people on the cliff. Then it flew backwards and sank into the mouth of this holy master-level bird. In other directions, a group of huge flower mosquitoes, many feet long, hovered in the air, turning that area into a life-forbidden zone. Hundreds of shrunken corpses were left on the ground nearby. The spirit inside was completely devoured and drained away, with more and more wild beasts blocking the way. Among the foreign powers, a powerful saint finally couldn't sit still. Then, he personally took action and killed several powerful beasts blocking the way, and truly stepped into the fairyland. Seeing this, more and more foreign cultivators rushed inside. However, everyone went to different directions, with different deviations. There were cultivators who were proficient in the Tao pattern formation, trying to arrange the sky power in this area and try to open the space domain door directly. But it was completely ineffective. The power of the Tao pattern was suppressed by a more powerful invisible force. This situation also made many cultivators further confirm that there are real treasures inside the immortal treasure land. Many cultivators can't help but be greedy and want to get the ultimate weapons. In the crowd, Zhao Yu now looked around for a while, and then chose a direction with the least danger to move forward. The cultivators who also chose this direction include Duanda, an old guy who is proficient in feng shui and tomb studies. There is also the old blind man of the northern territory, who is equally amazing. There is also the famous western bodhisattva Zhu Yuqing in the western desert, who is on the same level as the central emperor Xiang Yufei, the northern emperor Wang Tung, the southern monster Qi Lin, etc. And all have unfathomable extraordinary means. Zhao Yuniao mixed in the crowd and rushed to the direction he chose. This is a vast swamp area. Not long after entering it, a toad comparable to the Saint Lord jumped out of the swamp mud, opened its big mouth, and swallowed hundreds of people in one bite, showing an unusually powerful and fierce power. Many cultivators noticed the 9 golden lines on the back of the toad and recognized what kind of beast it was. They all took a deep breath unconsciously. This thing is a prehistoric species, and it has become extinct in the outside world. The 9 golden lines on its back can directly shoot 9 divine arrows. Even if it is a truly peerless great power, it will be easily penetrated. If it weren't for the great changes in the outside world, no great power could guarantee that it would definitely subdue this prehistoric species. Just as many cultivators were carefully observing and carefully taking a detour for more than 10 miles. Suddenly, the deep part of the swamp suddenly cracked. And then an extremely strong and sky-high evil spirit rose from the sky. And then a dorsal fin like a blade appeared from it. The dorsal fin, which was more than 10 feet long, rushed through the swamp mud at a high speed. It was like a divine sword showing its sharp edge here. Many monks were unable to dodge, and were cut off their bodies and souls by the dorsal fin on the spot. Just one charge killed many people, and not even a complete corpse was left. What kind of alien is this? How can it be so terrible? Even a big figure like a half-step great power couldn't stop it, and was killed instantly. A young monk looked at the dorsal fin that was rampant in the mud, and his face turned pale unconsciously. Even the words that came out of his mouth were trembling with an uncontrollable sense of trembling. Deep in his heart, he suddenly regretted coming to this place. Suddenly, another burst of shrill screams came. 6 supreme elders of a supreme sect in Zhongzhou tried to join forces to stop the attack of the dorsal fin. But they couldn't stop it at all. They were all killed on the spot by the dorsal fin like a divine sword. The body hidden in the mud was moving too fast. Many foreign monks could not see it clearly, and could not avoid it in time. So they died tragically under the dorsal fin. The huge dorsal fin, which was more than 10 feet long, was shining black and had a metallic texture. It was like it was made of black gold with dragon patterns, sweeping across and breaking through everything. Soon, a large piece of blood mist and flesh filaments swirled on the surface of the dorsal fin. Boom! When the owner of the dorsal fin jumped up from the swamp, Many male and female monks present took the opportunity to see its true appearance. This was a giant crocodile, but it had a dorsal fin on its back. It was the thing that had ravaged and killed everyone before. In addition, other parts of the giant crocodile's body can clearly see some dragon features. And the total length reaches an extremely amazing 200 feet. This is actually a fish dragon crocodile, another rare species in the outside world. Dong Fangyu was shocked when he saw this scene. As a member of the Nanling Wilderness tribe, he was with many ferocious beasts all day long. So he naturally had extraordinary knowledge and vision in this regard. So much so that he recognized the fish dragon crocodile as soon as it showed its body. This thing is so terrifying. It is now invincible. Dong Fangyu was soon forced to take a detour again. Dong Fangyu was not the only one who chose to take a detour. While the fish dragon crocodile was hunting other people, they ran away from here quickly. At this moment, a burst of female voices came from nearby. It has always been like this since ancient times. Many people heard the voice and couldn't help turning their heads to look. In the swamp not far away, a young woman with a beautiful face was sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform, with pure Buddha light all over her body. Against the backdrop of these Buddha lights, this woman looked beautiful and solemn. Her red lips opened and closed slightly, and Zhu Yuqin kept reciting the ancient scriptures. The soft and brilliant Buddha power surged from her body, purifying the surrounding rotten swamp. Until this time, many people discovered that there were other things hidden in the swamp. It was a group of hideous insects, each as big as an adult's thumb. The hideous mouthparts opened and closed, enough to penetrate gold and split stones. Seeing that they were noticed, the group of insects immediately pounced on Zhu Yuqin, biting and besieging him frantically. But all the attacks were blocked by the seemingly soft Buddha light. Although other monks were not attacked by these insects, but just witnessing this scene from a distance, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads unconsciously. Just because sentient beings can stop it doesn't mean they can stop it too. Chapter 352 God-Killing Bugs. Just when Zhu Yuqin used Buddha's light to block the group of hideous bugs and tried to refine them, Zhao Yunyao, who was mixed in the crowd, couldn't help but turn his head to look at the group of bugs. But he saw that its body was as long as a human finger, and it was covered with golden scales, so it looked like it was wearing golden armor. At this moment, all the bugs opened their mouths and gnawed at Zhu Yuqin's Buddha power, and even the old blind man nearby was attacked, gnawing and swallowing the divine power outside his body. It was just a short moment. Whether it was the shield formed by Buddha's power or the shield formed by divine power, it became a little bumpy, like a metal surface corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. Why does this thing look a bit like the legendary god-killing bug? It just looks like the bloodline doesn't seem to be very pure. Just when Zhao Yunyao was identifying and observing, the old blind man turned his head slightly and took the initiative to greet Zhao Yunyao, Dong Fangyu, Duanda and others, with a completely unfamiliar attitude. Everyone, how about we move forward together? There is strength in numbers. The ancient scriptures can be divided equally, and the emperor's holy soldiers can be snatched by chance. Are these insects the terrible divine insects in the legend? Duanda looked at the group of insects and unconsciously stepped back a long distance. Obviously, he didn't want to easily provoke such vicious insects. Seeing this, the old blind man admitted it directly and introduced, "These are just the hybrid offspring of the god-killing insects. They are not as good as the real god-killing insects. Don't be too afraid. Come and help first, and refine this thing together. This is a legendary amazing spiritual object, and its value is no less than an ancient scripture. If it is cultivated for thousands of years, maybe a real god-killing insect can really be born." The old blind man urged several people to take action and asked them to catch a few to tame. He looked like a good old man. However, the learned Duanda saw through the old blind man's lies at a glance and exposed him in person without any hesitation. "Old man, you are too unkind. Unless this kind of insect is carefully cultivated from eggs, it will definitely be backfired and have a bad end. Do you really think that I, the Taoist priest, don't know anything about this thing? God-killing insects are said to be able to gnaw and eat even real gods. They are extremely ferocious and swallow almost everything. Nothing can block their mouthparts. They can bite and tear anything, and can eat and digest anything." So many knowledgeable monks change color when they hear the insect. Dong Fangyu, who was approaching nearby, gnashed his teeth at the old blind man after hearing Duanda's explanation and exposing his words. He wanted to beat the old man on the spot. This old thing is as treacherous as Duanda. The wicked man. You blamed me wrongly. What I meant was that you should help us refine these divine insects, and then find the insect nests, and the real insect eggs together. The old blind man rolled his eyes, and acted innocent. But this look made Don Fong Yi and others gnash their teeth. I always felt that the old blind man had no good idea. Clang! Don Fong Yi took out his mace on the spot. Then he smashed it fiercely, and hit a god-killing insect. But it only produced a series of metallic vibrations, which made Don Fong Yi's arm numb. The golden scales on the insect were intact. Not even a trace was left. You can imagine how hard the scales are. Even the gatekeeper at Chishire Mansion would be injured immediately after receiving my blow. I didn't expect that I couldn't even hurt this little thing. After trying it himself, Don Fong Yi was shocked. These insects looked only as big as a human thumb, compared with those wild beasts that were hundreds of feet long. They were just like harmless pocket-sized cuties. But in fact, these little insects were more terrifying than many wild beasts. Zhao Yuniao looked carefully, and saw that these little insects were covered with tiny golden scales, like young dragons, but without horns. That kind of magical appearance made these insects look quite extraordinary. This kind of thing cannot be broken. It is very strong. It can only be slowly refined with divine power. Otherwise, how can it be called a god-killing bug? The old liar seemed to be kind enough to remind them. In fact, he was urging everyone to help in disguise. Don't be too vigilant. I wonder how these mixed-blood god-killing bugs taste. Zhao Yuniao's eyes sparkled, and she looked at the little bugs that looked like young dragons and thought about it. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed a god-killing bug. The god-killing bug, which was about to turn its head and bite Zhao Yuniao, froze in her palm when it came into contact with Zhao Yuniao's flesh and blood. It was obviously very scared and couldn't help pretending to be dead on the spot. Huh? The god-killing bug is actually afraid? The old blind man noticed this situation and was shocked. The god-killing bug, a guy that can bite even gods, is actually afraid? I just thought this little girl was a genius before, but I didn't expect her to be such a genius. At the same time, Duanda, who also knew the god-killing bug very well, was also extremely shocked after noticing the fearful reaction of the god-killing bug in Zhao Yuniao's hand. A pair of thief eyes unconsciously swept over Zhao Yuniao's body, trying to see some secrets. Zhao Yuniao ignored everyone's eyes, stared at the god-killing bug in her hand, suddenly took it up and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it hard. Crack. Instantly, a series of cracking and shattering sounds came from her rosy lips. During the whole process of being bitten, the god-killing bug never dared to resist. The invisible and restrained pressure of the heavenly Tao made the god-killing bug extremely scared. I never thought that I often gnawed other living things, but today, I was actually eaten alive by a real big beast. In just a short while, Zhao Yuniao swallowed the mixed-blood god-killing worm alive in front of Duanda, Don Fong Yi, the old blind man and others, without even spitting out a piece of scale. This is a god-killing worm. And you just swallowed it alive like this? Duanda looked at Zhao Yuniao with a look of shock on his face. Although this thing is not a real god-killing worm, it is just a mixed-blood descendant. But it cannot be hurt by ordinary means. Could it be that you are actually a guy transformed from the fierce beast Tao Tai? It's crispy, sweet, and delicious. Zhao Yuniao smacked her lips, and her eyes gradually changed when she looked at the remaining god-killing worms. Even the mixed-blood god-killing worms are so delicious. I wonder how the real god-killing worm tastes. Thinking of this in her heart, she considered the companion mother nest owned by the main body. This thing is absolutely the best auxiliary tool for the Zerg. I wonder if analyzing the mother nest can help breed true god-killing insects. Chapter 353 Immortal Bloodshed. At this moment, Duanda, the old blind man, Don Fong Yi and others witnessed Li Feiyu swallowing the god-killing worm alive. And she looked like she was eating it leisurely, as if it were a candy bean. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zhao Yuniao, as if she was looking at a monster. This god-killing worm can also be swallowed alive? Duanda couldn't help but exclaimed. The fact that the body of the god-killing worm can be easily bitten into pieces proves that the physical strength of Li Feiyu is much higher than that of the god-killing worm. Otherwise it would be impossible to achieve this level. Your body is so powerful. The wild man Don Fong Yi looked at Zhao Yuniao with burning eyes at this moment, and took the initiative to invite him to a melee. When will we fight and see whose body is stronger? Believe in yourself. You are the fattest. Zhao Yuniao said to Don Fong Yi casually. Then he raised his hand again to grab several mixed-blood god-killing worms, and put them into the companion mother nest that evolved into a bracelet form. The companion intelligence contained in the mother nest itself began to analyze the life genes of the god-killing worm. We must obtain the true secret of the god-killing worm from the most fundamental microscopic origin level. If we combine the genes of the god-killing worm with those of the devouring zerg itself, we may try to develop a new type of branch zerg synthesis category. There are also excellent life genes of other wild beasts that can be tried to be integrated into them. Zhao Yunya's mind was full of thoughts about this. The others saw that Li Feiyu was already dealing with the god-killing worm, and they did not hesitate and began to speed up the processing of these mixed-blood god-killing worms. Especially the wild man Dong Fangyi, who seemed to be aroused by Li Feiyu's actions. He threw away the weapon in his hand, the bone mace, on the spot. Then he stretched out a big hand, grabbed a golden light-driven god-killing insect, and then put his hands together and began to squeeze it hard. Don't mess around, wild boy. Not everyone is as powerful as this girl. The old liar was frightened on the spot and shouted hurriedly. I hope Dong Fangyi will throw away the god-killing insect in his hand quickly. Even Duanda, who was also a bit tricky, was shocked when he saw this scene and couldn't help but comfort him. This god-killing insect can even bite through the flesh of the Holy Lord. You must not mess around. Otherwise, there will be unforeseen accidents in such a place. Dong Fangyi turned a deaf ear and looked stubborn. At this moment, he squeezed the little insect in his hand with both hands, and the mixed-blood god-killing insect crackled between his fingers, and the sound sounded extremely harsh and unpleasant. Crunch! Crunch! Poof! Finally, Dong Fangyi actually crushed the mixed-blood god-killing bug alive. But he saw golden light scattered between his fingers. Blood splattered, and it all exploded on the spot. The scene frightened the old blind man, and he rolled his eyes repeatedly. For a moment, he didn't think that he was actually a blind man. TSK. Another perverted monster, Duanda muttered in a low voice. Compared with Dong Fangyi, who crushed the mixed-blood god-killing bug with continuous force with both hands, Li Feiyu, who was caught and eaten alive, was really like a monster. So much so that Duanda would sneak a glance at Li Feiyu from time to time. Please speed up the refining. We don't have much time to waste here. Even if the great emperor's ancient scripture cannot be found in the end, as long as the nest of the god-killing worm can be found, it can be regarded as a great harvest. The various opportunities in this immortal hidden land cannot be snatched away by others. Just when Duanda, Dong Fangyi, and others were dealing with the mixed-blood god-killing worm, the giant toad and the fish-dragon crocodile went crazy more than 10 miles away, slaughtering and devouring the foreign monks who dared to enter this swamp area. In just a short moment, the casualties here were heavy. In the end, it was still an immortal dynasty emperor and the immortal Holy Land Saint Lord, relying on their own cultivation realm of the second-level immortal power, who fought fiercely with the nine-lined toad and the fish-dragon crocodile. But in the end, they couldn't suppress this primitive alien species at all. Soon, for more great powers appeared and joined them. 6. The 6 great powers used the weapons in their hands to beat the 2 prehistoric alien species together, and they were only in a state of balance. Even so, there were still great powers, who were almost killed by the divine arrow shot by the toad's offspring. His body was full of bloody arrow holes, transparent from front to back. The fierce battle between the 6 great powers and the 2 prehistoric alien species made this swamp area a mess, with mud splashing, rocks piercing the clouds, and roars and shouts of killing. Taking this opportunity, many foreign cultivators hurriedly fled this area, rushed to the Tontian land inside the Xianzong land. Good opportunity. Hurry up and search for the real great opportunity inside. The old blind man and Duanda and others searched for the insect nest of the god-killing insect nearby, but to no avail. So they took the opportunity to leave this place one after another and continued to run deeper. In the crowd, Zhao Yunyao also followed Duanda and others, because Duanda had been digging graves for many years, and he often buried himself and practiced the heavenly tribulation art. He had an unimaginable strong yin qi on his body. This situation was quite attractive to the divine thoughts. Let's use these guys first to estimate the strength of the divine thoughts left by the immortal emperor, and then decide whether to rely on the clone to go it alone. I remember that thing can kill the powerful instantly, leaving them without the power to resist. Obviously, it can't be treated as an ordinary divine thought. Zhao Yunyao followed behind everyone easily while thinking about things. They crossed a large area of vast wilderness. Not long after, Everyone came to the interior of the immortal hidden land. Looking forward, they saw cliffs and patches, purple air, and the scale seemed endless. The number of plants and vegetation taking root here was not large. However, none of them were ordinary things. There are rare precious medicines that have grown for thousands of years, or precious fruits that are hard to find in the outside world. Orchids and dragon grass are everywhere, and all kinds of strange trees are growing. Ancient vines of different qualities are either entwined on tree trunks or climbing on cliffs. This makes this cliff area look full of vitality. Just before Zhao Yunao and others came in, some people had already come to the interior of the Xianzong land from different directions, and started fighting to compete for the opportunity to exist here. This peaceful place with purple air is full of bloody ominousness. There seems to be something wrong here. It is a very dangerous place. Duanda looked at the cliffs in front of him, pacing and watching from time to time, with a pair of eyebrows slightly frowned. At the same time, the old blind man also took out some old tortoise shells. Divination was performed on the spot. However, the result of the divination made the old blind man's face very ugly, and his body trembled unconsciously for a few times. It's actually a place of 9 dead ends, where there is almost no chance of survival. How could this be the result? And Zhao Yunyao also activated the half-finished Eye of Heaven, sweeping across the entire immortal hidden land. He could immediately see the terrain here, like an immortal lying on his back, dying in a pool of blood. Chapter 354 Secret Realm Law 3 Corpses. The unique and strange natural terrain conditions made Zhao Yunyao see the unusualness of this place. A vein that looked like an immortal lying on the ground was entangled and locked by other veins that looked like chains, trapping it to death in this place, bleeding to death. If the Emperor enters this special terrain, he may lose his life if he is not careful. It is worthy of being one of the places connected to the fairyland. It's just that the road to becoming an immortal here cannot be used normally at present, and it is blocked by something. Zhao Yunyao's eyes were filled with divine light, and the symbols of the avenue flowed and changed. She looked at this immortal hiding place, and saw many differences. This also made her believe that she could not act rashly here with only a clone. The real saints are just weak ants here. At the same time, Duanda and the old blind man and others on the side noticed the changes in Li Feiyu's eyes, and they were shocked in their hearts, obviously noticing something unusual. Using the Tao order resonates. Why do I feel like the situation after the Emperor refined the Heavenly Heart Seal? But now the universe is reviving. The new Heavenly Heart Seal has not been refined, and she is not the Emperor. How can she have such a miraculous and unparalleled pupil technique? Could it be that it is the result of the ancient monk's corpse communicating with the spirit like me? Thinking about it, Duanda did not detect any energy, death energy, or the like on Li Feiyu's body, but felt that it was unusually sacred and bright. It's just that vaguely. It seems not as simple as it seems. I always feel like I have seen a similar situation somewhere, but I can't remember it. Could it be something I experienced in my previous life? Just when Duanda was thinking wildly in his mind, Zhao Yunyao retracted the unfinished Eye of Heaven, and then drew the overall terrain situation he saw, showing it to Duanda and the old blind man without hiding it. This is the terrain situation here. You may as well continue to calculate it. What a fierce terrain. It is really a deadly place. Duanda lowered his head to observe, and then silently calculated in his mind, and gradually had some guesses and ideas. However, it is not really an absolute death-restricted area. There is still a glimmer of hope for life. At the same time, the old blind man took out dozens of black tortoise shells, muttering something in a low voice. He casually cast a spell, and threw the tortoise shells in his hand on the terrain vein map drawn by Zhao Yunyao. And soon the hexagram showed some new changes. There really are great emperors' holy weapons, or ancient scriptures here. This is the only hope of survival. If you find these things, you will have a chance to leave here alive. The land of 9 dead ends. This is a ray of hope. Roughly in that direction. Then the old blind man put away the tortoise shell, and pointed to one of the directions. He immediately took the lead and strode over there. Seeing this, Duanda, Dongfang Yi, and others also followed him on the road. As they walked along, they could see many outsiders fighting and killing each other for different opportunities in the immortal hidden land from time to time. And the losers could not even leave a corpse. This made the sacred mountain and holy land with purple steaming become bloody. It didn't take long, when Duanda and the old blind man walked near a cliff. Suddenly, Duanda's hair stood up instinctively, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at a corner of the cliff. There was a black shadow that flashed quickly and disappeared like a phantom. It's really a ghost. There are really such dirty things in this world. I have been digging graves for so many years, but I have never seen it. I didn't expect that I could see such a legendary thing in this place this time. It's very dangerous and very scary, the old blind man added, and said seriously, if we really face it head on, we have no way to survive. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Don Fanyi turned his head to look at Duanda and the old blind man, and shouted, Lao Ding. Do you dare to speak more clearly? You are so long-winded. Just like a woman. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yuqing and Zhao Yuniao looked at Don Fanyi. The silent death gaze made Don Fanyi shrink his neck unconsciously, and his scalp was numb. Suddenly he realized what he had said just now. These beautiful women are more capable than each other. He himself may not be the opponent. But at this moment, the old blind man, Duanda and others did not pay any attention to Don Fanyi's words. Instead, they looked at the place where the figure had just been with a very serious expression. That thing? Could it be the legendary god's mind? It should be that dirty thing. This time it's troublesome. Duanda's face turned slightly pale, and he was a little scared. Then he took out an iron cage covered with black cloth. He reached out and pulled off the black cloth, revealing the little mouse trapped in the cage. The strange little mouse with a glowing body had its eyes rolled back at this moment, and its body was twitching and shaking involuntarily, and 9 beams of light were emitted from its top of the head. Seeing this situation, the old blind man was shocked. When the number is exhausted, 9 thoughts appear at the same time. It seems that the thing just now is really the legendary god's thought. Just when Duanda and Don Fanyi were discussing countermeasures there, Zhao Yuniao also noticed the appearance of that figure, and was slightly surprised. In his mind, he recalled the simple records of the god's thought in some ancient books. It is said that the appearance of the god's thought is the immortal god's thought evolved from the death of the ancient gods. It has an extreme desire to destroy and kill any living thing in the world. According to the contents of these ancient books, combined with what he saw in a hurry just now, this gave Zhao Yuniao some new guesses. The existence of this god's thought is somewhat similar to the evil corpse in the prehistoric system of beheading the 3 corpses. And I know that the immortal emperor also has a body of faith, which was born out of the belief of the protection of all living beings. It is the immortal Taoist. It is just that it is now suppressed and sealed at the holy cliff by Wu Shi. That thing, at present, is most likely the good corpse of the immortal emperor. According to the bad and pitfall character of the dog of the Black Emperor, the true character of its owner Wu Shi can be known. Seeing the dog is like seeing the person. According to the true character of Wu Shi, the immortal Taoist is really not a bad person. Belief in gods, born out of the belief of the protection of all living beings. The immortal Taoist is also affected by these beliefs. Protecting all living beings is the real foundation of his existence. This is the bondage and influence of faith. On the contrary, Wu Shi, who deliberately suppressed the immortal Taoist, has some ulterior motives. After all, the dog of the Black Emperor is really too pitfall. The more familiar and close, the more ruthless the pitfall, and does not care about the outcome of the person being pitfall. Only Yi Fan has a good temper and a kind heart, so he can tolerate this black dog that often harms him to live. If it were any other monk, he would have skinned the black dog that dared to harm him, pulled out its tendons, tore its bones and flesh, and by the way, he would have extracted its soul and refined its spirit, leaving no chance of survival. Chapter 355, God's Thoughts. Looking back and thinking, considering that in this broken universe, there are also Fuxi, Nuwa, Lingbao Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Juxian Sword, Xianxian Sword, Juexian Sword, Luxian Sword and Juxian Formation Map. In addition, there are good and evil existences such as the body of faith and God's thoughts that we encounter now. This can obviously be regarded as a variant of the prehistoric system. Based on this point, if we observe the existence types of God's thoughts and faith in gods, it is obviously highly consistent with the concept description of evil corpses and good corpses. And the changes in the level of Zhan Dao can also be regarded as cutting off the self-obsession in the heart, so as to explore and determine one's future path of cultivation. This situation theory is the root of Zhan Dao King's Zhan Dao in the process of breakthrough. According to the theory of the 3 corpses of the prehistoric flow, this can be regarded as the level of the self-corpse. The body of the self is the body of the /Dao. The body of the gods is the body of evil. and the body of the gods is the body of good. The secret realm method can be completely interpreted and understood by the prehistoric flow. And according to the records in many local ancient books, the evolution and birth of the gods' thoughts are also the manifestation of the evil side of the gods themselves, becoming the immortal gods' thoughts. And they have great malice towards any living being. The records and discussions in the ancient books include his own cognition at this moment. This made Zhao Yunyan understand part of the mystery of the gods' thoughts. According to this line of thought, the gods' thoughts evolve from the immortal malice of the gods, which means that the other party is a part of the immortal emperor of the extreme Tao emperor period. And the immortal emperor is also a very powerful group of cultivators at the extreme level. He also has the blood of the 10 evils of the immortal Tao. If an ordinary emperor faces the immortal emperor's divine consciousness head-on, he will most likely be killed. If he fully recovers, he will directly become the immortal emperor at the peak and strongest state, and restore the emperor's combat consciousness and self-awareness. Similar to the extreme sublimation, there will also be a certain duration, just like the divine consciousness of the great saint body in memory. He once briefly recovered himself in a revived state. In order not to become a threat, the other party chose to commit suicide, rather than die in the hands of other cultivators. With such a recorded example, Zhao Yunyan has no doubt that the immortal emperor's divine consciousness can do the same. But once this guy recovers, it will be like the immortal emperor himself. Looking at the entire universe, there are few cultivators who can avoid being killed by him. When an ordinary emperor faces him, he is just a blood bag and can be slaughtered at will. I remember that the actual combat power and combat consciousness of the revived divine thoughts and the unrevived divine thoughts are very different. Even so, even if the immortal emperor's divine thoughts have not been revived, killing a saint is like killing a dog. The scripture with the effect of salvation is a good means of restraint and weakening. Just when Zhao Yunyan was recalling and thinking about the relevant things, Duanda and the old blind man discussed and argued, and confirmed that the fleeting figure just now was the extremely rare divine thoughts in the legend. Let's go and see the situation. The old blind man called everyone and walked to the corner of the cliff first. Duanda, Don Fangyi, Zhao Yunyan and others did not disperse and followed them. Soon, everyone arrived at the foot of the cliff. But the malicious figure was no longer there. There were only corpses left, lying on the ground. Without exception, everyone's death was full of fear and despair. It looked like they were scared to death. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with their eyes open. There was no scar on their bodies. The old blind man squatted down and carefully checked. He found that all the souls and thoughts inside these corpses were completely broken, enough to be called souls. The death of these corpses and the situation also proved that the guy was the god's mind. It was not the living person on the surface. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyan's eyes moved, and suddenly opened her cherry lips, and took the initiative to tell the outside some important news about the god's mind. If I remember correctly, the scripture or secret method that can save ghosts and resentful souls will have a certain weakening and restraining effect on the divine mind. The divine mind is more afraid of this thing. In addition, when the divine mind is forced into a desperate situation, it is very likely to revive and awaken, and restore its previous combat consciousness and cultivation level. The effect is similar to the extreme sublimation of the emperor, and the bonus is very terrifying. And if I'm not mistaken, the divine mind just now should be related to the immortal emperor in the early ancient era. It turned out to be the case. The old blind man couldn't help but take a breath when he heard Zhao Yunyan's words, and said solemnly, "Doesn't that mean that we can't think of trying to kill that divine mind? Once the other party is forced to awaken, all of us will die. The immortal emperor, his existence time is really too ancient." Duanda took the initiative to speak, and said seriously, however, if it is a scripture of salvation, it can really restrain and weaken the existence of the god's thoughts. Then we are waiting here. It is not that we have no power to protect ourselves. It just so happens that I am more proficient in the scripture of salvation and in spirits. We may be able to take this opportunity to go deeper into this immortal hidden land. Although he said this, he felt confident in his heart. However, Duanda and the old blind man still looked at Li Feiyu involuntarily. Obviously, they did not expect that this young and beautiful girl would know so much about the god's thoughts. And she could also identify the source and target of the god's thoughts. Does this little girl have any special origin? Duanda muttered in his heart, and secretly guessed, not every cultivator can know about the news of the god's thoughts. not to mention knowing how to weaken and restrain the god's thoughts. Not long after, there were bursts of shouting and killing not far ahead. Obviously, a new opportunity was discovered, causing these foreign cultivators to fight again. And soon many cultivators were killed here. Seeing that the distance over there was relatively close, it was not far away. Duanda, Zhao Yunniao and others also approached, found that it was just a pretty good cave. For ordinary geniuses, the things inside might be precious. But Zhao Yunniao, the old blind man and others obviously didn't like it. Even Duanda, who was extremely greedy on weekdays, didn't care much at this moment, because it is very likely that there are things left by the emperor here, whether it is weapons or ancient scriptures. Compared to treasures of this level, the fight for other things can be put aside. There is a glimmer of hope in that direction. That should be where the things left by the emperor are. The old blind man took the opportunity to divine and figured out the direction of hope for survival. Just before everyone set off, Zhao Yunniao turned his head and looked in the direction of more than 10 miles away, and noticed that there was a cliff there. On this cliff, there was a pattern engraved. Chapter 356, Heaven's Way and Nature. Duanda, the old blind man, and others who were preparing to set off suddenly noticed the small action of Li Feiyu and paused slightly. They all turned their heads and looked at the place more than 10 miles away. There is something on that cliff. A picture of Heaven's Way and Nature. At this moment, Shi Bodhisattva Jiyuqing obviously recognized what it was, and frowned slightly. This kind of Tao picture contains the true meaning of the Tao. I am afraid that even the peerless emperors in the immortal dynasty may not be able to comprehend it thoroughly. Tao follows nature, and the heaven and earth are created, not recorded by humans. The old blind man rolled his eyes, and also made a look of looking far away. The wild man Dong Fangyi, who was not far away, waved a thick mace and shouted, "It's only a dozen miles away anyway. Just go and take a look. It's a good thing. Maybe it's useful." Zhao Yunniao just said a simple sentence. Then he rushed over there on his own. Duanda, the old blind man and others saw this. In order to guard against the thoughts of the gods, they really didn't want to separate from this female cultivator from the Qishir mansion, who was quite familiar with the thoughts of the gods. In addition to their curiosity about the opportunity, everyone followed Zhao Yunniao and rushed there. A journey of more than 10 miles is very long for mortals. But for this group of cultivators, the weakest of whom are all in the dragon transformation secret realm, a distance of more than 10 miles passed in the blink of an eye, and soon everyone arrived at the destination. This is a huge steep cliff that towers into the clouds. The natural picture of the heavenly way recorded on the cliff is very vague. On the pattern, there are all kinds of insects, fish, birds and beasts, as well as some strange patterns that are not easy to understand. They are combined together to form this natural picture of the heavenly way. It is not the inheritance of any secret method, nor is it the record of any mysterious scripture. It is just a manifestation of the nature of heaven and earth. This thing is too profound. You need to be free of desire and thoughts to understand it. Seeing this, a big man immediately denied it, but people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. How can they be like plants, bamboos and stones, without any emotions and desires? It is impossible to comprehend it thoroughly. Beside him, there was also a half-step great man, with a disappointed face and a slightly unhappy expression. It seemed that he was upset because of missing the opportunity. Is this a scripture created for the legendary immortals? How can a person with flesh and blood comprehend and cultivate it? If it can be practiced, it is no different from plants and rocks, without the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires of humans. After saying this, the half-step great man also turned around and left this place. Go to look for other important opportunities. Duanda, the old blind man and others who came here also said, after some observation, that they could not understand it at all. This is not something for people to practice. Just like something that can only be cultivated by the heavenly Tao. Being ruthless and desireless is just the most basic condition. I can't understand it. It's too profound. Dong Fangyi grinned, feeling like he was reading a heavenly book. Then he turned his head and looked back, and saw Li Feiyu standing nearby, staring at this natural picture of the heavenly Tao with his eyes fascinated. It looks like he has seen it all. Huh? She can actually understand it? Dong Fangyi was quite surprised and shocked when he saw this. How can she be so desireless and have no thoughts? Just like grass, wood and stone? Not long after, the situation shown by Zhao Yunniao herself was also quickly seen by Duanda. the old blind man and others. Everyone had a lot of guesses about Zhao Yunyao's situation. The natural map of the heavenly way that they couldn't understand was extremely suitable for Zhao Yunyao. Whether it was this independent clone that had transformed with a part of the secret of the origin of the heavenly way, or the real clone of the heavenly way that she had. Zhao Yunyao had the life characteristics of the heavenly way. From the perspective of the heavenly way, look at this natural map of the heavenly way that evolved naturally. The degree of fit was completely full, and there was no obstacle to understanding. Not to mention that she also practiced the Taishang Tian Shu and followed the ruthless way. It was just a short moment. This mysterious natural map of the heavenly way had been completely memorized by Zhao Yunyao. She had also completely understood what was described in it. From the perspective of the heavenly way, the mystery of this pattern was to tell that there were underlying rules for the natural operation of heaven and earth. It was a part of the universe of heaven and earth, and one of the foundations for building the world. It is not something that ordinary cultivators can understand. This place was once connected to the fairyland, so it must have evolved into this kind of natural Dao map, which is probably affected by the incomplete laws inside the fairyland. But for me, it can serve as a good resource for reference. Let the progress of analyzing the origin of the 9 heavens be slightly accelerated. She recorded the natural map of the heavenly Dao herself. As for the matter of understanding and analyzing, it was left to her own body to deal with. Retracting her gaze from the cliff, Zhao Yunyao turned her head to look at Duanda, the old blind man, Dong Fangyi and others, with a faint and peaceful smile on her face. Let's go. We should go explore the place where the emperor died. It seems that you, little girl, seem to have really understood this natural picture of the heavenly way. It's incredible. The old blind man rolled his eyes, feeling that he had learned something new today. In this world, there are actually cultivators who can do the same as the heavenly way, to reach an absolutely ruthless and desireless state. But he never thought that Zhao Yunyao was now transforming and improving towards the true heavenly way, and was not on the same path as other cultivators. Retracting his wild thoughts, the old blind man opened his mouth and spoke. Go east first, then go south. And that's where the ancient emperor's cave is. I just read a fortune, and it's a very auspicious sign. When saying this, the old blind man did not avoid the presence of other cultivators at all. It seems that he was eager for more people to hear this news. After he finished speaking, the old blind man took the lead and strode eastward. Duanda, Zhao Yunyao and others followed him without any objection. Obviously, he acquiesced to the old blind man's approach. Other people nearby saw this, heard the old blind man's words, and saw these people really rushing in that direction. And they all followed him without any agreement. The cave of the ancient emperor is too tempting. There is no cultivator present who is not tempted. Many cultivators followed the old blind man and others, trying to fish in troubled waters and see if they can be a yellow bird. But they never thought that the old blind man actually wanted to bring more people in, so that they could serve as cannon fodder for him to explore the way. If he really had to go to the cave of the ancient emperor by himself, especially the place of death, he would not dare to go. That was really too dangerous, and he could die suddenly at any time. Not to mention that in the dark, there was an extremely powerful god lurking at this moment. Obviously no good intentions towards all outsiders. Chapter 357 Test. With the deliberate temptation of the old blind man, and the tacit cooperation of Duanda, Zhao Yunyao and others, a large number of cultivators who were attracted to the ancient emperor's cave soon came. One by one, they followed behind Zhao Yunyao, the old blind man and others, heading towards a certain predetermined direction. And the gods hidden in the dark were also mixed in the crowd and approached together. The eyes that blinked inadvertently were full of murderous malice towards living things. But many cultivators were not aware of the danger at all. Not long after, a group of foreign cultivators from different races came to a vast mountain forest area. At a glance, one after another towering and steep huge stone mountains were located in different directions, making this place look primitive and vast. Just as the old blind man continued to use the ancient tortoise shell to divine and calculate, suddenly, Zhao Yunyao took action personally, locked onto the location of a certain underground palace tomb with a semi-finished eye of heaven, and then really struck it with a palm. With a palm force as strong as the collapse of the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a series of deafening sounds. The dozens of mountains on the right collapsed one after another, and in a scene of smoke and dust scattered and rocks piercing the clouds, a hidden huge underground palace appeared in front of everyone. It is called an underground palace. But the huge scale is like a brand new secret world. The richness of the essence of heaven and earth inside is far beyond the current place. Let's use this place to test the thoughts of the gods, and see how much effect the scripture of salvation can have. Zhao Yunyao's eyes flickered. And suddenly, she exclaimed in a delicate voice, "Wow! The great emperor's cave has appeared. It may be the ancient scriptures left by the great emperor. Or even the great emperor's weapons." When everyone saw this scene and heard this exclamation, they were all excited. They couldn't help but be in an uproar. They didn't expect that there was really a cave here. Go south. Then turn west. It's very auspicious. At the same time, the old blind man also cooperated with divination to calculate the safe road. Then he rushed into the magnificent underground palace without hesitation. Duanda, who had also been eager to dig the tomb of the great emperor, saw the appearance of the underground palace, and almost didn't think much. At the same time, he acted with the old blind man, and the two figures rushed in at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared. Zhao Yunyao, wearing a red skirt, also moved at the wind, like a weak willow in the wind, with a kind of elegance and luxury in her elegant and ethereal movements. Soon, he was also immersed in this huge and mysterious underground palace. Seeing this, the other monks reacted immediately. They didn't care about whether there was any danger, and rushed into the underground palace. Some anxious monks even started fighting halfway. In this chaotic fighting situation, the immortal emperor God Mind, who turned into a human monk, was like a fish in water. He just mixed in the group of monks, and kept fighting with the monks present. Whether it was the weakest dragon transformation secret realm monk, or the half-step great power, none of them were the opponent of the God Mind. They were all caught by him with one hand, strangled by the neck and scared to death. Soon, another half-step great man let out a dying scream. The sound was very clear in the area at the entrance of the underground palace, and it attracted many monks to look back. However, due to the dim light inside the underground palace and the influence of the inexplicable Tao, these monks could not see the specific appearance and figure of the black shadow at all. Only through its outline. They saw a half-step great man being grabbed by the neck and lifted up by the opponent with one hand. And the half-step great man was struggling desperately at this moment, and his body and limbs were shaking violently. But in a short while, there was no resistance. Plop! The mysterious black shadow threw away the half-step great man's corpse in his hand, suddenly turned his head to look at the other monks in the underground palace, and the corners of his mouth grinned, revealing a hideous and vicious smile that was ready to bite people. It was just because of the environment that some of them could not see clearly. However, that kind of undisguised malice, almost materialized, rushed towards him. Obviously, when they arrived at the underground palace, the god's mind no longer planned to disguise its existence, and wanted to kill everyone in this place without leaving any survivors. Not good. The underground palace has changed from a very good fortune to a very bad disaster. Quick! Find a way to retreat. The old blind man running in front suddenly noticed the change in the hexagram, and his body shuddered unconsciously. Obviously realized that this place had a very terrible and fatal danger. He guessed that it was probably related to the god's mind. It doesn't matter. I'll know after trying it with the salvation scripture or secret technique. And it won't be too late to retreat then. Zhao Yu now came from behind and soon caught up with the old blind man, Duanda and others. He smiled and whispered, "And there are so many monks in this place. When necessary, they can be used as shields for us." With the information about the god's thoughts that they had discussed with each other before, everyone had already been alert and had some ideas in their hearts. Seeing that the hidden god's thoughts really showed up at this moment, Duanda, the old blind man, Zhao Yunyao and others stopped in their tracks and turned to perform their own salvation-type scriptures, such as the Saving People Sutra or the Rebirth Mantra. Without exception, all of them were special scriptures and secrets for the existence of evil spirits and resentful souls. When the scriptures and secrets were chanted one after another, with the addition of divine power and laws, the seemingly ordinary chanting language suddenly became extremely powerful. The power with the attribute of salvation spread from everyone. For living people, these are harmless sound wave ripples, and there is no negative situation at all. But when these power ripples spread to the divine mind, which originally had a ferocious expression, suddenly had a painful expression on its face. And the steps that were approaching the sprint suddenly stopped and were forced to stop there. It actually works. Duanda saw this, and his fear disappeared. And the whole person immediately became confident. The legendary divine mind is only this capable? It turns out that it is just like this. A Duran Sutra can handle the suppression by itself. Don't be careless. Be careful not to force it too much, and let it revive. The old blind man hurriedly sent a voice reminder. And he was also reciting another salvation scripture in his mouth. And those monks who were unilaterally slaughtered by the divine mind saw this. One by one, they reacted immediately, and followed suit, and did not hesitate to use the salvation-type scriptures and secret methods, especially the widely circulated Duran Sutra, which was the majority of them. As the number of people chanting increases, the power of salvation from the Sutra of saving people will naturally be added together. This will make the power of salvation even greater. Chapter 358 Manifestation. When the power of salvation is superimposed on each other, the powerful power of salvation that merged together has formed a materialized light wave, which surged towards the gods Nian, blocking the gate of the underground palace. Forced to do so, the extremely vicious gods Nian was forced to retreat. This devil is not invincible. We are saved. Seeing this, a young human cultivator couldn't help but cheered in surprise. Everyone, why not take this opportunity to join forces and kill this devil here? Give me back my sister's life. Not far away, another young cultivator glared at gods Nian with angry eyes, chanting the Saving People Sutra loudly, and took the initiative to approach the shadow of gods Nian step by step. Looking at that look, he tried to find a suitable opportunity to give this guy a hard blow. There are more than one cultivator who also want to kill gods Nian. Just a short while ago, this guy has killed a lot of monks in the chaos. At this moment, many relatives and friends who are close to each other are still alive. Everyone is glaring at the divine thoughts. Only Duanda, the old blind man, and others who have some understanding of the divine thoughts are not so relaxed, and have never thought of killing the divine thoughts in this place, since it is confirmed that the scriptures and secret methods can weaken and restrain the divine thoughts. Then let's go to the real place where the great emperor and the ancient emperor sat in the world. Be careful of those emperors and powerful people. They are likely to carry extreme weapons on this trip. When necessary, we still need to join forces to survive and gain something. In secret, Duanda, the old blind man, and others quickly communicated and finished the discussion. Then, while the Duran Sutra and Rebirth Mantra were restraining and weakening the divine mind, they moved to the entrance and exit of the underground palace one by one, and quickly escaped from this dangerous place. After they left, they quickly put away the means of performing the secret method of the salvation scripture. The salvation power inside the underground palace suddenly became much weaker. Inside the underground palace, the divine mind suddenly showed a fierce look again when it realized that the restraining force of salvation was weakened. It bared its teeth at these living monks, and seemed very fierce and brutal. Many monks felt bad when they saw this. Suddenly, they fled the underground palace one after another, and quickly moved away from the divine mind. Only those monks who reacted a bit slower, and were deeply trapped in hatred, were not careful for a while, and were approached by the divine mind, and killed by the not-so-strong salvation power. Run! Go find the emperor, and subdue this devil. I'll fight you. It's bad. Many graves inside the underground palace are bulging, and there are dirty things inside that are drilling out. Hurry up, and leave the underground palace. Suddenly heard that there are still dirty things inside the underground palace. Many monks were frightened and turned pale. They fled from the underground palace in panic, and looked back with lingering fear. They saw that the devil started to kill people again, and in the shadows inside the underground palace, it was obvious that more than one figure flashed by quickly. The coldness and stench could be detected from a long distance. Just looking at it made many monks unconsciously feel terrified. Crack! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there were huge earth-shattering noises from afar. The monks who had come to the outside of the underground palace turned their heads subconsciously, and saw more than 300 huge mountains shattering and breaking at almost the same time. The void was twisting and changing like a rag, rolling up obvious wrinkles and ripples. The terrifying and violent energy fluctuations were like the surging waves of the vast ocean. The aftermath spread rapidly from afar, forcing many monks to roll up to the sky. Then one after another exploded into bloody fireworks. So powerful. Could it be that an ancient saint is taking action? A young monk looked at this scene, and his lips were trembling when he spoke. It was obvious that he was terrified. But soon, a group of immortal emperors, peerless powers, Western Desert divine monks, Nanling demon kings, etc., appeared from that area together, relying on their own powerful cultivation. They flew up against the forbidden air influence inside the immortal hidden land, and just stood suspended in the air. Not long after, when those hundreds of steep mountains almost collapsed at the same time, under the ground of that area, an ancient mountain of extremely amazing size slowly rose from the ground. Although the momentum was not very huge, the Taoist charm was very special. It was like a mountain emperor who had been sleeping for a long time, showing a majestic aura. Surprisingly, so soon, someone else also found the real entrance to the emperor's cave. The old blind man was shocked when he saw this. The fat Taoist Duanda beside him was also surprised and thoughtful. I didn't expect that in these dynasties, holy places and aristocratic families. There are masters like me who understand tomb science so thoroughly. Although he was talking about others, Duanda also praised himself. Many cultivators present looked forward. At a glance, they saw a huge door at the foot of the mountain that suddenly emerged from the ground. There were two ancient characters engraved on the surface of the stone door. Those were ancient divine characters that were completely different from the characters of this era. So much so that almost all cultivators present did not recognize them. At this moment, many cultivators were staring at the 8-foot-high stone door and observing it, exploring the restrictions and formations on it, and did not act rashly. As for the mountain itself, there were no flowers, plants, vines or vegetation on it, but there was a mysterious medicinal fragrance floating around. Surrounded by white mist, the refreshing medicinal fragrance dissipated, which surprised and delighted many cultivators, guessing that there was a high possibility of real ancient divine medicine inside. Just as everyone was observing and looking around, Zhao Yuniao suddenly rushed forward, and under the gaze of more than a dozen powerful men, he came to the vicinity of the stone door. They thought that the great emperor's cave mansion had a powerful ban, so they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, they were watching the female cultivator in the dragon transformation secret realm, trying to take the opportunity to test out some secrets. Then many cultivators saw that the red-skirted female cultivator stretched out her hand and pressed on the huge stone door. Then she pushed it hard inside. Creaky boom. With a dull sound, the 8-foot-high ancient stone door suddenly opened to the inside. There was almost no hesitation. Zhao Yuniao rushed in and disappeared in front of many cultivators in the blink of an eye. There is no seal or ban. Seeing this, the emperor of the immortal dynasty was shocked and surprised. He did not expect that so many powerful men present had guessed wrong. Quickly reacting, more than a dozen powerful men rushed to the huge door almost at the same time. They also disappeared in this area very quickly. The ancient scriptures of the great emperor are in there, as well as the weapons of the great emperor. Grab them quickly. The old blind man shouted maliciously and rushed in as well. Chapter 359, Realm Within Realm. Inside the immortal mansion, this immortal cave that had been hidden for many years was finally opened and activated successfully, and was displayed in front of everyone. However, it was different from the great emperor's cave known by many cultivators. Zhao Yuniao, who entered it first, knew that it was related to the great emperor and the immortal emperor, and was in existence from the ancient era. Not the great emperor from the ancient era. There was actually a big difference between the two sides. Compared with the immortal emperor, many ancient emperors and great emperors were only weak insects that could be slaughtered and killed at will. After successfully entering the cave left by the immortal emperor first, the rich essence of heaven and earth, which far exceeded the outside world, suddenly rushed towards him, as clear as fog. There were also many medicinal scents of the king of medicine and the immortal god medicine. Just smelling it gave Zhao Yuniao a clear change in spirit and vitality. Entering the first level area inside the cave, Zhao Yuniao just glanced at it casually and saw a special medicinal field not far away. It was made of 5-color divine jade, and it was crystal clear. The black soil inside was filled with extremely rich essence, rendering the entire black soil like a flawless jade. On this medicinal field, 6 medicinal kings quietly took root and grew here. The faint light and the glow of the sun lingered on the branches, leaves, flowers and fruits of these 6 medicinal kings, making the medicinal kings look radiant and dazzling. The fragrant medicinal fragrance filled the entire first floor of the cave with fragrance. Zhao Yuniao noticed that above this medicinal field made of 5-color divine jade, there was a stone wall similar to stalactites. Every once in a while, milky white earth milk would seep out and drip. These earth milks fell precisely into the 5-color divine jade medicine field below. This stuff, combined with the rich essence of heaven and earth, nourishes and maintains the growth and development of these 6 medicinal kings. The things are good and rare. But unfortunately, I don't need them very much now. Zhao Yuniao just took a quick glance and decisively gave up these medicinal kings. Staying here can also delay the steps of those powerful people behind. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Yuniao left the first level of the cave and entered the second level of the cave. The internal space of the second level is larger than the first level, as if entering a small world. In this place, she saw a saint-level ancient bell. On the surface, this holy weapon has been broken into a pile of fragments. But in fact, its internal holy law still exists and is fully connected. And the spirit of the holy weapon ancient bell is in a deep sleep and has not been completely destroyed. This means that after the appearance of this thing is reshaped, it can be restored to a complete holy weapon. I believe that those great powers will be so excited when they see this broken holy weapon ancient bell that they will fight for it desperately. But it is also of little use to me, so I can discard it. This level of holy weapon is completely meaningless to Zhao Yuniao. The gorgeous red dress she is wearing now is a complete and flawless saint-level defensive weapon. In terms of quality, it is much better than this broken holy weapon. Zhao Yuniao's footsteps did not stop, and her speed was very fast. The whole person passed through the area where the holy soldiers were like a fleeting shadow, unwilling to take another look, and continued to rush to a deeper place. As for the dozen or so great powers who followed in, there were other cultivators. At this moment, they had already been in the first level cave, fighting for the 6 medicinal kings that could prolong their lives. And they were fighting to the death in the melee, which was very crazy. Even though they were worried about the female disciple Li Feiyu, who ran in first. But facing the 6 medicinal kings that could prolong their lives for thousands of years, they simply couldn't bear to give up ignoring such things and chase after the female disciple who ran in first. Seal the entrances and exits of this place in a moment. And do not let any treasure slip away. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those with virtue. No matter what anyone gets here, don't think of leaving easily. They must accept the joint inspection of us and others to prevent the great emperor's ancient scriptures and the great emperor's holy soldiers from being hidden away. But soon, many powerful people secretly discussed the drama of joining forces. The hands did not stop their actions at all, and continued to fight desperately for the 6 life-extending medicine kings, and finally did not let go of the 5-color divine jade medicine field where the medicine kings took root and grew. They directly dug up the ground 3 feet on the spot, and even rolled away the ground. It was a complete bandit style of locusts passing through. At the same time, the gods who mixed into the group of monks took the opportunity to assassinate the monks again, and the method was more hidden than before in the underground palace. Obviously, they were prepared to weaken the restraint of the scriptures and secret methods. It took just a short while. Zhao Yuniao, who came in first, has crossed a long distance and appeared in a new place. This is a vast lake. It is boundless, like a blue sea, and the concentration of the essence of heaven and earth here has once again climbed to a new stage. It condensed into white mist visible to the naked eye, lingering on the surface of the lake. Zhao Yuniao walked on the water, like a fairy, with circles of water rippling under her white jade feet, which was very exquisitely matched with the waves. It looked like the flow of lake waves pushed Zhao Yuniao to walk on the water. The whole has a natural charm of Taoism and harmony between man and nature. Until Zhao Yuniao came to the depths of this lake alone in advance. He saw a ladder suspended in the air, connecting to the sky and leading to an unknown place. The ladder was carved from jade, and there was mist floating around. This place seemed very mysterious. However, there is also a suppression of the Tao here. Cultivators who are not at the level of the second level immortal cannot fly at all, and cannot touch the ladder suspended in the air. Zhao Yuniao looked up, and suddenly showed some of the power of the heavenly Tao. Boom! In an instant, the Tao here trembled, and the order resonated, just like the state after the heavenly heart seal was refined and controlled. A pressure of the heavenly Tao emanated directly from Zhao Yuniao's body, even if it was only Qi Tian, one of the 9 heavens, and not the real complete heavenly Tao. It still easily broke through the no-fly ban here, allowing Zhao Yuniao to suddenly soar into the air. She stepped on the suspended ladder with both feet and soared to the top of the sky. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared in this small world. When she reached the end, Zhao Yuniao had already entered another world within a world. This place is a completely hidden new secret world. Even the order and environment of the laws of heaven and earth here are completely locked in the ancient era. This place has a kind of active and vigorous vitality of all things growing. When I have time in the future, I will go there and personally see the source of the evolution of the secret realm law, the bone grammar law. Zhao Yunao took a glance and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 360 Heavenly Tao and Extreme Tao. Located inside the realm within the realm. This is a place that is completely different from the environment of the outside world. Although the size of the place is not particularly large. However, the abundance of cultivation resources here is enough to make any local cultivator in the post-ancient era excited, and even willing to break their heads for it. Zhao Yunao just glanced at it casually. It can be seen that the concentration of the essence here has reached a pure liquefied and solidified state, and even the source of the gods can be found directly on the surface. Various precious spiritual medicines are everywhere like weeds. It can be said that they can be seen everywhere. And the flowers, plants, vines and other vegetation that can grow in this place have been nourished and nurtured by the rich essence of heaven and earth for many years. And they all appear to be particularly tall and lush, full of vitality. Gaga. The unpleasant and harsh cries of birds rang out in the air. Zhao Yunao looked up and saw a three-legged golden crow rushing past from a distance. The high-temperature flames on his body made him float between heaven and earth like a huge fireball. However, she also clearly realized that the suppression of the Tao in this world was even more mysterious. All the flowers, plants, trees and vines that took root and grew here could not transform into monsters and become real cultivators. The insects, fish, birds and beasts that lived here could not survive the catastrophe and transform. They could only grow and improve as wild beasts and fierce beasts. This kind of suppression is a postnatal arrangement, but the technique is extremely exquisite. Zhao Yunao carefully sensed for a moment and quickly locked onto the location of the imperial coffin. He immediately showed the power of the incomplete heavenly Tao and soared directly. Wherever she passed, all beasts fell silent. The world lost its voice. And the mysterious and incomplete might of the heavenly Tao was like the might of the great emperor and the ancient emperor, which was in harmony with the order of the natural laws of the world, so that no beast dared to block Zhao Yunyao's way. Let her go freely here as she pleases. Zhao Yunao looked with the semi-finished eye of heavenly Tao, and locked the destination that was really hidden through the veins of the Tao order, and then ran straight to a piece of equally strange terrain. From the perspective of feng shui, the terrain here is a completely new picture of the bloodshed of immortals. The corpse of the immortal fell among the mountains and valleys, and the flowing springs and waterfalls gushed out, as if the immortal vomited blood and died. Zhao Yunao focused on it, and understood something in her heart. The hole where the waterfall gushed out, like the mouth of the bloody immortal, is the only safe entrance and exit here. As soon as she approached this strange and ominous terrain, deep in her heart, a series of mysterious chanting sounds suddenly rang out of thin air, as if a mysterious being was chanting and preaching beside her ears. And this abnormality was just the sound of Tao naturally emitted by the terrain of this mountain range. Zhao Yunao stood there and listened patiently, although there was no language or text in this mysterious chanting sound. But the mystery of Taoism in it was transmitted in a strange wave. Let this independent clone, which was gradually transforming into the heavenly Tao, accurately and keenly capture the truth of it, just like the heaven and earth preaching the law, naturally preaching the Tao. It contains the secret of the heavenly Tao, and it is related to the transformation of nirvana from death to life. Just based on the contents of these Taoist methods, Zhao Yunao guessed the situation here. It is highly likely that when the immortal emperor was in nirvana, his own Taoist method spread out, naturally affecting the direction of the terrain near the outside world. Then, over a long period of time, it evolved into the current terrain where immortals lie dead and blood is spilled. Record the changes in the survival from death. If the comprehension is high enough, it is indeed possible to comprehend some of the Taoist truths about nirvana transformation in this place, and thus evolve into new skills or secrets. The nirvana transformation method of the immortal emperor is indeed very magical and mysterious. Just simply standing outside the terrain and comprehending it a little, it made Zhao Yunyao's clone comprehend it. The next moment, her own real body flew out from the inside of the companion mother nest, and then temporarily put away this independent clone. The next road is a bit dangerous. Relying on the clone alone is too inefficient and unsafe. It would be better to let the main body temporarily reduce the matter of comprehending and analyzing the origin of the heavenly way. Let's deal with this place first. Looking at the cave entrance that looked like the mouth of an immortal, Zhao Yunao suddenly flew in. In an instant, A powerful and terrifying power of the extreme way, which was stronger and more terrifying than the peak state of an ordinary emperor, came from the depths of the cave. But after approaching Zhao Yunyan, it naturally turned into a harmless breeze. There was no sign of any abnormality in Zhao Yunyan's main body. She kept walking and went deeper. The Qianquan boots on her feet rippled with faint ripples of time, making Zhao Yunyan's own figure seem slow but actually fast, condensed and illusory, with a kind of unpredictable charm. The cave was deep and winding, but it didn't seem dark. On the walls and the top of both sides, there were naturally many alien sources and divine source blocks, all of which released bright and brilliant rays of light, rendering the interior of the cave colorful. Hua la la la. The sound of the mysterious iron chain shaking came faintly from the depths of the cave. However, coupled with the corpse burial place here, this gloomy cave seemed particularly scary, as if it was the sound of the netherworld from the depths of hell, and there were resentful souls and evil spirits trying to break free from the shackles that trapped themselves. Woo 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 woo. Zhao Yunyan's face remained unchanged, and he didn't care. Soon he continued to walk several miles deeper. Inside the passage, there was a whistling sound of wind, which seemed very strange and weird, and the things mixed in it were also extremely strong in energy. After a while, the light inside the passage became dark, and all the magical rays of light disappeared. The claw marks left on the cave walls indicate that the divine source and alien source that were originally used as lighting were destroyed and excavated later. Zhao Yunyan walked alone on the main road of the earth vein. When passing different forks in the road, she felt that it was dark inside, and the evil corpse gas became thicker and thicker. Obviously, it was not a good place inside. At this moment, in Zhao Yunyan's mind, there was only the shed skin left by the immortal emperor. She was attracted by the secrets of the 5 elements of the fairy phoenix contained in it. If not, she would not necessarily come to this place, let alone show up at will. At this moment, Zhao Yunyan didn't care what was inside those forks in the road, and just walked along the main earth vein here. The deeper she got, the stronger and more terrifying the power of the extreme way became. It was as if there was a living ancient emperor sitting inside. Not long after, a lush ancient tree forest appeared in Zhao Yunyan's field of vision. She glanced at it casually, and then looked at the devil ape hiding nearby. The corpse-transformed devil ape, which was originally extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty, saw Zhao Yunyan's eyes scanning over it. It was immediately frightened and trembled unconsciously. It was completely unable to control itself, and the devil ape knelt down like this, with horror in its eyes. Chapter 361: The Future of Zhu Xian's System. I personally witnessed another kind of undead monster, the devil ape, which was as tall as a foot, and was covered with black scales all over its body, and was surrounded by dark evil spirits. Its appearance and temperament seemed extremely ferocious. Zhao Yunyan took a quick look and soon saw the origin and nature of these devil apes. They were the products of the corpse transformation of the immortal level cultivators after their death. The tomb that could give birth to the devil ape was definitely a dangerous place among the tombs. But at this moment, under the gaze of Zhao Yunyan's own eyes, this devil ape had no power to resist at all. The other devil apes hiding in the dark were frightened and stiffened in place, motionless, for fear of accidentally attracting Zhao Yunyan's attention. Keep these things, and you can continue to block the little bugs behind. Just treat it as a game with them. After a few casual glances, Zhao Yunyan didn't care about the existence of this devil ape, just casually and calmly walked past the demon apes. During the whole process, the demon apes were so scared that their bodies were stiff, like stone statues, without any movement. Their performance was not as scary as their appearance. Zhao Yunyan continued to walk deeper, with a calm expression, and rushed to the place where the immortal emperor had transformed. Hua la la la. Not far ahead, the eerie sound of the iron chain shaking came again. The sound was clear and audible, as if it was close at hand, but it made people feel creepy, as if they had come to the legendary underworld hell. However, this level of mental influence could not shake Zhao Yunyan at all. Soon, she appeared in a new area. Looking forward, a river as black as ink was flowing silently and calmly, winding and twisting across this place. It blocked the way forward here. The black river water was extremely cold and froze the mind, like a black abyss spreading across this place, almost swallowing the mind and consciousness of the cultivator. This is a river formed purely by the true water of the Tyne. The vast river was always flowing and rushing, but it was very calm, without any wind or waves. and no sound was heard. There was not even a ripple of water. But the color was so black that it made people palpitate. If an ordinary cultivator came here, just looking at it for a long time would make his soul frozen and broken. Taiyan True Water, Taoist Master, is a good and precious resource. And it is such a large amount. It is worth collecting it personally. The evolution of the cultivation civilization of the universe in my body has now reached a new height. Add some things inside to see if those cultivators can gain some insights and inspiration. And further promote the evolution and improvement of cultivation civilization. Zhao Yuniao thought about something in her mind, and waved her hand to collect the river formed by the Taiyan True Water in front of her. As for the things living in it, she rejected them all. Then she collected it as a whole into the secret realm of the Wheel Sea in her body. After a little thought, she placed this thing in the junction of 3 different civilizations, and it existed in different divided experimental areas at the same time. With time accelerating, more than 300 million years have passed in the world inside my body. Among them, the civilization of cultivation has extended from the previous 100-day foundation building, refining essence into chi, crossing the level of refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and has been extended to the current stage of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. The level of civilization here has far exceeded the native cultivation civilization of the Zhuxian world. The order and laws of the Great Way itself are condensed according to the imprint of the Tao of the Zhuxian world itself, which can be regarded as a replica sandbox test field of the Zhuxian world. Through the evolution of the same world rules, and the baptism of a long time, Zhao Yuniao knew it clearly in his heart. Inside the Zhuxian world, the primitive embryonic cultivation civilization that has only developed for thousands of years, even the highest level of Tai Ching realm, has only entered the stage of refining chi into spirit. And now the progress of the sandbox civilization in his body has been promoted to the stage of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. This means that as long as he returns to the Zhuxian world and spreads the more advanced knowledge of the cultivation civilization, the cultivation civilization of the Zhuxian world will immediately rise to the level of Lianshu Hadao. Due to the teaching of the heavenly book by the 9 heavens mysterious woman, the Zhuxian cultivation civilization started at a relatively low level. The Shangqing realm, which is only weaker than the Taiqing realm, has cultivated a soul that can naturally absorb external energy, thus keeping the soul at its peak state. This is a level of soul that the emperors in the secret realm of the universe cannot reach. Although the emperors' bodies are immortal, their souls will decay. Such characteristics are no match for the cultivators of the Shangqing realm in the Zhuxian world, let alone the cultivators of the Taiqing realm. What kind of scenery is above the Taiqing realm? The local cultivators in the Zhuxian world have never known it. After all, their civilization development time is too short. In just a few thousand years, they can develop to the height of the Taiqing realm, which is already amazing. If it were the Earthlings, after thousands of years of civilization development, they would still be low-level primitive people relying on stone tools. Time is the only indicator to verify the potential and achievements of civilization. The theory of destructive power is a stupid joke. The evolution of civilization is not just about fighting and killing. Like a brainless, reckless man, with a civilization development period of almost 300 million years, the civilization evolution results of this Zhuxian cultivation system are indeed extraordinary, worthy of the existence of the heavenly book, refining the spirit and returning to the void. It can already achieve the source of the Taoism that the primordial spirit reflects the void and becomes one's own body. As for the higher level of Lianshu Hadao, one can already create a world or universe in the void alone, and use one's own primordial spirit to combine the world and heaven created by the Tao, becoming the supreme creator god of a world. I just don't know what the result will be when the higher level of refining the Tao and becoming immortals. At this moment, inside the sandbox test field of Zhuxian civilization in Zhao Yunya's body, it is no longer the world as it was at the beginning. Thanks to the high-level cultivators who evolved into the level of refining the void and combining the Tao inside. These cultivators have opened up new worlds and universes in the world of nothingness one after another, so that the original world itself is naturally evolving towards the multiverse. The worlds and universes inside are layered one after another. In each world or universe, there is a cultivator who combines the Tao and the heavenly Tao, turning the entire universe into his own private dojo. That terrifying power obviously formed another situation. The stronger the cultivator who combines the Tao, the stronger the world or universe of the Tao. Similarly, the stronger the world or universe of the Tao, the stronger the cultivator of the Tao. A positive feedback internal cycle enhancement structure has been formed. Chapter 362 5 Immortals. The evolution results in the Jusian cultivation sandbox civilization test field really surprised Zhao Yunao herself. A cultivator who is just at the refining void and combining Dao realm can create a new world or universe by himself, and use this to make his Yuanshan merge with the Dao and become the supreme heavenly Dao of a world. This makes her look forward to a higher level of immortality. Nowadays, the new Jusian cultivation civilization cultivation method has become more and more stringent in terms of comprehension. The higher the level, the more powerful the comprehension is needed to comprehend the essential mystery of the corresponding realm, rather than simply relying on external resources to forcibly improve. This path can only be taken by geniuses with comprehension. The secret realm method is indeed very outstanding in cultivating the physical body. But in terms of cultivating the Yuanshan, the secret realm method is really not good. Even in the mortal cultivation system, the ordinary spiritual root chi training method can achieve the transformation of the integration of the 5 spiritual roots in the refining void stage. Thus, the immortal cultivator's own soul has infinite vitality and lifespan. However, this is for the extreme emperor in the secret realm. They simply cannot achieve immortality of the soul, even if it is a higher level of the true immortal. If you want to achieve immortality of the soul, you must have sufficient immortal substances in the external environment of heaven and earth. True immortals who are not in the red dust immortal system are also unable to survive in the environment of the Dharma ending. They will die of exhaustion due to insufficient immortal substances. Only by achieving the realm of the immortal king can this be avoided. A single cultivation system will inevitably have various differences. There are different strengths and weaknesses. Only by combining different systems and learning from each other can one become a perfect existence without any flaws or shortcomings, while keeping a distracted eye on the evolution of the sandbox civilization in his body. As for how to develop the realm of refining Taoism and becoming immortal after refining the void and merging with the Tao, Zhao Yunao already had a general idea in her mind. That is, the 5 immortals system: heavenly immortals, earthly immortals, human immortals, gods and ghosts. However, the specific details of the 5 immortal system have not yet evolved and supplemented, and there is only a very rough original theoretical framework. To perfect it, she herself does not know how many years it will take. The evolution and development of civilization is not that easy. I hope that the shed skin left by the immortal emperor can provide some reference. Even if I can't inspire myself in the 5 immortal system, I will definitely be able to comprehend and supplement the Taoist Palace secret realm. After all, he is a fairy phoenix with immortal blood. It was with this in mind that Zhao Yunao ran to this place on purpose. He came here to search for the shed skin left by the immortal emperor. Looking forward distractedly, he saw that the place where the tiny true water river existed before has now become a large area of winding abyss riverbed. The dark and dead creatures that originally lived inside had already fled from Zhao Yunao's vicinity. This place has become empty and quiet. Above the riverbed, there is a chain floating bridge. Gusts of cold wind blew over, causing the entire floating bridge to sway slightly, making the sound of chains colliding and shaking. The strange and spooky voice heard before came from here. The dark chains were covered with many dead bodies in ancient costumes. All the bodies had already turned into corpses. However, when Zhao Yunao flew into the air and stepped on these dark chains, all the corpses that had turned into corpses instinctively chose to pretend to be dead, motionless, or took the initiative to get out of the way, and did not dare to get close to Zhao Yunao. The state of thousands of ways following, and the resonance of the ways, was like the presence of the extreme monks. These corpse-turned monsters could not have the slightest resistance. They did not realize that Zhao Yunao was much stronger than the extreme monks, and was no longer on the same level. Hua la la la. The chains swayed gently in the air, rippling out waves of chilling sounds. Soon, Zhao Yunao crossed this area alone, and the power of the extreme wave that permeated the space inside the cave became particularly strong and intense. It was more terrifying than the extreme imperial soldiers in a fully revived state. Zhao Yunao walked gracefully, neither fast nor slow, and seemed very calm. After a while, she arrived at the destination of this trip. Looking forward, she saw tens of thousands of earth veins and dragons surrounding and guarding a 10,000-foot high platform. It made the place look colorful and brilliant, and the spirit was surging like an ocean. It was like a legendary sacred mountain and holy land. The 10,000-foot high platform structure was like a pyramid, which seemed very mysterious and majestic. And at the top of the platform, it was not a pyramid-like tip, but a platform-like structure. The entire platform itself is made of pure 5-color divine jade. From this point of view alone, the immortal emperor is actually very rich in resources. This is not to mention the large amount of resources he left for his 2 sons. On the surface of the platform, there are layers of steps carved, which gradually rise up and spread to the top. It looks like a pilgrimage. With an invisible majesty, the top of the platform is filled with chaos and fairy mist, which looks very mysterious. However, you can still see a coffin stored there. The power of the extreme way that seems to be able to suppress everything comes from the ancient coffin on the platform. Zhao Yunao took a look and felt the strong Taoism from the wood of the coffin itself. It was something carved purely from the trunk of the enlightenment tree. Speaking of which, the Taiwan guy is really stubborn. He dared to lift the coffin of the immortal emperor and then lie in it himself. This is the first time I have seen a guy who robbed other people's coffins and graves. This kind of thing can only be done by the mysteriously confident stubborn man, thinking about things in his mind. Zhao Yunao took a step forward, completely ignoring the all-pervading power of the extreme way. He appeared on the 10,000-foot high platform. Even after millions of years, this coffin made of the enlightenment tree still has extremely vigorous vitality. Even on the surface of the coffin lid, a branch more than 1 meter long is grown out by itself. There are many vibrant leaves on it. After taking a few glances, Zhao Yunao turned his head to look at the other side of the coffin. A piece of ice similar in shape to the coffin was quietly placed there. Inside it, a human-shaped skin was frozen in the ice. This skin looks lifelike, like a living thing. The blood stained on the cracked area on the back still glowed with an unusually dazzling 5-colored hue. Even though it was sealed by the ice, it was still filled with a strong and special vitality. The 5-colored rays of light were brilliant, like a round of colorful sun sinking here. Suddenly, Zhao Yunao reached forward and grabbed the ice block that sealed the shed skin of the immortal emperor. With a flick of his finger, he decisively shattered the outer seal. Chapter 363 Grand Emperor. On the platform thousands of feet high, Zhao Yunao stood alone. The complete mold left by the undead emperor's transformation in the ancient era finally fell into his hands. The ice that sealed the mold was easily crushed by Zhao Yunao with one hand. The mold of the undead emperor inside was revealed. Boom! In an instant, the mold that was freed from the seal suddenly burst out with the power of the extreme weapon far beyond the fully revived one. As if a real ancient emperor of the extreme had descended here. Zhao Yunao, who was in close contact with it, did not change his expression at all. Even if he did not need the passive protection effect of the Huadao Tianyi. With only his current Wu clan body, he could face the Lord of the Universe in the devouring gene system head-on. And naturally, he was not afraid of the pressure of the extreme monk in the covering the sky. The growth potential of the Wu clan's body was far more terrifying than she had initially expected. Even if it was just the current physical strength, they are all enough to reach the level of the sky is hard to destroy. The earth is hard to bury. Although this level is only for the ordinary world and the universe, it is no longer in existence that the extreme cultivators can contend with. At this moment, the power of the ancient emperor of the extreme way surged into the sky, filling the entire world. However, Zhao Yunao only felt a breeze on her face. She lowered her head and stared at the immortal emperor in her hand. Looking at the lifelike state, the purple long hair was crystal clear and moist, and the white skin was delicate and smooth. Although he is a man, this level of appearance is enough to make almost all women in the world feel inferior to death. The immortal emperor is really too beautiful. I didn't expect that there would be such a handsome man in this universe. It's incredible. Seeing the remaining molting skin in her hand, Zhao Yunao finally understood what it meant to be the most beautiful man in the universe. Unprecedented and unparalleled. Even though she herself had used the life altar to enhance her appearance many times, now she only slightly surpassed the immortal emperor. Based on my appearance alone, I still have a long way to go before the cultivators can see my true face like seeing the evil god Krusu. I can't look directly at it. I can't understand it. It's still a long way off. Zhao Yunao casually swept across the area where the molting ice cubes were placed. Near it, there was still a message in ancient text. The text was majestic, and the handwriting was as strong and powerful as iron hooks and silver paintings. However, the content of these texts was a little bit unauthentic. Not only did the old man Tai Huang rob others' coffins, he also left a message to record the incident, fearing that others would not know. He even put his own mark on other people's coffins. It was totally deserved to be swallowed by the immortal emperor as a snack. She turned her head slightly and looked at the coffin of the enlightenment tree beside her. There is now a mark pattern on the side of the coffin. Although the shape of the mark is not very clear, it can still be seen that it is a humanoid man. On the spine, it is a dragon, which looks very clear and vivid. This mark is the symbol of Tai Huang himself. After taking a few glances, Zhao Yuniao turned to look at the coffin surrounded by chaotic mist, and then casually waved her sleeves. Boom! In just a moment, the tightly closed coffin lid was opened by Zhao Yuniao with one hand. The situation inside was clearly revealed. Boom! Instantly, an extremely dense chaotic energy rushed out from the inside of the coffin. But before it could change, it was dispersed by Zhao Yuniao's wave of his hand. As for the inside of the coffin, there was no body of the emperor. There was only a human-shaped Taoist diagram similar to the emperor's body. Zhao Yuniao had naturally expected this. At this moment, her beautiful eyes slightly opened, focusing on the new version of the Tai Huang Sutra true form Taoist diagram left in the later years of Tai Huang II. With her current understanding, she quickly saw the mystery in it. The already powerful and outstanding Tai Huang Jing Tornado Scroll has now been strengthened and improved. Under normal circumstances, the killing and fighting power of the Imperial Dragon energy cultivated is enough to be compared with the Dozimi. Now this optimized version of the Imperial Dragon energy has already shown a slight performance that surpasses the Dozimi. From this perspective, Tai Huang can be regarded as a genius among the ancient emperors. Looking down at this Taoist true form diagram, although there is no written record, but the inner Taoist rhyme and that kind of Taoist form have completely included the entire new version of Tai Huang Jing. And the most outstanding part of Tai Huang Jing is the dragon scroll where its spine is located. That kind of true form pattern can no longer be regarded as a spine, but a lifelike big dragon exists there. Whether it is dragon claws, dragon tail, dragon whiskers, or dragon horns, dragon teeth and dragon body, they are all very real. As if there is really a dragon inside Tai Huang's body. It is obvious that the great emperor's attainments in the dragon transformation secret realm are indeed extraordinary. There are quite a few good points, which can be used as reference to a certain extent. Zhao Yuniao observed attentively at this moment, thinking in his heart. On the other side, inside the immortal emperor's cave, the vast blue lake was surging like an ocean. The human-shaped god Nian, wearing a bamboo hat, with his hands behind his back, stood quietly on a small boat. As for the opposite side of the god Nian, there was a group of frightened foreign cultivators. At this moment, there were already many incomplete bodies of cultivators floating in the blue lake water, and the dazzling red blood made the color of the lake water here change significantly. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the god Nian. Hundreds of foreign cultivators flew up involuntarily at this moment, and one by one, they quickly sank into the dark black hole, and died instantly, until the black hole shrank by itself. The remaining monks, who were still alive, discovered that it was just the open mouth of Shinjin Yin. At this moment, you can still see some meat and blood between his white teeth. He chewed a few times casually, and swallowed the monk in his mouth. He stared at the remaining monks with malicious cold eyes. Quickly recite the Duren Sutra or Ningxing mantra. The salvation scriptures can restrain and weaken this thing. In the crowd, some monks couldn't help shouting loudly. It was just the trembling in his tone that showed his inner fear and uneasiness. Soon, some monks took the initiative to recite the salvation scriptures. Hearing the familiar voice again, Shinjin Yin just sneered and did not choose to retreat. A pair of eyes that were more ferocious than evil spirits stared at the monks present with bloodthirsty greed. Suddenly, Shinjin Yin's face changed suddenly. He noticed that the remaining molting skin of the immortal emperor was touched. Who is it? At this moment, the god didn't care about entangled with these ants that could be easily crushed to death. He suddenly soared into the sky and headed straight for the ladder suspended in the air. He disappeared decisively from this place. Chapter 364 Li Feiyu. At this moment, all the living cultivators were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. Some of them did not understand why this terrible demon of God's mind suddenly left. And he looked very anxious and angry. The immortal dynasty emperor, the holy landlord, the Namling demon king, the Western Desert ancient Buddha, and other powerful people who were confronting the god's mind suddenly reacted and remembered that there was still one person who had not been found. That was Li Feiyu, the first one to enter the interior of this great emperor's cave mansion, the female disciple of the Qishir mansion. Could it be that Li Feiyu found something good, triggered some kind of restriction, and made the god's mind sense something? Some powerful people came back to their senses and couldn't help but exclaimed, "The birth of the divine thoughts must be related to the legendary gods." Beside him, another demon king of the demon clan said, "It is very likely that the relics of the gods can be touched by the divine thoughts." "No. Hurry up and grab it." In an instant, one after another, the great immortals soared into the sky. They all came to the suspended ladder in the air at their fastest speed, using their hands and feet to quickly climb up in this oppressive place with the help of the ladder. But in the blink of an eye, more than 20 great men disappeared here. "Fatty, whether we can gain anything depends on you." The old blind man turned his head to look at Duanda, and said these words very seriously. After hearing this, Duanda's face changed again and again. Finally, he opened his mouth and spit out a long ladder of galaxies. "This is a treasure left by a famous king of the way of killing, the Taoist of the galaxy, tens of thousands of years ago." Now Duanda dug up the grave, and dug it out, and took it for himself. The brilliant galaxy gushed out, sweeping up Duanda, the old blind man, Ju Yuqing and Dong Fangyi. "Just ignore the prohibition of flying here. Let them fly into the air, and touch the jade ladder suspended here." After a while, several people also disappeared in the sky. The remaining people either have insufficient cultivation level, or they have no special treasures, so they have to stay in this lake. But because of this, they have avoided the pursuit of the gods, and have a chance to continue to live. Hua Yunfei, who was mixed in the crowd, looked up unwillingly, looking at the ladder suspended in the air. "Damn it. If there is an ancient scripture of the great emperor, it must be deeper. But in this place, my cultivation is completely suppressed, and I can't fly at all. I can only watch such an opportunity pass by." But soon, Hua Yunfei secretly took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that if he followed in, he would most likely not get the great emperor's ancient scripture, and he would not be able to compete with that group of powerful people. His own cultivation was insufficient, and he was restricted in everything he did. For now, I can only take this opportunity to continue searching inside the small world outside. See if I can find other inherited skills. After thinking about it, Hua Yunfei took a deep look at the suspended ladder above. On the surface, there was no change. And then he turned around and left decisively. In the crowd, the holy son of Yoguang quietly watched Hua Yunfei leave. There was always a faint and gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Inside the immortal emperor's tomb, Zhao Yuniao stood alone on a platform thousands of feet high, quietly watching and comprehending the true form of the Taiwang Sutra left by the Taiwang. Soon she memorized and understood the whole picture. She retracted her gaze, and turned her head to look at the door when she came in. With the height, Zhao Yuniao looked down, and soon saw the god's thoughts that suddenly rushed in. Two different pairs of eyes looked at each other in midair. For a moment, both sides looked at each other in silence. But soon, the originally furious god's thoughts suddenly became calm. "Sorry, I disturbed you." The god's thoughts pretended to be in the wrong place. He turned around and left without hesitation. That decisive attitude made outsiders, who didn't know the truth, think that this was a good cultivator who knew etiquette, rather than the bloodthirsty god's thoughts that hated living things. "Since you've come here on your own initiative, why don't you stay with me for a while?" Zhao Yuniao smiled faintly, and casually grabbed the Shenyan, who had already run a distance away with his left hand, and immediately flew upside down. In the fear of Shenyan, he shrank by himself and fell into the palm of Zhao Yuniao's left hand. It looked like a pocket-sized doll less than 3 inches tall. "No! Don't kill me!" Shen Yin trembled and finally took the initiative to beg for mercy. The voice that came out of his mouth, combined with the essence of Shen Yin, still gave people a feeling of freezing, cold and harsh hoarseness. "Don't be nervous. I just want to study Shen Yin. I won't kill you easily." Zhao Yuniao comforted him in a calm tone. For now, this god's thought is the first god's thought she has encountered, and it belongs to the immortal emperor. The value of using it for comprehension and research is far greater than simply killing it, especially the 3 corpses involved in it. Zhao Yuniao vaguely guessed the real purpose of Wusher's action to suppress the immortal Taoist. Now Wusher's true body is still confronting the immortal emperor, who has become a ball in nirvana. The two seem to have a strong hatred. Following this line of thought, according to Wusher's despicable and shameless character of strengthening the Black Emperor, he is likely to destroy the immortal emperor's future cultivation by attacking the immortal Taoist. In the 3 corpses theory, only by separating first and then combining can you truly reach the peak state. The god's thought, belief in God, and the self-obsession of the way of killing are completely in line with the theory of the three corpses of the immortal way, in addition to the existence of Noah, Fushi, and the sword formation of the immortal. This made Zhao Yunyan have to doubt this. Moreover, the performance of the future immortal emperor was obviously a bit disappointing, and was not worthy of the pure immortal phoenix bloodline of the 10 evils of the immortal path. It was also not worthy of the immortal emperor's experience of practicing and transforming for so many epochs. But if the speculation that Wuxia caused damage and prevented the immortal emperor's Dao fruit from reaching a perfect state was added, this contradictory result would immediately become much more logical and theoretically normal. All kinds of thoughts quickly flashed through Zhao Yunyu's mind. She quickly came to her senses. She raised her hand and pointed, and set up an isolation formation at the entrance of this place through the air to hide this place. Then she sat on the coffin of the immortal emperor. She began to carefully observe the divine thoughts in her hand and the immortal emperor's molting. At a glance, the mystery of the immortal phoenix's bloodline, in her eyes, was the changes of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. And it was a very profound type. And this 5-element mystery is all related to life. It is not the 5 elements of many dead things in nature. The secret realm of the Tao Palace is mainly about cultivating the 5 internal organs and 5 spirits in the body, so that the 5 spirits can stay in the body forever. Zhao Yunyao watched intently, thinking, the further Tao Palace 3 cells will evolve on the basis of the 5 spirits. Chapter 365, The Mighty Yi Fan. Gazing at the shed skin left by the immortal emperor in his hand, Zhao Yunyao saw many extraordinary mysteries of the 5 elements of life, and combined them with the nirvana transformation as a whole. The endless transformation makes the transformation more powerful and thorough. In the process of exploring the potential that one possesses, it also plays the role of supplementing and strengthening the potential foundation, making the foundation deeper, and thereby widening and extending the height of the future road. If the 5 gods of the Tao Palace of the heaven-covering secret realm method are combined with the 5 immortal ways of the Juxian cultivation method, I wonder what kind of effect will be presented. Can the Tao Palace secret realm itself also produce a transformation similar to the current dragon transformation secret realm? Perhaps we can try to get rid of the shackles of the secret realm method. With such thoughts and ideas, Zhao Yunyao looked at the shed skin and the god's thoughts in his hand more and more carefully. Try to find an opportunity to change the Tao Palace secret realm. Earth. Inside the 99 Dragons Mountain immortal land, a terrifying and violent heavenly tribulation thunder was bursting and striking down in the outer area near the entrance and exit, bombarding the strong young man in the thunder. Even though it was torn to pieces and its bones were broken, it could not be killed. Instead, it was floating in the sea of thunder with a 3-legged, 2-eared, round-mouthed cauldron. Until a long time later, the thunder disappeared. The calamity cloud dissipated, revealing a charred humanoid object inside. And on top of its head, there was a gray cauldron. The charred humanoid object shook slightly, and the charred shell of flesh and blood covering the surface of its body suddenly shattered and exploded. A slender and strong young man was revealed. Finally broke through to the realm of the second great immortal. I wonder how Xiaoya and the others are doing now. Yi Fan sighed, and quickly changed into a spare outfit. Then he put his mother Qi cauldron of all things into the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, and was held in his arms by his soul. Yi Fan stepped on the Xing character secret, and turned to leave the 99 Dragons Mountain immortal land. He came to the uninhabited Kunlun Mountains in the outside world with a familiar way. The concentration of the essence of heaven and earth changed, as if he had entered the Dharma-ending environment from a holy place of cultivation in the blink of an eye. The huge difference made Yi Fan feel that his cultivation was suppressed to a certain extent. However, he had already gotten used to this extremely obvious change over the years. Then, he used the Xing character secret, and the divine power escaped light at the same time. With the blessing of double speed, the distance of thousands of miles was crossed in a very short time. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan appeared at his doorstep. He stretched out his hand, and pushed open the old courtyard door, and walked in, even without using his eyes to observe. Yi Fan could clearly sense where his parents were, and what they were doing at the moment just by sensing with his spiritual sense. Dad? Mom? I'm back. Yi Fan habitually called out softly. Hearing the sound, the woman who was cooking in the kitchen looked out, and said with a smile, Wait a moment. The food is not ready yet. Yi Fan did not refuse this. Although he didn't need to eat at all now, he could still live well. But he still didn't want to miss the food made by his mother. especially since he had experienced a near-death experience before. He cherished this situation even more. Turning his head to look at the courtyard, he saw his father sitting there reading a newspaper. After hearing his own shout, he just turned his head to look, with a gentle and smiling expression on his face. He also enjoyed the family reunion life. Yifan walked over in 2 or 3 steps and talked to his father for a while. But he was thinking about the little moon Jiziyu in his heart. Now that these years have passed, he misses the little moon more and more. And the enemies in Beidaoxing. He also misses them very much. It's hard to climb higher peaks if you stay here on Earth. Even if there are the Immortal Treasure Map and the 99 Dragon Mountain Immortal Land. But if you want to leave Earth, you have to separate from your parents. I can accept it. But the 2 elders may not be able to accept it. Yifan has been thinking about this for a long time. After personally experiencing the life of the cultivation world, he found that he can no longer return to an ordinary life like a mortal. Now, his parents, ex-girlfriend Su Qiong, and goddaughter Su Yi, all 4 of them have become cultivators with the resources he brought back from the 99 Dragons Mountain Immortal Land. But due to their limited qualifications, their cultivation is not high. Even the most outstanding little girl Su Yi is now just a small follower in the 4 extreme secret realm. As for Su Qiong and his parents, they are all wandering around in the Dao Palace secret realm. If I really go to the Big Dipper, I don't know how many years it will take for me to come back next time. Maybe a few decades. Maybe a few 100 years. Yifan only thought about taking his parents and others to Beta Star. And then, he decisively abandoned them. He still had many powerful enemies there. If he really took his parents and others there, it would be tantamount to giving himself a fatal weakness. On the contrary, staying on Earth, a planet of the Dharma-ending age, would be safer. At least under the premise that the formal disciples of this great sect are only at the Bitter Sea realm. Whether it is the cultivation level of the Dao Palace secret realm, or the cultivation level of the 4 extreme secret realm, it is enough to protect oneself. However, this situation does not mean that there are no cultivators on Earth who have surpassed the 4 extreme secret realm. Over the years, he has seen more than 1 demon cultivator and human cultivator in the Hualong secret realm and the Xiantai secret realm. Each of them has lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Obviously, they are all at the level of real old monsters. If you really accidentally face these cultivators, the cultivators in the 4 extreme secret realm will only be small insects that can be easily crushed to death. Thinking secretly for a while, in the end, Yifan still made a decision in his heart. He was going to Beidaoxing, and he couldn't let Jiziyu wait for him in vain. But before he left, he had to deal with his parents and goddaughter. At least he had to have no worries and no psychological burden. Not long after, the mother quickly prepared lunch and invited the father and son to eat together. The family sat near the dining table and ate a reunion dinner. After eating, Yifan looked at his parents and took the initiative to tell them something. Dad, Mom, I have a girlfriend somewhere else, and she may become your daughter-in-law in the future. She should still be waiting for me now. This is a good thing. Bring her home for me and your dad to see. Ye's mother looked at her good son, her face full of expectant smiles. Yifan hesitated for a moment, and then responded, but she is not from Earth. And she is not here on Earth. As soon as this was said, the parents were stunned. The 2 looked at each other and quickly guessed their son's thoughts, knowing that he wanted to go out and make a living. Chapter 366 Father-in-Law. After a short silence, Yifan's parents still showed a caring smile on their faces. Since you want to leave and go out to explore, then go ahead. Anyway, your father and I, as well as Qiong and Yi, have all become monks. Be healthy and live a comfortable life. And don't have to be like before. Although the smile on his face was very gentle and kind, it seemed that he supported himself. However, Yifan still sensed his parents' reluctance to part with him with his powerful spiritual sense. Fearing that the separation that happened that year would happen again. This situation made Yifan feel a little sad. Actually, I have a way to let you see me again soon. Yifan suppressed his inner emotions and said the method he had been thinking about for a long time. I will use the divine source liquid to protect you 2 elders, and there will be no loss of life. For you, just need to have a good sleep. And you will see me bring back the daughter-in-law you have been waiting for a long time. And there is no need to miss and worry too much. And that place, just sleeping can improve your cultivation, which is very suitable for you 2 elders. What do you plan to do with Qiong and Yi? Ye's mother couldn't help asking Yi Fan. They both helped our family a lot in the past. If it weren't for that incident, you two would have become a young couple. If they are willing, I will take them in together. Yi Fan responded very seriously. He was still very grateful to his ex-girlfriend Su Cheong. If it weren't for Su Cheong's careful care and serving the two old people, I'm afraid that his parents wouldn't have been able to support him to return to Earth. Such a favor has exceeded the relationship between ordinary boyfriends and girlfriends. Xiao Fan called the two girls over. Father Yi looked at his only son and reminded him seriously, this kind of thing, after all, needs them to decide for themselves. Well, I know. Yi Fan nodded. Then he didn't call, knowing that it was not safe to talk about such things on the phone. Relying on his own second-level immortal cultivation, he directly used his spiritual consciousness to remotely transmit sound. Contacted Su Cheong and Su Yi, who stayed at home to practice, and briefly mentioned some things. Patiently waited for a while at home. Not long after, the ex-girlfriend Su Cheong brought her only daughter Su Yi to Yi Fan's home. After all these years, the little bean Su Yi has now grown into a beautiful girl. But her personality is a bit weird, and she likes to play tricks on people. This made Yi Fan's longing for Ji Ziyue become stronger. Because Ji Ziyue also has this kind of quirky and naughty personality. Godfather, are you really leaving? Su Yi came up and asked curiously with blinking eyes. The person who misses me is still waiting for me in the distance. So I have to go there. Yi Fan reached out and rubbed the little girl Su Yi's head, messing up her hair. Soon, Su Yi's very dissatisfied eyes were attracted. How many times have I said that I am not a child anymore? Don't mess with my hair anymore. If you do this again, I won't call you Godfather anymore. Su Cheong, who was standing next to her, glared at her when she saw her daughter like this. Then she looked at Yi Fan, the man who was supposed to be her husband, and asked with concern, if you leave like this, what will uncle and aunt do? There were some words that were not said, but Su Cheong knew that Yi Fan could understand. The two old people might not be able to bear the second blow of this kind of missing and worrying. Don't worry. I have plans in my mind. Yi Fan showed a confident smile on his face, and took the initiative to ask Su Cheong and Su Yi, mother and daughter, so what do you two plan for the future? Like my parents? I temporarily sealed them with the divine source liquid and fell into a deep sleep. Or continue to practice and improve yourself? If you have other plans, you can also tell me. I will arrange the future for you. I also have my parents and family. How can I abandon them and leave? Su Cheong responded calmly, looking at Yi Fan with a gentle and indifferent look. This kind of life is enough now. On the contrary, Su Yi, who was only a teenager, was eager to try. A pair of beautiful big eyes looked at Yi Fan. Godfather, can I practice with you? Even if I leave the earth? I can. After saying this, Yi Fan didn't say anything. But Su Cheong couldn't help looking at her only daughter, with worry and concern in her eyes. In her heart, she didn't want her daughter to run around. But her daughter's personality was like this. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and said to Su Yi, if you really want to follow me, you have to get your mother's consent. Otherwise, I won't take you away from Earth. Mom, I want to go out for a walk. Su Yi immediately took her mother's hand with both hands and said coquettishly, anyway, with my godfather here, my daughter won't be in any danger. After all, my godfather is so powerful. He is simply invincible. Seeing her daughter's coquettish attitude, Su Cheong turned her head to look at Yi Fan. But Yi Fan took the initiative to respond with a smile. I am now a great cultivator in the Xian'ai secret realm, and I belong to the level of a great master on Earth. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am invincible here. Even in the Big Dipper, the great man is a peerless figure at the level of the holy lord of a holy land. If she really plans to go out with me, with my current great cultivation, I can indeed protect her. And if she really wants to go further on the path of cultivation, it is indeed very beneficial to venture into the cultivation world more. Hearing Yi Fan's confident words, Su Cheong pursed her red lips. I couldn't help but turn my head and look at my daughter Su Yi again. Seeing the expectation in her daughter's eyes, and the consideration for the future. In the end, Su Cheong agreed to let her daughter Su Yi go out with Yi Fan. Okay, you can go out with your godfather, but you must listen to your godfather. You are absolutely not allowed to be naughty and mischievous like before. Oh, I know. So nagging. The little girl Su Yi couldn't help but mutter. However, since her mother agreed, The little girl was still very excited and happy, looking at Yi Fan with expectation and excitement. Godfather, when are we going to leave? Tomorrow. Go back and prepare. Yi Fan ignored the little girl's objection, reached out and touched Su Ye's head again, laughed, and made the little girl's eyes widen. Then he took his parents up to the sky and headed straight to the 99 Dragon Mountain Immortal Land. With the special key of the Immortal Treasure Map, he directly entered the inner core area of the Immortal Land. Chapter 367 Arrangement. The towering and vast mountains once again appeared before his eyes. The strands of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered into ribbons, floating between the mountains and valleys, like mist and clouds, making this primitive and wild area extremely mysterious. At this moment, in the low-altitude area, a golden light passed through the air at a high speed, heading straight for the deepest area of the 99 Dragon Mountain Immortal Land. It was Yi Fan who brought his parents in. After many explorations and entry, and with the Immortal Treasure Map in hand, Yi Fan also had a certain degree of understanding of this place, and knew the general situation here. The long distance was crossed after a period of time. In the end, with the Immortal Treasure Map in his hand, Yi Fan walked through the overlapping dangerous areas, and came to the central core area of the 99 Dragon Mountain Immortal Land. Looking around, tens of thousands of dragon head peaks stood tall, with dragon mouths wide open. It constantly spews out the endless essence of the sun, moon and earth. The extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been transformed into the spirit of immortals here, making this place shrouded in mist, and appearing brilliant and sacred. The thick and majestic essence of immortals, along the veins of the earth like blood, continuously converges to the core immortal fetus, as if nourishing and nurturing the Holy Spirit. This is a special area that contains the spirit of heaven and earth, and the essence of mountains and rivers. Yi Fan came here and looked up, but in the air, dense and mysterious Taoist patterns were intertwined, as magnificent and brilliant as the star field. Just looking at it gave him a strong threat of death. If you don't have the Immortal Treasure Map in your hand, you can't enter this place at all. It's safer to seal your parents here with the Divine Source liquid, especially nourished by the entire Immortal Land. Even if they are sealed, your parents can improve their cultivation and sleep. On this trip, I will do my best to quickly reach the highest peak stage. Coming back to his senses, Yi Fan turned his head and looked at his parents beside him. A confident and calm smile appeared on his face. Dad, Mom, you two can sleep here first, and then I will bring your daughter-in-law back with you. I am strong enough now, so you don't have to worry too much about me. At this moment, Yi Fan's parents felt the environment here, and they were shocked and surprised. They couldn't believe that there was such a place in the world. This place is very comfortable. Just taking a breath, I feel relaxed and refreshed, as if I have become an immortal. Yi Fan's father sighed, and then looked at his son. A look of relief and calmness appeared on his face. Xiao Fan, don't worry too much about us. Your mother and I are both cultivators now, not ordinary mortals. We know you are still alive and well, and we can wait for you to bring your daughter-in-law home. We will take good care of ourselves. You are alone outside, so you must be careful in everything. The family talked here for a while, as if to say goodbye. Finally, Yi Fan waved his hand to summon the Mother Chi Cauldron of all things, took out the Divine Source liquid he had searched for in the 99 Dragon Mountain Immortal Land, and then sealed his parents up. Then, he walked to the central immortal fetus in the core area of the Immortal Land. His eyes looked through the extremely dazzling and rich immortal light, and saw that the Holy Spirit immortal fetus inside had already been torn into pieces and turned into an immortal pool. And at the bottom of the immortal pool, you can still see the palm print of a delicate woman. The source of all things placed inside the immortal pool was at least 1/3 broken, especially the bottom area of the big cauldron, which was almost transparent from front to back, and was completely a big hole. Following the abnormal movement in his body, Yi Fan took out the green copper block he had obtained. No additional casting action was required. The green copper block he had just taken out was attracted by the broken source of all things inside the immortal pool, and sank into the immortal pool by itself, combining with a part of the hole at the bottom of the source of all things. Although it looked slightly intact on the surface, the internal Tao pattern was still in a damaged and broken state. The hope of becoming an immortal in the ancient heaven in the mythical era has been damaged to such an extent. I really don't know what happened back then. After a brief observation, Yi Fan used the military secret to take out the incomplete source of all things placed inside the fairy pond and put it aside. without waiting for the scene of the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to appear in the outside world. Yi Fan also put the divine source block that sealed his parents into the fairy pond, and let them be nourished by the entire 99 Dragon Mountain immortal land, allowing them to passively improve their own cultivation while sleeping. There is something inside the fairy pond, and the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the outside world has been cut off and blocked again. The planetary environment of the last lost state continues to be maintained. Dad? Mom? Wait for me. I will do my best to step on the peak and come back again. Yi Fan stared at his parents quietly in the fairy pool. His expression between his eyebrows was full of calmness. It was not until a long time later that Yi Fan put away the incomplete source of all things. Then he left the 99 Dragon Mountain immortal land again with the immortal treasure map. After Yi Fan left the Kunlun Mountains again, he went straight to the cultivation sect of Longhu Mountain. With the cultivation level of a great master, Yi Fan's arrival was taken seriously and warmly welcomed by many cultivators in Longhu Mountain. He was welcomed into the secret place of Longhu Mountain by many cultivators. He privately discussed with the only remaining great power in Longhu Mountain what was said and done specifically. Even in the Longhu Mountain sect, many cultivators did not know and did not understand it very well. But since then, the cultivation sect in Longhu Mountain found that the state of their ancestors had improved a lot, and there was a new core and important member in the sect. His name was Su Qiong, and his cultivation reached the Taoist Palace secret realm. After arranging the safety of his ex-girlfriend Su Qiong and his biological parents, Yi Fan took his goddaughter Su Yi to the Hanga Pass, a place that ordinary people could not detect. As for the Hanga Pass in the mortal world, it had long disappeared over a long period of time. It became a pile of ruins. However, when he really stepped into the place close to the Hanga Pass where the practitioners were located, Yi Fan found that the area here was covered by layers of peerless formations, and it was not easy to enter it. He secretly estimated and found that it was not possible to do it in a short time. It would take at least several years to break through these formations and enter. It might even take longer. Maybe, if I step into the level of the King of the Way of Slashing, I can get through here faster. And it is said that there are gatekeepers inside the Hanga Pass. After seeing it in person, Yi Fan had to change his plan. While comprehending his own way of slashing, he analyzed the mysterious ancient road that opened up this place. As for his goddaughter Su Yi, he also released her and left her aside to practice on her own. Chapter 368: The Insignificance of the Broken Universe. The ancient formation in front of him, one layer upon another, seemed very complex and mysterious. Even though Yi Fan faced it with his current great power, he obviously felt the effort and difficulty. Even with the Xing character secret that could avoid the shuttle forbidden formation, it was still not enough. At least it is a formation of the Great Saint level, and it may even be stronger. Why did those ancient cultivators set up so many formations in Hanga Pass? Is there some secret information that I don't know? For a moment, all kinds of thoughts and ideas emerged in Yi Fan's mind. But soon, he suppressed many conjectures in his heart. When comprehending and studying the formation outside Hanga Pass, Yi Fan was distracted and recalled some things he had seen not long ago. Before that, the void in the middle of the earth was torn apart, and a mysterious female monk walked out of it. However, why do I feel that the female monk has an inexplicable sense of familiarity? As if I have seen her somewhere before. Compared with the female monk in my memory, there are obviously many differences. Whether it is appearance, temperament, or momentum, there are significant differences. Are these two female monks related? While thinking distractedly, Yi Fan recalled some things that happened more than 20 years ago. He was able to cross the vast starry sky from the Big Dipper and return to the Earth, and narrowly caught up with the last period of saving his parents. All thanks to a deal with a female monk. If not, he would have missed the reunion with his parents, and would have been separated from them by life and death. But not long after arriving on Earth, the other party suddenly left, and there was no trace of him. In the cultivator circle on Earth, there was no recent topic about the other party. It seemed that he had never appeared in the cultivator circle on Earth. If we can find Senior Zhao, there is no need to go through so much trouble. We can travel freely between Earth and Beidu Star. I feel that Senior Zhao's cultivation is not high. Could it be because of that mysterious treasure? Thinking about this in his heart, Yi Fan continued to be busy with the important things in front of him. As for his goddaughter Su Yi, she was sitting quietly not far away, quietly using the pure source to cultivate her own extreme secret realm. At the same time, Beidou Star. Zhongzhou. Inside the small world of the Immortal Mansion. Inside the Immortal Emperor Cave Mansion. A group of powerful saints, demon kings, divine monks, emperors, etc., searched everywhere to explore the way to go deeper. It was a posture that would not give up until the goal was achieved. Even though there were many demon apes, zombies, and ghosts blocking the way, they could not stop these outsiders who were desperate to find treasures and opportunities. The shouts, fighting, and talking almost never stopped. The Immortal Emperor's cave was like a dog's bite. Digging 3 feet into the ground was not enough to compare the pits and potholes inside the cave, which were in a mess everywhere. But many times, these great powers passed by the real entrance and exit. But they did not notice the passage hidden by Zhao Yunyao at all. At this moment, Zhao Yunyao, who was alone in the core of the cave, felt something in his heart, and slightly distracted his attention to perceive with his mind, and clearly perceive the various things happening on the earth. It turned out that it was Yi Fan who was talking about me. No wonder. They are all powerful. And the internal cultivation method has also undergone some changes. But what remains unchanged is that the cultivation method is still a piece-together thing. Even if it changes in a different way, Yi Fan's path to success is still the same. As he thought, the things that happened more than 100 light years away were clearly reflected in Zhao Yunyao's mind. Whether it was changes at the macro level or changes at the micro level, nothing was missed, and everything was clear in his mind. Speaking of which, the size of this broken universe is really tiny. The extremely distant Beidou Burial Emperor Star is actually only about 100 light years away from the Earth. There are also Tianbing Star, Feitian Star, Kunlun Star, etc., which seem to be in different galaxies. But from a more macro level, not even the Milky Way is escaped. There is no need to measure it with footsteps. Just relying on the terrifying and vast strength of his mind now, Zhao Yunyao directly covered the entire universe. It is precisely because of this that she knows how small and fragile this universe is. And it is not as big as any of the worlds in her body now. And there are tens of thousands of such worlds in her body. And in addition, there is an even more exaggerated and huge kingdom of God in her body. That is the kingdom of God created by the Holy Spirit True Dragon Zhaomengli, which has not yet been transformed and sublimated into a small universe. Once the transformation and sublimation are completed, its internal volume will further expand. Whether it is the Earth, the Burial Emperor Star, or the Purple Star, the Eternal Star, etc. Although they are called different galaxies, they all belong to the range of the macroscopic Milky Way galaxy. The borderland of the Milky Way is the limit of this universe. It is indeed a small world evolved from a fragment of the broken world. Such a small universe, thrown into the devouring original universe, is not even a few tenths of the size of the Silver Blue Empire, a primary universe country. After all, the Silver Blue Empire can rule 8 Milky Way level universe galaxies. And above the Silver Blue Empire, there is the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a medium level universe country, and the Qianwu universe country, a high level universe country. Countries like the Qianwu universe country are a handful in the universe's human territory. The number is directly over 10,000. However, all the universe countries added together are only a small part of the core area of the original universe. Not even 1/6 of the size of the core area. And outside the core area, there are other universe star areas that are far beyond the core area. Looking at the many vast worlds and universes in the sky, the original universe in the devouring starry sky can be regarded as the largest universe. Even the size of Luo Feng's internal microcosm is more than 100 billion light years. The real observable universe in the memory of the previous life is only more than 90 billion light years in size. Not as big as Luo Feng's internal microcosm. Even so, Luo Feng's microcosm is just a tiny dust compared to the original universe. The more Zhao Yunao compared, the more he could understand how terrifying and huge the original universe was. And the increasingly huge universe also makes the solidity of matter become extremely terrifying and stable. In addition, there is also an extremely developed planet strengthening transformation technology there. The solidity of many planets is not normal at all. Solid to an incredible degree. Don't look at those star-level and universe-level warriors. They can only cause destruction on the surface. The fundamental reason is that the planet-strengthening transformation technology used everywhere plays a huge role, making the planet extremely solid and difficult to be destroyed and damaged. Otherwise, how could cosmic warriors, who can fight at will on white dwarfs, fail to destroy ultra-low-density gas stars and ordinary low-density planets. Chapter 369 the next day. Thinking back to the worldview of the heaven-covering universe. The distribution of the stars in the universe is divided according to the multiple galaxy structures of the three enclosures, for symbols and 28 mansions, which together constitute the entire heaven-covering universe. But Zhao Yunniao is very clear about one thing. That is, the sum of the thousands of galaxies of the three enclosures, for symbols and 28 mansions is only a small area inside the Milky Way. It is far less massive than the Milky Way itself. If we really calculate strictly according to the worldview of the heaven-covering universe, the entire universe is not as massive as the Milky Way. As for those fairy realms, strange worlds, and seas of boundaries, there is a connection. But it does not mean a relationship of inclusion. No matter how huge the size of these worlds is, they are not part of the heaven-covering universe. As far as this universe itself is concerned, it is just a small universe. Looking back at the fragmented world of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the fairy buds inside it contained a large number of bubble world communities. However, those bubble worlds can still breed true immortals and bring down the true immortal catastrophe. But the heaven-covering universe couldn't even condense an immortal tribulation. Such a weak and tiny universe origin and size, compared with the former 9 heavens and 10 earths immortal Tao flower bud bubble small world, is somewhat inferior, and can only be regarded as an ordinary bubble small world scale, compared with the fragments of the former 9 heavens and 10 earths. The current broken universe. After all, there is a very huge size gap. Not to mention the size compared with the original ancient world when the 9 heavens and 10 earths were intact. With this size difference, even though Zhao Yunniao was staying in the cave of the immortal emperor at the moment, her sensing ability could still cover the entire universe. And along different cracks, immortal roads, etc., she could sense the situation of other universes and worlds outside the universe. However, if she did not focus on sensing and observing, pan-consciousness sensing only senses a general situation, and will not be too detailed. Too much useless and messy information is also a kind of harassment and confusion for herself. Sometimes, she would not be disturbed by useless information. Zhao Yunniao would actively converge and compress the range of her mind and consciousness sensing. Before this, if Yifan had not unconsciously talked about her 100 light years away, causing her to have a mind and consciousness, she would not have been distracted to pay attention to the situation on the Earth's solar system. Seeing that there was nothing important, Zhao Yunniao converged her mind and consciousness again, continued to focus her main consciousness on the shed skin left by the immortal emperor and the body of the god's mind. These two things did give her some thoughts and references. Let her have a more complete idea about the transformation of the secret realm. Zhao Yunniao has some ideas about how to combine the 5 gods of the Taoist palace with the 5 immortals of cultivation. But she has not yet made up her mind whether to practice in this way in the future, because the evolution process of the sandbox civilization in the body has not yet deduced the advancement method of the 5 immortals of cultivation. Nowadays, the detailed nature of the 5 immortals of heaven, earth, man, god and ghost is missing, and at most we can only estimate a rough situation. As for more details, it is a little unrealistic. If this method is not good enough in the future, it will be necessary to reintegrate and modify different systems, readjust to a new matching type. Relying on the essence of the Zerg Queen's collective consciousness, Zhao Yunniao can easily split her attention and do multiple things. Sitting alone on a 1,000-foot high platform, the many powerful and half-step powerful cultivators in the cave area outside were fighting. Even if they restrained their perception, Zhao Yunniao could still clearly perceive it. It will take some time to fully analyze it. It might as well leave this place first. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunniao stood up on the spot. Waving his hand, he collected the molted skin and divine thoughts of the immortal emperor into the companion nest, and stored them in different nest cultivation rooms. He took the initiative to cancel the formation restrictions blocking the entrance and exit. Then, Zhao Yunniao chopped down with his palm, directly tearing open the void surface here, and escaped into it without hesitation, and took the initiative to leave the cave left by the immortal emperor. It didn't take long. Those powerful saints, emperors, demon kings and gods, the monks noticed that a new entrance and exit had appeared. They rushed in impatiently and saw the platform that was thousands of feet high. It was carved with 5-color divine jade and had strange images on the surface, which was very mysterious. A wooden coffin about 10 feet long was placed casually on the top of the platform. It instantly attracted the attention of all the monks present. The opportunity left by the Emperor is up there. Charge. Get out of the way. Or I'll kill you. The opportunity here belongs to me. Each of you must fight for it with your own ability. As soon as they met, a group of powerful people rushed towards the 10,000-foot high platform like crazy. They looked completely greedy for the opportunity. Some cultivators even started fighting each other before they really approached. In order to fight for the opportunity, they didn't care about their own lives at all. Each of them was a very mysterious and confident, stubborn man. After leaving the Immortal Emperor Cave Mansion, Zhao Yunyao didn't rush to leave the entire fairy mansion's secret world, and still chose to stay in this ancient fairy mansion for the time being. She waved her hand to release the independent clone that had been put away, allowing it to move freely. As for her own body, she re-entered the companion mother nest and continued to multitask while dealing with matters related to her own practice. Just over 10 days later, with the reference of the previous Heavenly Tao natural map, Zhao Yunya's body once again analyzed a mystery of the essence of the Heavenly Tao. This time, it was Huang Tian in the 9 heavens. Boom boom. On this day, a terrifying and violent pressure from the Heavenly Tao suddenly rose up from the inside of the small world of the Immortal Mansion's secret realm. The 4 images of the earth, water, wind, fire, and the creation of the universe appeared at the same time. It was like a chaotic and misty embryonic form of the original universe, floating and flowing in the thunder tribulation. The heavenly tribulation thunder that surpassed the ordinary saint level could no longer be seen as thunder. It was either raging flames, raging storms, or surging water. The 4 elements of the creation of the universe, belonging to the earth, water, wind, and fire, were riding and gathering in the calamity clouds. The strands of chaotic mist, mixed with the earth, water, wind, and fire, finally fell down with a bang, completely covering Zhao Yunya's independent clone inside. Nothing could be seen clearly anymore. Only the pressure of the Heavenly Tao, which was essentially different from the power of the Extreme Tao, gradually became stronger in the heavenly tribulation. It was just the fluctuations of the earth, water, wind, and fire thunder tribulation that dissipated. This caused many void cracks to appear in this fairy mansion's secret world, which was torn and twisted like a rag. The mountains, rivers, and lakes were all destroyed in the thunder wave. At this moment, there were countless wild beasts and foreign monks. They died silently in the aftermath of the thunder. Even the movement of those powerful people fighting for the optimized version of the Tai Huang Sutra was not as good as this situation. Chapter 370 Hua Yunfei's Conspiracy. Inside the small world of the Immortal Mansion's secret realm, in a remote area, when Hua Yunfei noticed the huge and violent destructive heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, his scalp was numb and his heart was trembling. He vaguely felt that he seemed to see a similar scene again. Such a terrifying scale of heavenly tribulation. Could it be the person who survived the tribulation I saw before? Why are these guys so lingering? Hua Yunfei looked into the distance. His eyes were a little uncertain. He guessed who the person who survived the tribulation was. After all, a heavenly tribulation of this scale is not something that ordinary cultivators can trigger. It is too obvious and eye-catching, so it is very easy to identify. Now that I have entered here, the biggest gain is nothing more than a saint-level scripture. The rest of the opportunities are just some rare spiritual medicines and precious medicines in the outside world. At this level, it is almost impossible to try to resist that terrible man. Not to mention that there is another mysterious and powerful Li Feiyu now. Hua Yunfei's face changed. His eyes were gloomy and cold. Thinking secretly for a moment, he suddenly remembered something in his heart that was recorded in ancient books. In this era, it is almost the same as the legend. It is too ancient and distant. If I remember correctly, the headquarters of Yaoqi Holy Land did not seem to be in the current location, but somewhere else. It is said that some huge changes have occurred, so the headquarters of the Holy Land had to be moved in a hurry. If this ancient legend is true, then is there any remnant of the Emperor's scripture Shihuang Sutra inside the former Yaoqi Holy Land headquarters? Suddenly recalling this extremely ancient legend, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, the Shihuang mother, who created the Shihuang Sutra, was herself a congenital Tao fetus. This also means that the Shihuang Sutra is the most suitable practice method for the special physique of the congenital Tao fetus in this universe. It can truly develop the terrible potential of the congenital Tao fetus. Instead of being like Zixia, the saint of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, who was limited by the practice method that was not strong enough and not suitable enough. and could only be forced to develop part of the potential power of the congenital Tao fetus. Go out and find it after you go out to verify the authenticity of this ancient book record. Maybe you can use this to explore a new turning point. Although now, the independent clone of the congenital Tao fetus cultivated by himself with the clone method has not really been conceived and born. But Hua Yunfei can already feel that the independent clone is about to be conceived. It will be almost done in 3 months at most. Thinking of this news, Hua Yunfei decisively turned around and left this place. He wanted to secretly investigate the truth of this news while Youguang Xingzi and Li Feiyu had not returned to the inner world of the immortal mansion, so as to make some relevant preparations in advance. At the same time, on the Earth, thanks to being in different galaxies and life planets, the speed of time passing is not the same, and there are differences. So Yi Fan quickly realized his own path of slashing. Then he rushed into the outer space of the Earth alone, and took the initiative to trigger his own heavenly tribulation of the king of the third slashing path of the immortal. Crack, crack, rumble. The vast thunderstorm erupted, and the calamity cloud covered a large area of outer space, along with the advent of different phenomena such as the 10 suns across the sky, the blooming of the golden lotus, and the ancient palace of the heaven. The equally terrifying and powerful heavenly calamity erupted outside the Earth. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was covered in a vast sea of thunder. Such a powerful and obvious movement naturally attracted the attention and concern of many practitioners on Earth. However, due to their own cultivation and the threat of the thunderstorm, the few remaining practitioners in the Xiantai's secret realm on Earth did not dare to approach the outer space area of the Earth easily. They could only stand on the ground and look at Yi Fan, who was undergoing the calamity from a distance. I was very shocked that in this Dharma-ending era, a great cultivator at the level of the King of the Way of Slaying could still be born. This scene brought an unusually violent shock to the Earth's cultivator circle. What I saw at this time was like seeing the return of a myth. As usual, use the various amplification techniques in the swallowing to greatly enhance your combat effectiveness in all aspects. Finally, Zhao Yunyao's independent clone successfully survived the terrifying heavenly punishment and catastrophe caused by the ninth heaven, allowing herself to master the essence of life in the two heavens. After the catastrophe was completed, she did not stay in the small world of the Immortal Mansion's secret realm for a long time. She left here again along the exit controlled by the Qishir Mansion. As a result, as soon as she left this place and returned to the outside world of the Qishir Mansion, Zhao Yunyao noticed from a distance that the Taichu ancient mine far away in the north region was showing some unusual phenomena to the outside world. Brilliant clouds burst out from the interior of the ancient mine and went straight up to the sky. It was very eye-catching and conspicuous. This strange phenomenon has lasted for quite a while, attracting the special attention of many holy places and families, who have sent people to station nearby to observe. According to the time, it should be the time when the ancient cultivators from the ancient era are about to be born, and Yi Fan is about to return to Beta Star. Sensing this change, a strange color flashed in Zhao Yunyao's beautiful eyes. If Yi Fan really succeeds in coming to Beta Star in a while, he will almost face the newly born ancient cultivators. The name of the ancient killer is expected to spread again. Although the performance of these ancient cultivators is not worthy of the racial heritage of hundreds of Tianzuan ancient emperors. However, for many human holy places and families today, it is still a huge and terrible threat. If it weren't for Yi Fan, they might not be able to defeat these ancient cultivators. After looking far away for a while, Zhao Yunyao retreated into the Qishir Mansion again. She actually didn't care whether the ancient clan would re-emerge and occupy the territory. After all, whether it was the original body or this clone, she herself was no longer human. So whether humans were dead or alive, she didn't care at all. The more you understand the essence of the heavenly Tao, the more efficient your analysis of the nine heavens will be. Anyway, there is nothing fun to watch now, so you should patiently practice for a while. When there is fun, you can go out and play again. In response, Zhao Yunyao calmed down and began to practice silently. At the same time, on the other side, after Hua Yunfei confirmed that the Yaoqi Holy Land had really moved its headquarters with the help of the power of the Qishir Mansion, he immediately made up his mind to go to the old Yaoqi Holy Land no matter what. As for where the old headquarters was, it was also recorded in the ancient books inside the Qishir Mansion. This special power with ancient heritage has unexpectedly detailed and true records of news about many holy places, families, and dynasties in the outside world. And it is very long and long. Back then, The group of female monks from Yaoqi Holy Land left in a hurry. So there is a high possibility that something related to the Western Emperor Sutra may have been left behind. This will be my chance. And I must not miss it. In view of this, Hua Yunfei set out alone in secret. Chapter 371, Crossing and Exploration. Inside the Qishir mansion. In an independent courtyard, Zhao Yunyao, who was doing nothing and practicing leisurely, noticed that Hua Yunfei left the Qishir mansion alone, and immediately aroused a little interest in his heart. It will take some time for Yi Fan to come here by himself. Before that, Hua Yunfei, this little chess piece, is one of the few targets that can be fun. But before having fun, you can also distract yourself to deal with the evolution of the world in your body. Thinking so in his heart, Zhao Yunyu's body, who was secluded in the companion mother nest bracelet, took the initiative to differentiate a Yangshan split, and left here with the time and space hourglass. Use this refining tool as a prop to assist yourself, and shuttle through different worlds and universes. Go to understand and recognize the existence of different rules of order in the other world. Different worlds and universes all have different fundamental principles. It is precisely because of the differences in these fundamental principles that the heaven and earth environments within the world or universe present different essential differences and have their own special features. And based on these different heaven and earth environments, different extraordinary civilizations have evolved. Starting from different extraordinary civilization systems, we can more quickly comprehend and understand some of the basic rules of a world itself. And together with the analysis and comprehension of the creatures in the other world, we can analyze and master more laws and orders. I just don't know how long it will take to fully comprehend the foundations of tens of thousands of completely different worlds. With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Yunyao watched his Yangshan clone cross the boundary and leave. The speed of time is actually different between different worlds and universes. Therefore, she herself does not know how long it will take to complete what she wants to do. In fact, no matter how long it takes, as long as I keep improving and moving forward, it is enough. After all, I now have an infinite lifespan, so I don't need to care about the consumption of time. All kinds of thoughts flash through the scattered cluster thinking. As the main body, Zhao Yunyao herself is still dormant inside the Zerg Queen's companion nest, using the nest's transcendent speciality in analyzing and editing life genes to assist herself. This is used to comprehend and analyze the origin of the heavenly Tao in the god's tomb, the molting of the immortal emperor, and the existence of the god's thoughts. As for the external independent clone, it is also doing its own thing, based on the heavenly Tao double heaven that she has transformed into. She personally feels the changes that make the heavenly Tao origin turn into real life, and gives feedback to the main body with different details. This is used to compare and accelerate the analysis of all the mysteries of the heavenly Tao origin. Sensing that Hua Yunfei, the chess piece for fun, was about to go away, Zhao Yunyao slightly separated a little cluster of thoughts and quietly attached them to Hua Yunfei, so as to watch the fun on the spot. As for me, I will wait patiently for a while. Zhao Yunyao smiled faintly, and then closed her eyes. She pretended to be oblivious to the outside world. After leaving the Qishir mansion alone, Hua Yunfei used the secret method of changing his body shape and appearance to hide his true appearance and breath. Then he used the mini teleportation space domain gates in Zhongzhou that were open to the public, handed in a part of the pure source as the travel fee for using the space domain gate, and left Zhongzhou. Inside the dark and silent transmission channel, even the concept of time has faded. It seemed like a moment, or maybe it was a long time, when the light appeared in front of him again. Hua Yunfei found that he had appeared in the holy city in the northern region of the East Wilderness. According to the ancient books in the Qishir mansion, the former headquarters of the Yaoqi Holy Land was near the Taichu ancient mine, about 10,000 miles away. I just don't know how much the geographical environment has changed from that era to now. Thinking about things in his heart, Hua Yunfei left the holy city without changing his face. He flew straight to the direction of the Taichu ancient mine. The long distance was quickly crossed during the flight. After approaching a certain area, you could already see many mining areas of holy places, noble families, and large and small sects. However, the more powerful the mining area, the closer it is to the Taichu ancient mine. Hua Yunfei acted cautiously, and had no intention of actively approaching these mining areas. Once encountered, no matter how big or small, all chose to take the initiative to take a detour and sneak. Finally, after spending more than 10 days, He came alone to an area more than 10,000 miles away from the Taichu ancient mine. Due to the natural evolution of the world and the damage to the landform caused by the battles between monks, the current geographical features have changed significantly. However, the existence of a general range of areas also allowed Hua Yunfei to narrow the search range. He used the method of elimination and comparison to personally explore and search, walking alone through large areas of desolate and dead areas, day and night. The reddish-brown land seemed to be thoroughly stained with human blood, full of ominousness. However, Hua Yunfei had already gotten used to the environment here. After such sleepless searching and exploration, Hua Yunfei finally witnessed the appearance of the flying fairy wonder that was circulated in the northern region of the East Wilderness at a certain night. Could it be this is the Yaoqi Faxian related to the Yaoqi Holy Land? It is said that it is related to the photos taken during the ancient era, and no one can tell the exact reason. Looking from afar, several figures of girls in white can be seen rising into the sky. It is just very blurry, a little hazy and illusory, and it just floats up silently, combined with the moonlight of the bright moon. It is like a flying fairy under the moon, with a kind of cold and ethereal posture. Dozens of miles away, Hua Yunfei quickly flew over and came to the place where the flying fairy wonder appeared before. The previous phantom appeared from this area, and we have to check it carefully. The coordinates seem to match, and maybe we will find something. Arrived here, looked closely and observed. The soil here is still reddish-brown, desolate and dead, with no people, and it is really a result of no one living there. On the desolate and dead surface, you can occasionally see some irregular gravel and boulders appearing. They are scattered randomly on the surface in groups of 3 or 2. Since there is no problem on the surface, is it possible that it is underground? Hua Yunfei was thinking about this. Then he released his spiritual sense and spread it underground, searching the underground situation of this area inch by inch. Under the moonlight, this place seems very quiet, with only Hua Yunfei, which makes this place more desolate and cold, until the bright morning sun of a new day rose from the horizon. Hua Yunfei, who had searched carefully all night, still did not find any traces of the old site of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Feeling the warm and comfortable sunshine in the sky, Hua Yunfei temporarily stopped searching and carefully recalled the relevant information he had read inside the Qishir mansion. There is indeed a mysterious flying fairy scene in the old Yaoqi Holy Land. This is confirmed news. Chapter 372 Old Land. Looking back at the relevant information I read not long ago, the mysterious flying fairy phenomenon under the moon related to Yaoqi Holy Land has appeared more than once, and has been seen by many ancient monks. Now Hua Yunfei himself has also witnessed the flying fairy phenomenon under the moon here with his own eyes. After his own comparison and confirmation, Hua Yunfei confirmed in his heart that the mysterious flying fairy under the moon he saw last night was indeed related to the old land of Yaoqi Holy Land. This place is indeed the old land of Yaoqi Holy Land. It is just that it is said that the monks of Yaoqi Holy Land sealed this place before leaving in a hurry, and the sealing means are nothing more than prohibitions or formations, or a combination of the two. Thinking from this line of thought, maybe you can find something. After thinking in his heart, Hua Yunfei soared into the sky. He observed the vast area around him by himself and confirmed that there were no monks and living things. Only then did he dare to actively activate the demon art of devouring the Sky Emperor Sutra. The special divine power hidden in the bitter sea suddenly flowed throughout the body. At the same time, the different talents of the special physiques that Hua Yunfei had secretly swallowed and absorbed were now continuously displayed on him. Some of these special physiques have talents related to pupil skills. Silently, Hua Yunfei's eyes turned into a strange state of three-edged petals, and his eyes looked through the dazzling special physique divine power escaped light lingering outside his body, carefully overlooking the situation of the earth below. The omnipresent essence of heaven and earth was seen directly by Hua Yunfei at this moment. He saw the natural circulation of the essence of heaven and earth. The movement of the heaven and earth essence in this area is indeed a bit abnormal. There is a certain degree of gathering and consumption, and the amount is not low. In this area where the flying fairy wonder appeared, the gathering and consumption of the earth vein essence is the greatest. This means that the main body of the seal core is in this area. Under the vision of the pupil technique of the special physique at this moment, Hua Yunfei clearly saw that the earth vein heaven and earth essence in this vast area under him had very obscure flow changes. It was just blocked by something, so he could not detect it clearly. But this alone was enough for him to judge the general situation here. The closer to the core area, the stronger the seal is. You might as well look for some loopholes in the outer edge area to see if you can find some restrictions and formations. After all, so many tens of thousands of years have passed, and the people who sealed it were not saints at the time, not even the king of the way of slaying, but just a group of powerful people. After such a long time, even if it was intact back then, it does not mean that it is intact now. With this judgment and idea in mind, Hua Yunfei decisively shifted his observation target. He began to explore and search in the surrounding areas of this area, by targeting the flow direction of the earth veins and the essence of heaven and earth. He judged the restrictions and formations. Not long after, Hua Yunfei really saw some secrets. There seems to be a loophole in the restriction formation in that direction. Let's go and take a look first. After locking the target position, Hua Yunfei suddenly dived towards the equally desolate and silent area. From a superficial perspective, it is completely the same as the surrounding natural environment. It is the same reddish-brown land, the same desolate and dead silence. However, the inner earth veins and essence flow, and there are obviously subtle changes. Arrived at the locked destination, Hua Yunfei fell from the sky, and then put away the things related to the devouring heaven magic art again. If it is not revealed to the outside world, it is better not to reveal it to the outside world. After all, in this area of the Northern Territory, there are many people seeking the source and various big bandits. In addition, the sensing range of powerful cultivators is very vast and huge, so that if you are not careful, you may expose yourself. For the safety of himself and Taixuanmen, Hua Yunfei had to be careful and cautious. He looked around and then began to dig on the spot. The majestic divine power was swayed, and there was a burst of flying sand and rocks on the ground. In just a blink of an eye, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Hua Yunfei explored downward with his divine sense, and soon found that there was an ancient well hidden underground. An ancient well that has completely dried up. His eyes flickered a few times, but he did not rashly decide to go down in person. Instead, just like he did when he attacked Jiziyue, he released a puppet made from the corpse of an ancient monk from the inside of the bitter sea, and used part of his consciousness to control it. Then he cleared away all the dirt and gravel covering the surface of the ancient well, revealing an exquisite ancient well made of jade. Even though the well mouth was suppressed and sealed by a large stone, the ancient well was still spontaneously absorbing the sun's essence, so that in just a blink of an eye, the area around the ancient well became scorching hot. This place is really extraordinary. It has become like this, and it can still naturally absorb the essence of heaven and earth. I suddenly believe that this place is related to the old place of Yaoqi Holy Land. Seeing this, Hua Yunfei waved his hand to knock away the big stone that was suppressing the wellhead. The dark and deep wellhead inside was revealed. He stood outside, guarding this place, and his spiritual sense drove the puppet body to jump into the wellhead. After entering it, Hua Yunfei flew down for nearly 1,000 feet before landing at the bottom of the ancient well. He glanced around casually, treating the darkness as if it were nothing. He saw the situation here clearly. There was no water under the ancient well, only a large piece of slightly damp mud. Some blind fish that had long lost their eyes were still swimming and living in the muddy puddles, and there were obvious traces of their activities on the ground nearby. The puppet body was surrounded by light, standing in the air, with a light sniff. He soon smelled a rotten smell from the dark underground dry river channel, and there were also breezes, even on some ground. Hua Yunfei noticed the presence of dead branches and fallen leaves. There is wind. This place is connected to other places. After realizing this, Hua Yunfei controlled the puppet body to go deeper, following the river channel that had already dried up. It twisted into the darkness. Along the way, he saw more than one huge fish skeleton, which was dozens of feet in size. However, what he saw and heard was all based on his spiritual sense to explore the environment. It was not just using his eyes to see the situation here. The dry river channel was long, and Hua Yunfei walked out for dozens of miles, and found that he still hadn't reached the end. But the general direction was the same as the old site of the Yaoqi Holy Land that had been determined before. At least in the general direction. He was not wrong. No, the controlled distance of the spiritual consciousness is not enough. I must go down in person. I don't know how many winding roads there are in this dry river. Looking at the obvious excavation situation around, Hua Yunfei took out another set of formation flags, shook his hands and threw the formation things, and placed them around this ancient well to hide the situation of sealing this place. After doing this, Hua Yunfei decisively took the initiative to fly into the ancient well, quickly chased after the puppet body. Chapter 373 Resonance. When Hua Yunfei sneaked into the ancient land of Yaoqi Holy Land, the little Zhao Yunya's thoughts attached to him were also observing the situation here. Although the main body could feel it, it had not specifically learned about it. At this moment, taking advantage of this opportunity to observe, there is a sense of déjà vu of a small adventure. Although this place is not a threat to her at all. Before Hua Yunfei really entered the ancient land of Yaoqi Holy Land, she had already noticed the situation inside. That mouth of Yaoqi spring seems a little strange. It's not as simple as an ordinary spiritual spring. Sensing the subtle difference, Zhao Yunyao recalled and thought in her heart. She remembered that the divine gold material of the West Queen Mother to cast the West Queen Tower, the fairy tear green gold, was taken from the inside of Yaoqi. And it is said that it is the divine gold bred by Yaoqi itself, not something that someone put into it later. Combined with a strange feeling just now, this record should be true. The spring that can produce top-notch materials such as fairy tears green gold cannot be nurtured successfully by ordinary things. After all, fairy tears green gold was also a real fairy metal material before. According to this situation, the former Yaoqi may be a fairy spring. In her memory, the only thing related to the fairy spring is related to the Bronze Fairy Palace. Unfortunately, the Bronze Fairy Palace is also on this planet. Fairy springs are rare things, and there will definitely not be too many. Then this spring in Yaoqi may have been related to the Bronze Fairy Palace and occupied by that remnant fairy. Although I don't know what happened later. Since the Bronze Fairy Palace can be found here, it is not impossible that there is a fairy spring. During the time when Zhao Yunyao was thinking about things in her heart, Hua Yunfei had already caught up and controlled the puppet body he controlled, and continued to go deeper for a distance. Soon he found that the river was winding up, and the essence of heaven and earth in the air was slightly richer than before. This discovery immediately made Hua Yunfei a little surprised, and he couldn't help but speed up his flight speed. In just a moment, he crossed a distance of dozens of miles. The whole person appeared at a key position to enter the old site of Yaoqi Holy Land. This is a completely dry and tortuous river, and at the front of the river, it is connected to a crack at the bottom of a lake that is also dry. That dry lake is located inside the old site of Yaoqi Holy Land. It is precisely because of this change in the natural environment that many powerful seals from tens of thousands of years ago have cracks that can be safely entered and exited. I hope that I can really gain something inside the old site of Yaoqi Holy Land. Aware of this situation, Hua Yunfei immediately raised more energy. When controlling the puppet body to pass through the crack area with a faint light, a concentration of heaven and earth essence far exceeding that of the outside world suddenly rushed towards him, making Hua Yunfei feel refreshed. Sure enough, this place is the real old site of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I didn't expect it would be so easy to sneak in. Hua Yunfei first used the puppet body to look at the surrounding environment, and found that there were many white bones of large fish left at the bottom of the dried-up lake, which were dozens of feet in size, and almost everywhere. He looked into the distance, and saw green mountains and green waters, full of vitality. The beauty of that scenery far exceeded the situation outside. The only similarity was that it was also very dead and quiet here, and the area near the crack gap was lifeless and dead, and no living vegetation could be seen. Even the ancient trees that existed had already dried up and died. Only a few of them had a dozen or so withered leaves on the treetops. This situation looked like an extremely severe drought. Seeing that there was no danger, Hua Yunfei's body also came in. However, when he entered this place, in an instant, Hua Yunfei suddenly felt a different place. The independent clone of the innate Tao fetus that was about to take shape in his body actually had an inexplicable resonance with this place. It was as if something was attracting him. This feeling. Could it be the Western Emperor Sutra that best fits the innate Tao fetus? At this moment, Hua Yunfei was just standing on this old land. He naturally felt a special feeling of being in harmony with nature and sharing the laws of all things. The inexplicable attraction from the distant mountains was like the warm sun in winter. But in addition to that, he also felt an inexplicable oppression. It seemed that there was some terrible danger here. This may be the only chance I have in my life. I must seize it. That man and that woman are too strong. If I don't take the risk and fight to the death, there is no hope of resistance. After just a brief thought, Hua Yunfei quickly made a decision in his heart. He controlled the puppet body to walk in front, paving the way for himself, and followed behind. actively approaching the place that had an inexplicable attraction to the innate Tao fetus. After walking for several miles, the desolate, dry and dead scene around him was gone. Instead, there was a vibrant green mountain and green water. The lake was clear like a fine gem. The thick old vines were like a python coiling around the mountain. And there were large tracts of lush trees, like a green carpet covering the mountains and valleys. Walking here, Hua Yunfei felt that the essence of heaven and earth was becoming more and more rich and vigorous. It was simply an extremely rare holy place for cultivation. Soon, he came to a cliff covered with rugged rocks. Hua Yunfei noticed that there were many words and pictures left on the surface of some of the cliff stones. It looked messy, as if it was deducing something. After Hua Yunfei's identification, he saw that there were secret methods and scriptures, both profound and simple. Even the simplest type has at least the level of the 4 extreme secret realm. More things are related to the Dragon Transformation secret realm and the Immortal Terrace secret realm. For these remaining ancient things, Hua Yunfei just took a serious look, and soon skipped it, and turned to look at the stone wall pictures that attracted him. Although there is no written record, but that seemingly simple picture, and the Taoism contained in it, have silently explained the true meaning and mystery of the scripture itself. It is indeed the Taoist record of the Western Emperor Scripture. We'll see Scroll, Tao Palace Scroll, For Extreme Scroll, Dragon Transformation Scroll, and Immortal Terrace Scroll. All of them are here. And there is actually a complete Emperor Scripture remnant of the Western Emperor Scripture here. Sensing the fiery changes in the innate Tao fetus in his body, Hua Yunfei's body was trembling with excitement. He almost wanted to laugh out loud. If it weren't for the resonance of the innate Tao fetus, even if these stone carvings containing the Emperor's scriptures were placed in front of me, I wouldn't be able to feel or detect any abnormalities. I finally got rid of the control of the devouring heaven magic art. Chapter 374 Back to Time. Staring at the stone carvings on the stone wall, Hua Yunfei forced himself to quickly regain calmness and composure, and then used the effect of the innate Tao fetus to directly comprehend the Tao rhyme of the Western Emperor Sutra itself. Although there is no text, the Tao rhyme itself already contains the secrets of the scripture of the Emperor Sutra. It flows like a trickle in Hua Yunfei's heart. Sun Youguang, Li Feiyu, and those old guys. You wait for me. I, Hua Yunfei, will definitely let you know how powerful I am. At this moment, Hua Yunfei looked at the stone carvings without blinking, looking extremely focused and serious. As for the puppet body, it stayed around, responsible for being careful and alert to the slightest movement around, acting as a temporary guardian. The idea of Zhao Yunyao that was deposited on Hua Yunfei. At this moment, he did not focus on Hua Yunfei, but was carefully observing the old land of the headquarters of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The place full of vitality does still exist here, but most places have become a strange dry and dead state, with no vegetation, no vitality, and no connection between them. Even the various buildings located between the mountains, rivers and lakes have long been damaged. The source of the change is not here. There are other things. Zhao Yunyao looked carefully for a moment, and suddenly separated a large part of the thoughts attached to Hua Yunfei, left his body, and chased after the source. As for Hua Yunfei, only a trace of thoughts were left attached. He was also watching and comprehending the Western Emperor Sutra together. The long distance passed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Yunyao's thought remained in a state of emptiness, and soon arrived at the source. There were continuous mountains and palaces here, and the spirit was like white mist, floating naturally in this area, making this place look hazy. 1,000-foot waterfall rushed down from the cliff, and the dull roar was endless. The splashing water mist and the light complemented each other. The refraction reflected the colorful rainbow light. However, for Zhao Yunyao, these beautiful scenery only made her quickly scan it. In the end, her attention was focused on the spring pool that looked like a lake. The mist was flowing, and the colorful rays of light were shining. The edge was full of various exotic flowers and plants, making this Yaoqi spring look more ethereal and possessing a unique natural spirituality. Zhao Yunyao focused on the distribution of the surrounding veins. After wandering around, he finally escaped into the Yaoqi spring with an expressionless face. The water here is very clear and transparent, and the spiritual energy is extremely abundant. Even the famous divine springs in the outside world cannot compare to the spring water here. Zhao Yunyao's mind dived for more than 100 meters and came to an area close to the bottom. Looking down, Hundreds of bodies of young girls were lying here in a patch, like water plants. The white arms and legs swayed slightly with the ripples of the water. The white dresses and black hair were also swaying slightly. This silent and dead atmosphere was simply a deadly ominous place for ordinary cultivators. You could die here at any time. All the corpses have turned into corpses. It's like they were suddenly corroded by something like corpse chi and turned into this. Zhao Yunyan landed and looked at these beautiful young girls carefully. It was obvious that there was a layer of transparent wax on the surface of the white skin of the corpses. The arms and legs were swaying like water plants, but with a sense of stiffness. After watching for a while, Zhao Yunyan used a more transcendent perception to explore the situation here. After a while, she suddenly escaped to the bottom of the soil and sneaked towards another unknown secret space. The layers of restrictions and formations could not stop the virtual thoughts at all. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Yunyan appeared in the dark secret place. Boom! A spiritual energy far exceeding the concentration of the outside world flowed here. This made the secret cave, like an underground cave, seem full of spiritual energy and hazy clouds. But more importantly, Zhao Yunyan sensed a trace of immortal laws here. And the source of these immortal laws came from a spring that was only a small size. All the spring water gushed out from the inside of this small spring, through this hidden place, forming a lake with abundant spiritual energy outside. However, the most conspicuous point is that there are 2 coffins placed around this spring. The coffin is 2 feet long and about 1 foot wide. The whole body is a strange dark red color. The strands of death air leaked out from the coffin, causing the spring water here to be polluted, and also made the old soil of the Yaoqi Holy Land outside become dry and dead. However, Zhao Yunyan noticed that the leaked death energy was not pure. There were other things mixed in it. As for what it was, she had not identified it yet. However, Zhao Yunyan combined the fragmentary information she knew, and knew that this place was actually an imperial tomb, where the biological parents of Emperor Wuxia were buried. One was the Queen Mother of the West, who founded the Yaoqi Holy Land. As for the other, it was a master of the ancient holy body, who had cultivated to the great success stage. As far as I know, these guys seem to have provoked the existence in the life forbidden zone during their lifetime. So they were plotted against, and became what they are now. Even the Yaoqi Holy Land suffered a huge blow and loss. Zhao Yunyan didn't care much about these corpses. Anyway, with the dog-like character of Emperor Wuxia, he could raise a black-bellied pit dog like He Huang. So he must have many enemies. Being targeted and attacked is an inevitable result. Not every cultivator is as generous and kind as Yi Fan, and can tolerate it. Compared with the 2 corpses here, Zhao Yunyan cares more about this spring here. Although it was once hit by the sword of God's will, and most of the things were cut off, the spring itself still contains a trace of immortal laws. Through these residual immortal laws, she sensed the information of a more distant era. Go back to time and see if there is anything to gain. In the thought, Zhao Yunyan mobilized the power of the law of time and space, locked the scope of the time and space back to this secret place, and then began to distort time and space. Silently, the vast river of time and space appeared here, presenting all the things that had happened here in the past in the long river of time and space. Everything she saw and heard appeared in reverse. However, Zhao Yunyan had long been accustomed to the manifestation of this kind of time and space power. In a short thought, she understood everything that happened after the Queen Mother of the West found this place. But the existence of this spring is older than the Queen Mother of the West. It was precisely because of the existence of this spring that Queen Mother of the West decided to build the sacred land of Yaoqi here. Chapter 375 New Version of Hua Yunfei. Invisible Time, in Zhao Yunyan's perception, now presents a materialized structure like a three-dimensional substance, which can be directly observed and touched. In this case, the past of this spring was completely presented in front of Zhao Yunyan. Not long after, she traced it back to the connection with the Bronze Fairy Palace, confirmed that this was the fairy spring that was once placed inside the Bronze Fairy Palace. In this regard, Zhao Yunyan continued to trace back to the past time and space, and soon crossed the Chaos Ancient Era and entered the Immortal Ancient Era. She saw the complete evolution and birth process of this fairy spring. Its essence is similar to the birth of the Holy Spirit by the universe. So many things happened in the distant past. Looking at the images projected in the past time and space, Zhao Yunyan pondered in her heart, after things here are almost dealt with, I will go over and play. In basic theory, the 5 immortal paths of cultivation still require some different resources to support cultivation. Now in this Dharma-ending universe environment, there are too few resources of all kinds. Some things are not suitable for cultivation here at all, and there is no way to develop them. From the process of looking back to the past just now, Zhao Yunyan directly locked the time and space coordinates of the Chaos Ancient Era and the Immortal Ancient Era. This is one of her useful gains here. As for the two contaminated corpses here, and this one that was contaminated and degenerated to the Immortal Spring, although she herself doesn't like it very much, it is still a good resource for sacrifice. Wait until the main body is free to see if these things are needed as sacrifices. Anyway, these things won't get lost if they are left here. Go in depth in person to understand the details of the situation here. This part of Zhao Yunyan's thoughts left here on its own and reattached to Hua Yunfei, continuing to be an unknown passer-by watching the fun. As for Hua Yunfei himself, after successfully obtaining the complete imperial secrets of the Western Emperor Sutra, he began to seriously comprehend and observe the existence of other remaining stone carvings. More or less, they all have a certain reference for him, and even let him understand and comprehend the secrets of the scriptures of the Western Emperor Sutra. Successfully get what he wants most. For this strange and unpredictable ancient land of Yaoqi Holy Land, Hua Yunfei hesitated for a while, but still did not decide to continue exploring. After the independent clone is completely born, I will have a real way to revive and save my life. Then I will come to this place to explore in detail. If an accident happens here now, it will be too late to regret it. With this cautious mentality, Hua Yunfei did not rush in. He turned and left here again along the way he came. Dozens of miles passed quickly. Not long after, Hua Yunfei followed the crack in the bottom of the lake and entered the dry river channel, and finally appeared in the excavated pit outside through the abandoned ancient well. Next, I need to stay here for a while. The entrance and exit here cannot be detected by other cultivators, especially the group of female cultivators in Yaoqi Holy Land, and those guys in Yoguang Holy Land. We have to think of a way to disguise and hide this place. Looking at the big pit he dug, Hua Yunfei pondered in his heart. This place is close to the Taichu ancient mine, although it is very desolate and dead. Occasionally, some monks who go to the Taichu ancient mine will pass by nearby. If no treatment is done, there may be problems. In the end, he decided to temporarily restore this place and cover it up again according to the previous opening situation. It can exist for many tens of thousands of years without being discovered. Obviously, there is a secret in it. At most, in half a month, the independent clone of the Xiantian Dao fetus can be formed and born. Then it will be the time for me, Hua Yunfei, to break free from the shackles of fate. When Hua Yunfei thought about being free and alive, he was very excited. He wished that time would come immediately when he was free. He took a deep breath secretly, calmed himself down again, and then began to deal with the entrance and exit problems here skillfully and hide it again. Then, Hua Yunfei left this place temporarily. But he didn't really go far. He found an inconspicuous, desolate and dead place within 1,000 miles and hid himself there. Then, he patiently waited for the arrival of the final stage. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed quickly. Zhao Yunyan's clone, who was dormant in the Qishir mansion, once again received the secret of the analysis of the origin of the heavenly Tao from the god's tomb from the main body. She immediately ended her closed-door cultivation. Another day. Heiqian, the efficiency of the analysis of the origin of the heavenly Tao is getting faster and faster. According to the current situation, I am afraid that within 3 years, this independent clone of mine will be able to transform itself into the real heavenly Tao. The more you understand and comprehend, the easier it will be to analyze. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yunyan mobilized part of her body's power. She took herself out of the Qishir mansion and sneaked into the small world of the Immortal Mansion again. She had already regarded this place as a good place to secretly overcome the tribulation. After all, the tribulation of her own clone was too special. It was not suitable to be displayed openly outside. Crack, crack, rumble. When Zhao Yunyan took the initiative to trigger the power of the original order and rules of the heavenly Tao of Heiqian, waves of tribulations with a scale and power far exceeding the previous two quickly condensed and formed. The terrifying and majestic pressure of the heavenly Tao suddenly spread in all directions. It made the surrounding area seem depressed and stagnant. The next moment, a large piece of colorful tribulation thunder suddenly fell from the sky, madly bombarding Zhao Yunyan's clone standing in the air. And in the blink of an eye, her figure was submerged in a vast sea of thunder. The violent thunder exploded, making all the beasts frightened and uneasy. They fled the area frantically. A few days later, in the northern region of the East Desert, a desolate and silent area near the Taichu ancient mine, Hua Yunfei, who was living in seclusion in a temporary cave, finally felt the perfect throbbing of the successful birth of an independent clone, which made him feel like he was about to give birth. My hope of resistance is finally taking shape. Hua Yunfei followed the secret method of the clone method and controlled his consciousness naturally. It felt like he had a new body and a new soul. Except for the consciousness, everything else was replaced, giving him another body. It was more wonderful and mysterious than multitasking. Like two cells. Shua. A flash of light passed by. A familiar yet unfamiliar female figure quietly appeared in this simple cave. The special physique, body shape, appearance, soul breath, and life fluctuations of this beautiful woman were exactly the same as those of Zixia, the saint of the Purple Mansion. Chapter 376. Ziyun. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Hua Yunfei couldn't help but laugh excitedly, his voice full of joy and happiness. There was a sense of freedom and comfort after escaping from the cage. A brand new soul. A brand new body. All the vicious restrictions left in my soul. Now there is really no one here. The feeling of freedom. It turns out to be so comfortable and free. Since childhood, his soul has been controlled by someone, and he lives in fear every day. He dared not tell anyone such news. For Hua Yunfei, the young master of Taishian sect, that kind of invisible psychological pressure could drive him crazy at any time and make him die suddenly. Even if the news leaked out, the entire Taishian sect would be in danger. But now, when the body and soul of this innate Taoist fetus were successfully conceived, Hua Yunfei finally felt what freedom was. That kind of unrestrained, as free as the wind in the mountains. It really made him fascinated and intoxicated. Although this body is imperfect, it is a woman's body. But it doesn't matter. Compared to being able to live freely, this little problem is not a problem at all. The top qualifications of the innate Tao fetus are enough to make up for many shortcomings. From today on, the true hope of myself will live under the pseudonym Ziyun. When I secretly kill Zixia in the future, my new body will replace the Purple Mansion Saint and live openly as Zixia. The resistance with hope is the most fascinating and persistent. Hua Yunfei couldn't help but feel the situation of Ziyun's body. Although she is just an ordinary mortal girl now, she has no cultivation. But with the terrifying qualifications of the innate Tao fetus, combined with the most suitable Shihuang Sutra, the Emperor's Sutra, he believed that it would not take long for Ziyun to really rise. The ancient land of Yaoqi Holy Land has no problem with the essence of heaven and earth. And it is very rich. You can practice in that place. But it is limited to the most marginal areas. And you can't go deep rashly. Leave this life planet after reaching a certain stage. All kinds of thoughts quickly flashed through Hua Yunfei's mind. He took out a purple women's robe, threw it to Ziyun, and put it on quickly. After doing this, Hua Yunfei took Ziyun with his divine power and rushed out of this temporary cave. After a while, he appeared again at the location of the dry ancient well. Hua Yunfei rearranged the formation and restrictions here. Then he waved his sleeves and dug the surface, revealing the buried jade wellhead and the big stone blocking the wellhead. He lifted the big stone and sneaked into it again. Following the dry river hidden underground, he re-entered the ancient land of Yaoqi Holy Land, flying out from the crack at the bottom of the lake. For safety reasons, he did not stay in this dry and dead area. Instead, he moved a little closer and came to a place with green mountains and clear waters a few miles away. The vegetation here is lush and full of vitality, and there will obviously be no problems. Let's just stay here. We can't go deeper at will. I always feel that there is some kind of danger deep inside. Hua Yunfei stood on a high place, looking into the distance, thinking deeply in his heart. As for Ziyun's body, she sat cross-legged near a lake and began to practice the Western Emperor Sutra silently, with the degree of compatibility between this Emperor Sutra and the innate Tao fetus. She felt the existence of the bitter sea at the beginning, even without much effort. The silent bitter sea was activated and dissolved. It was like a purple spot suspended in the darkness. Such a practice efficiency is really incredible. It is much stronger than my own initial star body, worthy of the extremely rare innate Tao fetus in the legend. Of course, the Western Emperor Sutra also plays a big role in this. Realizing her own situation, Ziyun practiced more seriously and attentively. Hua Yunfei stayed nearby as a protector. Solar System. Earth. After more than half a year of hard work, the heavy formations and restrictions that hid the Hanga Pass in the practice world were finally cracked by Yi Fan. This allowed him to truly enter the place. Yi Fan looked ahead and saw a band of black fog, ghostly air, corpses everywhere, ghost fires everywhere, no light between heaven and earth. Extremely dim. This was an unknown ancient battlefield. There were mountains of corpses, ghosts crying and gods howling. And no one knew how many ghosts and spirits were haunting this place. All of them were the souls of soldiers who died in the past. Now, due to the power of the cultivators, they have not really died. Yi Fan and Su Yi looked ahead and saw that at the end of the horizon, there was a valley. In the valley stood a magnificent city, which was the famous Hanga Pass in the cultivator world. It looked so scary here, with ghosts and corpses everywhere. The little girl Su Yi looked at this scene and felt a little scared. Although she was already a young cultivator in the 4 Extreme Secret Realm, she still had an instinctive fear of this kind of thing, and had never seen it before. If you want to continue on the path of cultivators, you must learn to adapt. This kind of dirty thing is very common in the cultivator circle. Yi Fan earnestly admonished his goddaughter Su Yi. Then he looked ahead again, carefully observing the unfamiliar environment here, feeling a little excited and curious. According to the news I have heard, passing through Hanga Pass and opening the west gate, there is a deep starry sky. She was responsible for guarding this place back then. I wonder if there are still saints guarding it now. In the end of the law environment, there is probably no chance of it. Although saints are strong, they only live for a few thousand years. Unless they seal themselves with the divine source liquid, they may not be able to persist. Yi Fan and Su Yi looked ahead and observed intently. But in this ancient battlefield, there are all kinds of fierce ghost soldiers and horses, and the number is often tens of thousands, like a black cloud floating at a high speed. That kind of crying and wailing makes people's scalps numb. The thick and gloomy black fog surges, and from time to time, there are evil ghosts rushing over, trying to swallow Yi Fan and Su Yi. Yi Fan is not afraid of this. He just recites the Duran Sutra, and his divine power is mighty. All evil spirits retreat, and all kinds of ghosts are purified and disappear into clouds and smoke. In just a short moment, this world has become bright and peaceful. There is no such gloomy and evil scene before. When Yi Fan and Su Yi came to this majestic pass together, suddenly, a loud shout came suddenly. The sound was like thunder, and people's ears were buzzing. At the same time, the demonic energy in front of the city gate was surging, and blood was everywhere, completely submerging this ancient battlefield. Who dares to trespass through Hanga Pass? Accompanied by a series of angry shouts, the figure of an ancient demon suddenly appeared here, blocking the way for Yi Fan and Su Yi. It's you? Yi Fan was startled. He didn't expect that before leaving he would meet the peerless demon king who had appeared in the mortal world during World War II. This figure matched the blurred trace in the photo. Chapter 377 Demon Lord. Near the ancient Hanga Pass, a demon lord suddenly rose from the pass. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Fan and Su Yi. His transformed body looked extremely sturdy and strong, and it was obvious that the muscles on his body were bulging high, as if they were cast from metal. His eyes were like cold lightning, his skin was like jade, and his whole body was shimmering with a faint warm luster. But the most conspicuous thing was the undisguised majestic demonic aura on this demon cultivator, which was like a blood cloud floating here, causing the surrounding celestial phenomena to change drastically. The powerful aura of the king of the way of killing was completely hidden. He rushed towards them in a mighty manner. Who are you? And why did you trespass into Hanga Pass? The demon lord Xianqi looked dignified, staring at Yi Fan and Su Yi, the two human cultivators. I came here to borrow the road and leave the earth. Yi Fan directly stated his purpose without hiding anything. My name is Xianqi, and I am here to guard this place under the order of Saint Guaninzi. Xianqi looked at Yi Fan and said seriously, if you want to pass through here, defeat me first. Saint Yin once said that the road ahead is too dangerous, and people in the future cannot be allowed to pass through unless they defeat the gatekeeper. Hearing the words of the gatekeeper Xianqi, Yi Fan secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he has now broken through and become a king of the way of killing. Otherwise, if he really came here with his previous great cultivation, he would never be able to defeat this gatekeeper. Having received personal guidance from the great sage, this gatekeeper is much stronger than an ordinary king of the way of killing. In that case, then fight me. Yi Fan was not afraid at all, and took the initiative to walk forward, protecting the little girl Su Yi behind him. Then he took the initiative to punch out, and the golden blood belonging to the ancient holy body suddenly burst out. It was like a golden volcano erupting violently here. Xianqi's face was calm, and his hands slid out mysterious trajectories, interpreting the strange phenomena of the sun, moon and stars, making himself stand in a universe. As his fingers waved, endless meteorites, comets, etc., fell from the starry sky one after another, hitting Yi Fan at a high speed. But Yi Fan's fists were opened and closed, fierce and unforgiving, and he smashed everything that blocked him in front of him with his fists. Looking completely unstoppable, the two sides fought fiercely here, and the entire ancient battlefield was rumbling. As for those fierce and terrifying ghosts, at this moment, under the aftermath of the battle between Yi Fan and Xianqi, they suddenly became panic-stricken and fled everywhere. The gloomy black fog that swept up quickly dissipated like smoke and clouds. Finally, after Xianqi's personal testing and discussion, he figured out the combat power of the newcomer, who was even stronger than himself. And he passed the test here. The two sides collided in midair and scattered, each standing in different positions. It's okay. I believe you have a certain degree of self-protection on the road. Xianqi said this, and then looked at the little girl Su Yi. Without saying much, he turned and walked towards the interior of Hanga Pass with Yi Fan and Su Yi. The road ahead is very dangerous. Without the realm of the king of the way of killing, it is almost certain to die. I was ordered to stay here and stop the younger generation of cultivators, but I don't want them to die in vain. As for the specific dangers, I don't know. Thank you for telling me this news. Yi Fan took the initiative to thank him and understood the other party's approach, even if the other party was not a human at all. Not long after, the two people and the demon arrived at the gate of Hanga Pass, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds. The heavy and majestic gate of the checkpoint slowly opened, revealing the mottled old ancient city gate inside. The interior of Hanga Pass was not as glorious as expected. On the contrary, it looked very dead and desolate, with no one living. The interior was bleak and silent, with paving stones on the ground, walls, roofs and gatehouses of various buildings, etc. All looked mottled and full of old historical sense. In the past, this place was very prosperous, with many cultivators practicing here, and even great saints like Guanyin personally guarding here. Thousands of years ago, this place was very glorious and famous. The reputation spread to the depths of the starry sky. However, nowadays, it has become cold and desolate. Except for Xianqi, the gatekeeper, there are no living creatures. He stayed here alone for thousands of years. This Hanga Pass is actually very important to the earth. In every generation, there must be a powerful saint who personally sits here to guard the pass. However, in this Dharma-ending age, the ancient sages have long gone. Otherwise, with my realm of the king of the way of slashing, I would not be qualified to replace him as the gatekeeper here. Xianqi looked at Yi Fan beside him and told him some things about Hanga Pass. This gave Yi Fan a better understanding of this place. And in this process, Yi Fan also learned an amazing secret from the gatekeeper Xianqi. There are many amazing ancient formations on Earth today that can be used for external defense. If there are terrible and powerful enemies in the outer space who want to force their way in, they can only go through the entrance and exit of Hanga Pass. It is precisely because of this that many saints attacked this place in the past. This place has become what it is now. Yi Fan and Su Yi looked ahead and felt that it was really deserted, lifeless, and deserted. All the remaining things were also a little old and mottled, although the shape and layout of the buildings still have a kind of brilliant beauty. But it is too dead and quiet, which makes it very weird. The reason why this ancient starry road is difficult to walk is that there are many dangers. It is said that it is related to the monks who attacked the earth before, and it still exists on the ancient road. As for more situations, I don't know myself and I haven't been there. Xianqi solemnly reminded Yi Fan so that he at least roughly understood what he would encounter if he went on. As for Su Yi who followed, he was also listening to Xianqi's words carefully. The little girl's face was full of curiosity and excitement, and there was no worry or fear. Ignorance is fearless, which can be regarded as her situation. Not long after, the two people and the demon came to the center of Hanga Pass, and clearly saw some statues standing here. One of the statues was an old man with white hair and a youthful face riding a green cow. The charm of that statue seemed to give people a sense of leisure and wild crane attitude. Near this statue of Laozi riding a cow, there was also a statue of a middle-aged man with a fairy-like appearance. But this man stood with his head down, standing by the side, and his expression seemed very respectful. There was no need for Xianqi to take the initiative to introduce. Yi Fan just looked at the charm of these statues and guessed who these people were. The old man riding a cow was Laozi. As for the other person, it was Yinqi who took the initiative to welcome Laozi into the pass. After stopping here for a while, the two people and the demon continued on their way and headed towards the west of the city leading to the starry sky. Chapter 378: The Coming Chaos. After walking for a while, Yi Fan and Su Yi saw something new inside the ancient Hanga Pass. It was a huge stone tablet. Suppressing this place, the surface of the stone tablet was engraved with ancient characters everywhere, and there were extremely rich traces of the great Tao, which flowed and shone on it, blooming with immortal brilliance. That kind of unparalleled power was like a great saint sleeping here. They were afraid of disturbing it and waking it up. This ancient stele was erected by Yin Sheng himself. Xianqi looked at the ancient stele and explained to Yi Fan and Su Yi, when Yin Sheng first sat here, he was just a saint. But later he was fortunate to meet Laozi, and was enlightened and taught by him, and finally stepped into the level of a great saint. This thing is what Yin Sheng left before he left. The existence of this stele is enough to prevent many foreign enemies from invading, and it protects Hanga Pass and has existed forever. The power of the saint is so terrifying. Yi Fan looked up at the ancient stele, concentrating on watching, and finally took Su Yi to continue moving forward, and soon arrived at the west gate of Hanga Pass, when Xianqi performed a secret method to open the sealed city gate. In an instant, the vast universe and starry sky were directly reflected in front of Su Yi and Yi Fan, as if they were in the starry sky at this moment, facing the darkness and depth. This is actually like this? Seeing this, the little girl Su Yi opened her mouth slightly. Her big black eyes were wide open. Before, she had only imagined leaving the earth in her mind. But today, when she witnessed the vastness of the universe, she felt panic and fear for no reason. She was afraid that she would never see her mother Su Qiong again in the rest of her life after leaving. The scale of the starry sky is really too big. When the distance is large enough, leaving home is equivalent to being isolated forever and never seeing each other again. Although her adoptive father Yi Fan said that he would return to Earth in the future, but when he would come back, even her adoptive father Yi Fan himself didn't know. Looking at the vast starry sky in front of her, the little girl Su Yi couldn't help but have a lot of random thoughts in her mind. She suddenly hesitated in her heart, wondering whether to follow her adoptive father on the road. She was afraid that she would never see her mother again in the future. Why? Are you hesitating? Yi Fan turned his head to look at his goddaughter Su Yi, and said calmly, if you regret it, I will send you away with my incarnation in a while. When the time comes, you and your mother will join Lunghu Mountain, and you can live here peacefully for the rest of your life. You don't have to bear the pain of missing each other and worrying about each other. Xianqi, who was standing aside, didn't speak at this moment. In his heart, he didn't want Su Yi to go with him. She was too weak. Just a extreme secret realm. And once she followed, she would only become a burden to Yi Fan. Even the king of the slashing Tao could only barely protect himself on this ancient starry road. Not to mention the little extreme secret realm cultivator. Take this little girl with you. And if you are not careful, both of them will die together. On the contrary, it would be safer for Yi Fan to go alone. Neither the man nor the demon urged Su Yi, letting the little girl make her own decision. The little girl first looked at Yi Fan, then turned her head to look at the deep and vast universe and starry sky. It was dark and silent, and there was no sign of life at all just from the surface. After hesitating for a while, the little girl still felt reluctant to leave her mother. Finally, she shook her head gently at Yi Fan. Godfather, I want to regret it. I am afraid that if I leave like this, I will never see my mother again. Her cultivation is not high, and her lifespan has not been extended much. She may not be able to support me in the future, and she lives alone, which is a bit too lonely. Since you have decided, I will send you back later. Yi Fan nodded, and then performed the secret method of one qi into 3 pure ones to draw another self. Let this incarnation take Su Yi away from here to meet her mother Su Qiong. Watched his goddaughter regret and leave here. Yi Fan turned to look at the gatekeeper Xianqi and asked him how to locate the direction on the ancient starry sky road so as not to get lost in the vast starry sky. In response, Xianqi told Yi Fan all the relevant information. The five-color altar on this ancient starry road does not need to be positioned by itself. The teleportation direction has been set in advance, and it can only be teleported in the predetermined direction. Next, I will teach you how to search for the hidden teleportation altar on the ancient starry road. Soon, Xianqi used his spiritual consciousness to pass a matching secret method to Yi Fan, and explain the use of this secret method. It took a little time, until Yi Fan remembered and understood the positioning secret method of searching for the five-color altar. Xianqi cast a spell and stretched out his hand, and a five-color altar suddenly appeared near the west gate of the city. The size of this five-color altar is not large, only a few meters in radius, small and exquisite. It is far inferior to the giant five-color altars on Yuhuang Peak and Mars. Follow these five-color altars, teleport one after another, and you will reach other life planets in the starry sky. How far you can go on this journey depends on your own ability. After saying these words, Xianqi gestured to Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan and Xianqi said goodbye, and then stepped onto this small and exquisite five-color altar alone. He used his divine power to drive the five-color altar to bloom with gorgeous five-color brilliance. Then, in a blink of an eye, Yi Fan disappeared at the gate of Hangdu Pass. Only the gatekeeper Xianqi remained here. Yi Fan is coming, and the end of many cultivators is coming. Inside the Qishir mansion, Zhao Yunyao noticed what happened on Earth. With a faint smile on his lips, Hua Yunfei's new body, Yi Fan's upcoming arrival, and the ancient clan that is about to awaken, will make this Baidu burial emperor star more and more lively. However, the holy son of Yagwang and the real members of the holy land of Yagwang are completely unaware of Hua Yunfei's escape from the shackles, and are still thinking of raising pigs for Hua Yunfei. I just don't know who will be better in the future. Zhao Yunyao was very interested in this. As for this independent clone of hers, it has transformed into a part of the heavenly Tao 3 times. It is getting closer and closer to the real heavenly Tao. It is precisely because of this that even this clone, which was originally just a mortal body, can no longer be measured by the realm of cultivation of the secret realm method. She is completely using the body of the secret realm method to temper the cultivation foundation she wants. What she achieves is the real self. Today, I am evolving each secret realm in my body to the most suitable situation for myself, and have broken free from the shackles and constraints of the secret realm law. In the future, if the transformation of the Yang 9 secret realm of the heavenly Tao is successful, it will be my own brand new infinite secret realm. Yang 9 and Yin 6 merge, and the infinite internal cycle grows. In response to this, Zhao Yunyao simply paid attention to the situation outside. Then he continued to focus on analyzing the mystery of the origin of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 379, Self-Centeredness. It took only a few months. Yi Fan followed the ancient starry sky road left by the senior masters in the starry sky, and teleported nearly 30 times in a row, and finally appeared in Beta Star again. And this time, the landing place was near the Immortal Mountain in the Life Forbidden Zone. In these few months, for Zhao Yunyao, she also analyzed the origin of the two heavens again, and successfully completed the fifth transformation and sublimation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. At this time, many cultivators of the ancient clan, who had been sleeping for a long time, finally revived. Some cultivators of the ancient clan began to walk normally outside. The movement caused by it made the human race, who claimed to be the master of Beta Star, a little worried. After all, there were more than a dozen ancestor kings in the ancient clan who were not weaker than the ancient saints. However, here in the human race, on the surface, no ancient saints could be seen. As soon as Yi Fan arrived here, after meeting Ji Ziyue, he ran around for this matter, looking like a warm-hearted good person. This Yi Fan is now being played as a pawn, but he has no idea about it. Zhao Yunyao is very clear about this. How could there be no real ancient saints who are alive in any immortal holy land, ancient family, or immortal dynasty? But no one showed up, and was unwilling to work for the affairs of the ancient clan. Only Yi Fan was worried about this, and was busy running around to deal with it. This situation reminded Zhao Yunyao of something. The desperate protection of the poor was just fooled by people to protect the wealth of the rich, and they tried every means to make the poor have more children, so that they could work as slaves for the rich for generations. Yi Fan's current situation is exactly like this. In every immortal holy land, immortal dynasty and ancient family, there are real ancient saints alive, but they are completely indifferent to this matter. Instead, all kinds of flattery and deception make Yi Fan A newbie who has just reached the level of the king of the way of killing. Rush forward and fight desperately. The key is that Yi Fan is really doing this. Fighting to resist the ancient clan. For Yi Fan, the successive revival of the ancient clan cultivators is a big thing that makes many people tremble with fear and worry. It seems that once the ancient clan cultivators appear, the entire human race cultivators will be exterminated. So Yi Fan feels that what he did is very heroic and upright. But for the very few cultivators who understand the secrets, what Yi Fan did is just a farce. Like an actor on the stage, doing his best to perform his performance. Yi Fan is too kind and merciful after all. So he was fooled into becoming a pawn, taking the initiative to fight against the ancient clan cultivators. I need to take this as a warning, and never let myself develop a kind and benevolent mentality. Otherwise, others will only use morality to kidnap you and make you a moral slave. Zhao Yunao did not show up, and also watched this matter in secret. Just like those immortal holy places, ancient families and immortal divine dynasties, watching the show from the sidelines. Who fights for what kind of territory, and who will die, has nothing to do with him. Just like those families, holy places and dynasties. So, in the following period of time, Yi Fan was extremely concerned about the affairs of the ancient clan, running around everywhere, looking for a powerful force that could help him. During this process, he was connected with Gai Jiuyo because of Xia Jiuyo. They joined forces to stop the ancient clan's tentative move. By the time these things were done, many years had passed here on Beta Star, and during this process, Zhao Yunao had made many improvements to his independent clone. The goal of the transformation of the ninth heaven of the heavenly Tao was getting closer and closer. Unconsciously, hundreds of years passed quickly in the blink of an eye. Inside the small world of the Immortal Mansion's secret realm, Zhao Yunao stood on a high mountain, quietly watching his clone pass the tribulation here. This time, it was the transformation and sublimation of the netherworld heaven of the ninth heaven of the heavenly Tao. Crack, crack, one after another. The blazing and violent terrifying thunderbolts fell like a deep sea of stars. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Yunyao's clone was completely covered. Such power was more violent and vast than the ordinary quasi-emperor heavenly tribulation. If there were no trace of immortal law here, making the structure of this secret world particularly stable and strong, it would definitely not be able to withstand this terrifying power comparable to the quasi-emperor heavenly tribulation. The ninth heaven of the dragon's secret realm. The quasi-emperor heavenly tribulation. This is simply a fatal punishment from heaven, and it is not willing to leave me a way to survive. If I don't have the means of different worlds, I can't survive at all. Zhao Yunao was very suspicious of this. This thing should be her own creation of the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the power is not normal. If it is really a normal heavenly tribulation, then the power of the heavenly tribulation will also be limited by the realm of the person who crosses the tribulation, and will not exceed the upper limit of the realm of the person who crosses the tribulation. However, in her clone, the power of the heavenly tribulation is obviously not such a rule. All of them were crushing and descending across great realms. Looking around, the heavenly tribulation thunder at this moment did not look like thunder at all. Dense law stars fell like a rainstorm, bombarding the clone. There were also countless chaotic mists, spreading in the sea of thunder and stars. It seemed that those law stars were like tiny lonely boats in the vast ocean, with the means of amplification of the devouring gene system. The difficulty of successfully passing the ninth day is not a big deal, and it can be supported. Transformation is successful. It is just a matter of time. However, the first 9 layers of heaven are easy to say. They can only be regarded as a subsidiary product of the true heavenly way. The next unprecedented and unique 10th change of the dragon transformation secret realm, which is completely sublimated into the heavenly way, is the real difficulty. And it takes a longer time. Looking at the scene of the clone's tribulation at this moment, Zhao Yunao knew in his heart how to deal with it. Directly using the broken mirror pearl can indeed complete the transformation of the heavenly way very quickly. However, compared with the transformation of the heavenly Tao, she was more concerned about the condensation and evolution of her innate Tao fruit. For her, this was the main point of using the broken mirror pearl. It was also the real difficult level. After a period of time, the independent clone completed the 9th day of the heavenly Tao transformation. The terrifying heavenly tribulation disappeared with it. Zhao Yunao looked inward to observe the dragon transformation secret realm in the clone. After these 9 special transformations, the interior of the secret realm was completely different from a normal secret realm cultivator with a large spine dragon. Instead, it was like the road to heaven on the heavenly Tao of the god's tomb. A small secret realm area was a completely independent heavenly Tao space. The 9 heavens were connected, like a road to heaven, and the interior was incredibly huge and wide. The overall situation of no large spine dragon could be seen at all. The current Dragon Transformation Secret Realm can be considered as the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, but it can also be said that it is not the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. This is my own unique Heavenly Tao 9-layer Secret Realm. Even if it is just standing here, the clone naturally carries an extremely powerful and terrifying sense of life oppression, suppressing all paths and respecting only his own path. It is more mysterious and terrifying than the pressure of the heavenly heart seal of the extreme Tao cultivator. Chapter 380 The Ultimate Place. Turning his head to look at this small world of the Immortal Mansion Secret Realm. Due to the influence of his previous clones, who had survived the heavenly tribulations here, even though there was a trace of immortal law here, it made this place particularly stable and solid. But for the life inside, it was a catastrophe. So much so that at this moment, looking around, the inside of the small world of the Immortal Mansion Secret Realm was in ruins everywhere. The mountains, rivers, and lakes that were once full of vitality are now only desolate. Either it has become a dead place for life, or it has become a desert ruin. The earth is charred and hard, showing a crystallized glass state. In many places, there is red magma flowing on the surface. The next ultimate 10th transformation of Nirvana will require a new location. The heavenly tribulation is guaranteed to be at the level of the extreme level. As for surpassing the extreme level, it is impossible in this universe. The universe's origin is insufficient. The laws are incomplete. And the heavenly tribulation thunder that surpasses the extreme level cannot be descended at all. Even if it is an extreme heavenly tribulation, there are still differences in strength. The gap between the two sides is also incredibly large. Zhao Yunyao already had an idea in her mind. She waved her sleeves, rolled up her clone, and then tore the void and left this fairy mansion secret world again. After coming outside, she did not stay in Beidouxing for a long time. Instead, she followed the ancient starry sky road controlled by Qishur Mansion, left Beidouxing, and headed for the ultimate Emperor Pass on the only true road. There is a piece of chaotic fairyland there, which is a good place. The long distance in the starry sky was crossed by Zhao Yunyao in one step. Finally, she appeared near a huge stone mountain. Under normal circumstances, in order to open this place, you need to pass through all the previous 9 imperial gates before you can open this ultimate place. According to legend, the secret of becoming an emperor is hidden inside. Look at it for a while. Zhao Yunyao suddenly raised her hand and pressed forward, and the palm print burst out, and she pierced through the various restrictions and formations outside the ultimate place with one palm, tearing it apart. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of brilliant fairy lights bloomed from the ultimate place. It illuminated the galaxy where the ultimate place was located. The vast chaos, like the sea of clouds steaming and rolling, suddenly spread in all directions. There was wind and thunder interweaving, lightning and thunder, and its terrifying momentum resounded throughout the universe. Many cultivators noticed it all of a sudden and knew that the ultimate place was opened. Could it be that the quasi-emperor level peerless geniuses who set foot on the only true road broke through the 9 imperial gates and entered the ultimate place? How could it be so fast? There shouldn't be so many quasi-emperor geniuses now. No, the 9 imperial gates were not broken through, and some were still closed. An unknown existence forcibly broke through the ultimate place and successfully opened that place. When the news of the only true road on the ancient starry road was passed on, the cultivators on many life planets in the universe were all shocked by this, and had no idea what had happened, whether it was curiosity or to compete for the secret of becoming an emperor, etc. Many cultivators of various races quickly set off, gathered from all directions, and came to the galaxy where the ultimate place was located. I haven't even approached there yet. In a trance, all the cultivators seemed to see a fairyland appearing and blooming there, with brilliant fairy light shining on the starry sky. Magnificent and magnificent. But soon more cultivators discovered another important thing. Originally, if you wanted to set foot on the ultimate imperial gate, you needed to rely on your own ability to break through the 9 imperial gates before you had the quota and qualification to enter that place. And on the only true road, once you have entered, you cannot exit at will. Once you exit, you will not be able to enter again. But at this moment, the only true road can enter and exit at will. Regardless of whether you have been to this place or not. Regardless of whether the 9 imperial gates have been opened. This unexpected upheaval is too unusual. More and more cultivators believe that the opening of the ultimate place in this life may expose all the secrets of the past. And it will no longer be the mysterious situation before. When these news spread, more cultivators were attracted to gather here. Even those old monsters, who have been dormant for many years, were alarmed by this. They resurrected one by one, opened their coffins, and gathered at the ultimate place from all directions at a high speed. One palm pierced through all the restrictions and formations here, tearing apart all the laws and orders. Forcefully let this place open. Zhao Yunao stood alone in the starry sky, watching quietly with a pair of emerald green eyes. But in the bright fairy light and surging chaotic mist, many mysterious visions appeared. Or the chaos turned into a 1,000-mile dragon, soaring in this starry sky. Or the Suzaku immortality medicine fell from the sky, landed on the ancient mountain, and took root in it. There are also the contents of the Emperor's immortal scriptures, gushing out in a chaotic cave. The mysterious contents of the scriptures, like the rune book of the great Tao, are imprinted in the void. Various strange phenomena appeared one after another, making this place extremely mysterious and dazzling. Even if you are very far away, you can see the strange phenomena here. The more attracted the cultivators, the more excited they are. Zhao Yunao never cared about the approach of these cultivators. She looked ahead and saw an ancient mountain sitting in the chaos. On the surface of the mountain, the extremely rich thunder element condensed into the Suzaku immortal medicine, the white tiger immortal medicine, the Qilin immortal medicine, etc. The origin of one immortal medicine after another appeared here one after another. And in addition to this, on the mountain, there are also monkey statues rubbed with golden light, statues of the Sun Human Emperor, and statues of the Taiyin Holy Emperor, etc., making those places look majestic and solemn. On the mountain, a deep chaotic cave spewed out immortal light and chaos. The content of the scripture belonging to the Emperor was revealed from it. The rune handwriting turned into a dragon and phoenix. Although it was only about 1 foot long, it looked vivid and lifelike. When it swam and danced in the chaos, it brought up large ripples. Some cultivators, who were close to it, caught this kind of ripples of the Tao, and immediately realized the secrets of the Emperor's immortal scripture. Even if there were only a few fragments, it was enough to make many cultivators dance with joy. Even cultivators with sufficient comprehension directly realized the difficulties that they had not understood before. Zhao Yunao glanced for a moment, and suddenly walked directly inside. The vast chaotic energy and the blazing immortal light dispersed as she approached, revealing an ancient building complex on the ancient mountain. Its style and shape were surprisingly the style of the ancient heaven in the mythological era. Dang! Suddenly, a faint bell sound came from the ruined buildings. Several figures walked out one after another, looking at Zhao Yunao, who looked wanton and calm. But no matter how they observed, they only felt that this woman was mysterious. She was more mysterious than the Emperor of Heaven they had seen before, and was completely unpredictable. This made these remaining members of the mythical Heaven Court have some guesses in their minds. Chapter 381 Occupation. At this moment, the remaining monks of the mythical Heaven Court, who had been living in seclusion in the ultimate land, saw that this piece of chaotic fairyland was forcibly opened. And it was not through normal methods at all. They were immediately shocked and felt incredible. They had lived here for many tens of thousands of years, so they naturally knew how transcendent this place was. And it was not comparable to those life planets in the outside world. It was enough to be called the difference between mortal land and fairy land. However, when these members of the mythical ancient Heaven Court were alarmed and saw the figure of a strange woman flying in, the shock in their hearts became even more horrified. The various laws of order in this universe are actually actively approaching each other. It looks like the serpents under their feet are just stepping on the laws of order. Even those extreme cultivators, who have refined the Heavenly Heart Seal, are simply using the Heavenly Heart Seal to interfere with and utilize the laws of order. It is theoretically impossible to achieve this level of control like an absolute superior. If you want to truly control all the laws of order, then the cultivator himself must obviously have a high enough volume. It's like he is the universe itself. However, whether it is the ancient emperor, the emperor, or the previous Tianzuan, they can't do this at all. No matter how good they are at fighting, they are just creatures living in the universe. Obviously, the gap from being equal to the universe is very huge. That is the life volume that only the immortal king can have. The emperor once calculated that only by becoming an immortal king can one truly and completely transcend this universe and reach the level of being on par with it. Compared with the universe itself, the supreme heavenly venerable is just a large ant. It is impossible to break free from the shackles of the universe itself. Looking back to the past, present and future, how many heavenly venerables, ancient emperors and great emperors have been born, and therefore a large number of life-forbidden areas have been born. Do these supreme heavenly venerables not want to leave here? Obviously. The remaining cultivators of the ancient heavenly court present knew in their hearts that it was not that the supreme heavenly venerables did not want to leave, but that they could not break free from this universe with their supreme heavenly level of cultivation. They could only be like those mortal ants, being locked up in the universe for life. To tear the boundary wall of the universe, at least multiple red dust immortals need to attack with all their strength. And they must attack the weakest area of the boundary wall of the universe at the right time and in the right place. Otherwise, a single red dust immortal is just an ant in the universe. It is impossible to break free and break the boundary wall of the universe. There are all kinds of relics of the ancient heavenly court in the mythological era. When these cultivators saw this strange woman, they were more shocked and horrified. The more they knew, the more they understood how terrible the other party's existence was, which was completely different from the extreme cultivators. Instead of being mistaken for a living emperor by those cultivators in the outside world, for normal cultivators, there is only one way to leave this universe, and that is the road to immortality. The road to immortality itself has a powerful force that penetrates the wall of the universe, which is extraordinary. Therefore, the celestial masters, ancient emperors and emperors from ancient times to the present have been exploring the existence of the road to immortality everywhere. Because for them, this is the only way. Coming with the Tao, all things are respected. Could it be that this is a female immortal king? The old man chopping wood in a Taoist robe looked at the mysterious female cultivator who flew in leisurely, and felt a burst of horror in his heart. Even when the emperor and the immortal emperor ruled the universe in the past, they did not have such a mysterious demeanor. If it is really a female immortal king, it must be a supreme existence running from other universes. Could it be the mysterious and huge Yin spirit world connected to the depths of the Taichu ancient mine? The Daorim light on the other party obviously does not have the gloomy and weird feeling unique to Yin spirits, which makes the old man chopping wood a little undecided. I don't know if the result of my guess is correct, whether the other party is really an immortal king or not. It must surpass the emperor. Among these ancient heavenly courts, the strongest one is the old man chopping wood himself. But now it is only equivalent to the level of the quasi-emperor ninth heaven. I don't know what the other party's purpose is to come here. I don't know if it is good or bad. In this regard, these mythical ancient heavenly courts left behind are a little uneasy. He wanted to say something, trying to find out carefully, but when the other party's emerald eyes swept over, in an instant, all the monks, young and old, male and female, felt their minds go blank, and their thoughts and ideas were all stagnant. Just a glance, the past and future of these monks were completely seen through by Zhao Yunyan. So those two guys are Zhou Yi and Lin Jia. Zhao Yunyan looked at the man and woman following behind. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Standing together, they looked like a perfect couple. Moreover, the cultivation realm of these two people is now at the same realm of the fourth level of the Xiantai secret realm. They will become quasi-emperors in the future. This breakthrough speed is not slower than those favored sons of heaven outside, and even many people cannot compare to them, and have not yet become saints. With just a simple glance, all the details of these cultivators were seen clearly, in front of the transcendent life essence that overlooks the years and time. The secrets they hide are not secrets at all, and are clearly displayed in the waves of time. For Zhao Yunyan, it is like a painting on a white paper. She waved her sleeves and rolled up all these cultivators directly, then threw them all out, and occupied this piece of chaos in mortal land alone. Next, it's time to prepare for the ultimate 10th transformation of the clone. Zhao Yunyan muttered to herself in this regard. In order not to be disturbed by other things in the future, she personally started to deal with this piece of chaos in mortal land, arranging dense Tao pattern prohibitions and formations around it. Let the chaos in mortal land itself be transformed into a placenta of heaven and earth that breathes and nurtures the Holy Spirit. As for his independent clone, Zhao Yunyan placed it in the central core area of the Holy Spirit placenta, so that it can be nourished by the entire chaos in mortal land at all times in the following period of time. When the mind and consciousness recovered from the blank stagnation state, the old man who chopped wood and his disciples, and other cultivators were shocked to find that they were no longer in the ultimate place behind the 9 imperial gates, but appeared in the universe and starry sky outside. They could not even realize how they left the ultimate place. Inexplicably appeared in this starry sky. It's incredible. So terrible. The old man who chopped wood carried a bright long sword on his back, and looked at the ultimate place where chaos flowed and immortal light shone, but found that he could not see anything clearly now. After a while, the place became completely blurred and dim, and it became more secretive and difficult to open than before. Chapter 382 Crisis. Looking at the scene in front of him, it soon became more mysterious than before. The immortal light was restrained. The strange phenomenon was not obvious, and it didn't look like there was anything outstanding. Obviously, the unknown mysterious female monk did something inside. This is what caused this change in the ultimate place. What should we do? Do we still want to try to go in? One of the bearded men turned his head to look at the old man who was leading the woodcutting, and asked solemnly, I declare in advance that I don't really want to go in. The other party's realm is higher than ours, and I don't know how strong he is. I don't want to lose my life in vain. All living beings are people in the painting. It's difficult. Next to him, another old man with a mouthful of yellow teeth, holding his grandson, stood there inside. The heaven established by the emperor is probably really going to be gone forever now. The old man who was chopping wood looked ahead and remained silent, just recalling the meeting experience just now. He was shocked and horrified. He had no idea what happened. He just felt that his mind and consciousness had become blank and stagnant. Even his consciousness and thinking had lost their reaction. How could he deal with such means? I am afraid that this mysterious female monk is really an unimaginable existence. When I followed the emperor's heavenly court, I was used to seeing all the quasi-heavenly generals and all the extreme heavenly masters, but none of them could have such means. Just a look made our minds and consciousness fall into a blank and stagnant state. The old man who chopped wood was somewhat helpless. He wanted to break the restriction here and try to enter it, but he was afraid that he would anger the other party and let his old guys die here. Even whether it can be broken is still an unknown. It was at this time the old man who chopped wood and a group of monks left in the mythical heaven turned their heads to look in the direction of the 9 imperial gates. The expressions in their eyes changed slightly, and they were thinking, I didn't expect so many monks to come this time. There are no restrictions on the 9 imperial gates and the only true road, so any monk can come in and out here at will. Next, there will be bloody and casualties here. Realizing what was about to happen, the monks present looked at each other, and obviously saw what the other party was thinking. Let's go. Let's leave here first. Hide in the dark, and wait and see. The old man who chopped wood called everyone, and then left here first. Seeing this, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, who were disciples, hurriedly followed. The old man with a beard and the old man with yellow teeth left with the remaining people, and followed the old man who chopped wood at the beginning. A group of saints and quasi-emperors disappeared here very quickly. On the surface, there was no abnormality. Patiently waited for many days. More and more monks gathered from all directions, including famous races in various universes, either flying alone or flying over in warships and large ships. One after another, male and female monks, old and young, soon made this place crowded and extremely crowded. Among them, there were also many hard-headed and irritable old men. And there were also monks who had grievances with each other. So much so that in just a short while, there were many casualties here. Like a starry battlefield, it turned this place into a meat grinder for monks. The screams and fighting sounds were almost endless. At the same time, in the dark, there were also many monks watching, wandering around the edge of the fighting field, carefully observing the changes here. After getting close to a certain distance, many monks realized that the ultimate place here seemed to have returned to its previous state, ordinary and unremarkable. There was no unusually dazzling vision, nor any extraordinary momentum. Only the inexplicable Taurime law of the ultimate place itself was looming here, making this area itself carry a mysterious pressure. Like a residence of immortals, the majestic aura was restrained and dormant. Why has it become like this again? Wasn't it open before? An ancient great sage who had been hiding in the world appeared, looking at the place where the ultimate place was located with doubt and confusion. At this moment, there was still chaotic mist flowing and circulating there. Like a special curtain, it covered the place, hazy and blurry. Indistinctly, the outlines of the mountains could be vaguely seen. Soon, an impatient monk could not bear it any longer and took the initiative to attack the ultimate place. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. The bright and dazzling arrow feathers, like a shocking rainbow, crossed the starry sky, dragging a dazzling tail flame of hundreds of miles behind. Suddenly shot towards the outline of the ancient mountain. Puff! A light sound was heard, and the powerful arrow feathers that were enough to shoot through the stars were turned into ashes in the chaotic mist. The result was just a slight ripple in the chaotic mist. But that was all. Many monks couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. This was an arrow shot by a great sage himself, with extremely terrifying power. But it was mediocre near this ultimate place. Why is it like this? Why can't it be broken? It was clearly open just now. The great sage of the human race who shot the arrow before couldn't help but roared when he saw this. Then he drew his bow and shot more than a dozen arrows in a row, like a brilliant meteor group flying here. But after contacting the chaotic mist, it only caused some slight ripples in the mist. It looked like raindrops falling on a rainy day, splashing circles of ripples on the surface of the ocean. Not long after, another quasi-emperor couldn't help but take action, trying to break this place open. On the way here, almost all the cultivators noticed the fluctuations of the scriptures coming from the interior of the ultimate land. And many cultivators obtained very few fragments of information. More than one cultivator successfully broke through the realm because of this. The quasi-emperor's move was more powerful. But here, it only caused a slightly larger ripple. In a trance, it seemed as if the changes were caused by the chaotic mist flowing by itself. Seeing that there was no danger, more and more cultivators chose to make a move together, trying to break it open and find a great opportunity. Will it really not go wrong if we try it out like this? The bearded man turned his head to look at the old man with yellow teeth and the old man chopping wood, and said hesitantly, I always feel a little uneasy here, as if something bad will happen. How about we retreat first and leave here temporarily? I also felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, but it didn't seem like the other party had taken action personally. The old man chopping would also carefully observe the situation here, and did not really relax any vigilance. And as time goes by, that inexplicable instinctive sense of crisis continues to grow. Obviously, there are unknown changes happening. Chapter 383 Immortal King arrives at the ninth heaven. These members of the mythical ancient heaven who were hiding in the dark, and other ancient quasi-emperors and quasi-emperors who heard the news and rushed over quickly. All of them gradually had some bad instinctive premonitions. Looking at the ultimate place not far away, the chaos was flowing and blurred, and it seemed that there was no abnormality. But that inexplicable sense of crisis came from this mysterious and unpredictable ultimate place. Not long after, a few cultivators, who were extremely cautious and very inconsistent with the iron-headed people, decided to temporarily evacuate this area. One by one, they slipped out of here and ran to a relatively far place to observe. Similarly, there were also these cultivators of the mythical ancient heaven. If they were not very good at hiding, they would not have lived for such a long time. After all, the cultivation comparable to the ninth heaven of quasi-emperors is powerful. But compared with the real ancient emperors and great emperors, they are still just weak ants, and they can be easily destroyed in a flip of the hand. These heavenly court monks have survived until now, so they naturally have their own way of protecting themselves. However, most of the monks of various races who can come to this place are extremely confident in their own fighting ability, and firmly believe that they can defeat all opponents here and gain something. It is precisely because of these monks that the fighting here is very fierce, even though they have not entered the ultimate ancient land at all. As time goes by, the number of monks of various races who pass through the nine-layered Imperial Pass and come to this place is increasing. So much so that the interior of this galaxy seemed crowded and noisy. All the monks were staring at the ultimate land. The chaotic mist there was constantly changing. Occasionally, you could see the order runes that looked like stars flickering and fading, and then disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace, leaving only the hazy gray chaotic air floating. The previous vision was definitely the scene of the opening of the ultimate land. A monk bowed and said confidently, the last time the ultimate land was opened, I had the honor to observe from afar. I clearly saw how brilliant and shining the vision here was, shining in the starry sky. However, this situation, which is clearly open but seems to be closed, is obviously a bit abnormal. Something must have happened here to cause this change. This place may really have some unexpected situation. In another direction nearby, there was also a demon clan great saint with a look of, he said solemnly. For example, The previous 9-layered Imperial Pass, under normal circumstances, would never have had this result. After stepping onto the one true path, cultivators who choose to withdraw will never be able to come back, unless they break through the one true path with their extremely strong fighting power. But now, the one true path has completely released many restrictions, and any cultivator can freely travel through it. Whether or not they have walked through the one true path before, it makes no difference. As for the 9-layered Imperial Pass, under normal circumstances, any cultivator who wants to pass through the Imperial Pass can only rely on himself to fight through it, and there is no way to get through it by taking shortcuts. In this way, only by breaking through the 9 Imperial Gates in a row can we have the opportunity to come to the galaxy where the ultimate place is located. But now, it has also reached an abnormal state of being able to enter and exit at will. Many cultivators of various races present were observing the situation or fighting here, while also keeping an eye on all directions and listening to all directions, collecting all the information they could perceive. The conversations between several great saints were heard by many cultivators. It made many cultivators confirm that there might really be an accident here. Otherwise, how to explain the changes before this? Gradually, many cultivators noticed that some unusual scenes appeared in the ultimate place. Indistinctly, it seemed that there were 9 vast and magnificent worlds projected there. The 9 heavens were arranged in order, like a ladder to heaven. It looked majestic and majestic. And when this mysterious vision appeared, there was also an incomparable terrifying pressure looming, unpredictable and ethereal, just like the supreme heavenly way that is high above. All the cultivators sensed this terrible pressure, and they were surprised and happy in their hearts, convinced that there was really a change here, and it was not completely in a state of silence and prohibition. Such a strong sense of oppression is like a great emperor sleeping inside. A quasi-emperor looked at the ultimate place with a serious face. Legend has it that there are many secrets of becoming an emperor inside the ultimate place. I didn't expect such a legend to be true. If I can enter it and get the great opportunity in it, I will definitely be able to break through the current realm and become the new emperor of the invincible universe. There are also some ancient clan quasi-emperors who have been self-proclaimed and sleeping since the ancient times. Feeling the terrifying pressure that seems to be there and not there, his face changed slightly, and his eyes were full of doubts. It doesn't seem to be the power of the extreme way. It's a bit strange. Is it because of the changes in the universe in this era? Thinking of this possibility, the ancient clan quasi-emperor silently sensed the situation of the universe, and secretly compared and analyzed it. It's just that he couldn't get an accurate conclusion in a short time. But he felt a strange feeling in his heart, always feeling that something seemed to be wrong. There is a change. Such a strange phenomenon. There must be a great opportunity inside. But I don't know what this is. Suddenly, an old antique monk of the human race screamed, his face full of surprise. Almost at the same time, many monks who came here looked at the place above the 9-layer vision. Originally there was nothing there. It was a dead dark void, as if nothing existed. But at this moment, the 9 layers of heaven and earth below gradually connected, forming a unique connection. It looked like a road to heaven. In the midst of the 9 layers of heaven, there was a vague light condensing, which seemed very small, but also very large, changing all the time. When such a strange phenomenon appeared, the terrifying pressure that seemed to exist suddenly became much clearer, like the sleeping emperor waking up and gradually improving his law momentum. In just a short moment, many cultivators were forced to keep their distance. They did not dare to get too close to this ultimate place. What is this? Is there this inside the chaotic fairyland? The old man who was chopping wood in the dark also saw the appearance of this strange scene, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. That kind of strange phenomenon. Is it the immortal king coming to the 9 heavens? But it seems that it is not quite right, and there is some deviation from my memory. But that kind of inner law charm is more mysterious than the immortal king coming to the 9 heavens in my memory. Chapter 384 Ascension. At this moment, Zhao Yunyao didn't care about the cultivators outside the ultimate land. Her mind was not on these cultivators. Now most of her attention was on her specially cultivated clone. Complete the special treatment of this piece of chaotic fairyland, turning it into a placenta similar to the placenta of heaven and earth that nurtures the Holy Spirit. In this way, let her clone transform and sublimate in it. Complete the last important key step. Only by ascending to the sky can we witness the existence of the way of heaven. Zhao Yunyao deeply realized, it is related to all living beings. But it is not related to all living beings. For individual life, all the distractions inside the cell belong to all living beings in the cell. The essence of the way of heaven in the God's tomb is to gather the thoughts of all living beings, combine them with the law of order itself, and then evolve into the true form of the supreme way of heaven. The way of heaven is both the sky in the hearts of all living beings, and the way of order of all things. All kinds of thoughts and ideas, like trickling water, converge into the body of the independent clone, in the observation and induction of Zhao Yunya's own collective consciousness. The secret realm of the dragon transformation in the clone has already undergone a fundamental change in existence, turning into 9 layers of heaven and earth. They exist independently of each other, but they are also connected to a certain extent, now under the nourishing and nurturing effect of the chaos and mortal land. These 9 layers of heaven and earth themselves are undergoing changes, like the creation of the world. Moreover, the connection between them, due to the entanglement of the laws and order of the relevant heavens, produces a deeper integration and convergence. At the same time, inside and outside the body of the clone, inside and outside, all the microscopic cells, various life gene information, as well as different organelles, etc., all emit faint and tiny fluorescent spots. It looks like a group of fireflies dancing in the summer night, densely packed, coming from all directions, like all rivers returning to their source, all hearts and minds. They all drifted into the 9 heavens inside the spine. This further made the 9 heavens itself undergo more mysterious changes. It was like the birth of life in the desolate universe, evolving towards the direction of all things thriving and flourishing, as the heavenly way that gathers the thoughts of all beings and the laws of world order. It also evolved in this process, changing everything about this clone bit by bit. If you want to truly complete a deeper change, it will take some time to continue. Then let's accelerate the overall time. Zhao Yunya's body stood outside the placenta of the world of chaos immortal land. Her eyes swept across the wide space of the immortal land inside, and she stimulated the power of her incomplete innate Tao fruit while thinking. Let the invisible and intangible time become a state that can be touched and controlled by herself. Zhao Yunya raised her hand lightly, spread her 5 fingers, and a long river of time appeared in the center of her palm. Every splash of waves represents the obvious changes in time. The timelines related to all living beings are intertwined in it. Together, they form the macroscopic structure of the entire long river of time. Zhao Yu now carefully observed and selected the timeline related to this piece of chaos immortal land, and then accelerated the time of this timeline. The tender jade fingers brushed casually, and the echoes of the years and time fluctuated. This piece of chaos immortal land became an abnormal place of time law. In an instant, the time here began to be accelerated as a whole, and was in a temporarily separated and distorted state from the time of the universe outside. In the blink of an eye in the external starry sky, decades have passed in the internal immortal land. Similarly, as Zhao Yunya's body staying in the chaos immortal land, it was also affected by the time acceleration of the immortal land itself, causing its own life to flow away at a faster speed. Maintain a state that is completely equal to the flow rate of time in the chaos immortal land. As one of the 3 cells of the Tao Palace, this special heavenly Tao clone is also being rapidly nurtured and perfected in the accelerated state of time. Always maintain a level equivalent to the flow rate of time in the outside world. However, for the concept of time existing in the chaos immortal land, there is no time acceleration at all. What kind of time should be what kind of time? There is no change in the concept of perception that distorts the flow of time, because everything inside the chaos immortal land is part of the chaos immortal land. It will naturally be affected by the overall changes in the chaos immortal land. It is precisely because of this kind of thing that makes many cultivators who are observing from the outside feel that this place is a bit strange and mysterious. They have no idea what the real situation is. Outside the ultimate land, many cultivators gathered from all directions. The original fighting and conflict stopped temporarily at this moment, and they all focused their attention on the mysterious vision revealed in the ultimate land. Some of them are similar to the vision of the immortal king coming to the 9 heavens, but they are more mysterious and brilliant than that. The 9 heavens are really like 9 vast worlds, each with different terrible pressures. The existence of biased attributes is very obvious. However, the mysterious space above the 9 heavens, at this moment, it is becoming more and more eye-catching as time goes by. The originally tiny and weak light spots are expanding rapidly, and soon become like a big sun star, hanging high above the 9 heavens, illuminating the world. The pure white light ball presents a strange sense of contradiction. It seems to be the only color of the extreme. And it seems that all the colors in the world are mixed together, which is colorful and gorgeous. Many powerful cultivators opened their eyes and observed carefully. They saw that around the bright light ball like the eternal true sun, there were many tiny and faint light spots floating, gathering from the 9 heavens and merging into the light ball one after another. It seems to be in this way to promote this thing to change. How could such a change happen in the ultimate land? The old man who chopped wood watched intently, and the instinctive feeling of fear in his heart became stronger and stronger. I always feel that something bad is going to happen there. And even I feel a strong threat of death. Not long after, many cultivators sensed a premonition of crisis. Relying on the induction of the laws of heaven and earth by the 4 extreme secret realms, many cultivators were shocked to realize that the 10,000 orders in the universe were actually converging to this place. And then in the blink of an eye, the laws of order were intertwined like chains. And they really manifested here. They quickly constructed each other, locking the ultimate land into a cage of law and order. And above it, dense clouds of heavenly tribulations were gathering and manifesting at an incredible speed. Is this a heavenly tribulation? How could a heavenly tribulation appear? The old man who chopped wood looked at the scene, and his heart was full of disbelief. Even the way this kind of heavenly tribulation appeared was so unusual and unpredictable. It seemed to seal that area, and then concentrate its strength to bombard and kill it. Chapter 385. Heroes strive to cross. Suddenly seeing this strange heavenly tribulation condense and manifest, all the cultivators of various races near the ultimate land fled in panic, wishing they had more wings. They were afraid that they would be dragged into the area where they were forced to cross the tribulation. After all, not every cultivator was completely fearless of the appearance of the heavenly tribulation, especially this mysterious heavenly tribulation. It was simply not the appearance of a regular heavenly tribulation. The dense chains of order and law were as slender as spider silk. They quickly connected with each other, intertwined and entangled, forming a cage like a 3-dimensional spider web, which included the entire ultimate land within the range. Above, the black cloud of the tribulation soon turned into a gray and chaotic color. At first glance, it didn't seem like a tribulation cloud at all, but like a chaotic mist ocean flowing and surging. The heavy pressure contained in it was like the eternal blue sky falling. Even if it was not within the range of the tribulation, the mere dissipation of the calamity cloud made other cultivators in the surrounding area feel extremely heavy, as if their souls were crushed to collapse. Even the body was followed by a series of crackling, cracking, and shattering sounds. All the cultivators were frightened and quickly retreated a long distance in panic. What kind of heavenly calamity is this? How can it be so terrifying? The old man who chopped wood opened his eyes wide and looked at the strange heavenly calamity in the distance in disbelief. Even though it has not really descended yet, he has already felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. He is very sure that if he tries to survive this kind of heavenly calamity with his current realm, he will definitely die. And he can't see any hope of successfully passing it. No. The laws of order in the universe are also beginning to riot and change. Could it be this is an unprecedented extreme heavenly calamity? At this moment, all the cultivators who have cultivated to the 4 extreme secret realms and above are keenly aware of the changes in the universe, and their hearts are filled with shock. Inside the ultimate land, there is an unknown cultivator who is going to become a Tao Emperor. Who is the other party? Damn it. There are definitely secrets and opportunities inside the ultimate land that can break through to become a great emperor. Now, other cultivators have taken the lead. I am so unwilling to accept this. If the other party succeeds in overcoming the tribulation, won't my self-sealing and eternal waiting be in vain? No. I also want to overcome the tribulation. It depends on who succeeds first. Damn it. The foundation of the secret realm has not been polished to perfection. Give me another 500 years, and I will definitely succeed. Why did it appear now? Affected by the advent of this strange and extreme heavenly tribulation, many cultivators who have reached the level of the quasi-emperor 9th heaven have gone crazy, and their hearts are full of jealousy, annoyance and anxiety. The Tao Emperor is right in front of them, and they are really unwilling to be occupied by other cultivators. Therefore, at this moment, a large number of quasi-emperor 9th heaven cultivators no longer waited, did not want to continue to polish their own foundation, and wanted to forcefully overcome the heavenly tribulation together. This is a battle of the Tao, and no cultivator is willing to give up. Crack, crack, boom, boom. In an instant, more and more extreme heavenly tribulation fluctuations suddenly appeared and descended. They exploded and condensed in different areas of the universe. The terrifying fluctuations of the 10,000 ways of order that affected the entire universe alarmed all the cultivators. Especially those genius cultivators, who boasted of their amazing talents, but whose realm had not yet reached the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor. They were extremely unwilling to accept what happened at this moment. Because even if they wanted to fight at this moment, they had no chance to fight because of their insufficient realm. They could only watch so many extreme heavenly tribulations fall almost at the same time. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying sound that shook the world occurred in the ultimate land. At this moment, all the stars in the surrounding galaxies exploded at the same time due to the explosion of thunder, and annihilated into cosmic nebula dust. In the eyes of those cultivators who had not passed the tribulation, there was no lightning at all, but a large area of chaotic mist rushed down. It was mighty and surging, like a chaotic waterfall above the 9 heavens, instantly submerging the entire ultimate land. The outermost restrictions and formations could not even hold out for a moment, and were annihilated and assimilated by the chaotic mist heavenly tribulation. Let the chaos immortal land hidden inside be completely exposed outside. At this moment, dragons and phoenixes danced, unicorns roared, white tigers roared, and various immortal elixirs appeared and bloomed from the inside of the chaos immortal land. These magnificent visions are all the imprints of the laws recorded on the chaos immortal land. Under the impact of the chaos great heavenly tribulation, one after another appeared, and many visions shocked all the cultivators, making them more aware of the unusualness of the ultimate land. There must be many big secrets in there. However, at this moment, all the cultivators can no longer care about these things, because a mysterious and ethereal girl's voice sounded from the inside of the chaos great heavenly tribulation. The voice was faint, but it shook the universe and the stars, and made the laws of order tremble. Establish your own way. Establish the way of heaven and earth. Gather the thoughts of all beings to transform the sky, and control the order and rules to become the way. I am the way of heaven, and I am the only one who is supreme, the source of all laws, the root of all phenomena, the beginning of heaven and earth, the end of the end, and finally become the origin of everything and the destination of everything. Accompanied by this mysterious girl's voice that resonates with the universe, the chain cage of the 10,000 Tao order that blocked and imprisoned the ultimate place suddenly exploded inch by inch. Unable to withstand the explosion of the terrifying power inside, the chaotic mist suddenly fluctuated like a tsunami and rushed up. At the same time, the 9-layer world vision suddenly appeared inside the chaos great heavenly tribulation. It was as if there were really 9 huge worlds here. Under the astonished gaze of many cultivators, the 9 heavens became extremely high and vast, seemingly endless, with no visible edge at all. However, at the next moment, the 9 heavens suddenly collapsed and shattered one after another. All the existences in it rushed up one after another, following this mysterious and unpredictable road to heaven, and gathered into the heavenly space above the 9 heavens. Then, the huge white light ball, which itself became extremely bright, after absorbing all the existences in the 9 heavens, it suddenly became more swollen and huge, and its brightness was far greater than before, like a round of immortal true sun descending here. Its brilliant glow illuminated the starry sky, and the myriad paths trembled, as if the controller of the universe appeared. The chaotic heavenly calamity that seemed to be extremely large in scale, under the illumination of these pure white lights. It was like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun, and it was quickly melted and died. In the blink of an eye, it had forcibly resolved the heavenly calamity. At the same time, the myriad paths of the universe trembled slightly, and suddenly condensed a new heavenly heart seal, trying to merge into that bright ball of light. Boom! Suddenly, a series of fierce attacks came from all directions. Chapter 386. Thank you for the gift of nature. At the moment when the new blank heart mark was successfully condensed, all those who were struggling to survive the extreme heavenly tribulation howled in pain, obviously knowing that there were cultivators who had successfully survived the extreme heavenly tribulation and were one step ahead of them. No, I won't accept it. I was just a little bit away, and I could have survived the heavenly tribulation with confidence. Why was it one step late? I have waited for eternity, and now everything is gone in the blink of an eye. God wants me dead. I hate it so much. Damn it. I was actually robbed of the initiative by others. I really can't accept it, no matter how upset, angry and unwilling they were in their hearts. At this moment, the fact has been established, and they can no longer afford any hesitation. Some cultivators with strong foundations can still forcibly interrupt the extreme heavenly tribulation by their own means. But the price is that they suffer serious Tao injuries. As for cultivators with insufficient ability or slow reaction, they died miserably in the bombardment of the extreme heavenly tribulation. Almost at the moment when these tribulation crossers showed such changes, many dormant beings in the life forbidden zone attacked all the tribulation crossers. All the losers were just extras, and were instantly shattered into blood mist and absorbed. As for the real scramble to besiege and kill the big leader, it was Zhao Yunyao's clone who successfully survived the extreme heavenly tribulation. For the supreme, ancient emperors and great emperors in the life forbidden zone, the new emperor is the great medicine with a nourishing effect. Over the past 10,000 years, I don't know how many ancient emperors and great emperors have been surrounded and killed by them, swallowed as a delicious snack in the mouth. In this life, there is a true path to immortality. Therefore, all beings in the forbidden zone who are interested in becoming immortals do not want a new emperor to be born in this life, so that they will have an extra competitor. It is precisely because of this reason. The number of extreme monks in the forbidden zone who participated in this siege was incredible. With 36 supremes, ancient emperors and emperors. Just when the terrifying and terrible attacks of the extreme monks were about to fall near the pure white light group, silently, a peerless girl appeared out of thin air. It seemed that she had always been there, and had never left. But no monk could detect her existence. That kind of mysterious and predictable made many monks feel scared. Especially those monks who had experienced the dark turmoil. Their hearts were even colder at this moment. Their faces turned pale and ugly. The existence in the life forbidden zone has awakened again. Could it be that the cultivation prosperity that has just started in this life has not yet reached its peak, and it will face premature destruction in the blink of an eye? How could this be? There are too many of them. Can the new emperor stop them? Just when many cultivators were uneasy and frightened, suddenly, the avenue of time and space in the entire universe suddenly stagnated. Whether it was the terrifying attack that came close, or the other cultivators watching from a distance. Even the movement and changes of the stars in the sky. At this moment, they were all in an absolute state of stillness. At a glance, they were like little bugs in amber. Lifelike, but still and solidified. All the cultivators' minds and consciousness were in a blank and static state at this moment, looking at the entire universe. Only Zhao Yunyan herself could move freely at will, completely unaffected by the constraints of time and space. She didn't even look at the dozens of different extreme attacks, treating them as nothing. She just came to her clone. With her extraordinary vision, she could naturally see through the outer appearance of the pure white light, and see the real situation inside. The clone now has no trace of human form at all. It was a mysterious and unpredictable heavenly Tao seed, like the Lord God's big light ball. Through the external white light, Zhao Yunyan clearly saw the situation inside the heavenly Tao seed. That structure was almost no different from the heavenly Tao Nine Heavens world in the God's tomb. The heavenly Tao Yangjiu secret realm seed has finally been transformed and condensed successfully. It's worth my patience to wait for thousands of years. Looking at the heavenly Tao seed in front of her, Zhao Yunyan was very happy. She raised her hand and took it into her body. But she was not in a hurry to let this heavenly Tao seed and her own secret realm dragon ball intersect each other. The timing was not right at this moment. Her calm and indifferent eyes swept over the newly condensed blank heavenly heart seal. She waved her hand and broke it into pieces. She herself was the heavenly Tao, and she did not need the heavenly heart seal, a byproduct of the heavenly Tao. After dealing with the heavenly heart seal, Zhao Yunyan turned her head and looked at the various attacks in a state of stillness and solidification of time and space. Using this as the source, she traced back to the opponent's main body. Determine who the target of each attack is. I'd rather take the sacrifice that comes to my doorstep for free. Thanks to nature for the gift, Zhao Yunyan muttered to herself, and suddenly reached out to grab at the starry sky. In an instant, claw shadows appeared all over the sky. Each claw shadow was aimed at each target, accurately locked, and struck at each individual existence. In this state of time and space stillness, the Supremes, ancient emperors, and great emperors in the life forbidden zone had no reaction at all. And even their own minds and consciousness were in a stagnant and blank state. In a blink of an eye, the claw shadows in the sky were retracted and fell into Zhao Yunyan's palm one after another. The 36 emperors and emperors, at this moment, were like miniature dolls, just staying quietly in the 3-inch palm, motionless, without any reaction. Then, Zhao Yunyan took out the life altar, She casually stuffed the 36 emperors and emperors in, and walked out of the siege area leisurely. With a thought, she cancelled the terrible high-dimensional power of the incomplete innate Tao fruit, and lifted the time and space stillness blockade against the entire universe. In an instant, everything returned to normal. Boom boom boom. 36 different attacks, whether palm prints, sword lights, or halberd blades, all hit the ultimate place at this moment. The last remnants of that place were torn apart in an instant. Many things contained in the chaos immortal land, such as statues, caves, and various buildings, were affected by the attack force and shattered and exploded one after another. Like fireworks all over the sky, they scattered and flew in all directions. This was an extremely grand scene, like a great opportunity to give away, exploding the gold coins accumulated in the chaos immortal land, which made many cultivators' eyes stare straight. Those greedy people didn't care about the potential dangers at this moment. They rushed out like crazy, chasing after those extraordinary treasures, considering them as their own opportunities, and were not willing to let go easily. At this time, Zhao Yuniao was also activating the life altar on her own. Sacrificed these 36 guys who took the initiative to send their heads to the door, instantly transformed into the purest essence of life. Zhao Yuniao skillfully divided and added points, and put all this batch of new essence of life into her own spirit, energy, spirit and will. The next moment, she began to change. Chapter 387, Seeing Evil God Krusu. Just as the clone successfully survived the heavenly tribulation, the main body harvested a batch of sacrifices that were delivered to the door, which gave Zhao Yuniao another opportunity to improve and enhance her own qualifications. The 5 balanced enhancements of essence, spirit, will and desire brought different enhancement effects. The improvement of essence made her own special physical origin become more transcendent and thick, and naturally entered a new level. The structures such as blood, flesh, tendons, bones, membranes, marrow, and hair all evolved chaotic Tao rhyme. It seems to be born like this. As for the enhancement of Qi, it also made Zhao Yuniao's immortal life force in her body more magnificent and vast, with endless vitality and continuous flow, possessing the strong vitality of creation to nourish all things. So much so that at this moment, Zhao Yuniao was just standing in the starry sky, and the fluctuations of her life force on her body dissipated, which made the environment of this Dharma-ending universe suddenly reversed in an incredible way. The law of order became more active, and the spirit of heaven and earth surged like a tide. It was as if they had entered a super prosperous era of spiritual revival. At this moment, I don't know how many lifeless dead stars suddenly turned into new life planets with vitality because of the influence of Zhao Yuniao's own life breath. Flowers, plants, vines, insects, fish, birds, beasts, and even monks of various races. They also felt that their own vitality was being strengthened and extended, as if they were nourished by a super tonic, and were able to be reborn. Even those forbidden areas within the life forbidden area. At this moment, they felt that their own conditions had improved, and they woke up in shock one by one, opened their eyes, and looked at the figure of a girl standing in the starry sky. The other party was just standing there, as if he had become the center of the entire universe. Even though he had not refined the heavenly heart seal at all the order and laws of the entire universe spontaneously surrounded him, like a loyal servant crawling at his feet. The other party was clearly standing there, but it seemed as if he was in a different time and space. This feeling was so awkward and uncomfortable. It was really incredible. The Supreme of the Life Forbidden Zone was shocked and surprised when he saw this scene, especially the sudden incident just now. He did not notice the other party's move at all, and did not know when he counterattacked. However, similar extreme monks in different life forbidden zones disappeared out of thin air in an incredible way. The emergence of this strange situation was noticed by all the extreme monks. It made them very surprised and horrified. We actually lost a period of time and space, and we were completely unaware of what had just happened. Those 36 fellow Taoists disappeared out of thin air. Such a terrifying control over the avenue of time and space is simply incredible. Even Xiaoyao Tianzuan, who has extremely profound attainments in the field of time, only relied on his own creation of the Xing character secret to initially set foot in the field of time in a state of great perfection. But the other party can control and use the power of time and space, and is truly invincible. Could it be? This is a living true immortal? At this moment, many of the strongest people in the life forbidden zone could not help but communicate with each other through voice transmission. They were full of shock and horror, and did not expect the other party to be so strong. They did not even notice how they did it. It was just that the improvement of her current state made the beings in the restricted area unable to help but imagine and want to get more, so that they could directly recover to their peak state. But considering whether they could win, many emperors and ancient emperors in the restricted area had to endure. Instead, they focused on sensing and comprehending this mysterious fluctuation of the vitality of creation, trying to comprehend something from it, so that they could live again. At the same time, on the other side, for Zhao Yuniao, who stood proudly in the starry sky, the strengthening changes on her body were still continuing to unfold and penetrate into all aspects. The strengthening of the divine aspect once again made her own understanding more terrifying. What she saw, heard, touched, and listened to, all aspects, all made her naturally have some enlightenment and understanding of the great way of the universe. In terms of learning from nature, she has reached a new height. This is one of the manifestations of high understanding. In addition, the strengthening of the consciousness of the group also makes Zhao Yuniao's absolute life field, group consciousness, etc., all strengthened and amplified as a whole. The unique charm of the mind and consciousness of the Zerg Queen has become more and more transcendent. However, for those cultivators who can see Zhao Yuniao's own existence, the most conspicuous aspect, in addition to the indiscriminate spread of the vitality of creation, Zhao Yuniao's own appearance is the most dazzling and eye-catching. The already beautiful face, as well as the tall and graceful perfect figure, have also entered a new height under the continuous strengthening of the essence of the origin of life. Her figure and her appearance all have an incredible Dao rhyme. It is a kind of flawless and extreme beauty, so beautiful that the Dao rhyme is flowing. At this moment, all the creatures below the great Emperor realm, after seeing Zhao Yuniao's true face with their own eyes, could not bear the grand Dao rhyme contained in her appearance. The vast amount of Dao rhyme impacted their minds and instantly distorted their self-awareness. It was like a mortal facing the true face of the evil god Krusu. The Dao rhyme was too grand and rich, and the amount of information was too much, so that the mind and consciousness could not understand and analyze it, which led to the collapse of the mind and consciousness, and they became crazy and weird one by one. Zhao Yuniao clearly saw that many cultivators simply saw her appearance. They directly caused themselves to undergo strange distortions. Some cultivators grew many sticky tentacles. Some cultivators suddenly became covered with red hair. And some had eyeballs everywhere. And strange distortions of scales and feathers appeared. The originally peaceful group of cultivators turned into a group of terrifying and twisted monsters in the blink of an eye. Each of them was unconscious and crazy. From time to time, they would fight each other. However, no matter what kind of monster it was, they had an instinctive impulse to get close to Zhao Yuniao, the source of distortion. The more Dao rhyme they saw, the more distorted and twisted they became. However, under the pressure of Zhao Yuniao's own high-level life, these monsters did not dare to really get close, as if they were afraid of being directly assimilated and absorbed. The Quasi-Emperor saw my true face, just like a mortal facing Krusu. In this regard, Zhao Yuniao knew what was going on. This is a change affected by the information Dao rhyme that they cannot understand and recognize. Beyond the cognitive concept, it cannot be understood, and it will be assimilated by the relevant Dao rhyme. This is a convergent force Dao transformation. At a glance, all the cultivators of various races, who were near the ultimate place at this moment, from ordinary cultivators to quasi-emperors of the 9th level, all of them were assimilated and twisted into monsters just because they took a second look at Zhao Yuniao's true face. Chapter 388 Evil God's Followers. At a glance, all kinds of twisted and deformed monsters were in chaos in the starry sky, completely without any rationality, and were crazy. That kind of madness from the bones was even crazier than the lunatics. Just like the legendary group of abyss demons. Now I finally have the life characteristics of a high-dimensional higher life form, which cannot be fully recognized and understood by low-dimensional life. And I am not qualified to witness the whole picture. Just a few scales and claws are enough to contain a huge amount of information concepts. Unable to understand, distorted by information assimilation, I think that higher life forms are evil gods that distort everything. Little do they know that it is only because they cannot understand that height that this kind of transformation occurs. The evil god Krusu's distortion of everything is essentially a kind of informationization. Unable to bear it, he will be assimilated, just like Zhao Yuniao at this moment. Any cultivator below the great emperor realm is no longer qualified to see her true appearance. Once you try to spy forcibly, it will be like a mortal facing the evil god, and you will have to bear the influence of the power of the relevant aspects. Let yourself twist and go crazy, and turn into a monster, which is the inevitable result. Weak people don't even have the qualifications to look at beauty. Zhao Yuniao raised her white hands lightly, and her white fingers gently stroked her cheeks, feeling the delicate touch, which was so wonderful and comfortable. Even she herself couldn't help but want to indulge in it. Not to mention other ordinary cultivators, who are not as good as herself. Any existence, as long as the level of strengthening is high enough, will undergo incredible changes, even if it's just an ordinary appearance. Zhao Yuniao looked at the monsters that were assimilated and distorted by her own appearance. After carefully looking at them and thinking in her heart, some ideas and conjectures suddenly emerged. Can the existence of these distorted monsters be regarded as my own evil god's dependent species? In theory, this understanding seems to be correct. But how can I use the evil god's dependent species to bring me more benefits? Although these monsters have lost their previous self-reason and become crazy, but in other aspects, because they have been baptized and assimilated by higher-level information, they have produced a distorted influence, which has strengthened and improved these monsters themselves. They are more terrifying in their crazy state than in their normal state before. Inside the chaos immortal land of the ultimate land, my time has been accelerated for thousands of years. As a result, the independent time flow rate inside the Sandbox Civilization experimental site in the Kingdom of God in my body has been significantly improved. Now the civilization achievements of the 5 immortal paths of cultivation have evolved. Above the refining of the void and the merging of the Tao, it is to refine the Tao and become an immortal. At this point, the 5 immortal systems of heaven, earth, man, God, and ghost will evolve. And from then on, you will truly enjoy endless life and become an immortal. Zhao Yuniao swept a wisp of thought across the entire Kingdom of God in her body. Among them, there are all kinds of civilization development. For so many billions of years, she has been paying close attention almost all the time and clearly knows the direction of the internal civilization. The Jusian cultivation civilization system was once in its initial primitive stage. After her own sandbox civilization simulation evolution, it has truly been upgraded to the level of being able to achieve Taoism and become an immortal, allowing the cultivators themselves to become true immortals. Looking back, the first generation of cultivators in the Jusian world, such as the founder of the Qinyan sect, had a lifespan of only about 100 years. By the time of Daoxian, they have evolved to a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years. It is obvious that the cultivation civilization is progressing and improving. Zhao Yuniao suddenly felt curious about this. If she publicly spread the new Jusian cultivation civilization system she deduced there, what kind of subsequent changes would it cause? Unconsciously, Zhao Yuniao recalled the mysterious girl she had seen on Daju Peak before. When the other party saw her, she seemed very excited and happy, and wanted to say something to her. But she couldn't say it completely. Obviously, she was affected and disturbed by some force, so she couldn't say it. And what made her feel inexplicably weird was that the other party's lifetime and space seemed a little wrong, as if it didn't belong to this time and space era. Could it be that in the distant future Jusian world, there have been powerful cultivators who can go back in time, modify the past, and reverse the future? I just don't know how far away that era is from the Qinyan sect era where I am. Having done experiments on sandbox civilization, Zhao Yuniao naturally knows how difficult and arduous it is for civilization to evolve and improve. And the process is full of great accidental uncertainties. Before it develops to a certain level, a natural disaster or man-made disaster is enough to cause the budding civilization to collapse or regress a long distance in time. In more serious cases, it will be directly destroyed. But once the development of civilization reaches a certain level, the fighting and destructive power of civilization itself will be greatly enhanced. It will also bring civilization a faster chance of destruction and extinction. Powerful power, once used improperly, will destroy itself and make the long accumulation of the entire civilization disappear into ashes. It is precisely because of the existence of various uncertainties and accidents. That is why civilizations that can develop, no matter what type of civilization, must have experienced many crises of civilization destruction and come out of it with great difficulty. The older the civilization, the greater and more glorious it is. Soon, all kinds of thoughts and ideas flashed through Zhao Yuni's mind one after another. She had a general idea about the use of these evil gods' dependent species, The fundamental reason is related to the immortal way among the 5 immortal ways of cultivation. The power of incense and vows is related to the gods. But the power of incense and vows itself is only a part of the power of spiritual consciousness. It has a good use value for the improvement of the way of gods. Both positive and negative spiritual power have their value. It just depends on how to use these things. If it really comes to this aspect, whether your own realm is strong or not is actually not very important. A mortal with a pure mind and firm beliefs, compared with a cultivator with a strong realm but impure thoughts. Undoubtedly, the former has a better effect on the way of gods. But the way of gods evolved through sandbox civilization is not limited by spiritual will. It is more about the existence of information. I think, therefore I am. This is the essence of the way of gods in the 5 immortal ways of cultivation. What you think and hear are all equivalent to the information coordinate imprint of gods. If the information exists, the gods will be immortal. This kind of immortal way is more inclined to quantum immortality. They all use information to locate their own concept of existence. The so-called backlash of incense and faith does not exist in this immortal system. Whether it is right or wrong, as long as you remember it, it exists as information. Chapter 389 The Myriad Worlds in the Body. To this day, after the sandbox civilization evolution simulation of the kingdom of God in the body, Zhao Yunao has obtained the 5 immortals' great Dao civilization achievements of the cultivation system. Fully understand how to practice the 5 immortals. The 5 immortals of heaven, earth, man, God and ghost can indeed be combined with the 5 gods of the Dao Palace, so that the Dao Palace secret realm can also become a special new system and break free from the shackles of the secret realm law. But before that, complete the synthesis and construction of the Yang 9 in 6 infinite secret realms. Glancing at the large number of cultivators who have been twisted into monsters, Zhao Yu now took a step forward, suddenly turned around and left this place, and disappeared from the sight of all cultivators in the blink of an eye, without any trace. When she reappeared, she had appeared on the surface of a comet. This small comet with a diameter of about 1,000 miles was so lonely and flying in the universe, orbiting a blue giant in a reciprocating cycle. However, due to its large range of activities, it takes a long time to complete one revolution. Zhao Yuniao sat casually on the surface of a cliff, quietly looking at the magnificent starry sky and galaxy. At this moment, she didn't think about anything. Just sitting here quietly, she rarely relaxed her mind for a while. Her heart became empty and peaceful. It was not until a long time later that Zhao Yuniao came back to her senses and began to focus on her body. The Tiandao Yangjiu secret realm seed that had been condensed and transformed before was temporarily stored by her inside the Wheel Sea divine country. Looking at it with her mind, it was like a bright sun hanging high in the sky. With a wave of her hand, she took it out again. She took it in her hand and played with it carefully. Yang Jiu and Yin Lu are a collision and fusion of extreme Yang and extreme Yin. Like the source of clear and turbid air, once they are truly united, they will have the effect of infinite chaos. During the whole process, special attention should be paid to the repulsion and annihilation of the essence of 2 opposite extreme forces. This is also the only key point. Carefully sort out the details and key points to make sure you have a clear idea. Wait until you are ready. Zhao Yuniao put away the seed of Tiandao Yangjiu's secret realm in her hand again. But this time, she directly put it into the Hualong secret realm, which was also in a state of transformation. In it, a spine dragon was like a living thing, coiled inside this piece of flesh and blood. At the end of the dragon's tail, a lifelike Xiantian fairy vine was taking root here, and the seemingly tender and delicate vines climbed inside and outside the spine dragon, and stretched out different crystal leaves to the outside. This seemingly vivid fairy vine plant is actually not a real living thing, but a law fruit condensed by Zhao Yuniu's understanding and control of the innate creation. It also represents her gradual sublimation and transformation into a true innate sacredness. When the Tiandao Yangjiu secret realm seed, which was as bright as the sun, was taken in by Zhao Yuniao, the roots of the innate creation fairy vine suddenly spread like tentacles. Soon, the entire Tiandao seed was entangled and surrounded inside. Under Zhao Yuniu's intentional control, she began to let the entire Tiandao seed gradually merge into the innate creation fairy vine fruit, making it gradually become one. For this, she referred to the evolution and birth process of the Dragon Clan Holy Tree in the Changsheng realm. This allows the Xiantian creation immortal vine itself to possess the complete characteristics of the heavenly Dao Yangjiu seed. In this way, A more gentle and safe way can be used to promote the transformation and evolution of the Secret Realm Dragon Ball. The Secret Realm Dragon Ball, in the evolutionary state, is the future Xiantai Secret Realm Seed. Instead of direct fusion, it uses the Xiantian Dao fruit as a bridge to perform indirect fusion, just like adding a chaotic interval area between yin and yang. Then next, I only need to continue to practice the Xiantian Creation Holy Dragon Secret Book. And in the process of practicing transformation, the Secret Realm Dragon Ball itself can be absorbed by the heavenly Dao Yangjiu seed. Although doing so has a significant improvement in safety, it also takes longer than violent force fusion. However, for a practitioner like Zhao Yuniao who already has an infinite lifespan, it is really a very cost-effective thing to achieve his goal by spending enough time. There is no need to fight desperately for a short period of time, like the short-lived cultivators. They are afraid that they will accidentally exhaust their lifespan and fail to accomplish their great cause. Zhao Yuniao made a preliminary estimate. When she completely cultivated the ninefold content of the secret book of the innate creation Holy Dragon, her infinite secret realm seed would be able to transform. The two have already merged into a whole from the essence of existence. Just when Zhao Yuniao was distracted by integrating the ideas of the 5 immortals of cultivation and the 5 gods of the Taoist palace, suddenly, she seemed to have realized something and looked at the empty area in front of her. She saw that the essence of time and space there suddenly changed and condensed into a vortex-shaped dark passage entrance in the blink of an eye. Then, in the next moment, a Yangshan suddenly flew out. It flew towards Zhao Yuniao's body very naturally. Realizing that it was her Yangshan split soul that had returned and completed the witness of traveling through the worlds of the heavens and the universe, she did not take any precautions and allowed this Yangshan split soul to merge into her absolute life field. Then, the massive amount of information contained in the split soul was released. It was easily accepted by Zhao Yuniao's own collective consciousness. After a few breaths, Zhao Yuniao sorted out these contents and suddenly realized how to further evolve the world's avenue in her body. Special constitution, special blood, spiritual roots, magic cores, acupoints, etc. all represent a different existence. The more obvious the difference, the more corresponding differences in the order of the avenue related to it. Only by changing and being different can a state of blooming flowers be developed. Thus, it can complement the shortcomings, learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and make the overall structure perfect. After clarifying the specific evolution direction, the vast amount of cosmic crystals stored in advance in the tens of thousands of simple worlds contained in Zhao Yuniao's body exploded and melted, turning into the purest essence of the origin of the world and universe. Relying on the strength of its own collective consciousness, it can do many things at the same time. As a result, the tens of thousands of internal worlds began to evolve at the same time, and Zhao Yuniao constructed the internal world avenue. Inside each world is a different avenue system. It also affects the structure of the world itself, showing different types. It could be a worldview of the earth being round and the sky being square, or a worldview of the universe and the stars, or a worldview of the composite planes. It could be a world related to the living, or a world related to the dead. Tens of thousands of different world prototypes began to evolve in different directions at this moment, constructing the world avenue, and from then on embarking on different system paths. Chapter 390. The older, the more powerful. Observe with your mind and look down from an omniscient perspective. Zhao Yuniao clearly sees the evolution and birth of the myriad worlds in his body. Different world structures and different world avenues show a flourishing posture at this moment. Each has different advantages and different differences. Each world in the body can be regarded as an independent existence and development. But because of the connection between those three-dimensional Yangshan network pipelines, these tens of thousands of worlds in the body have a certain degree of connectivity. It is a state that is both independent and unified. As for the internal time avenue at the macro level, it also presents new changes in the myriad worlds in this body. Whether fast or slow, the flow rate of time is different. Looking closely, you can see that the long river of time flows in the three-dimensional Yangshan network, passing through each internal world, and evolving different branches of the long river of time. The time branches are immersed in it, showing different flow speeds in different worlds, like the different flow changes of the surging river in the mountains and plains. Witchcraft, fighting spirit, inner strength, cultivation, magic, secret medicine, source energy and supernatural powers, etc. These different world system views have different developments and evolutions. If the native creatures born in the inner world in the future are promoted to the level where they can contact time, they can use these different time branches to enter the mother body of the long river of time, and use them to travel through the heavens and the worlds, and freely travel between different worlds and universes. In this regard, Zhao Yuniao did not take any measures to restrict travel. The myriad worlds in the body also need a certain degree of communication. Knowing that there are worlds outside the world can better allow the internal civilization to develop and evolve. The more powerful these myriad worlds are, the more transcendent Zhao Yuniao will be. Now I finally have the characteristics of a higher life in the multiverse. My own existence is the aggregation of everything and the highest of all things. It's just that the myriad worlds in the body have just begun to evolve and be born. It will take some time to reach true maturity. The distraction of the cluster consciousness allows Zhao Yuniao to be keenly aware of her own improvement. Every moment, she is becoming stronger autonomously and passively. The stronger the myriad worlds in the body are, the stronger she will become. And her own strengthening can also drive the myriad worlds in the body to become stronger. The system situation has become a completely closed infinite internal cycle. Even if she does nothing in the future, she can grow and improve infinitely, because her own life source already has the foundation for the existence of the multiverse. How strong am I now? Zhao Yuniao opened her emerald eyes and looked at the starry sky of the universe. At a glance, everything in it was revealed. Whether it was time, space, or the existence of different laws of order, there were no secrets at all. She looked beyond the boundary of the universe. Her eyes penetrated the boundary, and clearly saw that there were many worlds around this universe. But almost all of them were larger than this universe and more vibrant. Obviously, they were not in the end of the law environment. Then, she turned her head to look at the Taichu ancient mine, and saw through the special cross-boundary passage contained in the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. Inside, there were a lot of corpses of true immortals and immortal kings. Some were even in a state of corpse transformation and spiritual communication. Among them, there were 6 corpses of immortal kings, which were made into specimens of the law and placed near an old ancient temple. From these 6 corpses of immortal kings, Zhao Yuniao saw the complete inheritance of the 6 paths of reincarnation heavenly art. Each specimen of the corpse of an immortal king is a type of reincarnation heavenly art. 6 of the 7 immortal kings in the ancient era of immortals. The corpses are all in the depths of the Taichu ancient mine. In addition to these 6 corpses of immortal kings, there are other immortal kings. However, it seems that the system they cultivated is not the immortal king system, but has the same size as the immortal king. The law aura entangled with it seems to be the immortal king. Zhao Yuniao looked out and observed, overlooking the hidden secrets inside the Taichu ancient mine. However, no matter which one it is, the existence time is too old, so that various strange and terrifying terrains have evolved inside it, binding many big guys inside. If not, any corpse transformed true immortal that escapes from the inside is enough to slaughter all the creatures in the universe. At the other end of this mysterious road, the Yin Spirit Death aura is indeed very dense. Like the Netherworld, the Yin Spirit Death aura plays a significant role in the transformation of these true immortals and quasi-immortal kings and immortal kings. The great underworld universe where Yin spirits gather looks really powerful. It is worthy of being a huge universe where quasi-immortal emperors sit in all the year round and immortal emperors occasionally show up. From the things deep in this mysterious cross-border passage, Zhao Yuniao saw some unknown secrets. There are some special backup arrangements inside this universe, which can be used to prevent strange invasions, which can be regarded as a disguised protection of the existence of this universe. The arrangement of these special backup plans is also an invisible deterrent. It makes the powerful Yin spirit universe on the opposite side dare not invade here at will. It seems that there is a high probability that it is a precautionary backup plan left by Emperor Huang Tian. This cross-border passage deep in the Taichu ancient mine is now sealed and will not be easily opened and activated. The residences of those Taichu Forbidden Zone Supremes on weekdays are not even the outermost edge of the Taichu ancient mine. They are just wandering around the entrance area and dare not go deep at will. But even so, the Taichu ancient mine, a life forbidden zone, is still the most powerful one, because there are too many secrets and benefits inside. In just a short while, Zhao Yuniao clearly felt that she had become much stronger. The evolution of the heavens and the worlds in her body has entered a primitive stage when the world was first opened. The 8 extraordinary meridians, 12 regular meridians, and the Zhoutian small meridians belonging to her own. They were reconstructed by her in her own life field. Around these meridians, there are 365 divine acupoints, like bright stars, fixed around the meridians. They are connected as a whole to form a grand star map. The divine acupoints, meridians, and the star map itself evolved into her own sixth secret realm. As for the heavens and myriad worlds in the body, it can be regarded as the seventh secret realm. The sixth and seventh secret realms have been opened up, but I have never practiced the Tao Palace secret realm and the Xiantai secret realm. The leap forward practice of this secret realm method does have some merits. There is no need to improve step by step, looking inward to observe the only chaotic dantian contained in the sixth secret realm. Zhao Yuniao distracted her attention to the Tao Palace secret realm itself, and carefully thought about how to better combine this only chaotic dantian with the Tao Palace secret realm itself. Different cultivation systems need to be fully integrated into one in order to mobilize all forces at the same time. In this process, they can also complement each other's weaknesses and strengthen each other. However, if the five gods are transformed into five immortals, the linkage of the system must be considered. Chapter 391 Transmission. Now the myriad worlds in my body have finally entered a new state of evolution, which also means that things in this regard can be put aside for the time being. Then, Zhao Yuniao sensed the only chaotic dantian in her body. After her own sacrifice and refinement, this thing has become like a cosmic embryonic seed, with a chaotic and hazy interior, with a primitive state before the creation of heaven and earth. If you want to accommodate the five immortals of cultivation and the five gods of the secret realm into one, you must first have a common core. That is, the foundation for the cultivation of the five gods and the five immortals. In addition, it is necessary to transform the origin of the five gods of the Tao Palace into the corresponding immortal seeds, before trying to evolve the next stage system with the immortal seeds. Different thoughts and ideas quickly flashed in Zhao Yuniao's mind. She focused on observing the situation of her Tao Palace Dao clone. After the overall time acceleration of the ultimate land of chaotic immortal land, she was able to live for thousands of years inside it. Let the third clone grow and develop greatly. Now it is close to the time of birth. Zhao Yuniao is not anxious at all, just patiently waiting slowly. Anyway, she has no shortage of time. Taking this opportunity, she plans to sort out the next five immortals. Just when Zhao Yuniao was aimlessly floating in the starry sky, the matter of the previous extreme heavenly tribulation has also begun to be spread and developed more. What surprised and puzzled many cultivators was that this unknown mysterious new emperor had clearly successfully passed the extreme heavenly tribulation. But for some reason, he did not refine the heavenly heart seal. This point, no matter how they figured it out. But if the heavenly heart seal was not refined, the other party would have something similar to the extreme pressure. And it felt more terrifying than the extreme pressure. Too many doubts and puzzles filled the hearts of many cultivators. But there was no answer or result at all. However, there was one thing they were very clear about. That is, if the heavenly heart seal was not refined, other cultivators in the entire universe still had the opportunity to compete for the Tao in this world. This was a great surprise for those geniuses who were determined to become Tao. This time, I will never miss it again. I will definitely become the Tao Emperor in this life. There was a self-proclaimed genius of the Demon Clan who appeared in the world, standing at the initial stage of the Demon Clan's ancient Starry Sky Road, and made a bold statement. Then he took the initiative to kill towards the deeper ancient Starry Sky Road. There was also a peerless demon who had been hidden for many years on the ancient road of the gods, and walked out of the ancestral land with a cold face, and set off without saying a word. But as soon as he set off, he killed many famous geniuses. In the blink of an eye, he went from being a nameless person to a famous and popular genius. And on the ancient road of the human race, many things also happened, or it was glorious and known by many cultivators, such as the Overlord, the Poet Fairy, the Pung Demon King, the Fairy Qingyin, and other young cultivators. There were also those with special physiques such as Ziyun and Yoguang who were dormant and practicing in secret, including Yifan himself. He had already set out on the road, stepped into the initial stage of the ancient road of the human race, and began his own rapid growth. Wherever he went, he could be said to be fighting against heaven and earth, and his reputation was great. Even the cultivation method of his own practice has begun to create his own scriptures, and gradually improved his own law and Tao in the experience. For a moment, on the ancient starry sky roads of various races, there was a prosperous scene of all things thriving and flourishing. It seemed that the speed was accelerated because of the previous extreme heavenly tribulation. However, as time went on, when some news came out from the only true road deep in the ancient starry sky road, many cultivators of various races were shocked. Most of the cultivators, who went to the ultimate place of the one true path, turned into terrible monsters. In a restaurant in an ancient city, a genius cultivator of the human race said in disbelief, "It is said that many quasi-emperors appeared at that time. In the era when the great emperor did not appear, they were invincible. How did it become like this? What happened? I heard some rumors, but I don't know if they are true." Not far away, another beautiful female cultivator said, "It is said that the new emperor has attained enlightenment." And some cultivators saw the mysterious new emperor. Then they twisted and changed inexplicably and became crazy monsters. Now everyone in the one true path is going crazy. In the seat near the window, there is also a purple-haired strong man in a purple robe with a solemn expression. Then join the topic about the one true path. I have also heard about this incident. Those monsters have lost all reason. They are only twisted and crazy. They are even more powerful and terrifying than before the transformation. Even a quasi-emperor as strong as him has been twisted and turned into a crazy monster. Only an alternative enlightened person and a great emperor can make a quasi-emperor so powerless to resist. I just don't know why this mysterious new emperor did this. In this regard, some cultivators had some guesses in their hearts, with a thoughtful look in their eyes. He said his guesses. Perhaps it is related to the ultimate land. Those cultivators of various races who rushed there are all competing for the various opportunities in the ultimate land. And that mysterious new emperor caused the heavenly tribulation of enlightenment inside the ultimate land. Perhaps it was because of the competition for opportunities that angered the mysterious new emperor, causing him to settle accounts with his previous competitors after successfully surviving the heavenly tribulation. For such a major event, many cultivators could not help but talk about it. They all felt solemn for the next starry sky ancient road. Once the twisted monsters on the other side of the only true road turned back and ran to the starry sky ancient road, it would inevitably cause a lot of bloodshed and killing. At that time, it is unknown how many cultivators will die because of this. After all, among these twisted monsters, there are many quasi-emperor 9th level realms. It turned out to be the Overlord. I didn't expect him to be here too. In the restaurant, a passerby soon recognized the identity of the purple-haired man and immediately showed a shocked expression on his face. I didn't expect to meet the famous Overlord in this place. When the identity of the Overlord was exposed, more cultivators on the scene immediately shifted the topic to the Overlord, talking about the Saint Body fan who was also famous on the starry sky ancient road. Everyone knew that there would be a life and death battle between the heavenly Overlord body and the ancient Saint Body. This was the mutual hatred and hostility from the origin of the special physique. At the same time, in the corner seat of this ancient city restaurant, Hua Yunfei, who was aliased as Ziyun, was wearing a black dress and a black veil, sitting there quietly listening to many cultivators talking about the only true road and the starry sky ancient road. Through this, she learned a lot of news, and her heart gradually became solemn. Yaoguang, that guy, is really Loki now. These guys don't know how terrible the guy is. Chapter 392, Each of Their Own Paths. Thinking back to the low-key dormancy of the son of Yaoguang over the years, Hua Yunfei felt a little creepy in his heart, with a chilling sense of horror. Fortunately, she is now mainly based on the body of Ziyun. Her original star body was previously restricted by the shackles of the devouring heaven demon art and could not be completely freed, so she secretly abandoned it. As a target in the open, it is used to attract some harmful attention. The real backup plan for survival is all in the new body of the innate Tao fetus. And with the most suitable Western Emperor Sutra, all the potential of the innate Tao fetus can be fully exerted. There is no need to create a special method. For the innate Tao fetus, the Emperor Scripture Western Emperor Scripture is the most suitable exclusive practice. Just like the degree of fit between the innate holy body Tao fetus and the initiate Scripture, there is no realm shackles or barriers when practicing the Western Emperor Scripture with the innate Tao fetus. You can practice directly to the realm of the Great Emperor. There is no need to create your own method, because the Western Emperor Mother, who is also an innate Tao fetus, has already explored all the mysteries of the innate Tao fetus with her own extreme Tao ancient Emperor realm, and then created the Western Emperor Scripture to match it. After that, the innate Tao fetus practices the Western Emperor Scripture, which is to copy and think with the standard answer. It is completely and absolutely in line with the origin. And there is no difference or omission. You only need to thoroughly understand the Western Emperor scripture to become an emperor. Now, with the exclusive innate Tao fetus practice of the Western Emperor scripture, I have secretly promoted to the realm of the first stage of the Saint King. I just don't know to what extent the Holy Sun Yogwang is practiced now. Although the aptitude of the innate Tao fetus is strong, it is still not as good as the aptitude close to the chaos body. Thinking of the huge gap between the chaos body and the innate Tao fetus, Hua Yunfei felt heavy in his heart. The complete physical origin of the innate Tao fetus is only 1/10,000th of the component of the synthetic chaos body. From this aspect, a rough estimate can be made to judge how terrible the aptitude gap between the two is. She even needs to try her best to catch up with the other party's back. But the gap between the two sides is still expanding. After all, the current Yogwang saint has not yet cultivated the chaos body, which means that his aptitude and realm are still in a state of rapid improvement and transformation. Sooner or later, I will personally understand the grievances between us. The purple eyes swept across the scenery outside the window. The exquisite and beautiful face hidden under the black veil seemed a little fierce and cruel. At the same time, on the other side, on a life planet near the ancient starry road of the human race, the Holy Sun Yogwang looked at the huge coffin in front of him, his eyes full of depth and calmness. He waved his hand to open the coffin lid, revealing the dusty corpse of the great saint inside. Even though the pressure of the great saint spread, Yogwang was not moved at all, because he was now a true quasi-emperor. The netherworld divine body is another special physical origin. I am one step closer to the chaos body of the devouring heaven magic art. But as I get closer to the state of the chaos body, the erosion and assimilation from the chaos becomes more intense. The universe itself does not allow the acquired reverse evolution and synthesis of the chaos body. He wanted to break the assimilation erosion brought by chaos to prevent himself from being possessed by chaos. However, for now, his own accumulation of relevant foundation has not reached the level of being able to break chaos. How can he break chaos if he has not become chaos himself? After concentrating for a moment, Yogwang suddenly used the method of swallowing the origin of the devouring heaven magic art. A black divine power pipeline suddenly emerged from his own Wilsey secret realm and accurately pierced into the body of the great sage in front of him. Then, a series of strange sounds rang out. It was as strange as swallowing a drink of juice. The special physical origin of the netherworld divine body was extracted and stripped out, and flowed along the divine power pipeline into his own Wilsey secret realm, and was refined and fused at the same time. Let this new special physical origin gradually become a part of himself. With the further improvement of his own qualifications, he moved closer to the chaotic body. The erosion and assimilation from chaos was also enhanced and improved. That kind of emptiness and darkness seemed to completely engulf and absorb his mind and consciousness. Let him lose himself in the perception of chaos. Yogwang's expression remained unchanged, as he had already expected this. After completing the extraction and refining of the special physical essence of the nether god body, he skillfully operated the immortal heaven art to completely suppress the various effects of the devouring heaven demon art. This was used to reduce the assimilation erosion from chaos, so that he could remain calm for a long time. But soon, Yogwang frowned slightly unconsciously. He felt that the effect of this suppression and resistance had been significantly weakened, and it was not as completely suppressed as before. The instinctive fear of walking on thin ice made Yogwang unconsciously tense his mind. It seems that I am still not good enough in the comprehension and practice of immortal heaven art. Now I have only absorbed and integrated a few thousand special physical essences, and I am still far from 10,000 physical essences. But I have already shown this shaky feeling. Then next, I need to seriously comprehend and practice immortal heaven art. And it would be best if I can fully master the secret of breaking through chaos and absorbing and using chaos to achieve my own true meaning. He casually glanced at the shriveled and withered corpse of the great sage. Yogwang waved his sleeves and shattered the remaining corpse into ashes, trying not to leave any traces of demon art of devouring the sky. After all, the reputation of the demon emperor of devouring the sky is too bad. He is almost a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats him. As the inheritor, he naturally has the reputation of being born to be the enemy of all cultivators. Even if he doesn't want to, he can't help himself. As he thought about it, Yogwang couldn't help but think of Li Feiyu, who claimed to be the Yogwang true saint. He hadn't seen her for hundreds of years. He didn't know if she was hiding somewhere, quietly developing and improving herself like himself, or if she had already been killed by a powerful monk who was hostile to the devouring heaven magic art. I asked them, and they said they didn't know the existence of you, the true saint. I don't know if you are boldly pretending to be the inheritor of the magic art, or are those old guys deceiving me and not telling me the truth? Or are you the hidden true inheritor who is only known to a very few people? Thinking of Li Feiyu, the mysterious female monk, Yogwang wanted to meet her again. Whether she was the true inheritor or the pretended inheritor, he wanted to talk to her in person. Any cultivator who practices the heaven-devouring demonic art will inevitably be assimilated and eroded by the chaos. I just don't know how you will choose to deal with this assimilation and erosion. The result of failing to resist is that you will be taken over by the chaos and replaced. Chapter 393: A New Era. Gradually, as time went by, the turmoil in the ultimate land and the only true road began to gradually spread to the different ancient starry roads connected to them. Whether it was the ancient road of the human race, the ancient road of the demon race, the ancient road of the god race, etc. Without exception, all were affected by the tide of twisted monsters, forcing many monks to stop at different ancient road checkpoints and not dare to go deep easily, for fear of any bad accidents. It was just that some weaker monsters were killed by normal monks, and their flesh, blood, marrow, and other things full of mysterious Tao rhyme were taken to try to study and explore the reasons for their mutation. Soon, the second generation of twisted and deformed monks were triggered. In terms of the degree of mutation, the mutation of the second generation was not as good as the change of the first generation. However, the degree of madness was slightly weaker than that of the first generation, and even the enhancement brought by the twisted Tao rhyme was not as strong as that of the first generation. Even the third generation of twisted mutants soon evolved. However, as more weak and twisted mutants of the second generation appeared, some monks soon discovered that the flesh, blood, bone marrow, skin, membrane, hair, etc. of these mutants had become a kind of spiritual object rich in the charm of Tao. Whether it is eaten raw, taken to make pills, or even used to make tools, it is a very good and excellent raw material. Its effect is comparable to those tonics with a long medicinal age. In this case, for these stubborn monks who are like raising goo, it is simply a tonic that can move by itself, running around all over the ground. And the number is countless. There were so many opportunities that they made my eyes dizzy, and almost all the monks were excited. They had never expected such a gift from nature. Since then, the fight between normal monks and twisted mutants has immediately become fierce. And the fight has become more fierce and dangerous than before. What is this? Has the era of magic potions arrived? Zhao Yunyao noticed the fight between the mutants and normal monks, and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why does this spread of distortion feel like the pollution of the weird clan? If I continue to strengthen and improve in the future, I will further enhance the appearance of the source of the twisted mutation. Then wouldn't I be the new source of the weird ancestor? According to the strength of the life altar. If it really continues to strengthen like this, I'm afraid that in the future, when the weird clan meets me, they will have to make way for me and welcome me as the new weird ancestor. Even the weird clan is distorted by her appearance and suffers crazy deformation, become an indescribable dependent existence. If this really happens, it can only mean that they are too weak and don't even have the qualifications to see my true face. So they are distorted and assimilated by the Tao rhyme contained in it. It's not me who is wrong, but these weaklings. In this regard, Zhao Yunyao is completely justified and believes that there is nothing wrong with him. The strengthening and improvement of the life altar starts from the most essential source level, which is equivalent to improving the innate qualifications that are born with it. And it is a real grand road. It is not the kind of situation where the self is distorted and changed, and even the self-awareness is lost. As for the fights and killings between normal cultivators and twisted mutants, as the instigator, Zhao Yunyao had no intention of intervening personally. Even if some of the cultivators with deep thoughts planned to capture some twisted mutants and keep them in captivity, then they would actively pollute and twist other normal cultivators. In this way, they could obtain a steady supply of special spiritual objects for themselves and achieve sustainable development. Now the environment of the entire universe has changed dramatically because of my existence. From the environment of the end of the law to a super prosperous era with abundant resources and rich essence. In the future, cultivators above the saint level will appear like a blowout. He was slightly distracted to sense the situation on the ancient starry roads of various races. Then, Zhao Yunyao focused his main attention on his body. The third clone. The divine tomb heavenly Tao. which had been nurtured for thousands of years, was finally about to be successfully born. After waiting for so long, it's finally time to complete it. When the third clone is born, the Tao Palace secret realm will start to evolve and change its essence of existence. And we can start to deal with it. Then, in the following time, Zhao Yunao just stayed where she was. Let the cold comet under her fly around on its own. Soon, another 2.5 months passed by unknowingly. As silent as a white horse passing by, Zhao Yunao, who was drifting aimlessly in the starry sky, suddenly felt the throbbing in her body. A new self-existence was successfully born and formed. She made precise observations with the absolute life field, and soon saw the Tao-I Tao seed split open, revealing a pure white light ball like the main god's big light ball from the inside. That was her third clone, the divine tomb heavenly Tao. When the third clone appeared, its existence naturally merged into the absolute life field, and then into every part of the body. Boom! Crack! Crack! In an instant, the corresponding heavenly Tao evolved almost simultaneously in the system of the heavens and myriad worlds in the body. Each supreme heavenly Tao is completely different. But the same thing is that the existence of these supreme heavenly Taos is Zhao Yunyao's own Yangshan. The mysterious Yangshan, therefore, became the main body of the great Tao in the body. Tens of thousands of different supreme heavenly Taos exist completely independently. There is a certain degree of deep connection between them. The structure at the overall level blends with the absolute life field. And then the order and law contained in the absolute life field itself begins to undergo a mysterious change. It's just that the time is still short. So this overall change is not strong enough. It takes enough time to wait for it to evolve on its own. Zhao Yunao carefully felt the changes in the absolute life field. And suddenly a sense of enlightenment came to his mind. He couldn't help but think secretly. The absolute life field of the Witch clan's body is itself a carrier of the law of order, and is one of the manifestations of Tao. This is why the Witch clan's body is so powerful, and has various innate magical powers. Then from the perspective of the secret realm method, the absolute life field possessed by the Witch clan's body is not a very special pure physical secret realm. According to this idea, carefully observe the details of the changes in the absolute life field now. Zhao Yunao saw a continuous evolution that seemed to be consistent with the secret realm method. The absolute life field can indeed be regarded as a new physical secret realm. Then this should be regarded as my own 9th secret realm. As for the situation of the 8th secret realm, Zhao Yunao already had an idea in his mind. That is related to the 5 immortals of cultivation. Let the 5 immortals of cultivation, heaven, earth, man, God and ghost, evolve their own 5 immortal secret realms, and use this to further integrate the cultivation system with the secret realm system. Chapter 394 Integration. When the 3 special clones of Tao Self, Death Self, and True Self in the Tao Palace secret realm were all conceived and formed, the entire Tao Palace secret realm itself naturally changed accordingly. There was a mysterious chanting of scriptures that appeared in the Tao Palace secret realm. It was like the self in the previous life praying for the present life. And it was like the self in the future blessing the present. That level of mystery made Zhao Yunao feel the mysterious truth of the eternal true self. The 5 gods are always there, endlessly, from then on. For normal secret realm practitioners, it can be regarded as a true transcendental fundamental transformation, allowing the potential in their bodies to be released and strengthened. However, my own Tao Palace secret realm, because of the integration of the life essence of the 3 clones, made the 5 gods of the Tao Palace and it also undergo similar changes. Through this, Zhao Yunao keenly realized that his own Tao Palace 5 gods could go out and exist independently, just as mysterious and special as his own independent clones. However, the impact of not being able to practice and improve independently still exists. Unlike those independent clones in the devouring gene system, they can practice and improve themselves independently. If you want to transform the 5 gods of the Tao Palace into the 5 immortals of cultivation, you must have the ability to practice independently. Otherwise, you cannot perfectly integrate the 5 immortals of heaven, earth, man, God, and ghost. Thinking about things in her mind, Zhao Yunyao's own thoughts suddenly opened and activated all the potential gates inside the Tao Palace secret realm. The vast life potential surged out like a torrent. This further improves and strengthens all aspects of herself. A complete secret realm in the body was activated by Zhao Yunao in the blink of an eye, and the cultivation control was completed. Such efficiency is far beyond the cognition of low-level cultivators. because she is looking down and analyzing from a higher realm. It can be regarded as a bird's-eye view. Her cultivation efficiency is naturally extraordinary and fast. The Tao Palace secret realm was cultivated in an instant, and the 5 Tao Palace gods inside it naturally evolved and formed, turning into 5 gods, with the same body shape and appearance as themselves. However, the life attributes contained in these gods themselves are obviously different. They are respectively in line with gold, wood, water, fire and earth. However, such 5 Tao Palace gods are not the type that Zhao Yunniao wants. Therefore, she began to return the existence of the 5 Tao Palace gods to their origin. It gradually turned them into the embryo of the gods in the most initial state. For example, the embryo of the gods inside the heart of the gods is an uncultivated lotus, red and hot, like a fire lotus. The 5 internal organs have different properties and functions, so the conditions of the embryos of the gods in them are also different. The only chaotic Dantian is like a primitive universe, and everything inside is in an uncivilized state. Zhao Yunniao observed carefully with his mind and consciousness, and decided in his heart, merge the Taoist Palace secret realm itself with the only chaotic Dantian, so that the essence of the 2 existences will return to one. Then the Taoist Palace secret realm itself will also become something with the concept of the primitive universe. Use the uncivilized primitive universe prototype to nurture the 5 gods' embryos. Nourish and transform them into the 5 immortals, just like the evolution of the innate sacred. This will help me break the shackles of not being able to practice and break through the previous restrictions of the clones. With our current collective consciousness, it is easy to deal with these thoughts. The existence of tens of thousands of supreme, heavenly ways in her body can be regarded as her own independent mind and can handle different things. With this, she quickly deduced the Taoism she needed. While thinking, Zhao Yunniao began to adjust the basic system in her body. The Tao Palace secret realm in the secret realm method, and the Meridian Dantian in the cultivation method blended with each other, making the 2 an inseparable whole. Silently, a faint divine light naturally emanated from the outside of Zhao Yunniao's body. It made her look like an innate sacred. The seemingly soft divine white light was naturally emitted, making the universe and the starry sky brighter. But in it, it also contained Zhao Yunniao's own law and Taoism, so that wherever she passed, for ordinary cultivators, it was a place of disaster and opportunity. It contains many deadly dangers, but also new natural treasures. In a very famous checkpoint on the ancient human starry sky road, Yao Guang, Hua Yunfei and others, who have gathered all their power and momentum, came to this place one after another. This is a huge city floating in the starry sky. The uneven surface of the city wall is full of modeled images of time. It has obviously existed for a very long time. And below this suspended ancient city, there is a huge planet. In the starry sky above its equator, there are circles of very obvious star rings. The colorful and dazzling star rings are as ethereal and hazy as the light fog. It sets off this lifeless planet with magnificent beauty. At this moment, many monks of all ages are surrounding the star rings of this planet, carefully sensing the star rings themselves and comprehending the power of transformation from them. This is a special opportunity planet that can make monks die in transformation. According to some ancient books in the ancient city, there was once a great saint who comprehended the secret of transformation here, but accidentally comprehended too deeply and was intoxicated by it. Then he unconsciously led himself to transform into the Tao. Then this unknown great saint himself died quietly in the process of comprehension, without even a corpse. But similarly, if you can comprehend the secret of the power that allows monks to transform into the Tao, it will naturally become a huge killer for yourself against the enemy. In addition, when approaching the edge of the Tao, one can more deeply experience and comprehend the various mysteries of the secret realm in the body, providing different foundations for one's own practice. It is for this reason that the number of cultivators here is almost constant, even though from time to time there are cultivators who unconsciously die in the Tao. The erosion and assimilation of chaos is also a change in the power of the Tao. If I can comprehend this thing, I will definitely be able to resist the assimilation from chaos. I, Yao Guang, must decide my own future. Instead of being hindered by this difficulty, Yao Guang looked at the beautiful and dead planet from afar, with a trace of expectation and caution in his eyes. His current state is already on the verge of being assimilated by chaos. If he is not careful here, the power of the Tao here will induce his own chaos assimilation. He will inevitably die suddenly and be possessed by chaos. He can feel that chaos actually has a special will. It's just that kind of will is more inclined to the ruthless and desireless way of heaven. For now, Yogwon can only feel and perceive these. As for more things about the will of chaos, he doesn't know much. And he is still far from the chaotic body. Chapter 395 Crisis. In the vast starry sky, a dead planet full of the power of the Tao is rotating and circling in this galaxy according to a certain established law. The gorgeous star ring at the equator is extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It is as colorful as the aurora in the deep sky. Around this planet, many human male and female cultivators are floating in the starry sky outside the star ring, carefully sensing and comprehending the power of the Tao here, and comprehending the secrets of the Tao of order contained therein. Among them, in a certain marginal corner, the holy son Yogwon stayed here. He did not dare to approach this Tao planet easily. He kept a safe distance farther than normal cultivators, and comprehended the mysterious opportunities here very cautiously. As for his own quasi-emperor cultivation, he took the initiative to hide it. Only the level of the 9th step of the Saint Realm was revealed to the outside world. Yogwon naturally noticed Hua Yunfei's arrival, and also comprehended the Tao opportunity here. But at this moment, he did not want to swallow Hua Yunfei's furnace cauldron casually. If he really swallowed it by force, it would indeed further enhance the strength of his special physique. But he himself was not sure that he could suppress the erosion and assimilation from chaos. In his later years, the second generation of the Devouring Demon Emperor created the Immortal Heaven art specifically to restrain the Devouring Demon art. It seems that he was also affected by the erosion and assimilation of chaos. Even the old body left by his transformation was sacrificed and refined into the Devouring Demon pot. This completely cuts off the assimilation and erosion of chaos. As the true descendant of the Holy Son of Yogwon Holy Land, Yogwon naturally knows a lot about the Devouring Demon Emperor and knows his past and origins. Even the original founder of the Yogwon Holy Land. He was also a fellow villager of the Devouring Demon Emperor, and was able to be taught the Devouring Demon art and Immortal Heaven art, even many tens of thousands of years ago. On a thunderstorm night, the other party appeared in person to help the Yogwon Holy Land to refine a dragon-patterned black gold tripod, using this extreme imperial weapon to suppress and protect the Yogwon Holy Land. However, until now, those foreign monks who later joined the Yogwon Holy Land, they tried to steal the Yogwon Holy Land and take it for themselves, and said that they, the true descendants of the Yogwon Holy Land of the Devouring Demon Emperor's lineage, were a group of evil demons and outsiders, saying that they were outsiders and wanted to invade and occupy the Yogwon Holy Land in turn. It was really a distortion of right and wrong and nonsense. Today's Yogwon Holy Land Saint Yao, she is the saint elected by those outsiders, and is not the true pure direct line of the Yogwon Holy Land at all. When I become an emperor in the future, I will come and take care of all your foundations. You are the outsiders who are trying to steal the Yogwon Holy Land. Yogwon felt a little gloomy about this. His true origin is the descendant of the villagers of the Devouring Demon Emperors. He is a legitimate descendant and has high hopes from many people, because some of the outsiders in the Holy Land are now too powerful to be eliminated. His responsibility is to grow up quickly and deal with those outsiders who are trying to occupy the Yogwon Holy Land, leaving only those who are obedient and have no ambitions. At the beginning, we accepted outsiders to join the Holy Land in an attempt to further expand the power of the Holy Land. Although the power of the Holy Land did grow and develop as a result, the struggle for power and profit between them has also become much more intense. Until now, it has become a bit too big to be removed, and a wolf has been brought into the house. With such a responsibility and burden, Yogwon had to work hard to practice seriously. Among the group of self-proclaimed outsiders, there is a quasi-emperor. If he wants to uproot them, it is not safe enough with his current quasi-emperor cultivation. And that kid named Yifan is really indiscriminate. He believed the lies and nonsense of those outsiders, was fascinated by Yao Shi, and actually attacked us, the real direct members of the Yogwon Holy Land, and helped those outsiders who tried to steal and occupy the Holy Land. One day in the future, Yifan, this kid, will also have to get rid of Yao Shi. Just when Yogwon was distracted thinking about things in his heart, suddenly, he keenly sensed a strong sense of threat coming from a distance, at a very fast speed, like the speed of light. Shocked in his heart, Yogwon quickly distanced himself skillfully, trying to escape from this area. Another cultivator who had the same reaction was Hua Yunfei, who also practiced the demon devouring heaven art. The two of them had devoured the essence of many special physiques. so that their own foundations became extremely deep and terrifying. And their spiritual perception and intuitive crisis were far beyond ordinary cultivators. But their reaction speed was very fast. And the invisible threat came even faster. In the eyes of Hua Yunfei and Yoguang, it was just a series of white lights, which looked completely harmless and carried a sacred and transcendent Dao rhyme. It was more brilliant than the light of the flying fairy, and mysterious beyond words. However, in the perception of Hua Yunfei and Yoguang, the Dao rhyme contained in this white light was a little too grand and transcendent, and it was impossible to fully understand it. And it carried an inexplicable danger. It was a kind of assimilation from the Dao principle and Dao rhyme, which was no different from the Dao light of the planet. If you are touched, you are likely to be affected by the assimilation in Dao. And you must escape from here. Yoguang looked at the sacred white light that was getting closer and closer, and felt a chill in his heart. He was at the level of a quasi-emperor. And at this moment, he had no time to hide. He showed it without hesitation and ran away. His speed was incredible. Hua Yunfei, who also noticed Yoguang's actions, was even more shocked by this guy's forbearance and low-keyness. How long has it been? And he has already become a quasi-emperor? He is much better than a high-level saint like me. But soon, Hua Yunfei's body was no longer able to care about Yoguang's affairs. Now a bigger threat has suddenly appeared here. While he was running away, he quickly looked back. He saw that when the sacred white light shone past, the originally normal cultivator immediately twisted and mutated into a strange monster. Some limbs have all turned into tentacles, or all kinds of eyeballs have grown on their bodies. Some have even turned into strange and weird half-plant appearances. Each of them has a very bizarre appearance. Completely bizarre and strange. Enough to be called a monster. Is this the distorted light of disaster that occurred in the ultimate land? How could it suddenly appear in this place? Seeing this change suddenly, Hua Yunfei was horrified, and couldn't believe that the disaster came so suddenly and quickly, which caught all the monks present off guard. The sacred white light shone through, and all living things were distorted and mutated. Involuntarily became the life of Zhao Yunyo's dependents. Perhaps, in this place, in this sudden crisis, it is also a good opportunity to eliminate the shackles of this identity. Seeing that he could not outrun the sacred white light at all, Hua Yunfei felt relieved. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes unconsciously. Chapter 396 Strong and Weak. In the vast starry sky, Zhao Yunyao sat alone on the surface of a comet, letting it drift aimlessly in the starry sky. However, the white sacred glow that bloomed from her body, it was a natural diffusion radiation to the surroundings without distinction. At this moment, Zhao Yunyao looked like a human-shaped sun, emitting a sacred light full of the vitality of creation and the essence of higher life at all times, which was extremely brilliant. The seemingly soft and harmless white light illuminated its own existence to all things in the universe and the starry sky. It changed the dead land and gave birth to new vitality, and also allowed the old, young, disabled and other lives to get better under the illumination of this sacred light, and naturally recovered and promoted to their peak state, including those flowers, plants, vines, birds and beasts. All underwent similar changes. However, the blessing from higher life may not be a good thing for weak and lower life. It may also be a deadly poison that makes them unable to be replenished. In simple terms, they were forced to eat too much at once, which caused them to have problems. So, whether these human cultivators, demon cultivators transformed from birds and beasts, or species such as the Holy Spirit clan and the God clan, they all encountered the same problem. When the sacred white light full of life and destiny swept across the starry sky indiscriminately, these creatures could not bear the blessing of Zhao Yunyo's own destiny, and they quickly twisted and mutated, turning into crazy monsters, losing themselves and becoming her followers. Shua. The pure white sacred light spread wantonly in the vast starry sky. However, in the eyes of other cultivators, this seemingly harmless white light is too terrifying. Wherever it shines, it will distort and become a gathering place for monsters. Even the lifeless soil itself has been transformed into some strange things. Among them, there are many new natural treasures that have evolved. Since my childhood, the shackles that have bound me have finally come to an end. Hua Yunfei looked at the white light getting closer and closer, and laughed at himself in his heart. I didn't expect that it would end in this way. I haven't had time to use this identity to plot against the holy son of Yoguang and those people. But in the future, Ziyun's clone will have to become my own body. As long as I can survive, There will be new hope in the future. In just a short moment, the white light full of sacred Taoism caught up with him. Then it swept past him in an instant. And the momentum did not decrease, continuing to spread to distant places. At this moment, Hua Yunfei personally felt the experience of those twisted and transformed monsters. Nearly endless laws and mysteries, heavenly rules, order and legal principles, etc., were forced into his mind and consciousness like an initiation. That kind of grandeur and vastness seemed to have no idea how many insights were integrated into it. Hua Yunfei himself couldn't bear it at all. It's so swollen. Too much. It's all overflowing. Hua Yunfei unconsciously covered his head with both hands and howled in pain. So this is the feeling of being infused with a large amount of laws and mysteries. It's obscure and profound, difficult to understand, and it keeps appearing. This is being forced to transform into the Tao. In just a moment, Hua Yunfei himself was uncontrollably distorted by the influence of this Tao. The whole body began to show distortions in the essence of life. On the surface of his body, tiny compound eyes, like fly eyes, quickly grew, densely packed, everywhere, without any symmetrical beauty. Often a large area of eyes grows here, and some scales and feathers grow there. Even on the shoulders and lower back, different heads grow, looking hideous and evil, like a terrifying evil god appearing in the world. In an instant, Hua Yunfei's own mind and consciousness were destroyed by the power of transformation. Only left was madness that was crazier than a beast. Ow! The monster Hua Yunfei opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of fangs and sharp teeth. Some light transparent mucus flowed out from the gaps between his teeth, surging like a waterfall in the sky, and rushed down. It made his eyes, scales, tentacles, etc. on his body quickly become wet. Even though he has lost his rationality now, his hatred for the Yogwang Holy Land in his heart has become stronger. As if he has taken off the rational shackles that bound his hatred, the monster Hua Yunfei turned his head and stared in the direction where the Yogwang Holy Sun fled. He grinned, revealing a crazy and grim smile, and then quickly chased after him. The strength of the life breath emanating from his body at this moment was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Feeling the thorny feeling coming from behind, Yogwang felt his scalp tingling and his heart trembling. However, no matter how hard he tried to speed up his body movements and use all kinds of explosive secret methods, he still couldn't pull the distance between the two sides. That mysterious white light full of sacred Tao rhyme was still spreading everywhere. What on earth is this? Why does it give me such a strong and terrible sense of crisis? But in addition to the crisis, there is actually an inexplicable benefit. It seems that as long as you can withstand that kind of influence, you can get a huge opportunity for yourself, relying on the superposition and fusion of thousands of special physical origins. Yogwang's perception is sharp and terrifying. He easily perceives some secrets of this white light itself. For himself, it has both disadvantages and benefits. As long as he can adapt to it, then the harm he thinks will become a real benefit. The real key lies in whether he can bear it. Is the source of this thing one of the secrets hidden in the ultimate land? Yogwang's heart was extremely solemn, and he was running away desperately. If it is really related to the ultimate land, then the mystery contained in it must be something that only the great emperor can touch. With his current realm of the quasi-emperor level, it is difficult to bear the things of the great emperor level. Only a perfect chaos body can go against the flow and resist that kind of thing. But Yogwang is still far from a perfect chaos body. At most, it is only 1/3 of the level. Soon, Yogwang sensed that there was a new evil source behind him, and it was also chasing him quickly. That kind of undisguised malice was like a beacon in the dark. It was too clear and obvious. However, when Yogwang noticed the tattered clothes on the evil source monster, he was shocked and obviously recognized who this monster was. Hua Yunfei. It turned out to be him. I didn't expect that he has become a monster now, and is still chasing me. This furnace is useless. Find an opportunity to devour this guy in the future. But for now, how can I escape this crisis? Thinking of this, Yogwang frowned unconsciously. Chapter 397, The Monk's Version of Resident Evil. Inside a certain level of the ancient human Starry Sky Road. At the moment when Hua Yunfei's own body was suddenly twisted and transformed into a monster, involved in the same self-consciousness. The vast mysteries of the order of laws that Hua Yunfei felt and perceived by his own body were also perceived by his clone Ziyun at the same time. That terrifying flow of law information suddenly impacted Ziyun's mind and consciousness. and because of the high compatibility of the innate Tao fetus with the law. When this independent clone felt the magnificent law information, it immediately had a strong fluctuation that was more compatible than the original body's perception, and instantly entered the state of harmony with the Tao. The law of order is one with her, and the rules and principles coexist with her. Let her at this moment be like the incarnation of the Tao. It is precisely because of the special harmony of the innate Tao fetus, which belongs to Hua Yunfei's own self-consciousness, that he can perceive the true mystery of this law and order information. How profound and mysterious it is! If I can fully comprehend these insights, I am confident that I can surpass the great emperor. It's just that my current realm is too low after all. I didn't expect that these great opportunities could really make people die, and I was too weak to take care of them. And it was hard to bear. Take Xuanmen, the place where I was born and raised. I can't go back anymore. Inside this city checkpoint, Ziyun, who was standing on the stone bridge, suddenly froze in place. Her eyes were full of nostalgia and unwillingness. But at the same time, she also felt a real sense of relief and relaxation, as if she no longer needed to consider other things. In just a blink of an eye, this part of Hua Yunfei's self-consciousness collapsed and lost control again. The vast amount of law information and mysteries shared by the main body shocked her into a foolish dementia. At the same time, various distortions and changes began to emerge naturally from her body. The membrane wings on her back were as gorgeous as the starry sky, with a faint sense of transparency. However, her head suddenly turned into a strange appearance that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, and a dog but not a dog. And on the surface of her skin, a layer of fine purple-black scales evolved and grew. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a strange and unknown monster. Aoho! In an instant, the monster raised its head and roared. The terrifying voice that was strengthened by the law of order to rival the great sage suddenly sounded, and the ancient city checkpoint burst into dazzling light, and the dense prohibitions and formations were forced to activate. In the vision, like a flame rising into the sky, the monster suddenly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared inside the city checkpoint. But even so, the howl just now caused many monks in the city to die instantly. They didn't even know how they died, and their bodies were completely gone. What happened? That scream just now was too terrifying. A monk who survived by chance cried out in fear. At this moment, looking at the scene of heavy casualties at the checkpoint, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Could it be that there is also such a terrible monster in this place? At least a monster of the great saint level. I don't know how much trouble it will cause. I know the woman just now. Her name is Ziyun. She has a congenital Taoist physique, and she is a genius. At the same time, other passers-by monks looked at the direction where the monster left and said in surprise, "How could this fairy-like beauty suddenly mutate into a terrible monster? It's really unbelievable. Go and find out quickly. Something important must have happened. Otherwise this change would not have happened. Maybe the flesh and blood of those monsters were brought here to plot against some famous geniuses." Soon, some city guards showed up and quickly issued a series of orders. After all, the fact that the flesh, blood, fascia, bone marrow, and other things of those monsters can create secondary twisted mutants has long been spread and known by many monks. This thing is also a good prop for some plots and harms. At the same time, in another human starry sky ancient road level, Zixia, the purple mansion saint who was training herself on a resource planet, was connected to Ziyun's life origin law that was exactly the same as hers, and immediately indirectly shared the mutation that Hua Yunfei had endured. No. How could this happen? Zixia was horrified and shocked. But soon, she could no longer bear the resonance that was full of the mysteries of the Tao. In the blink of an eye, she was transformed into a new twisted monster. At the same time, Zhao Yunyao, who was aimlessly floating in the starry sky, seemed to have noticed this and was a little surprised. It has actually produced a rule meme effect. The evolution of the heavens and the worlds in the body has driven the effect beyond expectations. The older, the more powerful. And now all kinds of mysterious and advanced life characteristics are naturally manifesting in my body. The strong will always be strong, and there will be no end. The characteristic evolution of this rule meme has further accelerated the current distortion and mutation. In Zhao Yunyu's view, such a chaotic scene is like the effect of the T-virus in the mortal world, which can be called the extraordinary biochemical crisis of the monks. The groups of these distorted monsters are spreading and increasing everywhere. More and more monks are affected and included in it. Some monks have benefited from it, or have broken through their own realm, or have recovered from their own injuries, or have obtained some rare new treasures. However, many monks have encountered unexpected situations in this process. Either they were killed by stronger monks in the fight and took away their opportunities, or they twisted and mutated themselves into monsters, and went crazy and lost their minds. The emergence of various chaotic scenes made the fight here more dangerous and cruel. The difficulty of the test is far greater than the previous ancient starry road. After a little distraction to sense the changes on the ancient starry sky roads of various races, Zhao Yunyan finally looked at Yiguang, who was fleeing frantically, and noticed the uneasiness and fear in his heart. But in her own eyes, she had already seen it. Yiguang had been assimilated and eroded by the chaos. Now he was no longer a pure Yiguang, and the negative effects brought by practicing the devouring heaven magic art began to show on him. The will of chaos is similar to the will of heaven, but it is not the same. Zhao Yunyan looked far away and observed, and soon saw something from Yiguang. The will of chaos originated from the universe itself, and was the embodiment of the law of order. However, for cultivators, especially those who tried to reverse the chaotic body, the will of chaos itself carries great malice, and they want to get rid of it as soon as possible. The malice of the will of chaos is neither like the thoughts of gods nor like that of ordinary cultivators. This is a kind of suppression of the rules of the universe, which is completely opposite to the way of nurturing the Holy Spirit. It is a punishment mechanism for those who disobey the great way of heaven and earth. Chapter 398 Luck. Zhao Yunyan knew what was happening to Yiguang after noticing his own situation. Even without the influence of the fluctuations of his own Tao, Yiguang himself would not be able to hold on any longer. The erosion and assimilation of the will of chaos is the suppression and punishment of the rules of the universe itself. Not every cultivator has the ability to resist and break free from this suppression and punishment. Before he breaks through to the realm of the great emperor, he will be assimilated and eroded by the chaos and complete the possession of his body, unless he comprehends and practices the immortal heavenly art to the level of an alternative Taoist. He can completely suppress and restrain the assimilation and erosion from the chaos and break free from the shackles of chaos, even using the chaotic body as nourishment. From this basis, he can transform into a brand new self. Only in this way can he survive. However, for now, Yiguang himself obviously cannot hold on until then. The distance between him and the sacred light of creation chasing behind him is getting closer and closer. Once the two sides come into contact, Zhao Yunyan is very sure that Yiguang's own chaos assimilation will be triggered. He will mutate more tragically than Hua Yunfei, and will also mutate more powerful and terrifying. Just an unconscious action has caused a cultivator version of the biochemical crisis inside this universe, causing huge casualties. This place is a little too weak after all. It is no longer suitable for my existence now. To this day, all of Zhao Yunyan's own aura is in an active state of convergence. It has not really been fully revealed to the outside world. If she really shows off her powerful momentum and scrupulously, the terrifying law and order fluctuations alone will be enough to cause major problems in the entire universe. The vast starry sky is not as solid and strong as the depths of the Taichu ancient mine, thanks to the interaction with the laws of different universes. The strength of the Taichu ancient mine itself is stronger than this universe. Even if this universe is destroyed, it cannot destroy the existence of the Taichu ancient mine itself. It was just a short moment. Yiguang, who was fleeing frantically in front, was finally illuminated by the sacred light of creation that spread from behind. However, with his own quasi-emperor realm, he was also unable to bear and adapt to the Tao and the principles contained in it. In just a moment, Yiguang himself underwent chaos assimilation. The chaotic energy on his body suddenly became many times denser. No, I am not willing. Yiguang opened his eyes angrily and tried his best to suppress the assimilation erosion from chaos with the immortal heavenly art. But the intensity of this explosion has exceeded his own understanding and cognition of the immortal heavenly art, so that he could not bear it at all, and soon lost himself under the assimilation of chaos. The pair of resolute eyes full of resistance then became much deeper and calmer, as lofty and indifferent as the way of heaven. I didn't expect that in the end. I would become chaos. No longer Yiguang, affected by the will of chaos. Yiguang's body did not distort or mutate. On the contrary, under the illumination of the sacred light, it became more brilliant than before. Standing there, dazzling white light bloomed from all parts of the body, so eye-catching in this starry sky. The great chaos mist just surrounded and gathered around this body. It was like a chaos demon born in chaos. Han Dun seemed to sense something, turned his head, and looked into the depths of the starry sky, and saw the source of the sacred white light. His eyes met with Zhao Yunya's emerald green eyes, and then they touched. She is an invincible person beyond the universe, and she no longer belongs to this universe. This place is a little too small for her, and it is not suitable for her normal activities. Retracting his observation, Han Dun turned around and left this place, and gradually turned into the Tao and dissipated into the world. The way of heaven is ruthless, and it is the same for all living beings. But at the same time, the way of heaven also has feelings, which is a kind of indiscriminate love for all living beings. Yao Guang, who has turned into chaos, will eventually return to the world. But he has the opportunity and hope to start over. With Zhao Yunya's own vision, he can naturally see it. In the process of Han Dun's assimilation just now, the influence of his own innate creation glow caused some mysterious and subtle changes in Yao Guang's own mutation. This change was not completely reflected in his physical body. Instead, it affected his soul and consciousness. From the change just now, Yao Guang's own consciousness was disturbed by my own law, order and Tao rhyme, and there was a slight change of Yangshen. In this way, he also had a hope of rebirth. Yao Guang was able to produce such a change, which surprised Zhao Yunao herself. Somewhat unexpected about this guy's good luck and opportunity. On the contrary, Hua Yunfei, who was used as a pawn for fun before, was affected by the rule meme that she suddenly evolved. And even Hua Yunfei's clone and Zixio were trapped. In terms of luck, Hua Yunfei is not as lucky as Yao Guang. Luck is also something that must exist in the process of cultivation and growth. Although it is invisible and intangible, it does exist and can interfere with fate, cause and effect and other trends. Hua Yunfei was destined to die early, but Yao Guang survived to the end and completed the last battle with Yi Fan before he became a Taoist. Fate has changed because of me, and now it has changed to this aspect. This luck is really a wonderful thing. The changes of Hua Yunfei and Yao Guang represent their own fortunes. It is as unpredictable as fate itself. It's time to leave here. This universe is too weak to fully support my own existence. It's not very comfortable and natural to keep myself in a state of restraint. Restraining the fairy light on his body, Zhao Yunao left the depths of the starry sky with a calm face. Then he stepped into the dimension of time and space in an instant. The mighty river of time flows and surges under his feet, flowing endlessly. Those immortal kings and quasi-immortal emperors who can interfere with time are just small fish in this long river of time, and cannot really break free and transcend the outside. Only the immortal emperor can be regarded as having the initial qualifications of independence. Now, my own cultivation system has become two completely different results from the initial secret realm method. Normal cultivators practice to advance to the level of immortal emperors, and I am transforming to innate life. Different system directions naturally bring different results. This is the deviation effect brought by different extraordinary systems. Just like Zhao Yunao now, even if the innate Tao fruit in his body is still incomplete and has not been truly cultivated, he has already given himself the authority to directly interfere with time. If more power is consumed, it can even be used to modify everything in the years and time. Listening to the echo of time, I heard the magnificent history. Now it is about to go a step further. Chapter 399 Eternal Present. Standing outside the time of the ages, overlooking the unpredictable time under your feet. The ripples of each wave are the changes and changes of the eternal era inside. Throughout the ages, many celebrities have only struggled in the vast time. It is very difficult to break free from the shackles of time. At this moment, Zhao Yunao stood outside this vast wave of time, observing everything here from the perspective of the dimension of innate life. This made her own observations and hearing different from other powerful beings that can interfere with time. Time, to me, is no different from length, width and height. They are all basic data that can be directly touched and modified. The branches of each time branch represent a different time axis coordinate. Everything that happened in it is just the specific data recorded on the time axis. Zhao Yunao silently observed and overlooked for a while, and then withdrew his attention from this aspect. He turned his target to the secret book of the innate creation Holy Dragon that was about to break through. Without any hesitation, she decisively used the broken mirror pearl to accelerate herself, to forcefully break through the shackles of the realm barrier once again, leading herself to transform and sublimate to a higher dimensional level. Buzz! Instantly, Waves of mysterious fluctuation suddenly spread out from her body. It also had a collateral impact on the external environment. The endless years and time fell into a stagnant state in silence. In addition, even the long river of time itself showed new changes in Zhao Yunyao's perception. The macroscopic concept that makes up the long river of time gradually changes to the microscopic concept. Let the long river of time directly turn into dense time threads. On each time thread, there are a larger number of time nodes. All time nodes have now become the origin of the time axis in Zhao Yunyao's perception. It can be extended to different conceptual pasts and conceptual futures. The past and future can be made into the eternal present at any time. I didn't expect that this dimensional sublimation and transformation would directly bring about a more microscopic transformation. It is much more precise and clearer than listening to the echo of time before. It is now one step further away from the 9th level of the secret book of the innate creation Holy Dragon. The moment is eternity, and eternity is the moment. When Zhao Yunyao completed her own sublimation and transformation, the long river of time under her feet began to flow and change normally again. There is no time period for Zhao Yunyu's own breakthrough. In this case, for those powerful cultivators who can observe and contact the long river of time, they can't detect any trace of Zhao Yunyao at all, let alone the non-existent abnormal time period. Next, it's time to leave here. Evolving the 5 immortals of cultivation is the next important thing. The 5 immortals of heaven, earth, man, God and ghost each have different inclinations and differences. But before that, I need to raise my cultivation level in the cultivation system to the peak level of refining void and combining Tao, so that I can practice the 5 immortals of cultivation. Now in the cultivation system, Zhao Yunyao is only at the peak stage of refining Qi and transforming God. It is not even the next stage of refining the spirit and returning to the void. Not to mention the higher realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao, and refining the Tao to become an immortal, refining the spirit and returning to the void, transforming the primordial spirit into the yang spirit, and then using the yang spirit to reflect the void, constructing a dimensional cognitive concept base point that only belongs to the self-cognition concept. From the concept of self-cognition dimension, to analyze and recognize all living beings and all things. Thus, it makes preliminary preparations for the next stage of opening up the world and refining the void and merging with the Tao. This kind of cultivation civilization evolved from the sandbox civilization, in which the foundation of refining the spirit and returning to the void is completely different from the ordinary meaning of refining the spirit and returning to the void. The essence of it is more inclined to the existence of the dimensional demon. Autonomously construct a dimensional base point that only you can understand, and then use it as a fulcrum to pry everything that recognizes all things, so as to evolve your own dimensional layer. The subsequent creation of the world will unfold on this self-dimensional level. Then use this to enter the special level of the world and the Tao. This is the realm of refining the void and merging with the Tao. Once this cultivation system becomes popular, the number of cultivators who reach the level of refining the spirit and returning to the void will increase. Then for the world itself, the dimensional structure will become more complex. When the dimensional foundation accumulates to a certain level, the world itself will be enhanced and promoted. This is an extraordinary new system that is a win-win for cultivators and the world. This structure is something that evolved from Zhao Yunyu's own kingdom of God. Compared with the basic knowledge of cultivation that was initially invested, it has already undergone earth-shaking changes. It is no longer the same level of civilization, and it belongs to its own existence. She opened the 5 fingers of her right hand, and a miniature time-space hourglass appeared in the palm of her hand. The supreme power of time and space circulated and changed in it. Just looking at this thing gave Zhao Yunyao a sense of déjà vu of looking directly at the root of time and space. Long-term observation and comprehension of the time-space hourglass allowed her to have a very deep understanding of the avenue of time and space. And with her own improvement, her realm was enhanced. As her first refining weapon, the time-space hourglass was also promoted and strengthened. The crystal sand inside has now become the prototype of the original universe. It is densely packed and numerous, as if a vast number of universes are piled together. After staring for a while, Zhao Yunyao began to skillfully set the time-space shuttle positioning coordinates, and once again locked on the record mark of the Zhuxian world. The next moment, the miniature time-space hourglass in her hand began to undergo a series of changes. One end appeared in front of Zhao Yunyao, turning into the entrance to a deep vortex passage. As for the other end, it spreads and sinks into the interior of the Zhuxian world, which is so far away After the cross-border space-time channel is completed, Zhao Yuniao walked into it calmly, with an elegant and noble posture, and disappeared in the space-time of this universe in a blink of an eye. Juxian World. Xinzhou Continent. The majestic and vast Qingyan Mountains seem to be normal, and there is still no change. The Qingyan sect, which occupies the main peak of the Qingyan Mountains, has obviously changed the realm of some cultivators inside compared to before, and even the means of fighting have become more varied. Spells, talismans, swordsmanship, escape methods, etc. have gradually become the focus of many cultivators. Especially Daju Peak, the birthplace of all this, is the top priority, because Daju Peak has an extra volume of Heavenly Book. It's just that this news is now only known by people on Daju Peak, and cultivators from other branches of Qingyan sect don't know enough about it. At a certain moment, there was no one in the back mountain of Daju Peak. The time and space here twisted, and soon turned into a deep vortex passage. Then, Zhao Yuni's own figure walked out of it. Chapter 400 Base Point. Looking at the vast and primitive mountainous area in front of her, Zhao Yu now felt relaxed, comfortable and free. At least during the years she lived and practiced in Daju Peak. The master, the mistress and several senior brothers really treated her like family. Compared with the intrigues and calculations in other worlds, life here is actually very comfortable and free. So much so that Zhao Yuniao likes living in Daju Peak and enjoying this peaceful and leisurely life. Although it is comfortable to live here. But, given my current situation, if I really show up, the entire Qingyan sect will be destroyed. Being twisted into my own monster is an inevitable outcome. After all, they are still a little too weak. Looking at the surrounding environment, Zhao Yuniao took a step and came to the depths of the back mountain of Daju Peak. She took the initiative to find an uninhabited area. She cast some small spells casually, using the existing stones, soil, trees, vines and other things here to quickly build a rather exquisite and elegant small manor made of wood and stone, and set up a shielding and hidden formation around this small manor with an area of only 10 acres. Actively hide this small manor. After doing this, Zhao Yuniao explored the timeline again, captured the traces of the past she left here in the past, and skillfully used the secret method of clone to create a clone of her past self in this world. Then Zhao Yuniao poured spiritual energy on her head, quickly transformed her cultivation and strengthened it. As a result, this clone had nothing on it except the pure cultivation system. Even the realm of the cultivation system was raised to the realm of refining qi and transforming into a god by her. In this embryonic primitive cultivation system, it is stronger than the strongest Tai Ching realm. Use the clone to meet, and use it to spread the Dharma to the sentient beings. In this way, all living beings will not be forced to become dependent monsters because of seeing me, and lose their own mind and consciousness. Now Zhao Yuniao has become stronger to a new level. So when meeting those weaker creatures than himself, he needs to carefully control everything about himself. Otherwise, if he is not careful, it will bring a devastating disaster. Letting the weak clone act on his behalf is a good way to deal with it. Now that I am at this level, I suddenly understand that in those myths and legends, many big guys have a large number of weak incarnations, clones and projections. It's all because they are too strong. Every move they make is a world-destroying natural disaster. It's simply not something that ordinary beings can bear. After casually creating a weak clone, Zhao Yuniao used the plants here to cast a spell to transform their essence, and used it to create a brand new dress, shoes and socks. After throwing these things to the clone, Zhao Yuniao began to retreat, prepare to break through the level of refining qi and transforming into spirit, and advance to the realm of refining spirit and returning to the void. As for how to construct a unique base point of the returning to the void dimension with different cognitions, Zhao Yuniao already has a number in her mind. It is not her most suitable fortune at present, but time and space. Time and space are basic constants that exist in any world, any universe, and any plane, and have the broadest compatibility and universality. Use time and space to construct the dimensional base point, and use it to refine the spirit and return to the void. Then after success, it will inevitably adapt to different worlds and universes, without any biased influence, and there will never be weaknesses and flaws caused by changes in the world's avenue. Having made a decision in her heart, Zhao Yuniao turned back to the palace. Then she took out the time and space hourglass and began to observe and comprehend this special refining tool carefully. The avenue of the origin of time and space contained in it is simply the most suitable master to pass on the law for her. refining the spirit and returning to the void. What is returned is the nothingness of oneself. And the nothingness is transformed into reality. Then, by this, you can master the authority of the avenue of the root that belongs to you. At the same time, after Zhao Yunya's clone was dressed neatly, he left the small manor skillfully, and then flew to the front mountain area of Daju Peak like the immortals. However, in the blink of an eye, patches of black bamboo forests came into view. At present, there are no new disciples in Daju Peak. Therefore, no one in this bamboo forest of black bamboo is cutting black bamboo to exercise and do the basic homework of Daju Peak. Looking back on the experience thousands of years ago, I have not cut any black bamboo here. Now that so much time has passed in other universes, I still remember when I first came to this world. I felt the huge difference brought by the changes in the avenues of different worlds. Just relying on the world structure of the round Earth and square Earth type, its gravity almost crushed me. The round Earth and square Earth type, and the universe planet type, have huge structural differences in themselves. What's more, there is a clear gap in the origin of the world. At the beginning, I was weak, but I still used some of the mysteries contained in this world to make up for my innate incomplete life origin, and let my special physique be further strengthened and evolved. From the special physique of charm to the special physique of creation. If it weren't for the personal experience of crossing different world structures back then, the feeling was really not very wonderful. I'm afraid I wouldn't choose to sacrifice the Dao Tianyi. However, it is precisely because of the existence of the Dao Tianyi that I can ignore the influence of different avenues of the world and the universe. Use an extremely precious origin seed to sacrifice a dress. Zhao Yunyao thinks this choice is still quite practical. Now I can travel through different worlds and universes at will. And I am still safe. And I will be favored by the will of the world and attracted and entangled by the resonance of the law and order. Obviously, the Dao Tianyi plays a pivotal role in it. It may seem inconspicuous and somewhat unknown, but the invisible blessing that cannot be ignored is the important guarantee to ensure the smooth progress of one's own journey. For example, the avenue of the sky-covering universe and the avenue of the star-devouring universe. There are extremely strong contradictions and conflicts between the two sides. If there is really no means of protection, and to withstand such drastic changes and conflicts in the avenue, then for the practitioners, the result must be death or disability. There will definitely be no good end. Looking at the world of the heavens and the universe, there are too many contradictions and conflicts in the rules that originate from the avenue level. Walking on the black bamboo forest mountain road of Daju Peak at this moment, Zhao Yunyao looked leisurely and unhurried, as if she was going out for an outing. For those wild birds and beasts that appeared around, she paid no attention to them at all. Not long after, she saw the appearance of those familiar buildings. From a distance, you can still see the smoke rising. Obviously it is time to cook. Seeing this thing, Zhao Yunyao couldn't help but recall the skills of the chef god junior brother.